Dragon Shore Duet. Strains of Portomare, Book 2. Written and narrated by Jill Penrod. Chapter 1. Fiora, she's beautiful, Echo said, gazing into the tiny face of the newborn. Bright eyes opened and stared into Echo's face, and her heart melted. Look at her little hands, Kaya said from Echo's side. She was pressed against Echo, leaning forward, gently stroking the fingers that emerged from the blanket. And her name is just as beautiful as she is. Mirella. I love Scavari names. Fiora beamed at the women, and then she turned her attention to the men in the room and beamed at them as well. Trace, standing at the door like a guardian, gave a small smile. Gianni, pressed against Echo's other side on the wide sofa, held out his large hands, and Echo placed the child into them. She is a miracle, G said with reverent awe. I'd lost hope, but here she is. And she sings? Fiora asked. As one, all eyes in the room swung back to Trace, who gave them an amused smile, because everyone in the room knew the answer, yet they all looked to him to speak the words. Again. Yes, he said with a nod. She's a strong folk singer, which all of you knew. G chuckled. For cycles now you've been the teacher. I suppose you always will be. Trace rolled his eyes, and Echo wondered at his focus, his features, all the strain and secrets surrounding her brother. This, however, was not the time to get into any of that. Is it normal for non-singers to have a folk singer? Trey asked, the baby's father. He sat on the arm of a soft chair, his hand on his wife's shoulder. 2 days ago, Fiora had delivered the first healthy baby in Montefollo in over a year, and Gianni, the leader of the Scavari village, was nearly beside himself in joy at Echo's side. Nothing about Montefollo is normal, Trace said wryly, but it's normal enough. I think we can expect more singing babies born here now that the atmosphere is healthier. And Mirella is healthy? Fiora asked in concern. Kaya laughed. Fiora, she scolded. The midwife said she was healthy. Toman said she was healthy. You don't believe them? For the entire pregnancy, I expected her to die, the woman admitted, like most babies have for the past few years. It will take a while to expect her to survive. Kaya leaned farther forward to gaze past Echo at the baby asleep in G's arms. I understand, Fiora, but she truly is healthy, body and focus both. She has a calm focus. Not that I know much about the foci of infants, but she seems content. The midwife says she's a peaceful child, Trey said. Not that we'd love her any less if she wasn't. She's a blessing we never expected. Echo touched the child's hand as Kaya had done, concentrating on the small, gentle vibrations of the babe's focus. Yes, she was especially peaceful. She was a tiny celebrity on the reef, and it didn't seem to faze her at all. We should go, Trace said from the door. With Mirella's safe arrival, it's time to continue to fix her world. When? Fiora asked. The midwife said to give you a few days, Trace said. We need 3 days to prepare. This is acceptable to you? Any time, Trace said. We're all ready. Trace nodded, and Echo cringed at the pulsing in his focus. As she'd suspected, some of his strain had to do with the next few days, when they would take the second and final step to heal this reef. Their last attempt at this procedure had ended in calamity, so it was no surprise that he was wary now, although he'd consistently lied about that wariness for 4 cycles. Gianni returned the child and rose to his impressive height, every movement graceful and authoritative. The man had led the Scavari people since his 14th year, and while he had officially turned the bulk of the job over to others for now, he would never lose the bearing and presence of his position as a leader of men. Let us know if we need to delay, G said, his dark eyes gazing at Trey. We don't wish to do anything to harm Mirella, or Fiora, or anyone. No, we're ready, Trey said. I think I'm ready to be warm again. Kaya hugged Fiora, who didn't leave her chair, and then Trey, and then she gave Mirella another gentle stroke on her hand. Echo shook Trey's hand and gave Fiora a smile. Gianni hugged everyone, his face lit with joy. Then Trace simply tipped his head, said congratulations, and slipped out the door. The other three followed him in silence through the cave and out into the evening light. "I miss the auroras," Kaya said quietly, gazing into the sky. "I know this is best, but they were so beautiful." Trace glanced up and then shook his head. Gianni simply looked around. When their atmosphere had been filled with ash, it had caught the light in grand green and purple auroras. Now that they'd stopped the internal burning in the dormant volcano and plugged the ash cone, the reef was simply dark at night. "It's very strange to see without contacts," he said. "I didn't realize the Montefello rock ash in the air was the cause of our distress. For years we suffered with our eyesight, and it was simply ash in our air. What a strange thing." Trace looked up at the ceiling of the reef, which showed strange ribbons of light as the fluid on the ceiling moved the reef from day to night. His focus was subdued, as it had been for weeks now. "In a few days, everything changes," he said. Kaya reached for his hand, and he let her take it. Kaya had told Echo that she and Trace weren't romantically involved, but that wasn't because Kaya didn't care. The woman's love for Echo's brother flowed over her, and surely Trace felt it, but whatever had driven him inside himself seemed to keep him from reciprocating. The pair walked ahead, and Echo stopped Gianni. "Do you know what it is?" she asked. "What's wrong with him?" G sighed. "I'm not sure. He loved teaching. At least, he seemed to love it. The students loved him, and the faculty was glad to have him. But he's sinking away from us, and I can't figure it out. I don't know how he hides it from us. His focus gives away very little. How can the strongest singer we know, the man with the loudest focus, possibly hide anything from us? But he does." Because his focus was overlaid with fear, Echo thought. Fear and fatigue. Her little brother was in trouble, and she didn't know how to fix it. She'd never known how to fix the world so her super strong brother could easily live in it. It might just be the recharge. "I suspect so," Gianni said. "He lies with great consistency, and if you ask him, he snaps and then sulks." "Yes, he's been like that since he was a little boy. The hiding, snapping, and sulking." "We have a healthy child," G said, laughing as he changed the subject. "A healthy new Skavari child. And Leah gives birth in another cycle." "There are 3 in Fleota," Echo said, "and 2 more Skavari do in a few cycles. Once the ash washed out of the atmosphere, you turned out to be a very fertile people." G laughed. "After years of failing to raise our population, I'm happy to hear it. I'm still surprised to find so many of our people are folk singers." "Yes, that was a surprise," Echo said. When Echo and Trace had discovered the Fallis Lenta, the hidden reef, it had been on the verge of dying. Babies weren't born. The land had gotten too cold and dark, and a strange vibration from the heated core of the mountain had hidden the fact that almost 20% of the population have the ability to sing the reeds. "Did it frighten them?" Gianni asked, "when they realized they could sing?" "They didn't realize," Echo said. Gianni, Kaya, and Trace had spent the past few cycles away, but Echo had been here, living in the other half of this unusual reef colony, so right now she knew the Skavari people better than their leader did. I was the one who realized it, and I tried to let them know as gently as possible. They've had a lot of changes to process lately, but this one didn't seem to bother them. Some of them have very little strength, barely enough to light a fire with a reed panel, but about half of them can do more. They want to learn, but they decided to wait until we complete the recharge." G nodded. "Sounds wise. Will Trace come and teach them?" Echo shrugged. "Why are you asking me? You and Kaya know him better than I do right now." "And this bothers you?" he asked. "Yes and no. It bothers me that you know him best, but don't know him well. I've never known him to hide like this. Even when he was grieving our family, he was easier to read." "He says he's worried about the recharge," Gianni said. "You tell us all the time to trust the words." Even if his focus says otherwise, perhaps this really is about the recharge. But he's taken a few trips. Echo stopped. What? Where? I don't know. A few times I contacted him to see if he wanted to come for dinner, and the skipper was out of range. Each time it was gone until late the next day. When I asked about it, he said he was looking into the Fallis Lenta, which might be true. I think he's given them much, much more thought than the rest of us have. Echo nodded. I'm glad to hear it. Yes, when Trace is mulling a problem, he can get like this. Maybe he's not having the problems all of us fear. Maybe his mind is simply so deeply focused on the next thing that he's missing the current things. She felt her own relief reflected in Gianni's focus, and they moved faster to catch up with Trace and Kaya, who walked around the edge of the Isfatnio, the huge lake in the center of Montefallo. This reef was a volcanic cone with a lake in its center, placed here less than 200 years ago by an unknown group called the Jago. Whatever the Jago were, they were powerful. Echo couldn't imagine the power required to move the top of a volcano into a hollow rock on the ocean floor of a distant world. She hoped they never ran into any Jago, but if they did, she hoped they were good and not evil. In a few days, it will be a different place, Trace said. You're worried, Kaya said. Because you lost Borgenvale, or because there's actually a reason to worry? Trace laughed, and Echo felt everyone relax. Strange how much Trace's moods affected those around him. Gianni was a leader in title, and he was definitely a good leader. Trace had never been a leader in title, but everywhere he went, and in everything he did, he was always a leader too. As one of the strongest eldsingers on Portomare, along with his amazing mind, he couldn't help but take charge of things around him. There is no actual reason to worry, he said, but I will worry until it's over. And I want to thank you, Echo. For? She asked. Moving the Scavari and Fliota villages to Tormandu while we recharge is likely unnecessary. I'm thankful that you're letting it happen anyway. I feel much lighter knowing they'll be safe. It wasn't difficult to convince them, Echo said. She put her fingers on Trace's face, rubbing under his eyes with her thumb. Those eyes were circled and tired. In fact, fatigue as much as worry muted the rest of the emotions in his focus. You're not sleeping. He shook his head and took her hands in his own, pulling them away from his face. All of you worry too much. No, I'm not sleeping. I'm fine. You know what happens when eldsingers don't sleep? He sighed. Tonight I'll let someone sing me to sleep. Will that make you feel better? Yes, she said. It's cold out here after dark. We should head home. I'll do it, Gianni said, and he pulled the small reed panel from a pack at his hip. Closing his eyes, he called wind through the small instrument and played the short song to move them through the wall to the other side of the reef. Then he played the song again, jumping them 2 more times before dropping the wind. Echo closed her eyes before the flash of light enveloped them, and she opened them to find herself standing at her door. Do you want to come inside? She asked. Not tonight, Gianni said. I think we need to sing someone to sleep and prepare for tomorrow. We're running the checks for the next 3 days. Yes, Trace said. I'm ready to see this job come to an end. Echo let herself into the small reef house, which, like most reef homes all across Portomare, had a couple rooms on ground level and then several below ground. Dayton sat in the living area reading, and he rose and kissed her when she closed the door behind her. They are well? He asked. They're beautiful, she said. So happy, so filled with hopes for the future. Their future is so bright now, so alive. Dayton stepped back. Do you want a child, Echo? You know I'd say yes. She wrapped her arms around her new husband's neck and held tight. Thank you, but no, not yet. I mean, if it happens, I'll rejoice. But if we can wait? Trace is causing trouble. Trace is always causing trouble. Gianni says he's been taking trips and not explaining himself, and his focus is... I don't know. It's tired, Dayton said. He wasn't an eldsinger like Trace and Echo, but he was a talented focus singer, and he had spent enough time with his brother-in-law to understand his focus better than many. So are G and Kaya. Some of that is simply the fatigue of education. The term is over, and they worked hard, all of them. She leaned back to look into his face. Yes, I hadn't thought of that, but you're right that G and Kaya are a little ragged too. And Trace is determined to find answers, Dayton said. I discovered he's been speaking with recharge experts all over the area for the past cycle. He's worried about the recharge, and he's looking for the Fallas Lenta. He asked for my help. Echo stepped back again. What? Why didn't you tell me? He asked me not to share. I told him I couldn't make that promise, but I tried. If I felt what he was doing was harmful, or if it would benefit you to know, I'd have told you. I wasn't trying to hide from you, just treat him fairly. It's okay, she said, and it was. I'm not upset. It's good to know he's not alone in this. But why did he come to you? I've lived my entire life in the dead zone, Dayton said. I know the stories and the lore. He's not having much luck finding any of the hidden reefs, so he's looking in unusual directions. Lore, she said. He's looking at myths and folktales, then? And collecting huge amounts of geological data. I suspect he's found one. It wasn't long after he spoke with me that all of you started to complain he'd gotten strange. She smiled. I told G that when he mulls a problem, it overshadows everything in his focus. I think you're right that he's found answers, or he's near to finding answers. So, once the recharge is complete, if he has a location, it will be time to go. You still... Anywhere you go, I go, he said, gently kissing her cheek and then her lips. His mouth spoke the words, and his focus verified them. She'd have stayed here for him if he had asked, but he didn't want that. No, he wanted to join their adventure, and she loved him all the more for it. Chapter 2. The Fleota and Scavari are happily settled, Katie's voice said over the radio. And oh my, that baby is the cutest thing I've ever seen. Those Scavari with their dark hair and eyes, they're all lovely. Trace laughed at the Tormandu charterhead. Kaya sat at Trace's side in the navigational pit of the Sea Warbler, feeling the joy of his laughter as it rang through his focus. Kaya understood Katie was an unusual charterhead, and she'd run the Tormandu Reef for 4 years. Most charterheads were men, and nearly all of them could sing, often powerful eldsingers. Katie was a female non-singer, and according to Trace, she was the wisest charterhead he'd ever known. She was also cheerful and upbeat, and Trace's focus always settled when he interacted with her. Then wish us luck, he said. Let me know if anything happens down there. The next few hundred randoms will be strange, but nothing should fall, and you shouldn't feel anything. You'll hear it, and you'll see it, but if you experience dramatic changes in pressure or temperature, I want to know. Will do, she said cheerily. He'd told her these same things a dozen times, and Kaya was thankful that she simply listened with patience and didn't call him on his manic behavior. He closed the radio and rose from his seat, reaching out his hand for her. Today they would fix the zygotic sun in the reef, something Trace and Echo had done dozens of times. Reefs were cold, dark, hollow rocks on the ocean floor, the result of some ancient cataclysm. At some point, someone had realized an injection of the right chemicals in the roof of a reef could light and heat it, allowing flora and fauna to survive within them. On a world with little land and vast oceans, this had changed everything, and reef colonies had been born. Eventually, zygotic fluid leaked away, and periodically new fluid had to be injected. Trace and Echo had spent much of their adult lives doing just that. They could do it in their sleep, Echo had said. But then a job had gone bad. A fissure had opened in a reef during a recharge, and the reef had crumbled. Trace had managed to evacuate the people, but his family, helping with the recharge, had been lost, everyone but his sister Echo. Now Kaya assumed instead of being able to recharge a reef in his sleep was haunted with recharge failure. He led her to the wide living area of the skipper, and stood at the window looking at the outside of the reef, which looked like an enormous rock sitting on the ocean floor, his hand gripping hers. "If we destroy your world in the next 2 days, I want to apologize now," Trace said quietly. It was early, and they were the only two awake on the sub. She felt the gentle vibrations from the foci of the singers asleep around her, a great contrast to the pulsing, fearful focus of the man at her side. "This isn't about you," she said, touching his face. He closed his eyes and pressed his cheek against her palm. Trace could withdraw, but with her he tended to relax, and she loved knowing she could reach him. Possibly she loved everything about him. "Maybe not," he said. "No, it isn't about you," she said firmly. "Our reef is dying, so we have no choices. And we have 8 eldsingers on this job. If the reef doesn't survive the recharge, all 8 of us share the blame. And yet, why spread blame at all? We're trying something we don't understand because we have no choice. Nothing here is being done recklessly. You've done everything a person can possibly do to make this safe. Have some faith in your skills, Trace, in your wisdom and your mind." He gazed out the window at the surface of the reef below them. A multitude of creatures lived out here on the ocean side, feeding off the warmth of the living reef. Deep reef colonies housed people and animals on the inside, and then thousands of creatures on the outside as well. They fascinated her, since for most of her life she had no idea her world was housed in a hollow stone on an unknown world. "Faith," he said quietly. "Kaya, your people have stories about your origins, don't they?" "Our origins?" she asked. "Not how you got here to Portomare, but how you came into existence at all." "We don't have those stories. Lately, I've wondered. We think this powerful people called the Jago put your volcano in a reef on our world. That kind of power? I can't fathom that. I'm not even sure I believe that. To think something so immense lives in our realm somewhere makes me think there's something else out there. Maybe something out there is responsible for our very existence." "We lost many things over the years," Kaya admitted. "I don't know much of our history or stories. Does it bother you to think something's out there? You think something called us into existence?" "Why not?" he said. "And no, it doesn't bother me. I'm the strongest person on this world. And yet I fail. Things are too big for me. Most of the past year feels like luck, and I'm not sure I trust so much luck. We found your reef a few cycles before you froze to death. Your reef happened to have 2 powerful eldsingers living on it who had no idea what they were. I think it comforts me to think there's something bigger, and maybe that bigger thing will help us find others like you. Maybe we have a hope of saving lives and not just—" She sighed. "Trace, Bougainville wasn't your fault. Every time you start to believe that, you lose the belief. I hope, when we successfully save our reef, you'll find peace again. I hate that you have so little peace in this world." He nodded. "So do I. Maybe as we find more hidden reefs, we'll find more answers. Answers about the Jago and my ancestor, and maybe answers about the world as a whole. Answers about everything." She laughed. "Not many people ask questions about everything. I'm glad you do. I'm glad you're you, Trace O'Dell, even though you're not so glad. I can be glad enough for both of us." She knew her words hit their mark because his focus radiated joy and at least a superficial layer of peace. He cared for her. She didn't doubt that. But until he better came to terms with himself, he didn't think he would love her. Or if he did, he wouldn't let himself love her well. She could wait. She'd spent her life waiting for something, no idea what it was. Her world had been dying. She'd never fit with her people because of the eldsinger skills she didn't know she had. Then Trace had come, and all her waiting had come to fruition. She loved her life. So she would continue to wait in the hope things could continue to get better. Soon the rest of the skipper roused, and the chaos of a sun recharge began. Kaya's job was to monitor the focal health of the singers. Trace and Gianni were powerful, the most powerful men on the job, so they would push too hard. Then the rest, while eldsingers, couldn't begin to do what Trace and G could do, so they would push too hard trying to keep up. Kaya was tasked with running focal scans on all of them and stopping the group before anyone damaged himself or herself. "Are you nervous?" G asked as he sat at her side in the equipment room. 2 older eldsingers would take the navigational pit, which took one side of this room, while Trace and Echo would leave the skipper in their dive suits and place the anchors on the surface of the reef. Those inside would then jump fluid packets at regular intervals directly into the rock, using the anchors to guide them to the right locations. The anchors would be installed by the end of the day if things went well, and tomorrow Trace would help the rest with the packets. Likely he would do the work of 2 regular eldsingers, and they could finish this in 3 or 4 days. "I'm not nervous about my part," she said. G looked at the doorway, where they could see Echo and Trace in the living area. Dayton was helping to fasten Echo into her dive suit. Trace was already buckled into his, ready to take on the ocean. "Is he okay?" G asked. "Is she? Can they do this?" "What do you think?" she asked, knowing he could read their focal variations as well as she did. "I feel what you do, I'm sure, but you talked to them this morning. What do they say?" Their foci said both were feeling some mixture of excitement and fear. G knew this. He might feel it more strongly than she did, as he was a stronger singer, second only to Trace. "He's remembering," she said. "He apologized. He said if we destroy the reef today, he's sorry." G shook his head. "I can't wait to finish this. If he does this successfully, maybe he'll be able to let it go." She doesn't feel much better. "No," Kaya said. She never blamed herself for the Bougainville disaster like he did, but she lost her family there, lost her home reef, just like he did. It will be good for both of them to see this succeed. "And if this fails," G said. "Let's not even consider that," she said. Echo had said this should be an easy recharge, except the Jago that had put the Montefollo mountain here in the reef had used a different sun fluid than the fluid in the Tormandu half of the reef. Today they would be mixing fluids. Preliminary tests said it would work without problem, but lab tests weren't the same as real-life events. So yes, something could go wrong today. Shavare, one of the eldsingers manning the pit, an old friend of Trace and Echo's parents, held out 2 small devices, and G rose and took them. "Earpieces," he said, "so we can all stay in communication today." She fitted the little piece into her ear, and suddenly Trace's voice was in her head. "Are we ready?" he asked. Slowly, all the singers involved in the recharge checked in. G said at her side. Shavare turned to them and laughed. "Just talk. It will pick up what you say and transmit it." G nodded. "Gianni here. Kaya and I are ready." Kaya giggled. "I guess I should test this myself. I'm ready." Trace was still in the doorway, and he looked at her with a grin, although his image was slightly distorted through the heavy window of his diving suit. "Good," Trace said. "Echo and I are heading out. Kaya, as soon as the first one of us begins to warp, you stop us. We don't have to rush. G, pace yourself. Wisdom over power today. Any questions?" Nobody in the Sea Warbler had questions, and the pair of singers in the other skipper, the Night Moonfish, said nothing, so Trace and Echo moved through the skipper out of sight. Kaya knew they would enter the drip room, the largest supply room in the back of the vessel, and jump from there. She felt them leave, their foci disappearing from her range, and she felt strangely bereft when they were gone. She'd expected to feel excited. Not everyone got to see a reef recharge, and this one was unusual. But she hated for their group to be split up, and she hated more that Trace would spend this day battling fears from the past. Yes, this might turn out to be a breakthrough, but it wouldn't come easily. But really, how often did good things come easily? "It's beautiful," Kaya said from her seat at Trace's side. He basked in the joy radiating from her focus. G sat on his other side, perched on a rock somewhere on a mountain in Montefollo. They'd finished the recharge 100 randoms ago. Echo had retired to nap with her husband, but G and Kaya, while exhausted from the 4 days of work, had to see how their world looked under the zygotic sun. Trace had jumped them here thinking the views from this vantage point might impress. They did. "I can't believe it," G said, grinning. From here, the lake below sparkled in the bright light, still mostly ice. Then the mountains shimmered in the light, some mineral in the stone catching the zygotic light and glimmering. It was, Trace thought, one of the most beautiful things he'd ever seen. "We need to get your people back before the lake melts and their boats float away," Trace said. He leaned lightly against Kaya's side and yawned. "After you sleep," Kaya said. "You didn't have to bring us here. You're not damaged, but your focus is slow with exhaustion." "Just like yours and G's," he said. "You know I had to see this almost as much as you did. We did it." G's focus shifted in a way Trace recognized. These two people loved him. He'd always been difficult, too strong, too smart, sometimes arrogant, and usually uncomfortable with people. And yet somehow he'd found two powerful, smart people who saw through all the flaws and loved him. He wished he felt worthy of that. "Oh," G said, likely aware of some of his feelings. "Trace O'Dell, I truly thought a successful sun recharge would raise your spirits." "It's just exhaustion," he said quickly, "and a little gratitude that feels big and unreasonable. I do feel better. A weight has come off." "But you spent 3 days shaking," Kaya said. Trace didn't know how much anyone was aware of his state during the recharge, but he suspected they'd felt him clearly. Yes, he'd struggled with fear the entire time. Panic had hit hard when he'd been outside. Then inside he'd felt better, but he hadn't been able to relax, even overnight, for any of it. "I did," he said, "but I survived it. So did the reef." "We should head out," G said. "As soon as we nap, we can get our people home and start our next mission." "You have a location?" Trace stood. "I do. I hope I do. We'll stay until the sun settles. It takes 3 days before the normal day-night cycle starts. Days are going to be a little longer now than they were before. It seems zygotic fluid has a longer cycle, and there isn't enough Yoshvaten fluid left to temper it." Trace jumped them back to the skipper, G playing stamina. When they got inside, G headed straight to his room to nap. The other singers were either on the night moonfish or, in Echo and Dayton's case, back home on the reef, so the skipper was quiet, both audibly and vocally. Trace sat on the sofa, not sure he was ready to sleep. "Stay," Kaya said, disappearing into the back of the ship. She returned with a sketch pad. "Put some of that emotion on paper, then you'll sleep." He laughed and began to scratch out Montefialo, the unique reef with a ring of mountains surrounding a frozen lake. Only now they were shining mountains, and the lake would ripple in the gentle breeze. As he drew, he felt himself relax, and he felt so much gratitude and love toward Kaya he wasn't sure how to handle it. She understood him better than anyone. "There you go," she said, pressed against his side. "Better than any song. Nothing calms you like drawing. I don't have something like that, something that fills me up that way." "People do," he said. "I think you react to people the way I do to drawing." "I never did before," she said. "I was different at home, and people brought nothing but stress." "I believe you. I saw that. But now you're not like that at all." She laughed. "No, I'm not. When I was a singer who didn't know it, nothing was right. Now everything is right." Not everything, Trace thought. He needed to get closer to this woman, but every time he decided that, memories of the final moments of his family pushed in, and he lost his nerve. And in a few days, they would search out another missing reef. That could lead to wonderful things, like Montefialo had led him to Kaya and Gianni. But the discovery had also included some hard moments, fears, and injuries. He wished it could go easily. They wanted to help, but they were powerful, and these reefs might need all that power. Unfortunately, that meant they might face powerful problems. At least this time he had friends at his side. people who loved him, even if he didn't quite deserve them. Chapter 3. Echo took a deep breath and sat at the table where Trace was nursing a mug of Jovalar and a biscuit, something Kaya had made yesterday. She felt his fatigue and knew he hadn't slept. The recharge had gone well, but it had taken a lot out of Trace. Physically, he was drained because he'd worked harder than anyone, especially when the older singers had gotten tired. Emotionally, she thought, this event might have exhausted him nearly as much as losing Bougainville cycles ago. She'd felt ripples of fatigue from him long before they'd finished, and now, after what should have been a relaxing night of sleep, she still felt them. This was not the time to say what she had to say, but there was no time left to say it. "Just tell me," Trace growled. "You have bad news of some kind, and you're debating telling me. Is it the reef? You didn't have to jump out here. You could have delivered this news by radio." "The reef is fine. Everything down there feels exactly normal," she said. "We'll give it a few days, wait for the first full day, and then we're done. Montefialo will be healthy again and ready for this new stage in its life. It worked, Trace. We just successfully merged 2 kinds of sun fluids to fix a dying reef. We should be proud of that." He glared at her. "That isn't what you came to say." "No, it's not. I came to say another reef needs us. Docking bay repairs. It might be bad, and they need help. I think we should do it before we go on your search." Trace ran his hand down his face. "I knew you'd do this." "What am I doing? We just proved we can do anything. What happened to us could have destroyed us, but it didn't. Instead, other reefs want our help. The disaster on Bougainville is sliding into the background, and now we can work again." "You want me to give up this crazy dream of finding hidden reefs? You think," he furrowed his brow, "that I'm using it as an excuse to hide? That I'll spend resources we don't have on a fool's errand? That I made all this up to hide from the world?" She hadn't expected the anger, but that had to do with the lack of sleep and the emotional mess he'd rolled in this week. Working the recharge had taken more out of him than she'd expected, probably more than he'd expected. "I'm not thinking any of those things. You're tired, Trace. We did a good thing here, but you need to rest and regroup before we take on something as huge as a search for hidden reefs. Let's take an easy job and get you back into a pattern of sleeping. Let some of this tension subside." "It's never going to be a good time," he said. "I know you don't believe I can find these reefs. I know you're not on board. Not really. Are the others hiding their doubts too? Do G and Kaya want to stay here and fix reefs? They just got their reef back. Maybe they want to stay and enjoy that. I mean, it has to be one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. I'd understand them wanting to move home now." "They never said any of that to me," Echo said. "But Katie could use Dayton's help now that the 2 reefs will be working together. And Kaya could keep moving forward with her training if we waited a few cycles to search. She'll make an amazing singing physician." Trace ran his hand over his eyes, and again she felt fatigue ripple through his focus. Kaya had monitored them well, and he had no warping, no damage from their exertion, but the fatigue was another story. When Trace got like this, he didn't always think wisely. "I thought we agreed," he said, his voice small. "You lied to me." "I didn't lie. I want to help the Fallis Lenta. I saw Montefialo, Trace. I've been part of this from the beginning. If we hadn't come to help them, they wouldn't have lasted more than another year or 2. They needed our help. And I understand that other Fallis Lenta out there might need our help. But not when you're like this. You need to find a little peace before you take on a reef in trouble. Do you know where to look?" He nodded once. "I spent the past few cycles doing research. I think I found one." She had hoped he hadn't found any, that she could stall him by suggesting he spend the next cycle or 2 doing research. But he was well ahead of her, as always, and she wasn't going to change his mind. "Okay," she said. "Since you found the reef, we'll be ready to go. But I do want to wait until they get their first normal day." He nodded. "Of course. We'd never leave before a job was finished." Fluid took time to settle into its cycle, and they would stay here until it did. She thought it might take longer than normal, because on the Montefollo side of the reef, the zygotic fluid had to merge with the Yoshvaten fluid, but it wouldn't take long enough. She had to come up with some other way to stall her brother. When she had jumped aboard, only Trace had been awake. Soon Kaya rose, smiling when she entered the kitchen, her normal sunny self. Echo knew her best chance of slowing down Trace was through Kaya, although she hated to do that. She didn't want this to seem like the group was ganging up on him. She simply knew he was more worn out than he realized, and she hoped to see him healthy again before they tackled something as huge as damaged reefs. "You didn't sleep," Kaya said, sitting across the table from Trace. "I meant to come back and put you out when you woke up, but I fell asleep and slept hard." "Then you needed the sleep," he said. "I'm fine. I don't know why I didn't sleep." She nodded and turned to Echo. "It's still working? Everything is okay down there? What happens during these first days?" "Normally," Echo said, "the fluid stays on the inside for a couple days, and then it moves up to the top for another day, and after that it settles into its normal day-night cycle. Dayton did the calculations, and their days will be about 100 randoms longer than normal." "It sounds like everything is happening just as we expected," Trace said. "Then why didn't you sleep?" Kaya asked. She put her hand on Trace's, patting and then caressing it before pulling away, her cheeks pink. Echo suspected it embarrassed Kaya to know everyone around her could feel her emotions toward Trace. Eventually she'd get used to the lack of privacy. All eldsingers seemed to. "I don't know," he said. Echo sighed. "Trace, you do know. This was more emotional than you expected. You need to rest and let the dust settle on this project before we take on something new." Trace growled and rose to leave, heading back toward the bedrooms. Kaya watched him go. "Why is he so upset?" she asked. "Because he's tired," Echo said. "Because in the past few days he let all the demons loose. He spent the days remembering the Bougainville disaster, and he's worn out. Then I made it worse by suggesting we wait to look for Fallis Lenta." "Wait how long?" Kaya asked. "I thought we planned it already. We're going to start the search once the days settle here, right?" Echo shrugged. "Can you run a diagnostic on him? I feel like it's dangerous, that he's not ready. Not if he's not sleeping. Eldsingers fall apart pretty fast when they stop sleeping." "I can get him to sleep," Kaya said. And she could. She was skilled at the songs that calmed and put a person to sleep. "Is that really the only problem?" Echo leaned back in her chair. For all her smiles and laughter, Kaya was more complex than most people realized, and she was insightful, especially when it came to her people. Echo and Trace were now her people. "I'm afraid," Echo admitted. "This recharge wasn't difficult, but he was tense and upset the whole time. Looking for Fallis Lenta? We're walking into another huge, unknown situation, one that might be very difficult. I want him ready." She nodded. "So is this fear for him, or fear for you?" "Both," Echo admitted. "I hoped he hadn't found one yet, that we could spend the research time here. I've missed him. While you three were gone, I missed all of you, but he seems to know where to find one." "I wonder how he did that," Kaya said. "G said he disappeared a few times, that he's been hiding things for a while." "Another reason to wait," Echo said. "We need to become a team again." Kaya nodded. "Maybe I'll talk to him later. When G wakes up, we're going to move people home. The Fleota need to get back to their boats before the lake melts completely." Echo grinned. "I hadn't thought of that. And thank you." Kaya nodded and patted Echo's hand. "I don't know if it's right to try to slow him down or not, but I'll help you keep an eye on him. You know I will." G laughed as his people stared at their reef in wonder, bright and warm, their home surrounded by shimmering mountains. Fidelio, who was taking Gianni's place as leader while G traveled with the eldsingers to rescue other hidden reefs, simply grinned. "G, your thoughts?" Fidelio asked. "When will you return?" "I don't know," G said. "I trust you and Papa Olson and Katie to work through all of it. I might be gone a long time." Fidelio put his hand on G's shoulder. That I know. I'm not sure I expect you back at all. Maybe to visit, but not much more. This village, though, Gianni, it will always be your village. You come back, and it's yours. That's generous, G said. But you know I trust you with it, and if you put cycles and cycles of life into this village, I would never dream of taking it from you. Fidelio smiled. Well, you're always welcome, and your advice and friendship are always welcome. You were our leader during a most difficult time, and you were young, and you made us proud. G pulled Fidelio in for a hug. Since G had stepped down, he and his childhood friend had truly become friends again, something that had waned while G was in charge. He would miss him. When they left Montefallo, Trace jumped them to the Tormandu side of the reef, landing them in 2 jumps to stand in front of Echo and Dayton's house. So, what now? Trace asked. Gianni was surprised by the question because he thought the plan was set. When the sun settled, they would start on their journey to find more Fallis Lenta. Trace turned to G in surprise. You didn't know. About the plot to change everything? Trace, Echo said gently. It's not that. You don't feel how tired your focus is. I'm worried. I'm not saying we shouldn't look for the Fallis Lenta. I'm asking you to take a little time before you do. G turned to Echo with his eyebrows raised. You think we should delay? Another reef needs our help. Docking bay issues. Trace and I are very good at docking bays. Trace isn't sleeping. His focus is strange, and we all know it. Maybe we could do this job, relearn how to be a team, and give him a chance to relax before we jump into another dangerous situation. G looked at Echo, assessing her focus, and then he turned his attention to Trace. Echo was truly afraid, and Trace was angry. Then he turned to Kaya, who seemed torn. G understood Trace's anger because this plan had been set for weeks, and it seemed unfair to question it now. You don't agree, Kaya said sweetly to G. You think Trace feels normal? I think nothing makes Trace happier than looking into a mystery, G said. Yes, his focus has been strange, but that was the recharge. In a few days, he'll be himself again. Trace ran his hand over his head. It's disturbing how you all talk about me like I'm not here. Or, it seems, you talk about me behind my back, too. My focus is fine. It's not, G said. It hasn't been for a while. But that makes sense. I think we should keep to our schedule. Dayton? Dayton held out his hands. I know better than to get in the middle of a sibling dispute. That's not fair, Echo said. This isn't about siblings. It's about all of us starting a trip that could be difficult, and I want us to start at our best. Or you don't want us to start at all, Trace said. G paid special attention to his focus, and Echo was right that it was tired. His focus hadn't felt quite right for a long time, but G didn't think it would help to put off this trip. He suspected planning for this trip had gotten him through the recharge. Trace needs this, G said. Yes, his focus isn't right, but I think this will help. We know he thrives on knowledge and adventure. Trace rolled his eyes. We're talking about me like I'm not here again. I'm sorry, G said. I didn't know we were thinking about a change. Can I run a diagnostic? Kaya asked. I want to make sure this isn't something else. Your focus went through a lot this past year. Let's just make sure it's healthy. You ran one not long ago, Trace said. You know I'm fine. You're afraid too. You let Echo convince you I'm not fine, but that's not true. Echo, if you don't want to come, you don't have to. You and Dayton have a life here, and I don't want you to feel like you have to do something you don't want to do. None of you have to come. Kaya, you could keep taking courses. You could become a medical singer. I'm not trying to force anyone to do anything. G felt the rising distress and panic in Trace's focus, and he wanted to settle this situation, but he wasn't sure how. They needed to go now, soon, and they needed to go together. It was that simple. Echo was getting cold feet, maybe because the distress in Trace's focus during the recharge had upset her, but her suggestion that they delay wasn't going to make things better. Trace, G said. He shook his head. He didn't need to reason with Trace. This wasn't about Trace, not really. Echo, it's not fair to try to change our plans. Yes, Trace had a rough couple days. Nobody will deny that. But it's done. It's time to move on to the next things. It's not fair to try to take this away from him. Trace huffed. You all sound like I'm fragile. I'm not fragile. If you don't want to do this, fine. G cringed, knowing this was about to explode in their faces. Trace was exhausted, and he didn't do well exhausted. His sister didn't do much better. He'd been told that fatigue hit eldsingers hard, and they didn't handle it well. He was seeing that truth played out here. Before anyone could stop him, Trace pulled out his panel and jumped away, leaving them in a flash. When the flash died, Echo sighed. I messed that up, didn't I? He's an adult, love, Dayton said. We promised to help him. He thought this was a journey all of us agreed on. Echo leaned against the door of her house. And I got scared. He was so brave the past couple days, but he was also so scared. I hate for him to feel that way. I remember Bougainville, first his pain after the coma, and then the darkness. You cannot imagine the darkness. He lived in this cocoon of darkness and self-hatred for days and days, and I didn't think I would ever get him back. Did you think he would agree to delay? Dayton asked. Echo, you know him better than that. She ran her fingers over damp eyes. I don't know what I expected. G looked at Kaya, also teary. I didn't mean to do that, Kaya said. I didn't want him hurt, that's all. There's more than one way to be hurt, G said. It's clear he's not himself, or he wouldn't have jumped out of here like a child. But we all could have handled that better. Now we get to apologize, Echo said. And we'll join him, right? I never meant I planned not to join him. Let's finish packing, Dayton said. We'll get things settled here and start this trip like we planned. Everyone thought that sounded like a good idea. Unfortunately, when Kaya and Gianni jumped to the docking bay, landing in the Sea Warbler, it didn't take long to realize Trace was gone. He'd taken his clothes. He had left them, probably to look for the reef alone. Which, G thought, meant Echo's fears weren't far off. The guy wasn't thinking clearly, or he never would have undertaken such a trip on his own. Chapter 4. Trace knew this wasn't a good idea. He knew it before he finished playing the first jump to take the skipper out of the docking bay. He'd known it days ago, when he'd feared Echo would do this exact thing, and had purchased a small, older skipper, just in case. But he'd made the purchase anyway, and now he sat in the small vessel and jumped into the dark ocean, heading more deeply into the dead zone. He would be wise to turn back, apologize, and wait. G would join him, he knew. Kaya could be convinced. Unfortunately, she'd easily been convinced by Echo that he was in danger, and that hurt. He hated that all of them considered him unstable, a constant conversational topic when he wasn't around. Echo thought he was a little boy, and she'd convinced the rest of them to see him in the same light. Of course, by pitching a fit and jumping away alone, he was pleading her case more than his own. He had held together through the recharge, but his fear and distress had been impossible to hide. So their reaction to him wasn't just Echo. He'd done it to himself. He'd been tied in knots for days, and it would take a few more for that to settle. He should have given them the time to see that happen. But then they should have given him time, too, not threatened to delay the trip for cycles when he needed a few days at best. He fiddled with the nav map and punched in the coordinates. He'd worked hard to find this reef, assuming he arrived and found a reef. Maybe this was another dead end. He'd run into plenty of those in the past few cycles. He'd spoken to 2 more Jonathan, both of whom had heard of Fallis Lenta, so he assumed that part was true. Fallis Lenta existed. Nobody knew how many there might be, but late in his life, Jake Odell, the original Portomare eldsinger, had helped an other realm group known as the Jago settle several reefs on Portomare, hidden reefs known as Fallis Lenta. After that, everything was hearsay, and he'd been reduced to seeking out legends and folk tales, because there seemed to be no actual data about strange reefs. Instead, he'd found 2 stories about a ring of reefs and dragons. Dragons. He'd been considering leading his friends into the dead zone because of a story of a reef hidden in a ring and guarded by dragons. No wonder Echo thought he wasn't ready for this trip. He sounded crazy. But they'd seen strange eels at Montefollo that could possibly be described as dragons, so maybe the other realm creatures lived in the sea around more than one reef. The only science he had for this excursion was a blip on a geological surveillance map. 150 years ago, a few small tremors had been felt on this site. Out in the dead zone, data wasn't kept well, so there was reason to doubt, but the OPD nearest the area had been considering a new byway, and they'd taken a few years of data to check the safety of the passage. They'd recorded tremors, and they'd decided to shift their plans. Those tremors might indicate the creation of a reef. Surely if someone jumped a whole reef's worth of dirt and rock into a hollow rock on the ocean floor, it would cause a stir. "Oh," he said out loud, "it doesn't sound like much when I think about it, but I'm sure this is it. I'm sure I found one. But I'm out here doing this alone. Not smart." He decided to stick to the course and visit the reef. He would determine if this might be an option, and then head back, apologize, and retrieve anyone who wanted to search out Fallis Lenta with him. The dead zone was the least populated part of Portomare, so it made sense that someone wanting to hide reefs might put them here. Few reefs had been developed out here, partially because of the canyons between them, some so deep that nobody had seen the bottom. In fact, he'd just crossed one of the scariest sections of ocean in the world. It took 4 jumps to get across, and if he'd run into mechanical difficulty along the way, he could sink hopelessly into the depths where no one could ever find him. "And I'm out here alone, worrying my family," he mumbled. "Good going, Trace Odell. You complain about Echo treating you like a child, but maybe that's because you act like one." After jumping across the deepest byway, he shifted the ship to autodrive and left the navigational pit. The small vessel felt empty and lonely. He had traveled alone several times during the semester, meeting with Jonathan and others who might have answers for him, but this was different. Maybe because he'd made such a mess on his way out. Echo and Kaya would be hurt. He was irritated with Kaya for taking Echo's word over his own when it came to his state of mind, but he shouldn't have run off and hurt her. She was still new to so much of the world, and he should treat her kindly. He hadn't done that. Also, this wasn't home. He missed the little touches on the sea warbler. One thing he'd brought along was his pencils and chalks, and while the skipper traveled the dark waters, he sat on the sofa and sketched. Again he drew Montefollo after the recharge, with dark sparkling mountains and bright clouds. Natural reefs had rolling hills or flatland. Mountains were unheard of, and they were the first sign that someone had put land in an empty reef instead of adding flora and fauna to the existing reef floor. He drew for 200 randoms, glad this pastime had been restored. After losing his family, he'd hated to draw, reminded of his mother who'd pushed him to start the hobby and had loved every drawing he'd ever made. Kaya said art fed him, and as he sat over the pages here in this strange skipper, he thought she might be right. When he set down the paper, he felt better than when he'd picked it up. He continued to jump and drive for another day before he arrived. The sensors told him he was coming up to a huge area of above-floor rock, which normally meant reefs, although this was a strange configuration for a reef. As he got closer, he understood the reference to a ring. The sensor said he wasn't approaching one reef. No, he was approaching several rocks, likely several reefs, and although the sensor wasn't giving him much information, it appeared the rocks were in roughly a circular configuration, a ring. If the ring part was right, did that mean he had to look out for dragons? Again, the legend could be referring to eels, the Vatnausch, creatures they'd encountered in tunnels beneath Montefollo. Montefollo myth said the animals were guardians of heroes. He wasn't feeling heroic, but one of the animals had saved his life while they fixed Montefollo's overheating volcano. Maybe Vatnausch guarded all the Fallis Lenta. When he got near enough, he jumped the skipper to hover in front of the closest reef. These were smaller than average, and about half of them were smaller than any viable reef he'd ever encountered. The other half were maybe a third the size of the reef where he'd grown up, Bougainville. That meant he could search halfway across the reef from outside the walls, which meant he could get a good idea of what was within each reef without having to set foot inside, because he shouldn't be entering unknown reefs without backup. He had spent 2 days now doing things he shouldn't do without backup. The sensor told him there were 12 reefs in the configuration, and simple observation told him which one he looked for. Of the 12, only one was covered in plant and animal life, a testament to the heat inside a viable reef. He piloted close and spent a long moment watching animals swim and skitter on the stone surface while wondering what he might find inside. Because Montefallo, the other Fallis Lenta, contained a rock he couldn't easily penetrate with a song, he approached this reef cautiously, first piloting around it in search of a docking bay. Like Montefallo, this reef seemed impenetrable using conventional means. Next, he used scans, delighted that the limited scanner on this old skimmer was able to penetrate. It didn't reach far, but it verified that the reef had a Yoshvaten sun, the same as Montefallo. The temps were warmer, so perhaps this sun wasn't in danger as the first had been. He moved the vessel and scanned more deeply, finding the remains of 2 docking doors. They'd been sealed so well they weren't visible from outside, but the reef had 2 scars, indicating once this reef had been accessible to outsiders. Well, that made it different from Montefallo. 2 doors, he said aloud. Montefallo didn't even get 1, and you got 2. I wonder why. And how hard is it to seal off a door? I've never seen a reef do that. He wished he had Echo's drones to take a better look inside, but he brought up the data he had and considered it. The reef was a few degrees cooler than a zygotic reef, but that fit with the Yoshvaten sun, which gave less heat. The humidity level was slightly higher than normal. There was plant life, but he didn't know what kind of plants. Nothing seemed unusual about the atmosphere. Even better, since he could use the sensors, that meant this was a normal rock wall, something he could safely play through. When he'd gotten all the data he could from the simple scan, he pulled the panel into his lap. He would play a search. The sensor hadn't found anything unusual about the reef wall, so he shouldn't slam into something unknown, but he did take it slow. When his focus easily slid through the rock, he searched more swiftly, surprised to find a large body of water not far from the docking door. He let his focus race above the water, which seemed to fill the southwestern quadrant of the reef. He'd never felt such a large body of water in a reef before. Even Montefallo's volcanic lake was smaller. He had to slow when he passed over a few islands, some very tall, all an unknown stone. Then he pulled back and sent his focus to the east of the docking door, where he discovered a thick forest alternating with pasture or meadowland. He stopped as he felt a few man-made structures, but he felt no signs of human life. When he searched what he could from this location, he jumped the skipper around to the other docking door and ran another scan. This time he found a village not far from the wall, where he felt about 100 people. He didn't think they could sing, but they gave off a strange, other-realm energy which could possibly hide focal energy. He skimmed over them quickly in case they could feel his search, not wanting to frighten them. He also felt livestock and a few more villages, none larger than the first. After this, he hit dense rock. He could search through it, so it wasn't dangerous, but it slowed his search, and he pulled his focus back, growing tired. He took a few notes and made a crude map, and then he settled himself for a meal. This was a Fallis Lenta. The docking door issue, along with the Yoshvaten sun, made that clear. He had enough answers to go get his friends, and they could explore it. However, he wasn't sure he should do that. The people on this reef had warmth. They had light. They weren't overcrowded, nor did he sense anything else that might cause trouble. He knew nothing specific about the people, but they'd been moving in and around their village, so likely they were healthy. He'd felt both large and small people, meaning they were successfully bearing children. If they didn't need his help, did he have the right to show up? Was his curiosity enough to warrant entering these people's world? He could leave and not come back. He could begin a search for another Fallis Lenta reef, except he didn't know where to start. Finding this one had taken all his resources. Of course, there were more Jonnakin in the world, other realm visitors who'd come hundreds of years ago and stayed, a whole race of historians. Maybe one of them would have some clue about finding another reef, assuming there were more than two. But maybe this reef held clues. Would it hurt to pop in and look around? Maybe these people knew about other reefs. The people of Montefollo had no answers, but that didn't mean all the Fallislenta had been told lies. Maybe the villagers here would be able to tell him more about themselves, like why they'd been placed here and who exactly had placed them. He had a name, Jago, but he knew nothing more. What kind of people were Jago? Were they people at all? He desperately wanted to know. He continued around the reef and ran more searches. He'd now felt just under half the reef, and with a couple more searches, he could feel nearly all of it except the very center. He couldn't reach fully halfway across, so some of it would be out of his range, but he should know enough to decide what to do next. This was an excuse, and he knew it. He wanted answers, and they were right here in front of him. He wanted to see it. What did that large body of water look like? Did the rocks sparkle under the Yoshvaten sun? Was it dim on the reef, or bright? He'd not seen a healthy Yoshvaten reef, so he didn't know what the light would look like. The scan showed light winds, more than normal for a reef. Was that due to the water, or was there something else? He set the skipper to hover at the same level as the docking doors, and played a search that put him just over the water again. The lake reached 2/3 across the reef and almost halfway back, rimmed with rock, and contained several small rocky islands. He sent his focus high into the air, not expecting to find any resistance, although he felt wind up at the top of his range. He wasn't sure if that was normal or not, as he wasn't sure he'd ever searched high like that, and certainly not over a body of water. Then his focus passed through something that felt animal. Huge for an animal, airborne, so some kind of bird. It gave off energy, something like a focus, only simpler. The energy shifted as he focally collided with it, like it could feel his search. He pulled back and took a few slow breaths. He didn't like the idea that something in there was aware of him. He jumped back to the other side, searching near a village to check the energy from the villagers. Maybe he hadn't felt an animal. Maybe it was an air machine. He thought he'd heard of places where men made machines that flew in the sky, so maybe he'd felt the energy of men in a large machine. No, what he'd felt wasn't like the people at all. He let the wind go, thinking about a creature large enough to slow his focus that way. It was huge, maybe with the mass of 8 or 10 people. Definitely an animal. He knew the ocean held animals that large, like whales, but he'd never known of a land animal with such size, especially not a bird. No Portomare bird was even half the size of a human, and this one was 8 times the size. He had to jump in. He didn't know if he would see one of the birds, as they seemed to be over the water, but he wanted a glimpse of this world. He wouldn't be able to make himself leave until he'd seen it. He would pop in, far from the villages, look around, and then come back. Then he would jump home, apologize, and come back with the others. They would look around the reef to see if it held any clues to other reefs, and maybe they would look for the birds, because that was just too strange to ignore. How could he possibly leave without ever seeing a bird from another world that was as big as this was? He put a small supply pack over his shoulder, and with a deep breath he played the jump song, easily pushing through the reef wall and landing near the old docking door. The village was at least 200 randoms away by foot, and he felt nothing that made him think they had vehicles here, no machinery or technology. He would get in and out in a few randoms with no one ever knowing he'd been here. When he opened his eyes, he grinned. The light was dimmer than Zygotic light, bathing everything in a pale pink glow. The trees were tall, with wide, full leaves on flat tops. The underbrush dark green, aglow with flowering bushes. A tangy sweet scent fragranced the air, which shifted in a light wind. What he realized almost immediately was that his focus tingled with energy. The plants weren't putting off focal energy exactly, but they put off something that he felt through his focus. The result was that the reef felt especially alive. The sensation reminded him of whatever he had felt from the villagers, some kind of energy that wasn't focal, but was close. Quickly he played a search, surprised to feel 2 humans moving along the water not far from here. They were far enough away that he wasn't worried about them seeing him, but he needed to pay attention and make sure to avoid them. This wasn't the time to introduce himself. He started walking, telling himself he would simply walk to the shore, look over the lake, and then jump out. He climbed the closest low rock and gazed over the water, which rippled in the breeze. It was lighter in color than expected, so clear that he could see to the bottom near the shore. Small fish darted amongst rocks in many hues of brown and blue. Out deeper he couldn't see as far, but he thought he made out shadows circling and shifting. From here he could also see an island. It appeared to be stone, taller than it was wide, barren and dark, although it shimmered just slightly in the Yoshvaten sunlight. To the northeast, the land opened up in a field of purple flowers. Again the beauty and energy felt like life around him, caressing his skin and filling his senses. He played the search one more time to make sure the humans were still in the distance, and he felt more, 2 pairs of people. They didn't feel exactly the same, but because they were other realmers without active foci, he could sense few details about them. A low, haunting sound crossed the water, so low he felt as much as heard it. He gazed into the distance and then up into the sky, hoping to see something within the clouds, which were low and full, gold pink and gray overhead. When he didn't see anything, he waited. The sound came again, closer this time. With it came a strange pull and a sharp pain in his focus. Something was attacking him at the focal level, and his focus warped with the attack. He had no idea what could do that, and he reacted instinctively, shooting wind through the panel and jumping into the forest. He couldn't pause to determine his direction or landing point, simply flailing focally to get out from under the crushing pressure and pain. He latched onto something nearby, something that felt like safety, and the final notes of the song seemed to play themselves. He saw the flash through his eyelids, and then he didn't feel anything else. Chapter 5. "This way," Brindle said to Rohan, who good-naturedly followed her through a stand of low brush to a shady spot in the forest. The morning light bathed the area in pale pink, and the air filled with the sound of birds. She loved the reef in the morning, and right now, with the sensation of healing plants in her head, she felt completely at peace. Rohan watched around them as she picked the healthiest leaves of the healing plants and placed them in her pack. She'd always teased him about being a throwback to the warriors in their past, although their people hadn't had to fight for generations. Here in the reef, they knew peace. They were 2 peoples, yes, with the Inri, like Rohan and Brindle, and the Yitri, all living in one space. But they rarely interacted, and when they did so peacefully. Rohan needed a war, or an enemy, or he just needed to relax. He squatted at her side. "It always amazes me you can do that." "The healer says every generation has a few souls who feel the strength of the plants and know how to use them," she said. "I'm not that unusual." He laughed. "You keep telling yourself that, Brindle. You feel plants that are good, and you know plants that are poison. You also roam more than anyone I know." She laughed back at him. "And you roam right along with me." "To keep you out of trouble," he said. "Once you get focused on your plants, the reef ceiling could collapse on you, and you'd never know." Most of this was true, but Rohan also roamed because, like her, he simply felt a call to keep in motion. Both of them suffered with restlessness that didn't leave them alone. Brindle stood up and rubbed dirt off her hands. "Maybe we should head home. I don't feel anything new around here, not past this plant." "I'm game," he said. "It's probably time to fish. We don't want the village stores to go too low." Rohan was a fisherman, and while he was the same age as Brindle, barely past his teens, he was the best fisherman in the village. The way she knew plants, he seemed to understand the patterns of the fish. Rarely did he lead the fishers out and not return laden with the tastiest catches. They headed back to an overgrown trail, Rohan watching for Rogue. They hadn't seen any on this trek, people who had no village, who roamed and sometimes caused trouble, but everyone knew Rogue were unpredictable and could appear without notice. They were the most dangerous thing on the reef outside of the Dreki. Rohan didn't watch for Dreki. Although they knew the animals could be deadly, they'd never attacked in Brindle's lifetime, so they didn't worry over them. And honestly, she wanted to see them. The mystery of the creatures called to her, and more than anything, she longed to see the ancient creatures up close. As though she'd called it with her thoughts, suddenly the air filled with the low, mourning cry of a Dreki in the distance. Rohan froze, head high, eyes narrowed. This area was lightly forested, so they could see the sky above them, but they didn't see the animal, who must be hunting over the lake, even though she'd never heard one hunt this late in the morning. The animal called again, closer now, the sound seeming to vibrate her very bones, and then a flash filled the air. She closed her eyes against it, startled and now scared. When she opened them, something in the air was different. Like the air after a rain, heavy with something unknown. "Brindle, stay back," Rohan commanded, so of course she pushed past him to see what he was warning her about. She stopped fast, frozen in surprise, because the empty path was now home to a person, lying unmoving on the worn dirt. His clothing was unusual, not appearing to be either Inri or Yitri. Maybe he was Rogue, although they usually stole clothes and looked like anyone else. And of course, Rogue never appeared in a flash of light. Nobody appeared in a flash of light. She ran ahead of Rohan and knelt at his side. "Brindle," Rohan scolded. He grabbed at her arm and tried to drag her up and away, but she swatted at him and gently rolled the man from his side to his back. For a minute, both of them simply stared. "I've never seen clothing like this," Rohan said. "He has to be Rogue. If he was from a village nearby, he'd be wearing something we recognize." Brindle felt something from him, a faint something like she felt from healing plants, although it was much fainter. He wore a pack on his shoulder, and she wondered if he had plants inside it, something new she'd never felt before. Rohan squatted at her side and touched the man's face. He wasn't old, and he was handsome. His hair was shorter than what most Inri and Yitri wore, and she touched it, but it felt like hair. His skin felt like skin. But he had appeared in a flash of light, and he was unrecognizable, and Brindle didn't know what to make of him. "He could be dangerous," Rohan said, but he didn't sound convinced. "Or he could need our help," she said. Watching the man's even breathing, she didn't understand why he was asleep. He had no obvious injury. "Brindle," Rohan warned. "No," she said. "We're out here in the wilderness, and we're not evil. Not everyone is dangerous. Even most Rogue aren't dangerous." Rohan suddenly stood and spun, darting away, and she found herself leaning closer to the man. He was older than her and Rohan, but probably not much older. Gently she tugged the pack from his arm, arranging him so he looked more comfortable. She found a strange mat of dried reeds at his side, and she set that on his pack. "Brindle," Rohan said, voice harsh. She looked back and then shot to her feet, startled. Rohan stood with two young men, beautiful young men. Rohan looked angry, but the other pair simply looked curious. One of them stared at her with open attraction, but it was innocent attraction, like he'd never seen something like her before. The other looked nervous. Then she realized something shocking, and she gasped and took a step back. "You noticed, then?" Rohan's frown gave way to a surprising grin. A Dreki call in the daytime, a stranger in a flash of light, and twins. Twins. She moved to stand in front of the one staring at her, and he smiled, a dimple appearing in his cheek. "I'm John. This is Henrik. We're not dangerous. They might have told you that, but it's not true." "Who is that man? I feel he needs help." At that, John walked past her toward the unconscious man, and Henrik followed. "John," he scolded, "it could be dangerous. All of them could be dangerous. Henrik turned to them with a frown. Did you hurt this man? Do you plan to hurt us? You're twins, Rohan said. You're worried about us? We could ask the same of you. How are you even real? John laughed and spread his arms. You think you're imagining us? What happened to this man? What did you do to him? The rogue are harmless. Most of them are harmless. You make sport of them? Of course not, Rohan said. He appeared after the flash, after the Dreki called. He's unusual. She knelt with John, who put his hand on the man's chest, very aware of his warmth against her shoulder. He closed his eyes and then turned to his twin. Brother. They were brothers, but in her experience, twins were mythical, so the idea of brothers was much too mundane. He is unusual, John said. Can you feel it? Not from here, Henrik said. He moved closer, after which Rohan walked around the unconscious man and squatted near them, always ready to defend Brindle if there was trouble. Poor Rohan and his need to protect. The man ought to live in a world with more danger. Of course, right now they were facing a host of possibly dangerous things. And yet she felt no fear. That always drove Rohan crazy, because very little scared her. Oh, Henrik said, as he knelt at John's side. Together, she couldn't tell them apart. She'd never seen anything so strange in her life. One of the most handsome men she'd ever seen was two handsome men. Looking from one to the other made her feel dizzy, like her mind didn't know what to do with what her eyes were seeing. You feel it then, John said. He continued to rest his hand on the man. I do, Henrik said. What if he's dangerous to you? John rolled his eyes, and his twin laughed. Well, I had to try. I don't see injury. Neither did I, Brindle said, trying to get back into their conversation. She wasn't sure what they were talking about. What are you doing? What might be dangerous? Both boys looked at her with identical eyes, and Rohan got closer, his eyes narrowing. Then Henrik looked at John, who shook his head. I have to help, John said to Henrik. You know I do. Mom and Dad are wrong. We don't belong hidden away. We're not dangerous, and you know it. This man needs our help. Maybe he needs you right now more than me. Then we might get answers. Henrik nodded, and he placed his hand on the man, while John removed his. John said. He looked at Rohan, who was bigger than the twins, and at the moment looked a little scary. Brindle widened her eyes at Rohan, who took the hint and leaned back. So far, the boys hadn't done anything threatening. Henrik and I have some skills, John said. When I touch someone, I can calm and soothe pain. Henrik can wake a person up a little bit. I think this man might need my skill, but for now maybe we can wake him up. He feels very strange. Something in the air around him, maybe. I feel plants, Brindle said. Rohan glared, clearly not wanting her to share anything with this pair, but she was used to ignoring her overprotective friend. I sense plants that can heal and those that can harm. I feel something from him, too. I thought he might have some unusual plants in his bag, but you think it's the man himself? What is he? Other realm, Rohan said. Look, today has been all about things that make no sense. Dreki calling in the daytime, light flashes, twins. Seems we need other realmers to make this the most impossible day of our lives. The Flash was this man? John asked. You said he appeared after the Flash. When the Flash died and we could see again, there he was, Brindle said. These clothes aren't like anything I know. Brindle watched John finger the lightweight fabric of the man's shirt while imagining what the clothing might look like if he was upright. How tall was this man? The clothes seemed a little tighter than what men wore around here, but she couldn't be certain of that. With a hiss and a groan, the man came awake. He opened pale eyes and looked from one of them to the other, since now all four of them were on the ground staring at him. He took 2 slow, deep breaths, likely in pain. Who are you? Rohan asked. How did you get here? Do you mean us harm? Rohan, she said, placing a hand on his arm. Go slowly. He hurts. He does, John said. I can fix that, but he'll sleep again. First, sir, we'd love to know who you are, and how we can help you." The man gave a tight nod. He had deep, beautiful eyes. Those eyes had seen things. They understood things. She felt the urge to get lost in those eyes and discover answers to all her questions. She shook her head at the strangeness of the thoughts. "Trace," the man said. "Trace Odell. I'm Trace." "Something attacked. From far away it attacked, and I didn't get away well. It hurts." "What hurts?" John asked. With his skill at soothing pain, Brindle wondered if he was more in tune with pain than the rest of them, more filled with compassion. Rohan looked suspicious, but John appeared to worry more about helping this man than protecting himself. Henrik silently placed a hand on his brother's back. "Head," Trace said quietly. "It tore my focus." "A bird? A bird that hunts focally?" All of them looked at each other. Not a bird. The flash had come after the hunting cry of the Dreki, although they never hunted near the shore at this time of day. This man was attacked by a Dreki? "Dreki," Rohan said. "So they can attack." "What is focally?" Brindle asked. "There's a panel," the man said. "Is it here? Made of reeds? Plants?" She knew what he was talking about, and she put the small mat of plants in his hand. She felt nothing from it, so she assumed this plant neither healed nor harmed. Trace kept the panel in his hand, and he took another deep breath and spoke again. "Everyone has something in their spirit, mind. It's called a focus. In most of you, it's dormant, but some of us channel all our energy through it. I'm one of those, so my focus is important to my health, to my well-being. Something latched onto my focus and hurt it, tore it. I don't know if I can explain." Trace groaned again, and John put his hand on him. Very quickly, Trace closed his eyes and slid away. "Is he alive?" Rohan asked. "Yes," John said. "He hurts, so I thought I'd help him out. Maybe he won't hurt so much when he wakes up." Rohan looked around. The Dreki hurt him. Without touching him, the Dreki attacked. "Have we heard of this?" "No," Henrik said. "My parents say a long time ago a Dreki attacked a village, but not in their lifetimes. We see them sometimes out over the water, and I don't want them to be bad." Brindle laughed. "That's a good way to say that. I've always wanted to see one up close. Have you seen one up close?" "John did," Henrik said. "My mother and I were out gathering," John said. "One flew right over us. Its wings were so large we could hear the air they displaced. It sparkled blue and green in the evening light, and its eyes were like blue stones. Mother said to stand very still, and it sniffed at us and then flew on." "It didn't sense you as a twin," Rohan said. "Interesting. We were told you had half a soul, and the Dreki sensed that and hated it, that they found you dangerous." "Nothing like that happened," John said. "It was beautiful. It looked dangerous and elegant and beautiful." "Except maybe it attacked this man," Rohan said. "It's not safe here. We need to get off this path." "We can go home," John said. "We don't live far." "There's a village out here?" Rohan asked. "No," Henrik said. "We live alone. My parents fled to save our lives." "What?" Brindle stilled. She always felt safe on the reef, safe in her restless wandering. She didn't want that to change. "You were in danger?" Henrik put out his hand. "Later. Right now, let's get to a safe place. The Dreki might be harmful, maybe to us, or maybe just to other realmers. Because we all know this man has to be other realm." He was right, but it was still unbelievable. An other realmer, twins, a possible Dreki attack. It was turning out to be a very strange day. Chapter 6. The boys lifted the man and carried him down the worn path to a ruin. It was a huge stone building partially above and partially below ground. Perhaps it had been a palace filled with beauty and music, although now vines and roots covered much of the roof and grew from broken walls. The courtyard was several steps down and still open to the air, although it was below the level of the ground. Flowers bloomed from many of the vines in vivid pinks and yellows. "This is beautiful." Brindle stopped on the stairs and took a deep breath, her senses tingling with many useful plants. "I smell the flowers. I'm not sure I've ever seen such giant flowers." "They grow from the stone," Henrik said. "My mother thinks the ruin is made from a special rock that lets things grow through. Flowers grow all over the place, coming from deep within the rock. Much of it has split and broken, but it's easy to imagine it when it was new." Rohan paused, shifting his hold on Trace, and looked at the old building around them. "I wonder why they chose to build it here, so it was half in the ground and half out. Does it fill when it rains? But it also feels safe. Is it old? It looks like it was already old when the ancestors moved us here." "We think so," Henrik said. "When we settle Trace? John, let's take him to the garden room. Mom and Dad won't be happy, but we can't let the Dreki have him." John nodded and turned to one of the nearby rooms, one with almost a full roof. It was nearly below ground level, but it had a glass roof, and while vines now covered part of that roof, light still entered, and plants grew from the stone walls and the floor. "I've never seen anything like this," Brindle said. The complex was alive with healing plants. "What do you know about the people who lived here? Were these our ancestors? Or your Inri? Yitri?" "Yitri," John said. "I wonder if the Inri and the Yitri are really two people. There's nothing here to indicate who these people were. No words or letters on the walls, no old documents. Everything that remains is stone, mostly empty rooms. Some have floors at different levels, and many have a few steps from level to level." "It's built into the rock," Rohan said, gesturing with his chin. "I've heard there are ruins on the Dreki Islands, also built into the rock. Maybe the Dreki didn't always live there. Maybe our people used to live on the islands too." The boys lay Trace on a cushioned bench in the garden room beneath the glass ceiling. He didn't move. "Will he survive?" She didn't know why she asked, because none of them had answers. "I think so," Rohan said. He looked around again. "But perhaps his presence will cause the Dreki to attack more of us." "He said he was different," Henrik said. Or John. As they'd moved, she'd lost track of which one was where. They weren't wearing identical clothes, but she'd forgotten which one was wearing what. She wondered if their parents had this problem. Perhaps only he's in danger. "You said you had to flee," she said. "I want to understand." Everyone sat on bright mats on the floor around Trace, who was still completely unconscious. She continued to feel something from him, but she couldn't put it into words. "My mother knew she was carrying twins. The midwife tried to hide that from her, tried to convince her she simply carried a large baby, but she knew. That's when the midwife threatened her. Twins happen, but one is taken. The mothers don't know. They're given herbs during delivery so they won't remember. One twin survives, and the other doesn't. They say that keeps us safe. Twins split a soul, so they're dangerous. The Dreki sense those half-souls and try to destroy them. If twins survive, they're dangerous because of their souls and because the Dreki come to hurt them. When one dies, the soul is restored to the other." Rohan looked at Trace, and then back to the twin who'd been speaking. "I'm sorry," he said. "I don't know which one you are." "John," the twin said, grinning. "I was born first. I would have survived, but Henrik wouldn't have. Can you imagine? Look at him. He isn't dangerous. He has a whole soul. Animals have twins sometimes, and they seem normal. We know women used to have twins, and now they don't, except my mom is proof they still do. I think the story about souls is a way to kill without remorse." "But to what end?" Rohan asked. "You seem normal to me, except looking at you gives me a headache. But why would someone kill half the twins and lie about it?" "I think it has to do with the Dreki," Henrik said. "My dad thinks our souls are complete, but even he isn't sure we're safe from the Dreki. He likes for us to stay away from the water and not be seen together outside." Brindle glanced at John. She thought she was beginning to tell them apart by their ideas. Each saw the world a little differently. "You ignore that, don't you?" she asked. I bet you go outside together looking for Dreki whenever you can." Henrik laughed. "He tries, but I'm a little more cowardly," John said. He laughed and put his arm around his twin. "Sensible, I guess, not cowardly. I've always wanted to know more about the Dreki and the history. Why are they here? If they attack twins, who put them in this reef with people who once had twins? It doesn't make sense." Brindle glanced at Rohan, who simply looked back at her. They'd had similar conversations many times. Both of them felt things in the histories didn't make sense. Brindle's grandfather was on the East Inri Council, and she feared he was keeping things from the villagers, that there were secrets and lies swirling around their lives. In light of everything she'd seen today, she wondered if those secrets and lies were dangerous. John moved to Trace's side and poured healing into him with the palm of his hand. Maybe twins were normal people, but something about John and Henrik seemed very abnormal. They were adventurous and compassionate. John's face was a picture of focused concern. He meant to give Trace everything he needed to feel better. Rohan was just as compassionate, although he hid his compassion beneath a gruff exterior. Rohan wanted to protect people, but they also drove him crazy sometimes. Near dusk, Trace finally woke up, and everyone sighed in relief. "Hey," Trace said quietly. He squinted, clearly still in pain. "I'm sorry. I didn't get your names." Rohan introduced everyone, and Trace slowly pushed upright. His hands shook, and he was damp with sweat. John put his panel into his hand, and Trace smiled at that. Then his eyes widened as he looked at the twins. "You don't sing," he said cryptically, "but you have energy. All four of you, but stronger in the twins." "Your other realm," Henrik said. "Am I right? Why are you here? How are you here?" "You know this is a reef, then," Trace said, "that you're on Portomare beneath the ocean?" "Of course we know," Rohan said. "You haven't answered the questions." Trace smiled through his obvious pain. "True. Yes, I'm other realm. I'm from the world outside, from Portomare. I'm a reed singer, an eldsinger. Do you know that term?" They didn't, so Trace explained about having a focus and being able to manipulate things with the panel. Some of this he'd said before, admitting he barely remembered waking up the first time. Then he demonstrated, using his mind to make music with his panel that caused 2 plates to move across the room and back in a flash. Brindle was stunned. She hadn't expected anything like this, nothing so powerful, but it explained how this man had arrived. "So you did come in the flash of light," Henrik said. "Yes," Trace said. "The Dreki tore my focus, and I reached out wildly with my focus to escape. I must have felt some of you and come to you out of instinct, looking for help. I'm sorry I startled you." John put his hand on Trace's arm, and Trace sighed relief. "That's impressive," Trace said. "You're the second set of Fallis Lenta citizens that can heal with touch. It's not a skill we Portomarans possess." "I can't heal much," John said. "It's mostly pain and fear. I can lessen pain and fear. Whatever hurts you is still there." "It's easier to heal when the pain isn't as great," Trace said. "Tell me about your Dreki." Rohan and Henrik told him what they knew, which wasn't much. "Once they flew over the whole land," Rohan said. "Then something happened, and they retreated to the islands. They hunt near the shore, but rarely do they come inland. They have huge wings and long bodies. 4 legs. We've never been close enough to them to know more." "Dragons," Trace said. He smiled. "I thought I was looking for a reef guarded by water creatures, but it sounds like your world has literal dragons. That's what we call your Dreki, I think. Only they're stories, not real." Trace glanced around and asked if the twins had something to draw on. They found some rough pages and a kohl pencil, and Trace sketched a Dreki. Brindle watched in amazement. The council kept pages of information as words, but she'd never seen someone make images before. As in everything he did, Trace appeared to be in complete control of his world, sketching quickly and precisely. And yet he'd been attacked, was still in obvious pain, and struggled to sit upright. She wondered if he felt in control on the inside, or if he was good at pretending. "Yes," Henrik said. "The one I saw looked almost like that. His head was flatter. His tail might have been longer. How did you know?" "Seems somewhere along the line, our people and your Dreki met up," Trace said. "The Dreki don't hurt you?" "Once, long ago," Brindle said. She wanted to explain everything to Trace. The man might have answers, and she had longed for answers for her whole life. Or so the stories say. Not everything the elders tell us makes sense. "Brindle," Rohan scolded, "I'm not sure this is the place for your theories." "Look at these two," she said angrily, gesturing to the twins. "They live out here alone because of the Dreki, but we know nothing about the Dreki." "We know the Dreki hurt Trace," Rohan said. "Because he's an Other-realmer," Henrik said. "Maybe. My father says the Dreki didn't like Other-realmers, and things were better after they left. Those are the stories he was told growing up." "Do you know when that was?" Trace asked. "When the Other-realmers left? Or why?" John sighed. "The histories are never complete. It's bits and pieces." "Yes," she said, "bits and pieces that have to do with fear and danger. I don't trust them." "Stories about people living normal, boring lives don't get told," Rohan said. "It makes sense that what they pass down is the harder moments." Trace grinned. "That actually makes some sense. So you don't have other realm visitors?" "Not in our lifetime," John said, "or in our parents' lifetime. Nor have we seen attacks by the Dreki. Our lifetimes have been mundane except for twins being killed." They told Trace about twins and Dreki, and he scowled. "That only makes sense if twins are half souls. I don't think that's true. I think there's something else. Do you know why the reef is here? Who put it here?" Brindle shook her head. "That's been lost too. It's very convenient that anything real is lost and rumors linger forever." Trace nodded. "Yes, we've seen that in more than one situation. I guess my next question is the important one. I've come to help. The other reef like yours was in trouble. You have heat and light and food. Your people aren't at war. I can leave you alone and not come back, because I'm not sure I have any reason to be here. Do you need anything?" Brindle swept her hand out at the twins. "If what they say is true, babies are killed on our reef, and almost nobody knows. To me, that's a terrible thing. I think we need to know the truth." "You're not just talking about the babies," Rohan said. "This is about your own curiosity." "Yes," she admitted. "I want to understand the rogue. I want to know why we're here with Dreki, since they hate twins, and our women used to have many twins. This reef doesn't make sense, and I like the world to make sense. And maybe Trace can move from place to place. Maybe we can see the Dreki." At this, everyone went silent. Brindle knew Rohan had always been curious about the creatures, and it seemed the twins felt the same, even if it endangered them. The mysterious animals who lived on the distant islands called to everyone here. Trace took a deep breath. His breathing had gotten irregular, and clearly he was hurting worse, which made no sense. What had the Dreki done to him? And why was Brindle asking the man hurt by them to help her find them? She felt like the worst person on the reef. "I have friends," he said. "I know you want answers, but I need to go for my friends, and then we can help you together." His breathing hitched, and John put his hand on the man's back, sliding it low under his shirt to his skin. Trace groaned one more time, and then slid away from them again. John caught him and lay him flat. "I'm worried," John said, as they watched him rest. "I don't understand what was done to him. He wants to help, but right now he needs for us to help him, and I'm not sure what's wrong." "Mom and Dad will be home tomorrow," Henrik said. He looked at Rohan and Brindle. "You're welcome to stay here. You see we have plenty of room. And—" Henrik ducked his head, and she understood. The boys were lonely. Their home was beautiful and mysterious, but they only had one another and their parents in their lives. Now they had a stranger and two potential friends. She looked at John's friendly smile and knew she wasn't ready for this adventure to end yet. She wasn't lonely, but a girl could always use a new friend or two. She was also drawn to new things, and these boys and their ruined home was one of the most unusual things she'd ever run across in her wandering. "Yes," Rohan said, frowning at Trace. "We'll stay. This man will change things, and I feel the need to keep an eye on him while he does." Brindle nodded agreement. Not at the part about keeping an eye on Trace, because she instantly trusted the stranger who'd come to them in a flash. No, she agreed Trace would change things, and she wanted to be here for every second of that. Chapter 7. "He planned this," Echo said angrily. "He bought another skipper because he planned to leave us behind. I'll kill him. How could he do this to me?" Kaya caught Dayton's eye, and Echo's husband rolled those eyes at her. Echo had been frantically ranting for 100 randoms now. They'd found Trace missing, and Echo had followed the imprint of his next jump, which had led to another spot in the docking bay. A little research had shown that Trace had left the bay in another skipper, a small, older model he'd brought into the bay about 6 days ago. "Do you believe that?" G asked. "You think he honestly meant to leave us behind all along?" Echo sat on the sofa of the sea warbler and put her face in her hands. "No. He wanted us to be with him." "But why did he have a backup plan?" Nobody said a word, and Echo ran her fingers over her eyes. They all knew the answer. Echo tended to hover over her brother, and Trace had bought the skipper because he was afraid Echo would do exactly what she'd done, renege on her promise in the name of protecting him. "Can we trace the skipper?" Dayton asked. "He jumped it out of here, right? Since the docking bay has no record of him leaving, that means he jumped. Can you trace the jump?" "For a while," Echo said wearily. "In theory. I don't have much experience tracing a jump through the ocean. And he can jump farther than any of us can, so I might not be able to reach his end point." "He was alone," Kaya said. "He had nobody to play stamina. If one or more of us gives you stamina, you can have his range. I don't know how the tracing song works. How do you find his end point? I mean, it could be in any direction." Echo nodded. "It could be. The jump leaves a very faint trace of power. With a little time, I can find that and follow it. It's not difficult, especially since I know his focus so well. We need to put the sea warbler in the bay where his skipper was, and then I can find the exact spot where he stood when he left. That's actually the hardest part. Once I have that spot, I should be able to follow to the next spot. Maybe. We used to chase each other across the reef when we were kids, our version of hide and seek. But this isn't quite like that. I have no idea how long the energy trail lasts in the water. I don't think it's long." Dayton sat on the sofa and wrapped his arms around Echo. "This isn't your fault." "Thank you for that," she said. "Except it is. Kaya, I'm sorry I made you doubt him. Don't doubt him. When I make you crazy, trust him over me, okay? I can be too much a big sister. Sometimes I feel like I'm all Trace has left. That's not true. He has all of us, all of you. But we were alone long enough that I get strange." "He wasn't blameless," G said. "He didn't have to run off like he did." "No," Kaya said, "but he was exhausted. His focus was drained, and that impairs judgment. The stronger the focus, the worse fatigue impacts it." "I think the goal now is to find him," Dayton said. "Has he given anyone a hint about where he planned to look?" "He talked to me a few times, and all I could tell him was a few folktales about dragons. The one that seemed to capture his interest included dragons protecting a reef. The story says there's a reef in the dead zone that has dragon guardians. That's honestly all I know. The dragons kept strangers away, so nobody knew anything about the reef." "That doesn't seem like much," G said, "except it's the dead zone. We're already in the dead zone?" "Katie called the Vatnaush dragons," Kaya said, speaking of the huge other realm eels that had lived beneath Montefallo. "Do you think Vatnaush live around all the Falaslenta?" Dayton shrugged. "It makes sense, and I can see Trace making that connection too." "We start by looking for his signature," Echo said. She jumped the sea warbler into the bay where the other skipper had been, and she stayed on the sofa and played a long, discordant song, which was apparently supposed to find Trace's signature. G sat on the other sofa, Kaya at his side. He watched Echo intently, his focus pounding. He was scared, and that surprised Kaya. "What do you think happened?" she asked quietly. "You're very upset." G shook his head. "I imagine this being it. One day my family was fine and everything was normal. The next day—" He shrugged, and she understood. An earthquake had taken many lives in Montefallo when she and G had been children. Without warning, they'd lost everything. Trace's disappearance had been without warning, too. "I think we'll find him," Kaya said, placing her hand on G's arm. She fed a little calming energy into the touch, something only she and G could do, and he smiled at her. "I hope so." "If nothing else, he'll come back," Kaya said. "He's not going to abandon Echo." "He wouldn't abandon any of us," G said. "But we also know Fallis Lenta can be dangerous. What if he runs into trouble, and he's alone and can't get help? He never should have attempted this alone." She felt anger overlay his fear, and she understood. She wasn't angry, but she couldn't blame G for feeling it. Echo felt some anger too, along with her guilt. Dayton was simply concerned, likely worried about all of them. He liked Trace, of course, but he considered the man more capable than Echo did. To him, Trace was an independent, intelligent eldsinger. Echo, unfortunately, got hung up on the image of Trace as her little brother. Kaya got hung up on Trace as the vulnerable man who'd won her heart with his honesty. He wasn't honest with everyone, especially about his fears and his pain, but he had shared with her. It was unfair of her to think of him exclusively in those terms now. Gianni probably had one of the healthiest views of the man. Trace was his friend, his mentor, and sometimes his equal. They were different and celebrated those differences. G was a little angry, a little hurt, a little concerned, and a lot tired from the exertions of the week. "Got it," Echo said, letting go of the wind with a smile. "His first jump wasn't far. I can take us there." "Go ahead," Dayton said. "You need stamina?" "Not for this one," she said. She called the wind again, closed her eyes, and jumped the skipper out of the bay into the ocean. Then she jumped again. Before the third jump, she asked for stamina, and G played for her while she made yet another jump. Then she dropped the wind and frowned. "I don't feel the next jump," she said. "He seems to be following a straight path, but he didn't land along that path, not anywhere we can reach him. That might mean he changed direction, but I don't feel him anywhere. This is a dangerous section of the dead zone. The floor out here is about to get deep, much deeper than any of our vessels can go. We have to be careful not to get ourselves trapped out here." "And you don't know where to make the next jump," Dayton said. "No," Echo said. "G, you want to try?" "I suppose," he said. "What am I looking for?" "You'll know it when you feel it. Let me piggyback you." She did, calling the wind into her panel and tying his focus to hers. "You feel this spot here? That's his signature. That's where he jumped in. He and the skipper landed right here. You feel the path he took? It's faint, but you should be able to feel it. Only it dwindles. Perhaps we've simply run out of time." "Or it has to do with the dead zone," Dayton said, "with its strange currents and deep water." Echo let the wind out of her panel. "Yes, perhaps the currents, or something else out here erased the path. I can't figure out where he went from here." G spent a few randoms playing, looking for Trace's signature, and then he sighed and let the wind out of the panel. "Nothing. What if we stick to this path? There's no reason for him to do anything but go in a straight line. Let's simply take it further." "I'm game," Echo said. She and G together jumped along the line, and then they stopped and searched for Trace's signature again. With each jump, they might get further and further from his path, but Kaya didn't see any options. Except she had one idea, and she moved to the pit and began to scroll through data. Trace had used this vessel to search for the Fallis Lenta. If he made any navigational notes, they should be somewhere within this database. Thoughts? Dayton asked, having followed her. What if he left notes, or a nice clear map telling us where to go? Dayton laughed and took the passenger seat. Need help looking? She grinned at him, because he knew the answer. She'd been raised with no technology whatsoever, and she wasn't good at using it now. Unlike Gianni, who had also seen no tech until a year ago, and now used it like a pro. She had no idea how he did it. Dayton, however, had grown up with tech, and he was also a natural at using it, so he kept track of their data all the time. He pressed a few buttons, scrolled through a few documents, and then sat back with a thoughtful look on his face. That bad? She asked. No, I have a few notes here, no map, but I can't see how he took these few notes and came up with a course. There's not much here. So this isn't all the data, she said. Or he's doing this through instinct alone, Dayton said. Something here sparked an answer. This is where Trace's mind gets him into trouble. He needs to take full notes so the rest of us can keep up. Do you think he's in trouble? She asked. There's no reason to think that, Dayton said. He cringed as light flashed around them, meaning G and Echo had just jumped the skipper again. If anything, he'll come to his senses and head home, angry not to find us there. Kaya nodded, hoping he was right. Trace finds trouble, though, she said. He laughed. That he does, which might explain Echo's reaction to her eldsinger brother. Trace had left a stack of pages near the screen, and Kaya shuffled through them, because he more than most took physical notes of things. She stopped when she got to a page of sketches, feeling her eyes well. Kaya? Dayton asked. He moved behind her and looked over her shoulder. We'll find him, Kaya. She shook her head and traced the lines he'd put here. He'd sketched Montefallo in its frozen state, silent and serene. He'd drawn the Vatnausch, strange, otherworldly eels with wispy tentacles on their heads that looked like hair. Then he'd drawn Kaya herself. He's talented, Dayton said quietly, his hand on her shoulder. But he had a beautiful model for this one. She turned to him with a sad smile. Thank you. I think he sees me better than I am. I'm not sure anyone would call Trace Odell an optimist, Dayton said. But when he puts things on paper like this, the man has heart. He's strong and he has heart, and those two things get him into trouble. But I feel like something in this world protects him. He's charmed, and he has us to look out for him. Kaya thought about that as they returned to the group, remembering her conversation with Trace about something bigger than them, something responsible for them. She felt like something was looking out for Montefallo, too, because Trace and Echo had found them mere cycles before their reef had become uninhabitable. In her history, her people had honored powers outside themselves, but that had been lost with their history. Maybe one day they would discover they weren't alone in the world, that something bigger than Portomare and eldsingers, and even the mighty Jago, looked after the realms and kept things going. There was strange comfort in the thought, although maybe she simply wanted to believe something stronger than Trace Odell was out there, taking care of the man she loved. G and Echo didn't find Trace's signature again that afternoon. They continued in the straight line, but they found no hint of him, and when they'd crossed the wide canyon, Echo stopped the sea warbler. We need a new plan, she said. We could roam the oceans forever without finding him, literally. We found some of his notes, but they didn't give us an end point, Kaya said. More about dragons. He based this whole excursion on some legends of dragons. G looked over the small compilation of notes. It's not the dragons. It's the guardianship. This has to mean the Vatnausch, which Kaya's Amma said were guardians. Maybe all the Fallis Lenta have Vatnausch around them. Where are we? Echo asked. Which OPD are we in? Maybe the OPD security has information about giant eels or dragons. Dayton held a small data tablet, and he pressed a few more buttons. Dim Clovish. A big open port district with a very small number of reefs. Likely, there's almost no security out here for anyone. Far to the west is the bulk of their population, so that's where they would have security. Out here, I doubt we'd find anything." "So a dragon guardian would come in handy," Gianni said. "Guarding against what?" "I wish we knew more about Fallis Lenta. Why hide the reefs? Are they hidden from Portomare? From outside enemies? From the worlds where the reefs started?" Echo shrugged. "You know how I feel about mysteries. I want to choke someone until he gives me all the answers. Except I'm not sure we'll ever find these answers." "We could talk to the nearest people," Dayton said. "See if anyone knows the legends of the guardian dragons. We could also head home, assuming Trace has calmed down and returned for us." "He went a long way before we lost his path," Gianni said. "He's letting his curiosity lead. That means he might not stop until he finds answers. He might not even remember we exist until he sates it." Echo laughed. "I don't think he's quite that bad, but maybe." "Yeah, I think we keep looking. Dayton, where do we find people?" "Villa Colony, 2 solid jumps from here," he said. "Then there's a reef, another 3 jumps after that." "Villas are always better for gossip and stories," Echo said. "We'll try that." They had some sort of plan. That made Kaya feel better. She closed her eyes and pictured Trace hovering over a page, sketching out his deepest heart, and she hoped she hadn't seen the last of him. The thought was nearly unbearable. Chapter 8. Brindle had spent a lot of time staring at the stranger. Not that he looked different from any other person. He was older than her and Rohan, and the twins, but only by a few years. No, Trace Odell caught her attention because of the mystery. Brindle had always been restless, Rohan too, and she heard in the twins' stories their own loneliness and curiosity, their search for understanding and belonging. Trace could have answers. He could bring great changes. None of them knew if the man was here for good or for harm, but even the thought of new experiences and changes drew them. "Any change?" Rohan asked. He and Henrik had wandered the complex, while Brindle and John watched over Trace. "No," John said. John looked at Brindle with his blue eyes. John considered himself a regular person, but he was so very wrong. Watching him care for Trace, that wasn't normal for the boys Brindle knew. "Right?" he asked. "Have you noticed changes?" "No," she said. "He's restless. I think he hurts." "Why don't you take a break and look for some healing herbs?" Rohan suggested. "There might even be some in this room. Henrik said his mother grows some basic healing herbs." She knew this was true, because she'd sensed them the moment she'd entered the room. The village healer had told her this skill was unusual, but not unheard of, that sometimes those who healed had a unique gift for it. "Come with me," she said to John. He looked tired, and she wondered if helping Trace meant harming himself. Could he give and give without taking? Maybe he needed to eat or sleep, but he definitely needed to leave the man's side and stretch his legs. "What are we looking for?" John asked. He laughed. "Okay, that's a dumb question. Even if you tell me, I won't know what my mother has out here. I don't pay attention to plants, I guess." "Most people don't," she said. "I've been training as an herbalist for years. I was told I have a gift. I can sense the plants I want, and often I can tell what a plant might do just by touching it. Plants that dull pain feel one way to my skin. Those that cause harm are painful when I touch them. Those that cause sleep make me yawn." John laughed. "So Henrik and I aren't the only ones with strange gifts." "No, I guess not," she said. "I didn't think they were similar because I was told many healers have gifts. I've never known anyone with your gifts." "How about Rohan?" John asked. "Any gifts for him?" "No," she said, laughing. Then she considered the question. "But maybe. He's the best fisherman in the village. Older men follow his lead. If he says fish will be in a specific location, they'll be there. Is that a gift?" "I don't know," John said. "My experience with people is limited." "Are you lonely?" she asked. "I wander. I have friends in all the Inri villages. You have nobody." "I have Henrik and my parents," John said indignantly. That's not nobody. Apologies. She held out her hands in surrender. I was thinking about other friends. I have friends outside my family, and you can't do that unless you look among the rogue. But I don't know if that's a good idea. How many rogue are there? John asked. I don't know much about them, just that sometimes a lone person comes through the area. Sometimes they seem crazy. I don't know, she said. When someone leaves the village to live alone, we let them go. Maybe they are crazy. Why would someone want to live alone? Sometimes they return to steal if they can't feed themselves. I don't think there are many. The West Inri village says there are small villages of them, that not all of them stay rogue. We don't really know how many people are on the reef. Not many, since we can walk for a day or two in any direction before we find anyone. I wonder sometimes, John said, about the future. A wife, children. What wife would want to live out here away from everyone? But Rohan is bothered by twins. I'm sure other villagers are the same. It's not right, Brindle said. But you're also not normal. You and Henrik are different somehow. Does that mean we're dangerous? He asked. Does it mean Henrik should be dead? That's what could have happened. He was born second, and he could be dead. He took a deep breath, and she rested her hand on his arm. When he spoke of this, he got visibly upset. He loved his brother dearly. No, I don't see that you're dangerous, and no, Henrik shouldn't be dead. I'm glad he's here. He's nice. John gave her a sheepish smile at that. Sorry, I get emotional. He's your best friend and your brother. Of course he brings out the emotions, she said. At that he smiled fully, and he was even more beautiful than normal. As she mixed some herbs from the garden with others from her bag, she pondered her words with John. Did they have similar gifts? If so, that meant their gifts had nothing to do with being twins. Trace had said he felt something from all four of them. Maybe everyone on the reef had something special, even though they didn't always know what that was. This might help his head, she said, kneeling at Trace's side. Henrik lifted the man's head while she carefully tipped a cup against his lips. He wasn't quite conscious, and she didn't want to drown him, but she did want him to wake up and tell them more about his life. And she wanted to know if and how he could help baby twins. Maybe these twins were unusual, and there were very few in trouble. Maybe very few were actually conceived. She felt sick thinking babies on the reef could ever be in danger. Babies were adorable and special and should never be in danger. But she also wanted him to help her see a Dreki. The longing to understand them had followed her for her whole life, and Trace might be able to help with that. When he'd swallowed the entire cupful, the foursome sat back and watched him. He says he's here to help, Rohan said. That makes me suspicious. John laughed. So kindness isn't a reason to do something? Not for most people, no, Rohan said. He has secrets. He must. I'm sure he does, Henrik said, but that doesn't mean he's here to hurt us. Do you think he plans to hurt us? That he's lying about helping? He might help us, Rohan said, but I think there's more to it than that. Brindle sighed. Why do we think everything new is a danger? He hasn't tried to hurt us. The twins haven't tried to hurt us. I've never seen a Dreki try to hurt anyone. Why do we fear all of them? Because once they did, Rohan said. The Dreki attacked villages until we stopped filling them with twins. The other realmers upset the Dreki, and when they left, there was peace. So the stories say, she said. She glanced at Rohan, who grimaced. Brindle thought the elders hid things, and he hated when she spoke of secrets and conspiracies. Brindle, Rohan scolded. He looked at the twins and then Trace, deeply asleep. I admit nothing is like I expected it to be, but that doesn't mean the elders have secrets and lies. But they might, John said. If you don't know about the fate of twins, someone has kept something from you. You're Yitri, Rohan said. You don't know for sure if the Inri do the same. True, Henrik said. We don't. We don't know anything about either people, not really. Why do you think he's here, Rohan? I honestly don't know, Rohan said. We have nothing an outsider would want. Unless this is about the Dreki. But why would someone want them? As one, all of them turned in the direction of the lake and the islands. Nobody knew what that part of the reef was like. Nobody knew why the Dreki lived on the islands, or what they ate, or how they lived. Many days their haunting hunting calls crossed the water near dusk and dawn. Sometimes they swooped over the water like they were hunting fish, too far to see clearly. Many rumors and legends surrounded them, but the truth was nobody knew much about them. But nobody knew much about anything. Why was the reef here? Who was strong enough to move them here? Where had the stories about danger from the Dreki come from? And if the animals had once been a hazard to the people, why had they all been put here together? Worse, what had caused the other realmers to stop visiting the reef? As little as they knew about their history, they knew less about the ocean outside their home, and who or what lived in it. Suddenly not knowing felt very dangerous. Except this man had come from there. He looked like a man. He felt strange to the twins, and he could play an instrument without touching it. Something about him made the Dreki call a hunting cry during the day, when Dreki seldom hunted during the day. But what did all of it mean? "Brindle," Rohan said. "Are you okay?" "Thinking," she said. "Wondering. Pondering. Who is this man? Why did he arrive now, today? What is his relation to the Dreki? Or to us? What is our relation to one another or to the Dreki? There are so many questions, and we have no answers." "Maybe there are no answers," Henrik said. "This palace is old, and we'll never know who built it or why. We will never know why the ancestors who moved this part of our world into the reef included a section with an ancient palace. There are no records. The history was lost. I wonder if our history here on the reef is just as lost. Except this man is here," she said. "He might have answers. Trace Odell might hold all the answers." "First," John said gently, "he has to wake up." Chapter 9. Henrik made a simple meal, Rohan helping because the man knew how to make yummy food, and John and Brindle again wandered the ruin. "You roam," John said. "We never go anywhere, and you've seen everything." She laughed. "Not everything. This ruin is huge, and I had no idea it was here. It's beautiful. But yes, I like to see new things." John smiled, and her heart stuttered. His beauty was almost unfair, and he was real. He knew nothing about flirting or male artifice. Maybe one of the reasons she roamed was that the village boys wanted her to settle down, and so far none of them had piqued her interest. "I don't roam, but I wish I could see everything. So something about us is the same." "I guess so," she said. "Most in my village are content. They don't look for answers. They don't ask questions. I don't know why I need to know." "Henrik asks fewer questions than I do," John said. "I drag him out on adventures more often than he drags me." "The same with Rohan," she said. "But I think he's drawn to the Dreki. He fishes where he can see them. Even when he knows the fish aren't there, some days he fishes there early, and then moves on to better places. But he won't tell me that. He's secretive." "Henrik can be secretive," John said. "Maybe I can be too. I've sneaked away a few times to explore and not told anyone." She laughed. "Me too. Rohan always finds me. No, not always. But he knows me well enough to know when I'm feeling restless and might sneak away." "So you and Rohan," John said. Then he looked at his hands like the statement embarrassed him. "No," she said. "Not like you think. He's my best friend. We thought about being more, but it's not there." "That decision was mutual?" John asked. "I hope so. I think so. He brought it up first, that we did better as friends. I agreed." John looked relieved, and she hid a grin. It made sense that he would look at every girl as a potential mate, since he'd spent almost no time with girls. His life sounded painfully lonely. "John," Henrik's voice called through the stone hallways. "Hey, you two, he's awake." Trace was pushing to sit up when they returned. He ran his hand across his forehead and squinted like he still hurt, but he managed to remain upright and looked around. "Where are we?" "Our house," Henrik said. "Well, it's an old ruin that we live in. Maybe an old palace?" "Ruins," Trace said. He continued to look around. He pushed up from the bench and stood, letting Rohan steady him. He grabbed his reed panel from its spot at the edge of the bench, and he closed his eyes. Music came from the panel, ethereal and haunting, and after a good random of that, he let out a slow breath, and the instrument went silent. "Nobody around but us," he said. "No Dreki either." "There shouldn't be Dreki here," John said. "Not in the daytime. They stay on their islands. They hunt in the lake." "How many are there?" Trace said. "It's a big lake. I've never seen a lake that big in any reef." "We don't know," Henrik said. "Not many, I don't think. They used to come to the land. They ate some of the livestock. My father says once the people fed them, that the humans and the Dreki interacted. He thinks there were more, that maybe they're dying off." Trace tilted his head. "There are no people nearby. Brindle, just how far are you from home?" She felt Rohan's eyes on her, and knew he didn't want her to tell this man anything real. But she wanted to be honest. Trace was going to change things, and she trusted him. That was possibly unwise, but it was simply how she felt. 2 days of slow wandering. We could get home in 1. It's okay. We're known for wandering. Nobody will worry. That made Trace smile. "You say you want to help us," Rohan said. "Why now? Why does anyone care about us now? How did you find us and come here?" Trace nodded. "We discovered the other Fallis Linta by accident. You were hidden well, and I don't know why, so some of this is simple curiosity. I want to know who put this reef here, and why. I want to know how many reefs like this exist on our world. I want to know for sure if you're here for good, or to harm Portomare. And I came with the panel. I have a skipper outside the reef. I simply jumped through your wall." "So the flash was you." Rohan frowned. Brindle wasn't sure why Rohan was bringing this up, since they'd talked about it earlier. "Yes," Trace said. "We heard a Dreki and then saw the flash," Rohan said. "Did you have anything to do with the Dreki call? It was a hunting call." Trace widened his eyes. "So I was being hunted? Interesting. I knew it was aware of me. It attacked my focus. I don't know how. I've never heard of an animal that hunts focally. Nothing here has a focus, nothing that I've felt, so I don't understand why it has the ability to sense and damage a focus." "Unless," Henrik said, "there are fewer of them. They don't come here anymore. Maybe something changed. We were told that people on our original world changed. Could they have been like you? Or maybe whatever they hunted was like you. We know almost nothing about where we started, about who we used to be." "The elders tell us to stay away," Brindle said, "that the Dreki are dangerous if we get too close. They say that about the other realmers too, that there was danger in our interactions with them. It seems they want us not to know anything. Everything is dangerous." Rohan sighed. Brindle is convinced there are lies and secrets everywhere. "Maybe there are," Henrik said. "Secrets, at least. You didn't know the fate of twins." "In the Yitri villages," Rohan said. "You don't know if the Inri are the same, do you?" "No," Henrik said. "That's true. I don't. We only know what our parents told us of their village, and even that's 20-year-old information. My parents still trade with some of the merchants, and usually those are Inri. They feel like some things haven't changed. Occasionally they bring up Dreki or twins in their conversations, and they know the Inri are wary of both." Trace looked up at the glass roof, where many of the panels had been opened to let in fresh air. "Montefallo is the other reef like this one," he said. "It was meant to be a secret, hidden from the people of Portomare. The people on that reef didn't know they were on a reef. They thought they lived on their home world. Everything in their lives was a secret. You were told about this being a reef, and you were told why you left, at least in broad terms. There was danger, and your people were safer here. Perhaps the Dreki were in danger, and they're safer here. What do you know about the people who put the reef here?" "Nothing," Henrik said. "Mother calls them the ancestors. I guess I thought they were from our world, somehow part of our people. But moving a group of people to another world would take special skills, maybe like your skill." Trace nodded. "They would have to be much, much more powerful than me. They also had access to other realms. Those songs have been lost here. I don't know how to access another realm. I've always hoped to find someone willing to share those songs with me." "So this other reef," Brindle said, "do they know now that they're in a reef?" "They do. Their sun wasn't working right, and their reef was freezing and going dark. My sister and I and some of the people from that reef fixed the sun. They had no docking doors, so whoever placed them hoped nobody from this world would ever enter their reef. Your reef has 2 docking doors, both sealed. Sealed well enough that there's no visual sign they ever existed. I'm curious to know why one reef had doors and the other never did. I'm curious about everything." John looked in the direction of the lake. "I'm most curious about the Dreki. When they call, I feel it here." He put his palm on his chest. "Same with me," Brindle said. "There's something about them we should know. I've always felt that way. I want to understand them." "I do too," Henrik said. "I don't think too much about our history, but the Dreki, why are they here? Who put us together? Since we used to have so many twins, and that seems to be a problem with the Dreki, what was the purpose of leaving us together on this reef?" Rohan let out a slow breath, his eyes wide. "All of you feel this way?" "Yes," they answered at once. He shook his head. "I feel it too. Some days the drive to know about them is almost painful." "And that's the relationship," Trace said. "You need answers only they can give, but someone has made sure that can't happen. You all live apart. You're wary of one another. Great pains have been taken to make sure nothing can bring you together. Things like that don't happen by accident. Someone meant to hide things." "Do you think we can find answers?" John asked. "These secrets are very old. Maybe nobody alive today has the answers." "That could be true," Trace said. He ran his hand over his forehead. Pain was in his eyes and the way he held his neck. But he also looked toward the river, his gaze steady and penetrating. "The Dreki are right there. Answers to some of your questions lie with them." "You think we should go out there," Rohan said. "No, it's dangerous." "Why?" Brindle asked. "They tell us the Dreki won't hurt us. Just twins." "Unless we enter their hunting ground. And bringing twins to their hunting ground? That can't be wise." "One of them tore up my focus while hunting," Trace said. "Nothing here has a focus, nothing that I've felt so far. So why do these animals have the ability to damage someone who doesn't even exist in their world? I think most of what you know about the Dreki isn't true. But I also know the damage to my focus is real. Whatever we do to find answers, I'm not sure I can safely see the Dreki." "We can't get there," Rohan said. "We don't have boats. Once we did, but I don't know, now we don't. It's considered dangerous to travel the water." Trace shook his head. "Dangerous is a very useful word, isn't it? But there are no details. Dangerous because of the Dreki? Or because someone important once drowned? Or because there are secrets on the water you aren't meant to know? I want to try something. It might lead the Dreki here. It might lead to danger, so I can go back outside to try it." "Danger how?" Rohan asked. "Since you just pointed out this word is overused in our world." Trace laughed. "I guess I did, didn't I? I want to run a search toward the Dreki. One of them felt my presence as an eldsinger. It targeted my focus. That means it might have a focus of its own. With the right song, I can feel things about a person or a creature. I'd like to learn more about the Dreki. However, one of them attacked me. If it feels my search, it might find me. Since I'm with you, that could endanger you. I don't know what damage the Dreki might do, but if it's angry and comes after me with intent to do harm, you might also be harmed." I'm not worried, John said. John fascinated Brindle. He said less than his brother, but he was also the bolder of the pair. Henrik gave things a great deal of thought, but John seemed more likely to act. With Trace, he'd acted out of compassion. This was action from curiosity, or maybe simply rebellion against being told what he should and shouldn't do. Brindle knew she felt some of that herself, and always had. I don't think Dreki can get in here, Henrik said. Just play from here. He did, settling on the sofa with his panel in his lap. He closed his eyes, and a haunting, ethereal sound came from the instrument. She heard it with her ears and felt it deeper, aware of the power in the notes. Nobody said a word while he played. The song wasn't short, and he played it more than once. When Trace dropped the wind, he opened his eyes wide and smiled. I learned a lot, and I have more questions now. First, they don't have a focus, not exactly like mine, but they have something close. I felt a very strange energy coming off them. I counted about 12 of them, all on 2 islands out there. Or I think it was 2 islands. 2 were airborne, and the rest were on the ground, although the ground isn't level. They were either in a building with levels or a stone hillside. I couldn't tell about that. The whole thing was at the edge of my range. What was strangest is that I felt people there. Wait, Henrik said. People? How many? 6, Trace said. 2 on one island and 4 on the other. What I felt wasn't clear, maybe because of the rock, and I can't read much from dormant foci, but the energy reminded me of what I get from the 4 of you, so I assume they're people with similar backgrounds. I want to see, John said. I want to go there. Can you send us there? You moved yourself, Trace. Can you move something else? It's at the edge of my range. Yes, I could send you, but I'm not comfortable doing that. I won't send you into danger. His face and his tone were dark when he said that, making him look older and even dangerous. Brindle felt instant trust for this man, but she also knew nothing about him. What was in his past? The look said he'd known pain and darkness. Danger. He worried about danger, and maybe that was because he'd experienced it before. He had come alone, but maybe he hadn't always been alone. He'd mentioned friends, but he'd come alone. She shouldn't be making stories about this man. Maybe he was simply an explorer. Maybe he was here to hurt them, and he was a terrible person. But she didn't want him to be a terrible person. She wanted him to be as kind as he seemed. She wanted him to be telling the truth, and she wanted him to find answers. I feel it, Trace said, wincing. I feel one not far from here. You mean one is close, Rohan said. I want to see it. All of them except Trace stood and headed for the door. It didn't matter if this was wise. It seemed none of them could turn down a chance to see this creature that had seemed a distant myth all their lives. Wait, Trace said. You shouldn't go out there. We have to, John said. He shrugged. We have to. As they left the palace, the Dreki called, the sound low and haunting. She felt it in her bones as much as she heard it with her ears, and she stopped, suddenly fearful. She'd never heard one from this close before. We should be careful, Henrik said. What if it can hurt us too? We should stay in the trees, Rohan said. Especially you two. In fact, you two shouldn't be here at all. They crept forward until they could hear the sound of giant wings overhead. It flapped just above the canopy, but they couldn't see it through the branches. This way, John said, running toward the lake. The creature wheeled over the trees, the sound of its wings giving away its position. It was hovering, searching. It seemed hiding Trace in the palace had worked, as the animal didn't seem to know where to find him, circling in confusion. Finally, they came to the edge of the trees, not far from the water, rocks on one side and trees on the other. The circling Dreki gave up with a frustrated cry and started back over the water. It swept overhead, not seeming aware of them, close enough that they could clearly see it. Brindle gasped at the sight. The sunlight reflected off a million scales, shining blue and green in all directions. The wings were wide and darker than the body, not shining. It had a long, sinuous neck that twisted so it could see all around it, and it twisted and looked right at them. But it didn't acknowledge them, didn't even slow down. Brindle looked around and realized Henrik wasn't here. He was behind another rock, down closer to the water. The beast then turned its whole body, the sound of the wings against the wind louder now, and it headed right for them. It had blue eyes, deep and bright eyes that also reflected the light. It swept right over them, the wind off its wings so strong they each took a step back. "Run," Rohan said, and he turned and fled into the forest. John and Brindle followed, and Henrik took off from his location. Rohan waited in the forest, pointing the way, not moving again until everyone was in front of him. With one final, mournful call, the Dreki veered off. When the sound of the wings was clearly retreating, they moved back toward the shore to watch it disappear into the distance. "It saw us," John said. "It was coming for us." "But to do what?" Henrik asked. "Did it think one of us might be Trace? Does anyone hurt? Did it do anything to us like it did to him?" "I'm fine," Rohan said. "Do you think we shouldn't have run?" "It was huge," John said. "I had no idea. When it came toward us, everything inside me said to run." "Did it?" Henrik asked. "Because I wanted to run too, but I also wanted to know. I wanted to stop and really look at it. I think I wanted it to look at me." Brindle understood what Henrik was saying. Something about the animal still called. This little sighting hadn't lessened her desire to know more. When they returned to the palace, Trace stood and narrowed his eyes at them. "Are you okay? What happened? I wanted to play and know if you were okay, but that would have given me away and endangered you." "We saw it," John said. "It's beautiful, shining in the light, bright eyes, just beautiful. I've never seen anything so huge and old and beautiful." "Old," Rohan said. "Why old? How do you know that?" "Because it's old," Henrik said. "Right? I mean, wait. How do we know that? But I know it, too." Trace gave a small smile. "There's something about the twins and Dreki. Maybe you were told lies about the details, but I think it's safe to say something links you for some reason. And I would just about kill to know what that thing is." "Or all of us and Dreki," Brindle said, "because I felt it was old too." "Yes," Trace said. "Your people and the Dreki were put here together, and I think you have a connection. Something or someone severed that connection, and maybe we'll discover a safe way to restore it." "It's getting late," Henrik said. "Our parents will be gone another day at least. If you want to stay here tonight, that would work. It's too late to continue traveling today." He averted his eyes when he said it, like he thought they might laugh at him. Brindle glanced at John, whose eyes gave away what Henrik's voice said. The twins spent too much time alone, and they weren't ready to let their visitors leave. "I'm willing to stay," Rohan said. "We need to eat. Trace hasn't eaten in hundreds of randoms." "Right," John said, leaping to his feet. "I'm sorry, Trace. Let me get you something. Are there things you can't eat? What do other realmers eat?" Trace gave John a smile. "I'm not picky. I suspect I can eat whatever you have. And I'll stay tonight too. My head still hurts, and pain is easier to handle when I'm not alone." They had an amazing evening. They talked about their childhoods, the twins here in the palace racing through ancient rooms, Trace on his reef with his sister, and Rohan and Brindle in the East Inri village, which sounded a lot like Trace's life, an agricultural reef with close-knit villages. However, Trace's life had been different because of the singing skill most of his village shared. Also, he talked around the recent past. Without saying the words, he made it clear something had happened to him, something terrible, and that event wasn't fodder for conversation. That night, Brindle found herself tucked onto a garden bench with Rohan and Trace asleep on benches and cots nearby, wondering what secrets the other realmer hid. He talked about the secrets in the villages, but she suspected he carried more secrets than anyone she'd ever known. She thought he was safe, and except for hiding things, he was honest. But she wanted to know all his secrets. Her restless, curious spirit was drawn to him as a puzzle, and she hoped whatever they unearthed proved not to be harmful to them. Chapter 10. When Trace was certain the group was asleep, he wandered out of the palace, barely able to see in the Yoshvaten night, and sat on a bench near the main door. He sensed nothing nearby, neither human nor Dreki. For the first time all day, he was alone, and it was time to do a little research and answer some questions. With his panel in his lap, he called the wind and jumped to the north, where Brindle and Rohan said their village was. Indeed, when he landed, he felt them, maybe 100 people with energy similar to the Inri he'd met. And yet the energy wasn't exactly the same. Some of that had to do with individuals, as no two people gave off identical energy patterns, but this was different. Most of the people in the village had a simple, non-focal energy pattern. They were clearly other realm, not from Portomare, but they were also very clearly the same kind of other realm, from the same world or tribe. A few of them, though, felt like Brindle and Rohan, who felt a little like the twins. He couldn't define this component in their energy, but it set them apart from the others. 8 of the villagers shared the component, and he wondered what accounted for that. He jumped into the village, landing just outside homes of those with the component, but he couldn't tell anything more about them. Their energy wasn't focal, so he read very little from the patterns. He wondered if it had to do with age or genetics. Perhaps everyone with the odd twist in their energy came from the same parents a generation or 2 ago. From there he searched and found another village, and he jumped to that one. This time the villagers felt like the other Inri, with nobody like Brindle and Rohan. That struck him as odd, and reinforced the family theory. Perhaps Brindle and Rohan were distantly related, and both were related to everyone with the strange energy. For the next 100 randoms, he jumped to 6 more villages, including some to the north that were likely Yitri. They felt the same as the Inri, and a few in 3 of the villages had some with the strange component. Maybe still distant family? Now he wasn't sure. Almost 100 randoms into his next search, his head aching with the exertion, he found another small village. The energy coming from these villagers, nearly 40 people, surprised him. Nearly half of them had the strange energy twist like Brindle and Rohan. The rest felt like normal villagers, although their energies were all a little warped. The rogue, he realized. The strange warping was consistent with mental illness. This group might be the outcasts, although why so many of the outcasts had the strange energy pattern was a mystery. He jumped closer to this village, not sure what he thought he could glean from a sleeping village. He could see outlines of homes, but they seemed wrong, broken. Brindle had said something about rogue and ruins, hadn't she? Were these people living in a ruin? Sitting at the edge of the village, he let the energy of the sleeping people settle over him. The effect wasn't dramatic, as he couldn't feel them with any clarity. He ran a slow search, hoping none of them could feel him do it. He didn't want to rouse or frighten them. He dropped the wind abruptly when he hit a familiar energy pattern. Brindle. Someone in one of the houses felt very similar to Brindle. Frowning at this, he continued to play, and yes, one felt like Rohan. Twins, he mumbled. He smiled. What if they were twins? That would explain a lot. The strange energy was twins. They weren't killed, at least not all of them. The second in each set ended up here somehow. Rogue. He ran another search, wishing he could glean more from the song. He felt both young and old, but that wasn't everything he wanted to know. How long had these people thrown away their twins? Or were they really thrown away? Living in a ruin didn't mean they lived impoverished lives. Maybe they were safe and happy here. Maybe they didn't know they had counterparts living in distant villages. He shook his head. No, this sounded ridiculous. Maybe he was feeling family members. Maybe someone from both Rohan and Brindle's families had run away and joined the rogue. He was the first to admit to himself that he couldn't feel the energy patterns with any clarity, so it would be easy to take a passing similarity and think he'd found something identical. After finding 2 more Yi Tree villages, he jumped back to the palace, because he'd pushed too hard, and his focus pounded in pain. The Dreki had warped his focus, and it had been healing until he'd gone wandering tonight. Why couldn't he have waited? Why did he always push and cause trouble? He was tired of pain, and yet it didn't seem to stop him. It scared him, but it didn't stop him. He made no sense to himself. Tonight, Echo and his friends would worry. He had disappeared, and now, after promising himself he'd jump back when he first found out something interesting, that he'd include them in this journey, he'd broken that promise. He was hurt and tired and alone. Echo was angry, he was certain. He wondered about the others. Were they angry, hurt, disappointed? How hard would it be to win back their trust after this escapade? Why couldn't he have waited, talked to Echo, and then left with her blessing? Or maybe, if he'd talked to her, he could have talked her into joining him now and not delaying. But instead, he'd broken faith with them. "Trace," John's voice suddenly said into the darkness. He saw a small light and realized the man approached with a candle. "You hurt. I can feel it. You left, and you came back hurting." "You felt that?" he asked. "I feel you more strongly now than when you got here. Where did you go?" "The villages," Trace said. He lay flat on the bench and closed his eyes. In a moment he felt John's hands on his neck and chest, and he relaxed as healing energy moved from the younger man into him. "I wonder how you do that. I have 2 other friends from another realm, and they have a little healing in their touches too. Not like yours, theirs comes from their foci, but it's similar." "You went to the villages?" John asked. "More than one? In a couple hundred randoms?" "I jumped with the song. Only it's too early to do that after my run-in with the Dreki. It hurts." He knew he sounded whiny and panicked because that was exactly how he felt. He hated to be weak here. He wanted to explore and learn and discover answers. Instead, he was whining, and a young other realm man had to help him. "I'm sorry," John said. "I don't know how much this will help tonight. I'm tired too." Trace opened his eyes. "And that's my fault. You need to recharge. Your patterns are slower than they were earlier. I'll be fine, John. You rest." John laughed. "I'm not hurting myself. I promised to stop before I hurt myself. I can feel something in you, ripples of pain maybe. I don't have words for any of this. John, I found people like Rohan and Brindle, people with their kind of energy, but only a few. Each village only has a few. Brindle and Rohan's village has the most." "You went to their village?" "I think so. It's where they described their village. There are more like them in that village than most. I think I found Yi Tree villages too. The Yi Tree and the Inri are the same people. They have the same energy patterns." "I guess that makes sense," John said. "What can you tell in the dark while everyone's asleep?" Trace thought about that question. Should he explain his theories? The pounding in his head said maybe it was best to wait. Once he felt better, he might find a better explanation than he had now. "I might have found a village of rogue people. I'm not sure. I'd like to check that one out tomorrow." "Can we join you?" John asked. "Will it attract the Dreki?" "The village is far from the lake. I don't think I attracted any tonight, so I doubt I will tomorrow. If I'm far from the lake and don't search toward them, I think it's safe." "Why are you here?" John asked. "What's the real reason?" "I didn't lie," Trace said. "You said you wanted to help us. Why is that so important to you?" Trace took a deep breath. His head still ached, each beat of his heart pounding through his skull. Maybe that's why he opened his mouth and the truth popped out. "My reef is gone. It wasn't my fault, exactly, but I was there. I wish I'd been able to save it. I saved the people, but not the reef. I guess now I want to save any reef I find. If I save enough of them, maybe I'll feel better about the one I lost." John said nothing. Instead, he shifted his hands, and Trace felt even more strength pour from the man's touch into his skin. His eyes closed, and the man's ministrations calmed him to sleep. "He went to our village?" Brindle's voice asked. Trace shifted and didn't open his eyes, listening for the answer. It was unfair to listen to this conversation, but he was curious. "That's what he said," John said. "You're exhausted," Henrik said. "Sleep. We'll watch this morning." "He wants to visit a rogue village," John said. "I want to go when that happens. Don't let me sleep through it." "We won't," Henrik said. "Sleep. Now." John chuckled, and then there was silence. Trace shifted, realizing the pain in his head was much more tolerable now, and he opened his eyes. "You're up," Rohan said. "I guess you roamed last night?" There was a bite of anger and suspicion in the words. Rohan wasn't convinced Trace was here for good. That made sense. So far, Trace hadn't been impressive, arriving injured and throwing around a lot of questions. "Yes," Trace answered simply. He pushed upright, and Henrik caught his arm and eased him up further. "My head is much better today. John is very talented." As he said it, he felt Henrik's skill take hold. Where the man held his arm, another kind of energy seeped into Trace's system, and he blinked as he let the energy fill him. "Both of you are talented," he amended. "You went to our village," Rohan said, still suspicious. "Why?" "Curiosity," Trace answered honestly. He shrugged. "I learned a few things. The Inri and Yitri are the same people. You all have the same energy. Except you and Brindle are a little different, and a few others are like you. Inri and Yitri both have people like you, people with a slightly different energy." "Like the twins?" Brindle asked. "Not exactly, but similar. Your village has more than most, about 8. Some have 1 or 2, and some have none." "What does that mean?" Rohan asked. "I don't know. You seem to have unusual talents. That energy I feel might be similar to the singing skill here on Portomare. You're the same people, from the same race, but some of you use energy differently than the rest." "John said you found Rogue," Henrik said. "Yes, that village felt very strange. Half of them had your energy. Some are broken, mentally disturbed." "The dangerous ones," Rohan said. He tilted his head. "I never imagined the dangerous ones lived in a village. I thought they must live alone." "John said you wanted to visit," Brindle said. "Is that wise? Is it safe?" "It's safe enough," Trace said. "With the reed panel, I can leave fast if I have to." "We can't go anywhere without John," Brindle said firmly. "He's tired from helping you. We sent him to bed." "I can wait," Trace said. "It's okay. I'm sorry. I didn't think it would bother you if I roamed." "What were you looking for?" Rohan asked. "What is it you want from us? We don't know much about other roamers. The stories say you were trouble, and it was good that you left, but there are no details." Trace shrugged. "I don't know why you once had dealings with us, and now you don't. I found no history about this reef. All I had was a few legends about a reef protected by dragons. That's what my people call creatures like your Dreki. You are well hidden. So is the other reef like yours. I don't know who hid you or from what." "And you're here to answer those questions?" Rohan asked. "Or do you wish to harm us? Stories say the other realmers didn't respect the Dreki." "I don't know what that means," Trace said. "The Dreki are dangerous to me, so maybe the other realmers left for their own safety. I don't see any reason for them to harm your Dreki. They can't leave the reef. Nobody outside this reef is in danger because of them. I have no reason to harm them." "Would you hunt them?" Henrik asked. "My father said one story says the other realmers hunted them." "I can't imagine why anyone would hunt them," Trace said. "I promise I'm not here to hurt you or your Dreki or your reef. I just want answers." He thought about that answer. He'd been honest with John, and he wondered if John had told them. It seemed wise to be honest now, so he told them he'd lost a reef, and now hoped to save others. "The reef is gone?" Brindle asked. She put her hand on his arm, her face filled with pity. "Your home?" Trace shrugged. "Something went wrong during the recharge. Eventually the chemical that lights and heats a reef runs out, and we add more. It shouldn't cause damage. Something was wrong with the reef that nobody realized." "Were you hurt?" Henrik asked. Trace was surprised by the question. "Yes." "Badly," Henrik said. It wasn't a question. "Yes." Henrik nodded. "When John wakes up, we can explore. We can join you." Again, not a question. Trace smiled. "Of course." Eventually John rose, and they were ready to go. "Have members of your family ever gone rogue?" Trace asked Brindle and Rohan. "Not that I know of," Rohan said. "No," Brindle said. "I think we would know that. I know of 2 people from our village who left. One was a little younger than us. His mother died, and his father wasn't a good father. Everyone knew he beat Anglus, but nobody stopped him. One day Anglus disappeared." "Then the other was a long time ago," Rohan said. "We were young. Maybe 10 years old? I just remember that he was an old man, and one day he and most of his belongings were gone, and my father said he'd gone rogue. He said it was no surprise, but I didn't know what that meant." "Why?" Henrik asked. "Why do you ask?" "I felt 2 people among the rogue whose energy reminded me of Brindle and Rohan," he said. He opened his mouth to suggest they were twins, but then decided against. If that was the case, they would know soon, and there would be proof. Why cause trouble if this wasn't true? And he was sure it would cause trouble. Maybe not for Brindle, but Rohan wouldn't be happy if he discovered he was a twin. Likely he had misread the energy. Surely he had misread the energy. He had no idea what made twins special on this reef, but they were. He assumed eventually he'd figure out why. Chapter 11. Late in the day then, he jumped toward the rogue village, landing them out of sight, where the jump flash couldn't be seen. When the flash died, all 4 of them stared at him, wide-eyed. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I'm not sure I expected it to work," Rohan said with a grin. "You really do have skills." "You thought I lied?" he asked. "I think you've been in pain or asleep ever since we met you," Rohan said with an unrepentant shrug, "and I'm not sure I trust you. But it looks like you moved us, because I don't recognize this place." Following the sound of people, they silently walked through the forest to a wide-open area with 15 old stone homes in various stages of disintegration. A few had full roofs, but most were missing roofs or doors or windows. Many people moved around the little village, one hanging laundry on a line between 2 homes, 2 arguing over produce, and another sitting with his back against the wall while slapping at his knees. The warped energy coming off that one was painful. "I don't know about this," Rohan said quietly. He stopped walking and looked around, and Trace closed his eyes and sifted through the information he felt through his focus, the energy patterns that surrounded them. The one that felt like Brindle was nearby, and now that Brindle was here with him and he could compare, he knew he hadn't imagined this. The patterns felt the same. Brindle's energy levels were higher, but both had the same peaks and valleys in their energy rhythms. "This way," Trace said. Was this the right thing to do? Just throw people together and watch the outcome? But what other choice did he have? He knew the answer to that. He was meddling. These people were happy. They were safe. They had food and villages and a warm, bright reef. Anything he did, anything at all, was simply the arrogant eldsinger using other people for his own pleasure, this pleasure being the satiation of his curiosity. "Maybe," he said. He stopped walking. "This isn't a good idea. We don't need to meddle here. I shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here. Let's just leave." He reached for his panel, but before he could call the wind, 2 men stopped in front of them and stared. "Jordan," one of them said, looking at Rohan. Then he turned to Brindle. "Melanie? Wait, we just... What?" Trace cringed. Now he'd done it. And he'd been right. Twins. He was confusing this village, surely confusing these kids, and tossing a wrench into lives like he had the right to do so. He swallowed and closed his eyes. Do you know where we could find Melanie or Jordan? These aren't... He shrugged helplessly. The men simply pointed behind them, still staring, and Trace took a deep breath and walked forward. It was too late to fix this now. His curiosity was about to cause a world of trouble for people who had done nothing but help him. Wait, he said. He called the wind into his panel and quickly jumped them away. Likely the flash across the village would make this whole mess worse, but he had to explain. He had to do something to lessen the damage. What? John asked. What just happened? What's going on? Trace realized nobody had realized John and Henrik were twins, too focused on Rohan and Brindle. That was interesting. Twins, he said. He sat on a fallen log and looked at his hands. I suspected last night. I thought I was wrong, that I was imagining things. I can't feel much from the energy off your people. As an eldsinger, normally I can feel everything. When I'm with another singer, I can feel his mood, his energy level, many details. With your people, I can't. I can tell patterns, though, and 2 people in the rogue village have patterns identical to Brindle and Rohan. Meaning what? Rohan asked. Oh, Henrik said. His eyes widened, and he shook his head. Jordan and Melanie, they thought Brindle and Rohan are twins. Trace nodded. Seems so. No, Rohan said firmly. That's ridiculous. Twins are rare. The odds of Brindle and me being twins and then meeting other twins? No. Except we wander, Brindle said. We are different, and you know it. Trace felt it, something in us that's not in the rest of our people, something similar to John and Henrik. Wait, do John and Henrik feel different because they're together? Will we feel like them if we're with our twins? I don't know, Trace said. I'm sorry. This isn't something you ever needed to know. I showed up in your life because I was curious, because I'm arrogant and think I can do whatever I want in the name of understanding. I didn't mean to do this to you. Brindle tilted her head, looking truly baffled. Trace, you told us the truth. How can that be wrong? It's not the truth, Rohan said. It's senseless. Don't believe this, Brindle. It makes no sense. Our families lied to us. We have siblings out there. They sent their babies away. My mother would never send a baby away. She's always been sad that I'm an only child. Trace thought about this. Brindle, are you an only child too? Yes. And your mother only carried you 2, Trace said to the twins. Yes, John said. Why? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't mean anything. I want to meet her, Brindle said. If I have a sister, I want to meet her. She's living with the rogue, Rohan said. She was given away by her parents. You think she won't hate you? I doubt she wants to meet you, Brindle. You assume she knows about me, Brindle said. Who knows what she was told? I want to meet her. Trace, take me to meet her. Trace glanced at the twins. John nodded. I think she should have the chance to say hello. Her sister isn't dead. We thought half the twins died. It looks like that doesn't happen to all of them. It's good for her to have a chance to meet her. But, Brindle, this could go very badly. I know, she said. I just have to see her and talk to her. If she tells me to go away and she says she hates me, I'll leave. I don't want to make her unhappy, but now that I know she exists, I have to make contact. He knew he had to take her. If he didn't, she would go on her own, and that might mean danger. He couldn't read these people well enough to know if they meant good or harm, but he knew those with mental instability might be unpredictable. Also, he'd made this mess, and he had to see it through to the end. The girl with the energy like Brindle was near the edge of the village, and unfortunately, the one like Rohan was with her. Trace considered jumping with Brindle alone, but he didn't. They needed to stay together. If there was danger, he wanted the young people with him. He wasn't sure if he meant to protect them, or if he was looking for protection himself, but the ache in his head was getting wearisome, and he wanted safety and comfort. That would best happen if he kept everyone together where he could see them. When the flash died, Brindle and Rohan simply stared at the pair that faced them. 2 other women were with them, older women who didn't have the strange energy. These women weren't twins. "Oh," Brindle said. Her eyes were damp, and she shook her head and reached out her hand in John's direction. He took it and pulled her closer to him. "Oh my, a man called you Melanie." Trace watched the reaction of both the old women. One paled, staggering a step before catching herself. Trace couldn't read her focus, of course, but he was certain both women knew Melanie had a twin. They were upset because the pair had met, not surprised to see another woman identical to their Melanie. Wait, that was Jordan, who stared at Rohan, then at Brindle, and then looked back at John and Henrik. He frowned, turning to the pair of old women. "Did you know?" One of the women shrugged. The other didn't react at all. "This can't be," Melanie said. She took a step forward, her eyes wide and bright. She shook her head and stopped moving. "What does it mean?" "It means they lied," Jordan said. Trace had to smile. It seemed Jordan and his twin had some similarities, both easy to irritate. What happened? Why did this happen? Rohan took a step forward, and Brindle walked at his side, dropping John's hand. Brindle was smiling, everything about her posture welcoming and excited. Rohan was completely the opposite, and as he approached, Jordan took a step back. "Wait," Rohan said, when Jordan stepped away. He held out his hands. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to upset you. This isn't about you. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm not angry with you. I don't understand. John and Henrik said in their village the youngest twin is killed. That's why their parents fled. It's why they were raised together. But you're here. You're not dead. I'm not dead. But I don't understand why you're here, and I didn't know about you. I can't believe our parents hid this." "They didn't know," one of the old women said. "We make sure they don't know. If they don't know, then we can save the babies. If they know, then it's not so easy. Some let us take one and remain silent. Some. We don't kill infants. That story is a lie. But some are hurt to protect the babies." "Hurt," Trace said. "You kill the parents?" "We kill nobody," the woman said firmly. Then she cringed. "But some who grieve their losses? Some lose hold on sanity when they grieve losses." "So some of the mental instability among the rogue isn't natural," Trace said. He was angry at everything he was seeing today. He loved his family, grieved them, missed them, and here he was faced with families broken on purpose. Why is that better than killing children? Destroying a family or a life is never acceptable. "Trace," Rohan said quietly. He put up his hand, and Trace took a deep breath and stepped back. This wasn't his world. He had to let this happen. Brindle finally got within her sister's space, and the young woman laughed and snagged Brindle, pulling her close while laughing, rocking her sister back and forth like she was a doll. "Look, Jordan," she said. "I have a sister. Look what I have." Jordan gave Melanie a tender look, and then he turned his attention back to Rohan, who simply stared at his brother like he was a monster. "You're not happy about me." Jordan glanced toward the girls. "Not like those two." Rohan gave a small smile at that. "Nobody is as happy as Brindle." "Melanie might be," Jordan said. "I'm always a little slower to trust," Rohan said. "I see that. I think I trust too much. I trusted these women, and they lied to me." "We protected you," one of the women said again. She turned toward Trace, tilting her head. There was a flash. "Was that you?" Trace nodded. "What do you know of that flash?" "I'm an old lady," she said. "I remember stories of other realmers who came and left in a flash. You're here to destroy us, then? If they know the twins are still alive, there will be trouble." "Why?" Trace asked. "What happened that required families to separate this way? Nothing about this is right." "Where there are twins, there are angry Dreki," one of them answered. "We can't have that. The villages need to be safe. Twins are rare. Or they were. Lately there are more than usual. You endanger us by bringing these children here." "They're not children," Trace said. "These are their siblings. They need to understand their families." "Why?" the other woman asked. "This can only hurt them. They can't stay together." "We do," John said. "We were raised together." "The Dreki never came for us or caused trouble for us," Henrik said. "Why does everyone think that? Is it just another lie?" "What did they tell you?" Rohan asked Jordan. "I mean, how did they explain you living out here without your families?" "This is our family," Jordan said, sweeping his arm around. "We were told our parents didn't want us. Some of us were told our families died. There are lots of stories. We're the people left over from tragedies. Some came as older people. Some don't have much mind, and we take care of them. The villages don't want people like that." "Wait, is that true?" "We have a couple people in East Inri who aren't mentally stable," Brindle said. "We don't make them leave. We also don't chase them down if they want to leave." "This village is a mix of all kinds of misfits," one of the women said. Trace took a step forward. "I'm Trace," he said. "Trace Odell. I'd love to know your names." They introduced themselves as Belle and Rachel, and Trace gave each a smile and a slight bow. "I don't understand this place," he said. "What do twins have to do with Dreki? You don't believe they share a soul. If you thought these people only had a partial soul, if you thought they were dangerous, you wouldn't keep them alive here. So what's the real story?" "We know the Dreki come to villages with twins," Belle said. "We think things used to be different. We don't know why the Dreki don't like twins. Really, nothing makes sense. Not long before I was born, a village was torn up by a large Dreki. It went crazy." "And you know it had to do with twins," Trace said. "How do you know that?" "Twins were uncommon. We heard once they were common, but when we came to this world, women stopped having twins. Then some were born, the first in years, and the Dreki came. I was told several came, but only one was aggressive. After that, I don't know exactly when twins were divided and sent apart from one another. Stories speak of them being killed, but I don't think that ever happened. I think they were always separated." Trace knew there was more to the story. He didn't tell them he'd sensed twins on the Dreki Islands. He didn't know why he kept that to himself, but he wanted to understand more of this situation before he said anything else. "What now?" Brindle asked, standing with one arm around her sister's waist. Trace grinned at the differences between the two pairs. The girls appeared to have bonded instantly, and the guys were still standing a few feet from one another, frowning. "That's up to you," Belle said. "We won't make you stay. But there might be danger if you're together." "Except here we have John and Henrik," Brindle said. "They lived their whole lives together, and nothing bad has happened." "Wait, Melanie, do you have any skills? Something out of the ordinary that's hard to explain?" Melanie glanced at Belle and Rachel. Belle shrugged, and Rachel shook her head. "No, I have to be honest," Melanie said. "She's my sister. I seem to be good with animals. I know when they're about to get sick. I can calm them down just by touching them." "So Brindle is plants and Melanie is animals," John said. "How about you, Jordan?" "I don't think so," Jordan said. "Why? Is this important?" "It's interesting," Trace said. "Rohan knows how to find fish. In some out-of-the-ordinary way, he can find schools of fish that help feed his village." "Oh," Jordan said. "Fish? That's cool. I'd love to have a gift like that. What did you mean about Brindle and plants?" "I know herbs," Brindle said. "I can tell by touching what an herb will do, if it's dangerous or helpful. I can sense herbs around me." Jordan's face split into a wide smile. "Also cool." He turned to John and Henrik. "And you two?" "When I touch someone, I can energize that person," Henrik said. "John's touch calms pain and relaxes a person." Jordan shook his head. "So all of you but me? I wonder why not me?" "Anyway, no, I don't have skills like any of those. I'm sorry." "I want to go with you," Melanie said, "or you can stay with me. Will Jordan come? He's been my best friend for my whole life." "Just like Rohan has been mine," Brindle said. How very strange. But Trace didn't think it was strange at all. He felt like the answers to many questions were right here in front of him, pieces to a fascinating puzzle. Unfortunately, he was still missing enough that the final image wasn't yet clear. "I haven't been home in a few days," Brindle said. "I'm not sure what will happen if we take you home." "I'm sure," Rohan said. "It won't go well. They won't understand. I'm not sure I understand, and I'm standing here staring into my own face." "Hey," Jordan said with a chuckle. "It's my face. You have my face." "Bring them to our house," John said, "for a day or two, until we know more." "What more do we need to know?" Henrik asked. "I mean, some of the other rogue are twins too, right? Shouldn't all of them have the chance to meet their other halves?" Rohan shook his head. "Let's not rush, but I agree the twins' house is a good place to settle out. Neutral ground. I'm not sure what's next, but I'm not living across a reef from my brother." Jordan beamed at that pronouncement, and Melanie and Brindle exchanged a smile. "Home, then," Trace said. He looked at Belle and Rachel. "Can they go? Just for a day or two, until they get to know one another?" "They can go for as long as they like," Belle said. "We don't make people stay." "But you raise them here," John said. "This is their home, even if they don't know the truth about their families. How can you hide someone's family from him?" "We don't kill babies," Rachel said firmly, "but some fought hard to change that. We aren't hiding them, we're protecting them." "Pack what you need for a few days," Trace said gently. He had some ideas about what needed to happen next, and while he knew he shouldn't have started the kids down this path, he couldn't go back. Their only real hope lay in finding answers. As an eldsinger, he might be able to make that happen, but he feared the answers he would find wouldn't help. They might make the situation even worse. It didn't take the kids long to get a few supplies together, and then Trace jumped them back to the palace. Melanie and Jordan were impressed, and while the 3 sets of twins went on a tour, Trace sat in the garden room with his panel in his lap. He ran a long, quiet search over the area, reaching far into the sea. From here he could barely touch the islands, and he wasn't sure he felt all or just some of that area. He felt the Dreki and the other twins, and he wished he was closer. He didn't feel safe jumping that far, not without stamina, and of course he was alone. But if he got out there, he would be in danger. The Dreki had hunted him, and he didn't want to do that again. His head was still aching, and singing still hurt his warped, tired focus. But he needed answers, and he needed to go home. He'd been gone for days, and he knew what that would do to Echo. And yet he'd done it. He couldn't believe he had been so unfeeling and horrible to leave her in a fit of anger and disappear for days. That evening they cooked in the uppermost room in the palace, the area with almost no roof. The Yoshvaten sky dimmed, casting the clouds in dim oranges and pinks. Like the other Fallis Lenta, Montefallo, this reef was beautiful. He thought most reefs were beautiful, but these 2 were exotic. This palace especially appealed with the falling stone, huge flowers and vines, and the amazing scents that permeated the whole area. His focus was drained from the jumps today, more than it should have been. When he'd arrived, he'd felt energy from the whole reef, something slight that made him feel alive. But he feared it was draining, that his focus was trying to block some of it away and restore some kind of normal, and on top of the beating his focus had taken, it was beginning to tire him. Because of this, he let the kids talk, and he wandered up out of the palace toward the lake, his panel in hand. He loved dusk in all reefs, when the ceiling faded and the world slowed down. Animal calls changed as the night animals took over for the day animals. Temperatures dropped, which always caused breezes. Sometimes dusk brought gentle rain. Unfortunately, on Drekistrond, the evening also brought Dreki. And he felt one at a distance, maybe the same one that had flown over the twins earlier. He had his panel in hand, ready to jump away, but the Dreki moved faster, somehow causing deep pain in his head. He tried to jump, as he'd done the first time this had happened, but for some reason he couldn't quite grab onto the wind, and he dropped the panel as he fell to his knees. He felt the creature fly toward him, and he looked up into the dim light and found it swooping over him. In almost a gentle motion, the animal hovered and then lowered, its claws gripping Trace without puncturing his skin. He wanted to move, knowing he was about to be eaten, but whatever pressure the animal put on his focus made him unable to do anything but close his eyes and hope this was over quickly. Chapter 12. A ring, Dayton said as he ran a scan. Not far from them, the sensor bounced off a ring of reefs out in the middle of nowhere. Maybe this was it. Maybe they'd found him. G had been losing hope, but maybe this would end well. Not only that, Echo said, a smile in her voice, but I'm getting signs of a skipper out there. Very faint. We need to get closer. She jumped the moment she finished speaking the words, and then she jumped again. She pushed a few buttons, ran a scan, and then she put her panel back in her lap and played a search. Finally, she dropped the wind and sat back, her focus dark and angry. It's empty, she said. His skipper is empty. Meaning he's probably on that reef, Dayton said, reaching across the pit for his wife and pulling her as close as he could with monitors and gauges between them. It's unthinkable that we got this far, so let's just hope our luck continues. Drones, then? Echo asked. She punched a few more buttons and programmed a quick scan using the skipper's sensors. She sat back to watch data come in, meaning this reef wasn't lined with the same rock as Montefollow. There's a Yoshvaten sun in there. Slightly cool temps, lots of plants, and it's pretty small. Smaller than Montefollow. 2/3 the size of Montefollow. And a lake? Looks like a quarter of it is a lake. Since the scan is working, we've got normal rock in there. We can focally scan or jump in without danger. He did it. He found a Phallus lenta with almost no information to go on. Leave it to Trace, Dayton said with a wry smile. The man does things his own way, and it tends to work out. Echo shook her hands. Only because he keeps us around to pick up the pieces. He needs to take better care of himself and everyone else. His arrogance will be the death of us. G glanced toward Kaya, who felt almost as angry as Echo was. G had felt that at first, but Trace was going to be Trace. Maybe they had to accept him. And if they couldn't, maybe some of them needed to stop traveling with him. He hoped it wouldn't come to that, because this felt like family now, and he wanted his family together. Send the drones, Dayton said. Do you want to run a search to look for him? It's small enough we could search almost the whole reef within a day, G said, tilting his head as he looked at the screens. We'll get to see what healthy Yoshvaten sunlight looks like, what Montefollow was supposed to look like. Kaya and I can look at the skipper while you work the drone, Gianni said. They needed to find Trace soon, before the lady's anger and fear completely tore up this group. He hoped it wasn't already too late. Yes, Dayton said. Please. Within 3 randoms, G had jumped to the other vessel. This is nice, G said, looking around. Smaller than ours. He watched Kaya wander the small kitchen, the living area, and then into the bedroom. The bedding was in a tangle, and G wondered how long ago Trace had left. She sat on the bed and pulled a sketch pad off the night table into her lap. She gestured him to sit at her side, and she leafed through it. G found the art fascinating. He felt like he saw another side of Trace here, someone who saw and valued beauty. He suspected the reef sketches were Bougainville, Trace's childhood home, because the images included a rope swing over a creek and a small mammal standing on a woodpile. Then Kaya turned the page and stopped, her breath hitching. Trace drew her often, and she touched the image of her face, barely rubbing her finger against the image's cheek. It was as beautiful as the woman herself, bright and alive. Sometimes I think he doesn't see me, she said. But maybe he sees everything. We shouldn't have this. It's like looking at the man naked. It's not right. She closed the book and pushed it onto the table a little too hard. G returned to the navigational pit and began to click through data files. Docking doors, he said. Trace noted 2 sealed docking doors. He also searched into the reef. He mentions people that are clearly other realm. He doesn't think they sing. And he noted a big bird that caught his attention. Not much else. No new notes in a couple days. Kaya sat on the sofa. He did this all alone. He went in there alone. He found an unknown reef and went in all alone. Why does that make sense to him? Does he ever think about us at all? I hope so, G said quietly. It's okay to be afraid, Kaya. I am. I have been since he left. Even now, with us sitting in his skipper, I'm worried. He shouldn't have done all this alone, she said, sitting on Trace's sofa. He left us. I'm worried and angry. G shrugged. Trace is going to be Trace. You have to accept it or not. I don't think he's going to change. She sighed. So, sealed docking bays. He suggests they were sealed long after the reef was made, so for at least a time, the people in that reef interacted with the people of Portomare. They must know it's a reef, Kaya said. They're not like our people who had no idea we lived in a deep reef. Do you ever feel stupid about that? What kind of people explore so little that they wouldn't know they lived in a rock bubble on an ocean floor? He laughed. We were surviving. Our sun was failing. An earthquake had killed a lot of our people, and I choose to be proud that we survived. Although, yes, if I think too much about it, I feel a little silly about it. Do you think there's anything else here? She asked, walking around his little kitchen. It feels haunted. What if he's in trouble? What if we don't find him? It's been a long time since I lost someone. I'm not ready to lose another person. Especially him, G said, taking her hand. Since you love him. She shrugged. That makes it worse. I know, he said. Yes, I think we've got all his data. We know he left here a couple days ago and hasn't been back. We know his final jump was from this spot, which gives us a place to start. I think we did well. She smiled at that, and they returned to the Sea Warbler, where Echo and Dayton were watching the initial drone data come in. We know the reef had 2 docking doors that were sealed a few years after the reef was created, G reported. Trace was last there a couple days ago. He found some villages, and he noted a large flying animal. That's all we've got. He passed a data tablet to Dayton, who smiled. That's a good amount of data. This is a very lively reef. Plants, animals, and people. Should we run focal scans? Echo asked. Trace scanned most of the reef focally, so it should be safe to do that. Or we could go inside. He went inside, obviously, and then didn't come out. The words seemed to hit the floor and bounce, because they all knew what this meant. Trace could be in trouble. Maybe curiosity had kept him away, but maybe it was more. Let's start with scans from inside, Dayton said. In Trace's absence, he had become the leader, not because they'd officially appointed him that role, but because he simply took charge, gently and kindly, and he was good at it. Not everyone could deal with Echo when she was upset, so half the battle was won by being the husband who loved her. For 100 randoms, Echo jumped the ship around the exterior of the reef, and Gianni, with stamina from Kaya, searched the interior. He felt many bodies inside, but none were Trace. The people seemed to be in small villages, spaced apart from one another, but he didn't linger enough for details. The job right now was to find the runaway eldsinger. I found something, G said after their 5th jump. They were now in front of one of the old docking doors, which had been sealed so perfectly it didn't show up visually from outside the reef. It's a building that doesn't seem to be with any village, and my focus bounces off it differently. Let's send a drone to that spot, Dayton said, and he set coordinates and let the other 3 jump the drone inside. When the data came through, it showed a small cabin in deep woods overlooking a ravine and the lake. Tall trees stood at its back, and it had wide windows to give it a view of the lake down the hill. It doesn't look like any other structure down there, Echo said. They'd jumped the drone near 2 different villages, careful not to frighten any villagers, and the houses in both villages were more organic than this, rounded sloped walls with some type of thatched roofs. I'm getting no sign of people nearby, Dayton said. I didn't feel any either, G said. I know we're looking for Trace, and he isn't here, but I want to see this. It's different, and it's away from everything else, and I'm curious. Hey, one of the best ways of finding Trace is to let our curiosity out, Dayton said. That's how he works. so it can't hurt to do a little curiosity sating of our own." G could feel Kaya and Echo's impatience. They didn't want to stop searching, but they said nothing, and G jumped everyone but Dayton through the wall into the reef. "It's a little overwhelming," Echo said, closing her eyes. "Everything on this reef has energy. It's faint, but it makes it hard to pick out anything from within the chaos. We could skim right over Trace and not know." "I can feel people pretty clearly," G said. "Not here, of course, but when we did our searches. I think Kaya and I feel this differently than you do." "She's right that there's a lot to feel, though," Kaya said. She closed her eyes and smiled. "I like it." Dayton said the reef was cooler than most, but G had lived on a reef that was freezing to death, so he didn't feel small differences in heat. Warm was warm. "Yes," G said. He looked around, gazing a long time at the sky. The reef was filled with clouds that moved more quickly than he'd seen in other reefs. Their colors different, pinker than clouds under zygotic sunshine. "I've often wondered what our reef looked like when it worked right. We went from a dying Yoshvaten sun to the zygotic sun. This is different, a healthy Yoshvaten light. Do you think the energy here is natural? Was it jumped in this way? Or did the Yoshvaten fluid on the ceiling have something to do with it?" "My guess is the energy we feel was natural for this world," Echo said, "that nothing changed when the reef was built. I wonder how this feels to Trace. He's extra sensitive to energy with his powerful focus. I wonder if this is too much, if it might cause him harm after a while." "Do you feel like it's harming you?" Kaya asked. "I think it's a little much," Echo admitted. "I think in time I would learn to block out some of it. It isn't painful, but it's tiring." G jumped them into the building, which was a small house. The door opened into a kitchen connected to a living room, followed by a single bedroom with a desk against the window and a bathroom. One side of it was almost all windows, affording a view of the distant lake. Trees now obscured some of that view, but once the view would have been full and breathtaking. "It's..." Echo spun in a slow circle. "It's old. The tech is old. But still tech, and we've not found traces of that in the rest of the reef. The architecture reminds me of..." She moved through the house, touching things, excitement welling in her focus. G followed her into the bedroom, where she opened drawers on the desk, finally pulling out a very old book. Echo laid the book on the desk and opened the cover. The pages crinkled but remained whole, and Echo sat down at the desk like her legs might have forgotten how to hold her. "Oh, my goodness," Echo said. She glanced up. "We have to find Trace. He has to see this. This will change his life. Actual words from the past, and nobody from our world has seen them in ages. Maybe never. Oh my goodness." Echo bent her head to read, and then she sat up straight, pulled out a data tablet, and began to snap images of each page, gently turning to the next page and snapping, until she had the entire book on the tablet. She closed the book and placed her palm gently over it. "We shouldn't touch it again. It's fragile, and it's priceless. It might have answers to our Fallis Lenta questions. It might have some of the answers Trace has been asking for his entire life." "Echo, your focus is all lit up," Kaya said, appearing in the doorway. She laughed. "What are we doing here? What did you find?" "I found a journal," Echo said. "Handwritten, probably from the very inception of the reef. It was written by our ancestor and Trace's hero, Jake Odell, the first eldsinger on Portomare." They didn't stay at the cabin long, heading back to the Sea Warbler, where they planned to download the journal images into data tablets for each of them so they could all read the words of the long-dead eldsinger. And, of course, they still had to find Trace. Dayton was waiting, and he and Echo jumped back to the cabin so Dayton could get his first taste of the reef, while G transferred Echo's journal data to the main skipper system. "What do we do now?" Kaya asked. "We keep looking," G said. "We haven't searched the whole reef. We'll continue to jump around the reef and search until we find him." "You really think he's here somewhere, healthy and whole?" G shrugged. "Healthy and whole? I don't know. Trace finds trouble. But I do think we'll find him. and I suspect he'll have a few stories to tell. Now that we have the journal, we have stories for him too. Chapter 13. Brindle didn't want to cry. She barely knew Trace, and most of the time she'd known him, he'd been unconscious or asleep. Watching him disappear in the talons of a Dreki shouldn't hurt like it did, but that was the truth of it. As the Dreki flew further from them and Trace grew tinier and tinier in the distance, she felt sick, like her world was about to end. "He's not dead," Henrik said firmly. "The Dreki didn't kill him, it took him. He's not dead." "Except he has a reed panel that he uses to get away, and he didn't use it, so the Dreki hurt or killed him before it picked him up," Rohan said. "I don't know how it would grab him without hurting him. He's prey." "I've never seen a Dreki," Melanie said, gripping Brindle's hand. They'd come looking for Trace just in time to see a Dreki flapping away with a small form in its claws, a form that had to be Trace. His panel was here on the ground, along with a few crushed shrubs where the creature had landed, so Trace was without a weapon. He was dead. What Rohan said made more sense than what Henrik had said, and she knew Trace O'Dell, who had come to help them, was dead. The man had given her a sister, and now he was gone. Her heart would never be the same. "We don't see them often," John said. "None of us." "I feel it," Jordan said. He looked baffled. Brindle looked at the man and struggled to make sense of it. She had met John and Henrik as twins, but for her entire life, Rohan's face had only been for Rohan. Seeing his face on another person was bizarre. Even Melanie was less bizarre, because honestly, Brindle didn't know her own face that well. "What do I feel?" "There's something about us and Dreki," John said. "Something about being a twin, I think. All of us feel it, this desire to see them and understand them, and we don't know what it means." "Now what?" Henrik said, staring into the sky. Trace and the Dreki were now too far to see, far into the lake. "Do we assume he's gone?" "Melanie and Jordan, I'm not sure how to get you home. I'm not clear on where we jump to find you. We need Trace." "We need a boat," Rohan said, "so we can go to the islands. The Dreki took him to the islands." "Do you think he's alive?" Melanie asked. "Do the Dreki kill people? We know almost nothing about them. They live on the lake, and we live far from the lake." "In our lifetime, nobody has been hurt by a Dreki," Rohan said. "Stories say that wasn't always the case, but I don't know how much truth is in any of the stories I've ever heard. It's going to be dark soon, and I say we go back inside and figure things out tomorrow. Maybe the Dreki was drawn to Trace as an eldsinger, but maybe it had something to do with us, with 3 sets of twins being here. We don't need for more of us to get carried off." Brindle didn't know how to deal with everyone that evening. Trace was missing. Most likely he'd been killed by the Dreki, and it was senseless. He'd come to help. He wasn't a threat, even if he was other realm, and now... "Hey," John said, settling himself at her side. She had slipped away from the group, which had convened in the garden room for dinner. "My parents will be back tomorrow. You can meet them." "I'm sorry. I don't know how to feel tonight. Sad, I guess. Frustrated because we needed his help. And he was a good guy, and I don't know how to do tonight. Rohan is good at pushing it all down. Henrik can do that too. I'm horrible at it." She smiled at the honesty. "I have a sister. A twin. It's the strangest thing." "It explains a lot," John said, "and brings up new questions. I want to know what the relationship is between us and the Dreki. Why are we drawn to them?" "Do you think we could go?" Brindle asked. "Rohan once made a raft. He understands the water and the fish. Why can't we go to the island and find answers?" "Because the Dreki might be enemies," John said. "They're not," she said. She sighed. "But we know they hurt Trace, badly, and then one hurt him again and carried him off. So I guess that makes them enemies. Creatures that kill our friends are our enemies." John gave her a sad smile. "I don't like that we have rules like that. But yeah, except, what if he's alive? What if we went to the island to get him back?" "Why would they keep him alive on their island?" Brindle asked. "I have no idea. He said he felt people on the island. Why would they kill him? We know nothing about them, Brindle. We live on this reef together, have for 150 years, and we know nothing. That's not right. Someone thought the Dreki were important, or they wouldn't be here. Same with us. We were told stories about danger, but don't we seem like an odd combination? People who had many twins are put on a reef with a creature that is a threat to twins. There's no sense in it. So you think the relationship between us is good, she said. Or it was good once. I do. I wonder if we're drawn to them because we need them for some reason. Or they need us. Maybe not need, but maybe we can help each other. Trace was hurt through his focus, something we don't have. We have no idea if they would hurt us. They slept in the ruin that night, the girls in John and Henrik's rooms, and the 4 men in the garden room. The mood was subdued, but there was also a tremor of excitement between the new twins. 4 people who'd had no idea they had siblings in this world, let alone identical siblings. Their hearts bled for Trace, and they didn't know how to get Melanie and Jordan home or what Rohan and Brindle should do from here. But that didn't destroy the kernel of hope all of them felt in finding one another. Rohan had said that, and everyone agreed. Rohan wasn't much of a poet, so for him to use the term kernel of hope was strange, and proved having a twin changed a person. Brindle heard voices in the morning, including a woman's voice. Melanie still slept in the bed at her side, so she knew this had to be John and Henrik's mother. What would the woman say when she heard the things her sons had done in her absence? She could only imagine their mother would be shocked, maybe upset with them, since the twins' parents seemed very intent on keeping their boys safe, and in the past days they'd seen Dreki up close, interacted with other roamers, and jumped clear across the reef. When Melanie rose moments later, they entered the garden room, where the 2 parents sat with the 4 boys. Brindle stopped in surprise, because John's mom turned with a bright smile, and she was beautiful, which, considering that her sons were some of the most beautiful men she'd ever met, shouldn't have been such a surprise. Welcome, the woman said, rising. Her husband rose a moment after that. I'm Nella, and this is my husband Emric, and we're happy to meet you. And surprised. Look at you, 2 sets of you. I'm so relieved to know twins survive. We were told so many lies, and that's the worst one. And I'm sorry, too, for the loss of the young man from outside the reef. So much happened to you in a few days. I don't know exactly how to react to it. After Nella's many words, her husband simply tipped his head and smiled. Good to have you. He happened to be as handsome as the rest of his family. So you believe us, Brindle said. Not that there's reason to think we're lying, but it seems our stories might be a lot to handle. Nella shrugged. We live in a ruin because we worry over the lives of our sons, who are twins in a world where twins are rare and hated. I think we're good at handling odd things. What we don't know is what to do now, John said. He moved closer to Brindle and smiled, and Brindle noticed Nella watching the interaction. She looked hopeful. Rohan thinks you and he should go home and introduce Melanie and Jordan to their parents. Brindle nodded, and Melanie gently took her hand. That scares you, John said. He shook his head. I can feel it. Sort of. I wasn't sure I understood Trace, who said he could feel things from us, and that he could feel even more from his people. But I feel something from all 4 of you, something I couldn't feel when there were only 2 of you. Trace would say it's energy, Brindle said. She closed her eyes and tried not to imagine him as the meal of a Dreki, but the image was there, conjured up by her imagination, and she felt sick. What do the rest of you think? Melanie asked. She moved closer to Brindle and stepped behind her. It hadn't taken Brindle long to realize her twin was shy, which was very different from Brindle herself. In ways they were similar, but in more ways they were opposite. I want to look for Trace, Henrik said. I know it's dangerous and makes no sense. I'm probably denying the truth because I can't believe he's dead. In my history, nobody has died. I don't want to believe it happened now. We need him. He has the ability to help us find answers, but it's not because of that. It's because he should be here. He should be alive and healthy. He came to help us. He came to pay penance for failure in his past, John said, although I'm not sure that failure was real. I think he's a man who can be hard on himself. But yes, he was going to help us, and he should be alive. We don't have boats, Rohan said. The Dreki don't like twins. We'd be putting ourselves in danger for someone who's probably dead. It's not that I don't want him back, but it seems like a very big risk with a very small chance of success." "True," Emmerich said, the twins' very handsome father. Brindle thought about that. In her mind, John and Henrik were the twins, although now all of them could hold that title. "If your friend wanted to help, I doubt he would want you to endanger yourselves for his sake." "True enough," Henrik said. He sighed. "The way I'm drawn to the Dreki, I'm drawn to this idea too. He needs us, but he's dead, and if he's not dead, he's too far for me to feel his needs. So why do I feel down to my bones that he needs us?" John stood and walked to his brother, who sat on one of the garden room benches, a blanket across his lap, like he'd recently wakened. "How do you propose we get there?" Henrik shrugged. "I have no idea. Forget I said it because it's senseless. What we need to do is take Rohan and Brindle home and help them introduce Jordan and Melanie to their families. Except they don't need us for that. The past few days we've been needed and connected, and it's over now. I guess it's that simple. Maybe I'm looking for impossible adventures because I can't stand that it's over now. No offense, John and Mom and Dad, but I liked having other people in our lives, and I hate that it's over now. I hate even worse that our first adventure, our first interaction with people, resulted in one of them dying. Maybe it was best to hide us here and not let us be with other people." Brindle heard the very real pain and tears behind the words, and she realized just how deeply isolated the boys had been. Their parents interacted all the time on their trading trips, but John and Henrik had nobody outside their family. Nobody. And then they had Rohan, Trace, and Brindle herself, and they'd been solving mysteries and having adventures. They'd discovered something very few people knew. They'd met a man very few people had ever met. He was right that it seemed over, but that couldn't be true. To walk away from this pair and never see them again was unacceptable. "It's not over," Rohan said. "You need to come with us to East Inri and assure everyone that the Dreki have never come for you." "Except that might not be true," Emmerich said. "We've always been careful not to let them be outside together near dusk or dawn when the Dreki might be close. Maybe if all 6 of you travel together, you'll be a danger to those around you, or you'll be in danger yourselves." John took a deep breath and walked toward his dad. His dad was seated, and John squatted in front of him and took his hands. "You want us safe, and I understand that. But we're adults now, Dad. We want friends, wives, children. That won't happen if we never leave here. Meeting Trace meant we met Brindle and Rohan, and then Melanie and Jordan. There's something about twins, something we don't understand. It's related to the Dreki, and it's related to the history that's been hidden from us. Families are being torn up for no reason we can understand. The Dreki hate twins, but our people used to have twins often. Who would put twin-bearing people on a reef with animals that hate them? Nothing about this reef makes sense, and it's time someone finds answers. If nothing else, the twins who grew up with Melanie and Jordan need a choice. They should be allowed to look for their families." Brindle blinked and turned to Melanie, who nodded. "He's right. We're all told stories about our families, that they don't want us, or they died, or something else terrible. But that's not true. We weren't discarded. We were stolen. That has to stop. Children can't be stolen. I don't know how to find those answers, but they need found." "Trace," Henrik said quietly. "Trace could have helped us find them. He can move safely from place to place." "That's not quite true," Emmerich said. "If he'd been safe, he would be here. He might endanger you more than anyone else." Nella sighed. "Emmerich, they're right. They can't be hidden here any longer. It's not fair to them. Our fears can't rule their lives." She turned to face Henrik. "There's a boat. We used to use it to find better schools of fish in the cove. We felt safe in the cove, but there weren't enough fish at the shoreline. It's small, but it would carry 6 of you. Some of the Yitri villages use boats, those far north of the Dreki Islands, so we knew how to make a boat. If you want to look for your friend, you can take the boat. But know it's dangerous. I see no reason you'll succeed. I see no reason your friend isn't already dead. But if you feel it's worth the danger, take the boat." "Why didn't we know about this?" Henrik asked. "We feared having you on the water," Emmerich said with a shrug. I suppose our fear for you has colored everything we've done for years." Henrik sighed. "I want to look for him. What I feel about the Dreki makes me think we don't know the truth, that nothing we know is the truth of the situation. That may mean the danger we fear isn't danger at all." "But he was hurt," Brindle said. "I want this longing to mean the Dreki are good, too, but we know Trace was hurt. We know it because we saw it. You felt it, both of you." John nodded and turned to his brother. "We did. His pain and fear were powerful." Henrik shrugged. "I know that, but I still think there's more here than we understand, and I want to look for him. I can go alone." John looked shocked, and Brindle understood. John had told her his brother wasn't bold, so for him to feel this strongly meant something. He was going to go against his basic personality to do this. "I'll go with you," John said. "Of course I will." "So will I," Brindle said. "I'm afraid, but I've always wanted to know. I've always wanted to see them up close." "Same here," Rohan said. He sighed. "I'm not sure there's any wisdom here, but I don't want you going alone. I know the fish in the lake. Maybe I will be a help." Jordan and Melanie exchanged a look, and Melanie put her hand in Jordan's. "It might be less scary than meeting our families and telling them they have children they never met," Melanie said. Jordan laughed. "True, and since our world has already turned upside down, we might as well keep on spinning." "There isn't enough room for us to go with you," Nella said. "If you want either of us to go along, some of you need to stay here." Henrik shook his head. "No, this is about twins and other realmers and Dreki. Thank you, Mother, for your honesty and your offer, but I think we do this alone." "Then we'll help you gather supplies," Emmerich said. He ran his fingers under damp eyes. "I hope we aren't saying farewell. To protect you for 20 years and then help you walk into the darkest danger on this reef. I feel like I've failed as a father today. What if this is the worst idea we've ever had?" Henrik pulled his father close. "What if this brings a change to the reef for the better? What if we find answers and twins are allowed to grow up together in community, side by side as siblings? It's worth the risk. And Trace? Maybe it's time we connect with the world again. Once the other realmers visited, and now they don't. I don't look at Trace and see danger, so something happened, something hidden. It's time to bring hidden things into the light." Nella hugged her boys before preparing them to travel. Then she hugged everyone. Brindle hoped against hope that they were about to do the right thing, and not simply get themselves killed. Chapter 14. Any change? Carice turned and found Altair standing at the edge of the eyrie, his wings raised. He was preparing to leave, and she didn't want him to go. Not yet. They had a few things to work out here first. "No," she said. "What was Tazi thinking to bring him here?" Both of them turned to the man asleep on a pallet at the edge of the room. Carice touched his forehead. "Tazi's problem is how little he thinks," Altair said, his voice a low hum through the room. "Will he survive? Did Tazi do this somehow?" "I'm not sure," Carice said. "We need Holly. I'll go find her momentarily. He has a fever and he trembles. His skin is pale and warm and damp, and I think, yes, Tazi did this. Not on purpose. Can you imagine Tazi hurting someone on purpose? But because the stories might be true. This man is not Inri or Yitri. I know you feel that." "So he's other realm," Altair said. He stretched his long neck close to the man and sniffed, the gesture carrying enough force that the man's hair stood on end. "He smells very foreign." "It's more," Carice said. "I don't know how to help him, Altair. It's been so long. Do you think the eldest remember? I was a child when the other realmers had to leave, and I had convinced myself the stories were lies. But what if the Dreki hurt them? Why is one here? They used to help us, and the Dreki drove them away. I hate to think they're doing that again, harming them without meaning to harm. That's not what Dreki do." Altair shrugged, his scales reflecting the light with each movement and casting sprays of color around the open room. "I'll find Iolani. Send Callan and Jorn." Altair bobbed his enormous head and beat his powerful wings once to lift himself from the lip of the eyrie. Carice turned back to the man, tucking another blanket around him to stop the shaking, and she stood to find Hallie. Nobody could heal like her sister. Carice felt the pain, but Hallie was the one who removed it. She hated to leave him. He was young, but it seemed everyone off the islands was young. Her people were aging and dying, and it was their own fault. Not everyone believed that, of course. Many refused to think they were responsible for their own demise. But by letting Talon loose so many years ago, they had sealed their own fates. Off the island, children were born and lives were lived, while here on the barren islands, everyone slowly decayed into nothing. The young man shifted, his eyes fluttering open, and he gave Carice a long, confused look. She knelt at his side and swiped a damp linen across his head. "I'm not dead," he said quietly. He gazed around, lingering at the stone ceiling above them. This room was near the top of the eyrie, a room with a wide open balcony for Dreki to come and leave, with space for their large size. "I wasn't eaten." She smiled at that. So those off the islands believed the Dreki ate people. Blast Talon and his ridiculousness. Over 80 years had passed, and outsiders still believed the Dreki were evil monsters. "No, the Dreki don't eat humans," she said. Not sure what this man knew about the Dreki. Maybe now wasn't the time to enlighten him. "I fear Tazi harmed you, but I'm not sure how." The man closed his eyes with a hiss, then opened them again. "Why do adventurers always hurt? I am sick to death of it. A Dreki tore up my focus. I thought he was hunting me. A creature that could subdue his prey by tearing up a focus could be a powerful hunter." Carice sat back on her heels, shifting her trousers to accommodate. Her knees hurt, but that was simply part of growing old. "I'm not sure I know what that means." "I feel everything," he said, with an extra part, like part of my spirit, perhaps. "I sense energy around me through a focus, and when the Dreki get close, they damage it somehow." She blinked, suddenly understanding. In fact, the past 80 years suddenly became clear. "So he didn't touch you?" "Well, he did when he brought me here," the man said. "I thought I would be food. But he didn't injure me, I guess. I don't feel injured, except for my focus." "I don't understand. I felt people here. How are there people here?" She smiled. That was a question she wasn't ready to answer. Not until she knew more. He shouldn't be here, and until she knew what had brought him, she needed to be careful. But his pain and his youthfulness called to her and softened her. "I'm sorry you were hurt. Tazi didn't mean to do that. I'm not sure he knows he did it. He doesn't always think things through. He thought we could care for you. I don't think he knew his presence caused the damage in the first place." "Tazi is a Dreki," the man said. "He has a name?" "Yes, and a mind, much like the mind of a human." The man smiled at that. "I knew there was more. I knew the elders kept things hidden, or maybe things were kept hidden from them. I'm Trace Odell." She blinked. Odell. That name was familiar, but she hadn't heard it in ages. Odell. Grandson. Great-grandson and then some of the one who was here at the beginning? "Yes," Trace said. "You heard of him." "The beginning isn't clear. Things were lost, I believe. But that name is familiar. I know little more than a name." Trace cringed, and Carice again ran a damp cloth over his forehead. "I need to find my sister," she said. "She can help you. Will you be okay for a few randoms?" He nodded, and she went through the door in the back of the room that led to the chambers of the eyrie, bedrooms and dining rooms, and all the rooms required for living a life. Built into a stone outcrop, all 5 levels of the structure had balconies where Dreki could land and take off, but Trace was on the highest, the widest and easiest balcony to access. She'd been here earlier when Tazi had landed, upset and scared and hoping to help the man in his talons. Hallie was in her room 2 flights down, napping. They'd been awake until early this morning, and Carice envied her sister the rest. She had wakened too early, reason unknown, and been unable to get back to sleep, which was how she found herself on the balcony when Tazi had returned. "Hallie," she said gently. At 85 years of age, she and Hallie were some of the youngest people on the island, and they had aged well, looking much younger than those off-island the same age. Carice had often suspected the way they aged might cause some of the problems between them and the off-islanders. "Hallie, we have a guest who needs your help." Hallie blinked heavy eyes at her. "Guest? We have a guest?" "Other realmer, related to the man who helped establish Drekistrond. He was hurt. By Tazi, only it was an accident. I'm not sure what happened, but maybe you can make sense of it. Tazi might be able to explain once he's done feeling guilty and upset." Hallie sighed. "Other realmer? How did that happen?" "I don't know. We spoke, but he's in pain. We'll get more from him when he's feeling better." Hallie slipped into a flowing skirt and blouse and followed Carice up to the balcony, where the other realmer was exactly as she'd left him, eyes closed, face damp with sweat, his entire body shaking. When she saw him, Hallie fell to her knees and rested her hand on his cheek. "So much pain," Carice said. "It tugs at my every heartstring." "I can feel it," Hallie said. Their talents were such that Carice felt a person's pain, and Hallie felt it through her sister. When they were together this way, Hallie could calm pain with a touch. Right now, Hallie sat with legs crossed in front of Trace, one hand on his face, and she closed her eyes and let the healing begin. Carice stayed close by, because Hallie could only heal pain she felt through her sister. Carice settled herself on Trace's other side, knowing it could take many randoms to remove his pain entirely. "I feel it," Trace said quietly. He looked from one woman to the other, and then grinned. "Your skills are like the other twins." Hallie raised her eyebrows in surprise, and Carice put her hand on Trace's arm. "Other twins? You met other twins? Here, while I was gone? Except nobody here has our skills, or... There are twins on the reef?" Trace gave her a small smile. "Things make more sense now. If there were twins on the reef, off this island, what would you do about it? What would the Dreki do about it?" "They belong here," Hallie said. She looked at Carice, eyes wide. "How could we not know? Did they hide them from us? Why would they do that to their children? To us?" Carice had no answers, and she looked at Trace again. He was watching them carefully. "There are twins on the reef, and we didn't know. We thought the women had stopped bearing twins. The move to the reef changed things in ways nobody could foresee, and fewer twins were born. Then the births stopped entirely. Twins belong here, except that isn't true either. We belong there. All of us belong together. Talon, Carice," Hallie said sharply. Carice nodded, understanding. None of this should be shared with an other realmer. What might he do with such knowledge? Why didn't he already have such knowledge? She didn't understand anything about the reef right now. "Why are you here?" she asked Trace. Maybe if she had some answers, she would know what she could safely share with him. "We call your reef a fallis lenta, a hidden reef. Years ago, my ancestor allowed someone to hide reefs on this world. I accidentally found one of them, and it was in trouble. The sun was faltering, and they didn't know they lived in a reef. They were cut off from the outer world and unable to get help. I helped them. Then curiosity sent me in search of others. Yours is the second one I've found. I came to see if you needed help. But your son is healthy, and you have food and water and clean air. I don't think you need anything the outer world can offer." "We need answers," Carice said, "but those are all here within the reef. There shouldn't be twins. If there are, they should be here, or we there. How did you get here? How did you find us?" "I searched," Trace said. "You're well hidden, but I knew to look. I got here by jumping in. The part of me that Tazi damaged is the part that allows me to do things a little out of the ordinary, like enter a closed reef. Your reef once had doors, but they were sealed. Did the other realmers hurt you? Did they trap you?" "It's not clear," Hallie said. "Carice and I were children when the other realmers left. We only know Talon caused trouble. There was a loss, death, and fear, and soon after that the other realmers were gone. I didn't know we had a sealed door. We came to the islands and seldom leave. We thought all the rift between us would heal, that eventually things would be made right. But when the villagers stopped delivering twins, it no longer mattered if we got along or not. We're not enemies, but we're also not friends." "There are twins," Trace said. "They think the Dreki hate them. They fear that if they're seen together, the Dreki will come and destroy whatever village houses them." Carice closed her eyes momentarily as the words settled in. "So twins are still being born." "Will the Dreki hurt them?" Trace asked. "I'm tired of secrets. This reef is drowning in secrets. But I can't tell you things that will hurt the people on the reef. They don't deserve that." "They won't be hurt," Hallie said. "Never. We would never hurt twins. I know why the villagers might think that. Talon caused trouble. He has always been trouble. But the twins were safe." "So you're saying someone wasn't safe," Trace said. "Their families? Their villages? Other realmers? Did the other realmers leave because your Talon hurt them, the way I was hurt? Or worse?" "I'm not sure what happened," Carice said honestly. "I just know things came apart, and they've never fit together again." Even with Hallie's help, Trace's pain was great, his fever high, so Carice and Hallie went down to the ground level to find herbs to help him sleep. Not much grew on the islands, but a few fields were filled with flowers and herbs, a little reminder of the lives they'd once lived here on the reef, lives that had been destroyed by fear and secrets and lies. When they returned to the balcony where Trace slept, Callan and Jorn waited, sitting in the open air at the lip of the balcony. "That's an other realmer," Callan said quietly. He and Jorn weren't much older than Hallie and Carice, both quiet and non-confrontational. They had no talent. Most twins here on the island had talents like Hallie and Carice's ability to lessen pain, but this pair had never shown a special skill. "Why is there an other realmer asleep on our balcony? Altair said you wanted to see us, that we could help. He said Tazi hurt this man and brought him here. I have no idea what any of that means." "Tazi meant no harm," Carice said. "I don't know what that man feels like to a Dreki, but for some reason he caught Tazi's attention, and when he raised his senses, it harmed this man. Not physically, although the damage has physical effects. He never touched him. Something about the energy of the other realmer and the energy of the Dreki." "So this has to do with the history," Jorn said. "We might discover why the other realmers left the reef." "I think the Dreki made them go," Hallie said. "I think Talon has lied to us. For 80 years, he's lied to us. We just don't know why." "But the villagers lied too. Twins are still being born, and then hidden from us somehow." Callan and Jorn exchanged a look. "You knew," Hallie said. "There are twins out there, and you knew and said nothing. How did you know?" "Iolani thought he sensed twins a time or two," Jorn said, "but we could never verify that. Also, we've worried about Talon for a while. What would he do to secure twins?" "He wouldn't hurt them," Hallie said. "You know he wouldn't." "No, but he would hurt those around them," Carice said. "He did it once, and he could do it again. So you think we deserve to die here? All of us deserve to disappear?" "I think we did this to ourselves," Callan said. "We should have dealt with Talon a long time ago. The villagers shouldn't fear us. They need us. Well, once they needed us. Turns out we need them more than they need us, and that need and our stubbornness will be the end of us." "What do you think happened with the other realmers?" Hallie asked, adjusting her skirt as she settled at Jorn's side. Hallie and Jorn had married years ago, although both of them spent more time with their twins than with one another. That had always bothered Carice. She didn't want to hold her sister back. But since neither Callan nor Carice had found spouses, their siblings had always been too careful around them. Altair quietly landed on the balcony, his mate Alondra behind him. Their wings slowed, and they rested them against their sides. As he'd done before, Altair moved closer to Trace and sniffed him. "Still a very strange scent," Altair said. "He is young," Alondra said, peering over her mate's shoulder to see the stranger. "Do we know why he's here?" "Curiosity," Carice said. "He found another reef like ours, a reef of foreigners, and it was in trouble, so he came to see if our reef was in trouble." Hallie was able to reduce but not stop the pain, so we helped him to sleep with an herbal potion. Whatever it means to tear up a man's focus, it's terribly painful. We need to figure out what Tazi did so we can keep it from happening again, Altair said. Has Talon come to see him? No, Carice said. We think. Trace met twins on the mainland, young ones. They're still being born, but the villagers fear will attack villages and families and twins themselves. They think we hate them. But Trace also thought Tazi attacked him to eat him. They live in fear of the Dreki. Altair snorted, and Alondra rested her sinuous neck on his shoulder. So nothing has gotten better. No, Jorn said, and Talon is to blame. I think more than Talon is to blame, Altair said, but he has a lot to answer for. I'll find Jose and go speak with him. He's so old he may not remember. He forgets many things these days. Which could make him more dangerous, Hallie said. Be careful. What do we do with him? Alondra asked, nudging forward, her snout nearly on Trace's head. He's very unusual. I feel something from him. Yes, Altair said. Do you feel it? Any of you? No, Carice said. I don't think we can hurt him like Tazi did. Only the Dreki. That means... Altair slowly shrugged. That's unexpected. So did Tazi actually do something to him, or is it simply proximity? It's not proximity, or your presence here would damage him, and I sense no new pain, Carice said. I think Tazi raised his senses, and that hurt this man. I don't think he's here to cause us harm. He might even bring us something good. If we knew the villagers were hiding twins years ago. Then there might be hope for us, Alondra said. How many twins are there? He wouldn't tell us. He isn't sure we can be trusted, and he doesn't want to endanger the villagers. Alondra gave a small laugh, the forceful puff of air sending all their hair flying around on their heads. Ah, such new things. I didn't think we would ever see or hear new things again. I thought we were destined to waste away here with nothing to do but fish and age and die. Maybe things are going to change, Altair said. He sniffed Trace's head yet again, and then he turned his head quickly and sneezed. I am still surprised by how strange he smells. Chapter 15. Trace had wakened halfway through the conversation with the twins, but he'd kept that to himself. He wasn't afraid exactly, but his head hurt, and he had no panel, and he felt vulnerable. Then the Dreki had arrived, moving close to him, stirring his hair and dampening his face with their breath, and he decided maybe this was fear after all. Their voices were low and inhuman, although the Dreki and the humans seemed to get along well. Talon. That name had come up more than once now. The Dreki was apparently old, but still able to cause trouble. Trace wondered what kind of trouble the creature had caused, and how anything here could be fixed. The Dreki were in trouble. The twins were living separate lives, maybe for no reason, and he was lying on a pallet on a stone floor while a huge animal sniffed his head. His focus was torn to the point where he felt like crying, and he had no reeds, so he was trapped until he healed. Hallie put her hands on him again, and the feeling that fell over him was like the peace he got from John. The pain lessened, although the damage to his focus was enough that the moment she took her hands away, he was nearly in as much pain as before. Hallie moved her hands, and he felt himself gasp, which alerted the group that he was awake. He felt the heat of a creature's breath again, and he opened his eyes and found an enormous snout near his nose, a giant eye staring at him. The face was covered with small scales in many rich shades of blue. "He's awake," said the other Dreki. "You're awake, young man. What a surprise you are." Trace was afraid to move. He'd never had anything so huge stare at him from this distance before. He needed for his head to stop pounding so he could calm down and make sense of this situation. "I think you're too close," Carice said. Trace focused on her and her sister, and then he realized male twins sat with them. Was everyone here a twin? Why? What did it mean? "How do you feel?" Hallie asked. "It helps when you touch me," he answered honestly. "What's going to happen to me?" The Dreki let out what had to be laughter. "We promise not to eat you, or harm you, although I guess that's a promise we already broke. I'll speak to Tazi and see if we can keep that from happening again. He took off, upset at hurting you, and he hasn't returned. Perhaps Alondra and I should give you some space. I apologize for what happened to you, young man. We didn't plan to harm the first other realmer to visit our reef in 80 years. Why did the other realmers stop visiting? Trace asked. He had 1,000 questions, but this one seemed to fit the moment. What he really wanted was the full history of this reef, but he suspected nobody truly knew what that was. 80 years ago, there was an incident, one of the male twins said. It's not entirely clear what happened, but a Dreki was accused of harming a village and attacking both villagers and other realmers. We always thought it was a misunderstanding, that perhaps the rash actions of one Dreki had much too dire consequences. But you're here now, and you were indeed attacked by a Dreki, although likely not on purpose, so perhaps what happened to you happened to the other realmers here at the time. It felt like an attack, Trace said. I wouldn't blame someone for leaving and not returning. Who sealed the docking doors? That we don't know, the other male twin said. I didn't realize they had been sealed. When the Dreki were accused of violence, many of us came here, and we've stayed here, more or less. We don't explore the reef anymore. So you used to live on the mainland, Trace said. Yes, the Dreki. Trace realized Carice was giving the man a slight warning with a shake of her head. She wanted him not to tell Trace something. Interesting. The villagers, twins, and the Dreki were at peace, neighbors and friends. Everyone lived together in small villages, Carice said. And the Inri and the Yitri, Trace asked, were they different groups at that point? Yes, when we arrived, and nobody here is old enough to remember this, so it's all hearsay. The Yitri were from a northern land, and the Inri were southern. Some Dreki came with the Inri, and some with the Yitri. The groups have always gotten along. They just started from different locations. You said the Dreki were accused of violence, Trace said. You don't believe it happened? All 4 twins exchanged a wary look, and Carice took the question. There is a Dreki among us who hasn't always behaved well. He isn't quite stable, and he's quite old. We tried to explain that he wasn't like the rest, but he did enough damage that the villagers were afraid. And what has this to do with twins? Trace asked. This was the question, he thought. The answer to this question would explain everything. Twins were once common, Carice said. Then fewer and fewer women had them. Our culture has always valued them. Trace grinned. So you don't want to tell me. There's a secret here about the twins. Those mysteries exist on the mainland, too. Most twins are kept apart and don't know they have siblings. They are felt to be a danger if they're together. 4 human faces looked crushed by this statement, and 2 Dreki growled low in their throats. I think, Trace said quietly, that maybe it's time everyone on this reef had a long talk. Trace winced because he felt the pain again. Another Dreki was coming, and it was doing whatever a Dreki did to harm him. What is it? Carice asked. Hallie's hands gripped his arm, but her touch couldn't negate the growing pain. Another Dreki, Trace hissed. It hurts. Tazi, one of the Dreki said. I'll stop him. The Dreki both took off, leaping from the stone balcony, flapping giant leathery wings. The second one made a squawk as it left, perhaps sending a message to the one causing the pain. Within a random, the pain abruptly stopped, but the damage had been done. Trace wondered how many times his focus could be shredded before it killed him, and then he drifted to sleep. When he woke the next time, he was alone. Without a read panel, he couldn't search the area, although his focus was still so damaged. Likely he couldn't even have done that. Pain slammed through him, his head pounding and his limbs sore. Lying down didn't help anything, and his curiosity was still strong, so he levered himself up to his hands and knees and then to his feet. He'd seen the humans come and go through a wide doorway in the back, so that was the way to find help and water. But the balcony was inviting too. He didn't know how high up he was, but from here he could see only the sky, the Yoshvat sun dimming, many clouds painted in pale pinks and oranges. He walked to the edge, needing to see where he was, needing to understand at least one thing in this reef. The view took his breath away. Reefs were huge. He'd always known that, but he'd never seen it like he was right now. He stood high above the lake, unable to see anything below but the water. Far in the distance, he saw the shoreline of the mainland, simply a jagged line where the water ended and the land began. Never had he seen a lake this size, so a shoreline was also new. He'd seen images of the topside land here in Portomare, and it resembled this. The reef had more wind than most, and it ruffled his hair as he stood there, the air cooling with the setting of the Yoshvaten sun. It tugged at his tunic and made him step back for fear of falling down into the water, which swirled below, the sound of it slamming into the stone base of the island, muted in his ears. Backing away, he walked to the back of the room and through the doorway. The entire complex was built into the stone. It was amazing and beautiful and barren, with none of the green living things from the rest of the reef. Where the mainland vibrated with energy, the stone island was silent in his mind, no energy at all. And the Dreki had been banished here. He hoped they couldn't feel energy like he did, that they hadn't lost the sensation of so much life in exchange for this haunting silence. He wasn't sure the twins were banished or not. He didn't understand their presence at all. He passed several small rooms, some open and some closed, none making sense to him. The open ones appeared empty, and all were too small for Dreki. These had to be the realms of the humans, the twins, and yet this island had few twins and many rooms. Unless, he thought, this was also a ruin, like the one John and Henrik lived in. Maybe once this had been another palace of sorts, filled with people. Perhaps the twins lived here to serve the Dreki somehow. The history of the world behind this reef tugged at his curiosity almost to the point of pain. There was so much here to know, and likely he'd never have any of the answers he sought. He stopped and closed his eyes, one hand on the wall, as pain threatened to take him to his knees again. Right now he needed Kaya. She would heal his focus and take his fear and feed him peace. Only Kaya's touch had ever brought that kind of peace. With her he didn't need to be strong or smart or powerful. With her the arrogant eldsinger died away, as did the destroyer of Borgenvale, and he was whole. He smiled at the thought. Yes, Kaya made him whole. Her touch, her smile, her acceptance, even her inability to see him as he was, her blindness to his faults. And he'd walked away from her. He'd walked away from everyone who loved him, and he had no excuse. He wondered if they would let him walk back, assuming he could ever get off this island and jump out of this reef. Without his reed panel, he was trapped. Soon he found a wide stairwell. Apparently he'd been at the top of the building or mountain or whatever this was, because the stairs only led down, and he cautiously descended to the next level. Again, everything was stone with no obvious decoration, most of it devoid of furnishings. On this level, most doors were closed, and he decided his theory that this was a ruin was correct. He didn't know how the humans or the Dreki could have carved or built this, so it had to have come with the reef when the Jago had jumped a piece of another world into the hollow space in this rock. Halfway down a dark hallway, he ran into people, 2 identical men coming from a wide arched doorway at the end of the hall. They were lit from behind, so apparently some of the rooms had windows, because he hadn't seen signs of technology here, and the light was too bright for lanterns. "You're the other realmer," one of the men said. Both men were old, ancient, one leaning on a cane, and both taking slow, shuffling steps. "Never thought we'd see other realmers again. Fragile you are, too easy to damage." Trace didn't like the sound of that, although he struggled to consider either of these men a threat. "I'm Trace," he said. "I'm enjoying getting to know your reef. I'm fascinated by the history of these reefs. This is the second one I've visited with this particular history. The historians on Portomare call your reef a fallis lenta, a hidden reef." The man with the cane snorted. "Hidden for good reason, and yet here you are." "Is that what you think it means?" Trace asked. "The reef was meant to be hidden from other realmers? Or was it hidden from the world from which it came? Or was it hidden from some other enemy? I'm not sure what the reefs are doing here." Other realmers gave us trouble, the man without the cane said. I'd heard that, Trace said. What did they do? They convinced the others that the Dreki were dangerous. They lied about what the Dreki could do to them, about what everyone needed. I was told a Dreki named Talon was the problem, Trace said. Perhaps there were misunderstandings. The man with the cane snorted. Misunderstandings. The villagers were wicked. The other realmers listened to the villagers and made things worse. So you're glad the Dreki live out here now, Trace said. The men exchanged a look. Although I don't understand why some of the twins live here with them. The men exchanged a look and a rather evil smile. Yes, I suppose to an other realmer our lives are quite mysterious. Easy to see how misunderstandings can happen then. Good day, sir. We need to get along now. Wait, Trace said, as they began the slow process of moving through the hall. I didn't catch your names. Because we didn't throw them, the man without the cane said. Leaf and Magni. Had to come in and see what all the fuss was about. I don't know. I don't think you're dangerous. You look like you might fall down. Maybe my brother could take you down. Trace suppressed a smile. They were right that he might fall down, but he suspected he could still take these men in a fight. Wait, the others think I'm dangerous? I'm not dangerous. Anyone so curious about the past could be dangerous, one of them said. Then they headed away from him, clearly not meaning to stop and talk any longer. Trace watched them go, not sure what had just happened. He was considered dangerous. He seemed to be alone here, no idea where to go or what to do, and maybe he had no allies. With that thought, his head throbbed more. But everything here also made him curious. This island had human twins. That meant they could leave. Surely these people weren't trapped on this island. If he went down to the ground level, maybe he'd find a way back to John and Brindle and the rest. John and Henrik would help him feel better. They didn't consider him dangerous. If he was trapped here long term, he preferred being trapped with the younger twins on the mainland over these older twins and the strange, huge, unnerving Dreki on this island. He took the stairs all the way to the bottom and stepped outside onto a large, barren rock. The tall, slender mountain where he'd just been towered above him and took 3/4 of the island, which was all stone with a few patches of shrubs. He also recognized the bright flowers growing out of the rock near the base of the mountain, meaning perhaps this was the same stone as the palace ruin where John and Henrik lived. He walked as far as he could go around the mountain, which wasn't wide. It was much taller than wide, and he could walk about halfway before the mountainside became the edge of the island. In the murky water he could see fish swimming in large schools, not far from the shore. A field of flowers and small shrubs grew on one side, beneath the balconies, he thought. From here he could see another similar island in the distance, one with another mountain. As he watched, a Dreki emerged from a stone arch near the top, soaring with the wind. He cringed, expecting pain, but the creature circled the mountain and then flew in the other direction, its shining scales catching the light and sparkling with every color imaginable. "What are you doing out here?" a voice asked, and he turned and found himself facing Hallie and Jorn, or Carice and Callan, only this pair was holding hands, so he thought they were the married pair. "Looking for a way off your island," he said. "There's no dock here. How do you leave? Are you trapped? I don't understand the Dreki and the twins." Hallie smiled. "No, I suppose you don't. We're not trapped." "But I am," Trace said. "Am I a prisoner?" Hallie put her hand on his arm. "You hurt. I see it in your eyes." "Yes," he said. He leaned against the wall of the mountain building. "I feel like I've been in pain since I got here, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of riddles and questions. I left my family to come here, needing to sate my curiosity more than I needed to be with the people I loved, and now I pay for it. I'm trapped alone out here, hurting, and I have no answers." She gripped his forearm and gave him a gentle tug. "Let's go find Carice, and we can deal with the pain. We'll get you off the island. You're not a prisoner. Tazi didn't bring you here to trap you. He wanted you healed. He felt terrible for harming you." Do you think I'm dangerous? Trace asked. I met a set of very old men inside, and they told me you consider me dangerous. I don't come to bring you trouble. Very old men, Jorn said. He'd gone completely still, and he gave Hallie a wide-eyed look. Did they give you their names? Leif and Magni, Trace said. Jorn's eyes widened even more, and he turned and raced toward the other side of the island. You're sure of their names? Hallie asked. She shook her head. Of course you are. How could someone not understand Leif and Magni? Well, we haven't heard from them in a very, very long time. I wasn't sure it was even possible to hear from them again. What did they say? That other realmers are too fragile, that we cause trouble. It wasn't me. I don't know what happened here, but it was before my time. He heard the panic and pain in his voice and wished he could be stronger, but the pain seemed to be growing, or maybe he was tired and hungry and not doing well dealing with it. Don't let Leif and Magni bother you, Hallie said. We're not worried about you hurting us. We want to know about the twins. We care about twins, as you've seen. It breaks my heart that they live separately. Twins are close, the closest two people can be, and to have that comfort, that wholeness stripped away, I can't imagine it. So if you help us find them and reunite them and tell them how special they are, you've done us a service, not endangered us. He followed her inside, where she settled him on the lowest floor, on a soft bed in a small, dim bedroom. The room had little furniture, but what it had was beautiful, rich wood and a brightly colored throw rug on the floor. 2 paintings were on the wall, one of a Dreki in the sunlight, and another of a ruin, maybe a ruin on the mainland. Each wall boasted 2 oil lamps, their flames flickering brightly enough to keep shadows away. Jorn appeared with Carice at his side, and the 3 of them settled in chairs around him. Hallie situated herself so she could touch him, and he closed his eyes and relaxed, and let them minister to him, hoping soon he would feel like himself again. Chapter 16. This isn't good, Jordan said, as Rohan and John rowed the small boat toward the island in the distance. It seems like we're not getting closer. The island is farther than it looked. John took a deep breath, hating to admit he was tiring. The repetitive motion of rowing was exhausting, and it felt like they'd been at it forever. The sky was dimming, and soon they would be on this water in the dark. At least we haven't attracted Dreki, Melanie said. She sighed. Except maybe one would give us a ride to its island. Or it would eat us, Henrik said, grinning. He had been grinning at Melanie a lot, and John found that amusing. Of course, he'd been grinning at Brindle for a few days now. Is this the stupidest thing we've ever done? Likely, Rohan said. But I like knowing we're going to find answers. I've always wanted answers. Me too, Brindle said. Sometimes Rohan would go to the north fishing spot where he knew there were no fish, just in the hope we could see the Dreki. It surprised me to discover not everyone felt that way. How could someone not want to know more about the Dreki? I'm not sure I ever did, Melanie said, but we never saw any, not even from a distance. I wasn't sure I believed they existed. We've always wanted to know, Henrik said. Remember what Trace said about his curiosity getting the best of him? We might be stepping into the same kind of trouble. I think a bigger fear is being out here after dark, Rohan said. He stopped rowing and rotated his shoulder. Jordan, anyone? I think John and I need a break. I can do it, Henrik said, and Jordan nodded that he would too. In a moment of shifting, which tilted the boat dangerously close to tipping, everyone shifted places. John now sat beside Brindle in front of the rowers, and Rohan and Melanie sat in the back. Henrik and Jordan spent a few moments getting a rhythm, and then they were moving again toward the island. The dark bothers me, Brindle said. The Dreki hunt at this time of day. Yes, John said, looking around. Have you ever heard of them eating people? No, but I've never heard of them stealing people, and that happened. We never heard of an other realmer visiting, Henrik said while rowing. That happened too. Our experience doesn't mean much. Brindle sighed. I just found a sister. I should be home telling my mother she has a daughter she didn't know about. But I want to find Trace. Our reef hasn't been good to him, and I think he's a good man. But I can't imagine that he's alive, so what are we doing out here?" "Wait," Rohan said. "Everyone quiet." Jordan and Henrik stopped rowing, and nobody moved. Then the water around them seemed to explode, motion all around them tilting the boat first one way and then the other. "Look up," Jordan said, and everyone obeyed. John stared in wonder because he'd never seen anything like this. A large flock of birds was swooping low, going after the huge school of fish that was leaping and flopping at the surface. "What is it?" Melanie asked. "Deepwater trout," Rohan said. "Biggest school I've ever seen. They're attracting the birds." The birds didn't seem to see the people, swooping into the water all around them, going for the fish that leaped and swam and writhed here at the surface. One hit Melanie on the head, and she shrieked and flailed her arms to protect herself. Rohan grabbed for her, but his movement and hers together tipped the boat far enough that it turned over, dumping all of them into the lake. Brindle screamed, and John felt like joining her. Fish were all around them, pressed against them, cold and slimy, and slithering like so many worms. He'd never experienced anything like it, and he felt himself sinking, unable to stroke the water because of the mass of fish in the way. "I can't swim," Jordan choked. "Neither can Melanie." "I've got Melanie," Rohan said, the tail end of her name cut off as he sucked in water. John reached around for someone, anyone, the spray from the fish and the birds making it difficult to see. He didn't know where Jordan had ended up. Henrik could swim, and since Rohan could, he assumed Brindle could too. They needed to find Jordan. "Jordan," Henrik called, "where are you? Call again." Nobody answered. "Jordan," Rohan said, panic in his voice. "Jordan, answer us." Instead of an answer, suddenly they were surrounded by a flash of light. Trace? No, that couldn't be. But who else could light the area? Closing his eyes, he felt a strange wrenching in his gut, and he was dropped onto a solid surface, no longer in the water. He wiped water from his eyes and mouth, trying to catch his breath, momentarily more concerned with breathing than wondering what had happened. "Jordan," Rohan said. In answer, someone choked and coughed, and an unknown female voice spoke to the group. "It's okay," she said. "Breathe slowly. You're okay. We've got you. It's going to be okay. We should get you dry." "Kaya," said an impatient male voice. "Are they all here?" "Oh." John looked up and found two strangers staring down at him. The woman was pale with light hair and eyes. Lovely. The man was darker, and he smiled. "Well, look at this. You're all alive. We weren't sure what we were sensing. Humans and fish and birds in a wild tangle." "We got in the middle of a feeding frenzy and lost our boat," Rohan said. He let out a huff. "We'd never been in a boat before. Honestly, we weren't any good at boating. I'm not sure we ever would have gotten to the island." John glanced at Melanie and Jordan, who looked terrified. John thought he knew who these people might be, and he had some idea where they were. The flash of light meant they were other realmers like Trace, so likely these were Trace's friends, here to find him. That meant this was a vessel in the ocean outside the reef. "You're looking for Trace," Brindle said quietly. Her hand found John's, and she held on. "The Dreki took him toward the island. We hope it didn't kill him or eat him, although they hurt him before. We were looking for him, too. We need his help, but we also want him safe. He came to help us, and he was never safe." At this, the woman frowned at the man. "I'll check," the man said. "See if they need help. I'm Gianni. You can call me G. This is Kaya. She's a healer. Trace's sister and I will look for him. Then we'll talk more. If you're worried about Trace being eaten, I think we need to hurry and find him." "Yes," Brindle said. "Hurry. He can be safe. Finally." Gianni left the room, and Kaya led everyone into another room, what looked like the main living area of the vessel. It held soft furnishings, and a wide window to one side showed nothing but black darkness. John wanted dry clothes, and he hated that they smelled like fish, but mostly he hoped they would find Trace. Maybe this mess would make more sense once Trace was back. You're cold, Kaya said. All of you. Let's deal with that first. Oh, unless someone has injuries. No, Rohan said, speaking for the group. John smiled at that. Rohan often spoke for those around him. We weren't in the water long. Jordan, you are having the most trouble. Are you hurt? I drank half the lake, and my stomach is upset. We have 3 small showers, Kaya said. You might want to clean off, and I can find something dry for you to wear. I'll get something for Jordan's stomach, and then... She ran her fingers over her eyes. Then you can tell us what happened, how you know Trace. Before she could leave, another woman came through the large room. She stopped and looked everyone over. John felt in her, in all of them, the same strange sensations he felt from Trace. These people were all strong with the power Trace had. The woman tilted her head and walked toward John and Henrik, then took in everyone's faces, looking surprised. Twins, she said. All of you? Yes, Henrik said. There's a mystery surrounding twins on our world. Trace was trying to help us unravel it. The woman sighed. I'm Echo. Gianni and I are going to find him. He said the island. You think he's on the islands? I've never seen a reef with an island, but I guess that's Fallis Lenta, filled with things we've never seen. He was hurt? Rohan cleared his throat. We suspect he's dead. He was carried off by a Dreki, and that can't be good. He didn't have his panel, and the Dreki can hurt him. They tore up his focus, Brindle said when Rohan stumbled over the explanation. More than once. He was in pain. The whole time he was in pain. Gianni came into the room behind the woman, and he put his hand on her shoulder. Let's find him, he said quietly. Where's Kaya? She's getting something for Jordan, and maybe clothes, Melanie said. She moved closer to Jordan and took his hand. I don't understand where we are. Oh, Gianni said. We're outside the reef in a skipper, a sea vessel. He moved to the window and hit a switch at its side. Light shined outside, showing a rocky wall swarming with small creatures. Everyone stepped back, and then Brindle smiled and walked right to the window, her fingers touching it. John had no idea what it was, and he moved to her side and watched the creatures swim and walk and move across the rock. What are they? Brindle asked. Melanie moved to stand at her side. They're alive, Melanie said. She laughed. I feel so much life. Some of them are plants, Brindle said. Some are useful, I think. You need to get Trace, John said, turning back to the woman and Gianni. I'm John. That's Henrik, my twin. Then Rohan and Jordan and Melanie and Brindle. We're sorry Trace was hurt. Can you get him now? We can wait. Everyone was still dripping on the floor, shivering with chill, but the woman nodded and moved to sit on the soft bench. The man took a chair nearby. I'm Echo, the woman said. Trace is my brother. With that, she put a panel in her lap and nodded to Gianni, who did the same. Both of them closed their eyes, and 2 quiet songs came from the panels. Nobody moved, and John realized Kaya was back, standing in the doorway, her face grim. She didn't think this could end well, John realized. He was having the same problem. Then John felt a shift in the pair with the panels. Echo's song changed, louder now, and she moved off the bench, her panel in her hand. With a broad smile, she kept playing, and a flash filled the air. When it died away, Trace lay on the sofa, not moving, eyes closed. Trace, Kaya said, pushing past Jordan and Rohan and falling at Trace's side on her knees. She looked up at Echo. He's very damaged. I know, Echo said. Something shredded his focus. Again. How many times can someone go through that? Why is it always Trace? Gianni pulled Echo back so Kaya could have more space, and Brindle moved to John's side and took his hand. John can help, Brindle said quietly. She put her hand on Kaya's shoulder. He helped him before. He can help with the pain. Can you feel the pain? Kaya asked Brindle. No, but he can. Henrik can, maybe. They can make it better. Kaya gave them a small smile. I would welcome the help. I'll piece together the holes in his focus. Come here. John knelt at Kaya's side, and everyone else backed up. Kaya sat cross-legged, her panel in her lap, and a quiet tune began to play. Then she put one hand on Trace's neck, her palm on his collarbone, and she slid the other beneath the hem of his tunic, resting it low on his side. "Can I touch him?" John said quietly. Kaya opened her eyes, her song not faltering. "Of course. I'm going to play a long song to determine the extent of the damage. Even unconscious, he's pulling away from the pain, sinking into himself. If you can calm that, it might make my job easier." John rested both hands beneath Trace's tunic, the man's skin cool against his fingers, and he relaxed. He felt the pain, worse than before, radiating out from Trace in the rhythm of his heartbeat. Unlike Kaya, John didn't play a song. He didn't even have to concentrate. He simply made contact and waited, hoping his skill was enough to help. The tremors of pain resonated in John, enough that he felt it mildly pressing at his own senses. Another man came from the front of the vessel. He raised his eyebrows, and Echo moved to his side. "He's in pain," Echo said quietly, wrapping her arms around the man. "I can feel it," the man said. He looked at John, questions in his eyes. "I can slow the pain," John said. "Or I hope I can. I did it before. The Dreki did this. I don't know why. I don't know if they're enemies or... We don't know anything about them. One carried Trace off in his talons, but he has no injuries I can see, so it had to have held him gently. But why hurt him and then carry him so gently?" "I felt them," Echo said. "Huge creatures, small creatures. I didn't pay much attention. I just wrapped my focus around Trace and brought him here. He was so foolish to run off alone. His arrogance will be the death of me." "Not arrogance," Gianni said. John wished he understood the dynamics of this group. Echo was family, his sister. The man with her was clearly a mate of some sort. Then the other two were unknown. He suspected Kaya was Trace's mate, but he didn't understand Gianni. He felt something from all of them, the energy Trace spoke of. "Why don't you take care of our guests?" Kaya said quietly to Echo, who shook her head. "Right," Echo said. "I'm sorry. I'm not doing this well. Welcome, and let's take care of you." "Thank you," Brindle said quietly. She gently placed her hand on John's back. "I wish we'd done better protecting him. We speak of the Dreki like they're dangerous, but honestly, I've never believed that. I guess now I do." Chapter 17. John didn't move, dripping on the floor while working to calm Trace. He thought he felt the man's pain receding, but it was still great, still too much to allow him to wake up. Everyone else went to other parts of the vessel, returning clean and dry and wearing tunics and breeches or skirts. Brindle laughed when she returned, spinning in a long skirt. "I like this," she said. "I can't believe we're here. I'm not sure I do believe we're here. Did we drown?" John laughed. "I don't think so." "Is he better?" Brindle asked. She knelt next to John and put her hand on Trace's leg, which was covered with a blanket. "Maybe," John said. "Yes," Kaya said. "The holes are knitting together. The warping is what hurts the most, and it's the hardest to heal. I don't know exactly what John is doing, but it helps. Damaged foci sometimes fights healing, but he's calm, and the tears are sealing easily. Thank you." "When he's better, Henrik can fill him with energy and wake him up," Brindle said. Kaya smiled. "Really? I don't understand that. You don't have foci, not like we do. But I feel your energy. Can you do anything like that, Brindle? You have energy too." "I understand herbs and how to use them. My sister feels the energy of animals. Rohan knows where to find fish and what kind of fish are around. We eat mostly fish, so that's a very handy skill." "And the other one?" Kaya asked. "Jordan," Brindle said. "He doesn't have a skill, or maybe he has one and doesn't know it. I didn't know I had a skill. I thought I'd just learned a lot about herbs. We only met Jordan and Melanie a day ago." "Wait," Kaya said. "But you're twins." "Yes," Brindle said. She sighed. "We were separated. We're not sure why. It's one of the mysteries Trace wanted to help us uncover." Brindle moved out of the way, and John listened to the strange notes coming from Kaya's panel, relaxing while he touched Trace and hoping he had the reserves to keep helping him until he felt better. He had no idea how much time had passed when Rohan patted his shoulder. "Up," the broad man said. "You need to stop and eat. It's been a long time." John took the hand Rohan offered and pulled upright, surprised at how sore he felt, meaning he'd completely lost track of time. When he was on his feet, he wavered, dizzy. "I think my brother did too much," Henrik said. He pointed to a table covered in food, and then he rested his hand on John's back. John felt Henrik's energy pulse through him, pushing back the edges of fatigue and dizziness. "You should stop too," Gianni said to Kaya. John watched this and wondered. He still hadn't figured out their relationships. Kaya seemed worried about Trace, maybe more worried than a friend might be. But Gianni treated her with great tenderness, also more than a friend might. "I don't need to stop," Kaya said stubbornly. "He needs this fixed. It's been damaged for days and is taking a toll on his body." "Then let me play stamina," Gianni said. "And you eat something. Even if you eat while playing, you have to restore the energy you're using, just like John has to restore what he's using." Kaya sighed and ate, letting the song die away while she stood and stretched and walked around the vessel. G watched her walk out of the large room, and he shook his head. "I don't know what would have happened if we hadn't gotten him back," G said, "to any of us. Trace tells us time and again that he isn't a leader, but he is definitely a leader, and we've been a little lost without him." "He acts like a leader," Brindle said. "He's calm and thinks things through." "Even without his skills, without his panel, he was a leader," Rohan said. John had to smile at that. He wasn't sure Rohan realized he, too, was a leader. Once they finished eating, John and Kaya moved back to Trace, still deeply unconscious. Kaya had injected him with something to speed his healing, and she was worried because he hadn't wakened up yet. "That might be me," John admitted. "My talent reduces pain, but it also aids in calm. Henrik falls asleep under my touch sometimes. Would you like him to try to wake Trace up?" Kaya nodded, looking teary. "Yes, he needs to wake up. I need to see his eyes and know he's going to be okay." Henrik readily agreed to help, and he knelt at Trace's side and rested his hand near his hip, beneath his tunic. John stood back and watched, food in hand. 50 randoms later, Kaya laughed. "I feel him. He's coming around. His energy levels jumped after Henrik touched him. How very strange. It's like a focal talent, but you have dormant foci. I guess whatever world you come from has skills similar to ours. I'm an other realmer too, and I was brought to Portomare by the Jago, we believe, like you, but clearly we're from different places." A few randoms later, Trace opened his eyes. He stared at the ceiling, and then he shifted his eyes first to Henrik and John, then over to Kaya. "How are we all together?" he mumbled. His hands shifted, and he gripped Kaya's hands in his own and pulled her close, kissing her. She grinned and pulled back in surprise, her cheeks going pink. She said. She looked at John and Henrik and shrugged. "How do you feel?" "Alive," he said. "Better. I'm sorry, Kaya. I'm so sorry. I was selfish and arrogant again, and I know I hurt you, all of you, and I'm sorry." Kaya rested her forehead on his. "Thank you for coming back alive." "That's because of them," Trace said, gesturing to John and Henrik. "Thank you. I feel the others. You're all well? How did you end up here?" "We tried to rescue you and were almost drowned by a flock of birds feeding on a school of fish," Henrik said. He laughed. "We're not the best rescuers." "And we'd been searching the reef for you for a couple days," Kaya said. "We hadn't spent much time searching the lake, since we'd seen no signs of boats or people on the water, but the drone picked up a disturbance and we found 6 people in the water who looked like they were in trouble. We jumped them here to rescue them, and they told us how to find you." "I think they didn't mean to hurt me," Trace said. His eyes were heavy, pain still rolling off him. "I met Dreki, and more twins, and I don't understand any of it. Secrets within secrets." "Don't worry about that now," Kaya said. "We're going to keep working on your focus. You go back to sleep." She asked John to continue calming and reducing Trace's pain, which kept him asleep another few hundred randoms, at which point Gianni told all of them it was time to rest. Henrik placed a strong hand on John's back and led him to a bedroom in the back. "Sleep," Henrik said. "You're worn out. We decided to stay here tonight. We told Echo, Dayton, and G what we know about the Dreki and what happened to Trace. They said tomorrow they can jump us anywhere on the reef we need to go. We're going to go to East Inri to introduce Brindle and Rohan's parents to their other children. G said he'll go with us and make sure everyone is safe. You'll like them, John. All of them. G is the heart of the group, although he says that's Kaya. Maybe it's both of them. Echo is driven and loyal and so scared for her brother. Dayton is calm, the voice of reason. I don't understand exactly why they ended up separated from Trace. They asked for our stories, but they didn't give us much of theirs. Kaya is kind, John said, remembering how often today she'd worried over John, warning him not to overwork and hurt himself. How many times she'd turned her friendly smile on him and asked him questions about his life, as though he and not just his skills mattered to her. I hope Trace wakes up soon, Henrik said. He has answers. He knows things about the Dreki none of the rest of us do. At least I hope he has answers. The Portomarans forced the twins to bed early that night, and nobody fought them. The skipper didn't quite have enough room for everyone to sleep, so Echo and Dayton spent the night in Trace's skipper, disappearing in a flash. Trace roused again and walked to his room, almost instantly collapsing back to sleep on the bed. Gianni shared that room. Brindle and Melanie would take Kaya's room, and Kaya opened a small cot next to Trace, claiming she needed to watch over him through the night. John suspected her reasoning was more selfish than that, but he understood. Rohan and Jordan were on the sofas in the living area, and John and Henrik had Echo and Dayton's room. As they lay in bed that night, the silence of the skipper and the dark ocean around them, Henrik spoke into the quiet. We could have died today. Yes, John said, but we didn't. I haven't thought through the danger, but living at home alone was going to kill us too, just differently. I know, John said. Trace wasn't hurt. He was almost killed through his focus, but his body wasn't hurt. I don't know what that means. He needs to wake up and tell the story. I worry more about visiting East Inri tomorrow, Henrik said. They think twins are dangerous. They'll be afraid. Brindle and Rohan might not be welcomed home after this. They might lose everything. Except their siblings, John said. What if you had to choose between me and everyone else? What if I had to make that choice? I would choose you. Maybe I did choose you. You notice tonight we're here together, and Mom and Dad have no idea how we're doing. Isn't that the way of growing up? Henrik said. The people on this skipper, I doubt their families know where they are. I'm not sure they have families, John said. Kaya told me a little. Dayton might, but the rest are alone, except now they're not. Did anyone explain why Trace was out here alone? Henrik asked. I think they didn't tell that story on purpose, or how they found him. I don't know the details, John said, just that they're glad to be together again. And Brindle is glad to be together with her sister, Henrik said. He laughed. Even Rohan seems glad to have a brother, but he's hard to read. He's glad, John said. I'm sure of it. He's calmer now, but tomorrow that calm will be put to the test. John agreed. He couldn't imagine what his new friends and their families would feel tomorrow. He hoped families ended up healed and not more broken than when they'd started. Chapter 18. I wish I knew more, Trace said, pushing to sit upright. He'd wakened much healthier this morning, and Echo had descended on him with questions. G felt Trace vocally shy away from the coming conversation and wished he could make it easier, but there was no way this could be easy. Let's take this into the other room. I assume everyone wants to know. G held out a hand, and Trace pulled to his feet, pausing and closing his eyes. Dizzy? G asked. Yeah, Trace said. All that Leichnich mixed with the healing song? I'll feel off for a few days. I'm fine. G doubted that. Trace's focus was still damaged, still raw, and his emotions were on a ride this morning, shifting from joy, possibly at being home and feeling better, to guilt, to concern, along with a few others G couldn't name. The man had not wakened up feeling settled. Everyone gathered around as Trace sat on the sofa, Kaya on one side and Echo on the other. He grinned at them, but the gesture was just that, a gesture. It didn't go below the surface at all, and it certainly didn't match up with his shifting focus. I met Dreki, he said. Up close. They talk. They're not animals, not really. They're intelligent. They used to live here on the mainland. I think the villagers and the Dreki used to live and work together. Now they're banished to the island. Trace told them what the twins and the Dreki had said to him, ending with an admission of confusion. I don't understand the role of twins, Trace said. Maybe they helped the Dreki somehow. Also, the twins were all older, nobody young, maybe 50s or 60s and more. Possibly a single Dreki, Talon, instigated all the trouble, and the one who might have hurt me is named Tazi, and all of them agree he didn't do it on purpose. I'm not sure what to make of any of it, except they want it to be better. I think they miss living here. They were angry that twins are separated on the reef. I think the key to everything on this island has to do with understanding why twins are important to the Dreki, but they were careful not to let me know anything about that. We're going to see our families, Brindle said when Trace was finished. I had hoped to tell them that exact thing, what twins and Dreki have to do with one another. I want them not to be afraid because we're together. I don't think they plan to harm twins or the families of twins, Trace said, except Talon. They were very closed about this Talon. More secrets. When the villagers find out there are more twins, some of these secrets might break open, Gianni said. He looked at Trace, wishing the man felt better today. He wanted to sit and talk to Trace, maybe scold him, but mostly spend enough time to know if he was okay. And yet these young twins needed help first. He didn't realize how much he'd missed his friend until he'd seen him asleep and hurting on the sofa yesterday. Then Trace had had a long night, sleeping restlessly through pain and maybe more. His focus had given away a lot of fear. Whatever had happened to Trace while he'd been gone, it hadn't been good. Can you tell us what happened? Kaya asked. The kids gave us some of it. I'm sure they told you the truth, Trace said. I want to go with you. When they go home to their families, I want to be there. Are you up for that? Echo asked. Honestly up for it? Trace shrugged. I'm not sure. I feel better, a lot better. I met Dreki. When the parents have questions, and they're going to have questions, I have some of the answers. Not enough answers, not real answers, but the best we can do right now. He should be there, Rohan said. G thought Rohan was the leader of the group of other realmers, although he wasn't sure Rohan was aware of that, much the way Trace didn't see himself as the leader here. We need him there. We do, Brindle said. We don't want to hurt him, though. We can wait if he's not ready. I'm ready, Trace said. G, you're going with them? It was going to be G and me, Echo said. Do you think that's too many? We don't want to overwhelm them. We need to visit our parents, too, John said. Or maybe Henrik. The kids seemed to be able to tell one another apart, but G was struggling. If they'd had active foci, he could have read those to tell them apart, but the energy they did possess wasn't different enough to make it obvious who was who. I mean, if it's not too much trouble, I want them to know we're okay. They didn't want us to look for Trace, Henrik said. My father fears for us. He's still not convinced John and I are safe, but he loves us and wants us together. We need to let him know what's happening with us. Trace smiled at that. Thank you for worrying and looking for me. I feel like I've been nothing but trouble since you met me. Brindle laughed and grabbed her sister's hand. Trace, look at this. I have a sister. I've always wanted a sister. You made that happen. He grinned. I don't think I gave you a sister, but I'm glad to have helped. John, of course we can get you home. To stay? Henrik asked. Are you ready to go home for good? No, John said, but I don't know what comes next. I guess we do the next thing. Eventually we'll go see the Dreki, Trace said. I don't know if it's safe to take you there. Most of the twins I met would love to meet you. The Dreki too, I think. But I worry about the old one they kept talking about. There's a lot more to him than I understand. I want you safe. We want to see them, Henrik said. I'm not sure what I'm willing to risk to see them, but it's a lot. The other kids agreed, and Trace pushed to his feet. Kaya steadied him. Trace, Echo warned. I'm not sure you're ready. He shook his head, and Kaya backed away. I know, but these kids need to see their families, especially Melanie and Jordan. I promise I'll be careful, Echo. G will jump us. I'll stick to stamina. I want to keep our group small, but if it makes you more comfortable, more of you can join us." Kaya shook her head. "I'll stay here. I don't want to make this harder for the kids' families. But keep your promise. We haven't talked about how you ended up out here, Trace, but we also haven't forgotten. So just don't mess with us again. Not yet." Trace wrapped his arms around Kaya, resting his forehead on her shoulder. "I know. I'm sorry. We'll tackle my issues soon. I knew 5 seconds after I left that I'd been an idiot, and that feeling grew the longer I was gone. We'll get back to it, I promise." Echo said nothing, but she didn't need to. Her focus gave it all away. She wasn't hopeful. At this point, she didn't trust her brother, and G knew she expected him to lie to her and hurt her. Maybe that was true, but G felt honest, deep remorse in Trace's focus, along with a warping and tremors of pain. G thought they should get this over with so Trace could continue to heal and deal with the emotional fallout of this trip. Because there was going to be fallout. Echo and Kaya had been hurt. Dayton had been disappointed. G hated to admit it, but he'd been angry. Afraid, too. He wasn't ready to be alone here, still feeling new to Portomare, and Trace was his closest friend. Except the events of the past days suggested Trace didn't feel as close as Gianni did. G jumped 3 sets of twins, Trace and himself, near the East Inri village, and they walked into the village. Rohan led the way, taking them straight to his house, a small wooden house above the ground, very angular, with big trees on 3 sides. The entire village was built beneath a canopy of huge, flat-topped trees, larger than G had ever seen in a reef. "Let me go in and bring them out," Rohan said with a shrug. "This is going to be rough. I'll tell you that right now, Jordan, and I'm sorry." Almost immediately, Rohan's parents emerged from the house with Rohan behind them. His mother took one look at Jordan and shrieked. Jordan took a step back, likely having no idea what that meant. G sure didn't know what it meant. Rohan's father took a few extra steps and stood nearly nose to nose with Jordan, his face completely closed. Then he backed up a step, and he smiled. "Twins," he said. He turned back to Rohan's mother. "You always said Rohan felt like more than one baby. I thought you were exaggerating. I'm sorry, Angelica, you were right." "I said it, but I didn't really think." Angelica moved closer, and she touched Jordan's face. She gestured behind her, and Rohan came and stood at Jordan's side. "I don't understand." "He was stolen," Rohan said, his deep voice angry and bitter. "Someone in the village steals twins and raises them in a rogue village to the north, away from their families. They're told they're orphans or that their parents don't want them. They don't get to live with their parents or their siblings." Trace raised his eyebrows at that, and G wondered what about that statement had caused it. "And who—" Angelica suddenly looked around, and she took her husband's hand and stepped back twice. "Rohan, who are these people? And Brindle, you too? Who are all of you?" G took a step forward, knowing he should take over this part. "I'm Gianni. This is Trace. We're from outside the reef. We came to see if this reef needed help because we recently found a similar reef that needed help. My reef, actually. Our son was dying and our reef was about to end. Trace helped us. Trace came to your reef to see if everything was okay, and he was injured. Your son helped him. So did Brindle. They met John and Henrik, twins who grew up together outside the villages, and then they discovered Melanie and Jordan. This is Jordan, by the way, your son." "I can't believe I'm meeting you," Jordan said quietly. "I was told you were dead, but you're not, and you're right here, and I can't believe I'm meeting you." Jordan's quiet, teary, stumbling words broke Angelica, and she and her husband wrapped their arms around both boys and pulled them all in for a long and weepy hug. Brindle turned to the rest with a huge smile on her face, and Melanie shrugged. "Do you think it will be like this for us?" "Hard to say," Brindle said. "I hope so." John and Henrik were smiling too. G turned toward Trace, who simply watched without much expression. "Trouble?" he whispered to Trace. Someone in this village steals children, Trace whispered back. That person isn't going to be happy with these reunions. Rohan's family had questions, and Trace suggested they leave Rohan and Jordan to answer them, while the rest went to see Brindle's family. This might not go so well, Brindle said. My grandfather is one of the council members. We don't know who steals babies, but he might know. He might be the one, although I can't imagine him taking a baby from his own daughter. But he said more than once that twins call the Dreki, and the Dreki are dangerous. Brindle reached for Melanie's hand, and then she reached her other hand for John's before moving into the village. Her home was across the village from Rohan's, and they got many strange looks along the way. G was disheartened by the number of angry and upset looks. Rohan's family had made him think this might be easy, but Trace had called it. The village didn't trust twins. Chapter 19. Brindle didn't enter her home, instead calling out for her parents. Her mother immediately came to the door, eyes wide, because the girls were still hand in hand, so there was no overlooking the reality here. What is this? The woman asked. Brindle, what's going on? She looked from one girl to the other, clearly not even sure which was Brindle. Mother, Brindle said gently, this is Melanie. I have a long story to tell you, but you need to know this first. She was taken away from you before you knew about her. She was raised in a rogue village, told that you didn't want her. The look on Brindle's mother's face was devastating, because it was clear that, in this instance, Melanie had been told the truth. Brindle's mother wasn't shocked to see her daughter. She was angry. Brindle, her mother said, it's dangerous. For you two to be together is dangerous. Melanie, you were treated well? Melanie simply nodded, her eyes shining. It's safer if you're apart, the woman said again. It was so hard to let you go, Melanie. I wish I had never known. Most women don't, but I figured it out, and my father told me the truth about what had to happen. To protect the villages from the Dreki, twins have to be separated. Melanie took a step back, trying to pull away from Brindle, but her sister held tight. That's wrong, Brindle said angrily. Everything we know about the Dreki is wrong. The other Realmers, too. Melanie is my sister. You took my sister away. You sent your daughter away. How could you do that? The woman's eyes were now as damp and shining as Melanie's. I didn't want to. Of course I didn't want to. Who are these other people? The woman stopped when she realized John and Henrik were also twins. We were raised together, Henrik said. Our parents ran away from their village so they could keep us together. Dreki have never come for us. I've never even seen a Dreki up close. I think you sent your daughter away for no reason, and that makes me very sad for all of you. I guess Dad knew, Brindle said. No, the woman said. G wished he knew this woman's name. No, I didn't want him hurt. We had no choice. You could have run away, Brindle said. John and Henrik's parents managed it. What will Dad say now? I don't know, the woman said. We always wanted more, and he didn't understand why it never happened. I couldn't tell him the real reason. Wait, Trace said. What does that mean? Women who bear twins do it with their first pregnancy, and they never get pregnant again, the woman said with a shrug. Who are you? Who are any of you? Why did you go find this girl and do this to our family? This girl? Brindle said. Her anger was magnificent, G thought, as Brindle's eyes lit with fire and she stood a little taller, clinging hard to her sister's hand. This girl is your daughter. You stole her from your husband, from her father. Where is Dad? In the field, her mother said. Brindle, do you really want to do this to him? Yes, Brindle said angrily. Still holding both John and Melanie's hands, she started away from the house, but her mother's teary voice stopped her. Brindle, she said quietly, you don't understand the danger. No, she said, I don't. But I don't think whoever steals babies understands either. Who are these people? Her mother asked. Did they make you do this? Question everything? Brindle let out a slow breath. I've always questioned everything, and you know it. This is Trace, and that's Gianni. They're other Realmers. They came to see if our reef needed help. Looks like maybe we do. With that, she took off again, and Trace, G, and Henrik followed. "Well," Trace said quietly, "that didn't go well. I did this. I could have left things alone. When you and Echo and the rest sit down to lecture and scold me, remember this part. I landed on a perfectly happy reef and caused trouble. That seems to be what I do." "No," Henrik said. "The twins should have families. You said the Dreki on the islands are alone and dying, and maybe we can stop that. John and I never had friends before. No, Trace, we did need help. We just didn't know it." Brindle found her father in a nearby field, caring for sheep. Brindle walked right up to him, released Melanie and John, and pulled her father close. "I'm sorry," she said. "Mom lied to you, and I'm sorry. But this is Melanie, my sister. I was a twin, and Grandpa said that twins had to be separated. She was sent to a rogue village, away from us. But twins aren't dangerous. This is John. He's a twin, only he was raised with his brother, and nothing bad happened to them or their family, except they had to live alone because the villages hate twins." Her dad said nothing. He looked at Brindle, and then Melanie, and then John. Then he looked back at Henrik, back to John, and then finally toward G and Trace. "I'm Trace Odell," Trace said, shaking the man's hand. "G and I are visiting reefs like yours, seeing if they need help." "Other realmers," the man said. "Yes," Trace said. "This is true, what Brindle said. I mean, it has to be true, because this girl is—" The man's eyes filled, and he threw his arms around Melanie and rocked her, sobbing into her hair. Melanie stiffened, and then relaxed, holding on. Brindle laughed and wrapped her arms around both of them. "Well," Henrik said, "much better reaction than their mother." "I think we need to talk to the grandfather," Trace said. "We need to know who knows about this and how it started. I hope it's a simple matter of them being afraid, but I suspect it's more sinister, and I have no idea why I think that." When Brindle's father, who introduced himself as Johannes, calmed down, they told him the story, and he agreed with Trace that they needed to talk to the council and discover who was behind the removal of twins from the village. Brindle led them back to Rohan's house, and his family joined them. News of the twins had spread, so the council and half the village were waiting in the main square. Brindle's mother was there, standing next to an older man who had to be her father, and they didn't look happy. "This is dangerous," the old man said. Trace sighed and walked toward the leader. "I should introduce myself," he said, just as he had with Brindle's father. When the introductions were over, they had met the 3 council members and found out that Brindle's mother was named Alyssa. Brindle's father stayed with the girls and didn't approach his wife. "You brought the twins together, Germain," Brindle's father said to Trace. "I suppose I did," Trace said. "I want to know why you separated them." "The Dreki attacked a village because it housed twins," Germain said. "We banished the Dreki, but they might still return." "And whose idea was it to give twins to the rogue?" Trace asked. "The tradition was started years ago," the man said. "Before my time. It's the only way to keep the village safe." "Who does it?" Trace said. He looked around. "There's a physician or midwife in this village who removes twins. If the parents object, they harm the parents so they'll forget or not cause trouble. Some of the infirm who live with the rogue are parents who discovered they were carrying twins and objected. Who decides to do that?" None of the council members said a word. "Our midwives are Liza and Penny," a woman said from the back. All eyes turned to 2 older women who frowned at the group. "We do it to protect the villages," they said. "There are very few twins. We seldom have to do this. Most women have normal births with 1 child. The babies are never harmed. They have good lives." "Is this true?" Rohan said to his brother. "Except we're led to believe our parents are dead or hate us," Jordan said. "I cried for my parents so many times, wishing I had a real family. And Melanie always wondered why her family turned her away. She's always felt inferior. So yes, our lives are good, but they could have been better." "We can't have twins in the village," another voice said, an older man this time. "We know a whole village was killed by Dreki for housing twins." "Why?" Trace asked. "Why do the Dreki hate twins? Am I right that in your old lives, before this reef, many women had twins, and the Dreki and the humans lived together?" "Something changed here," an older woman said. "Twins became rare. Maybe whatever changed women also changed the Dreki. They didn't like twins being here anymore." Trace sighed. "I met some of your Dreki. There are twins living on the Dreki island. They're friends. No," said another voice, a younger man. "There's no way to get to the Dreki Islands. We don't know you. Why would we trust you?" Trace rolled his eyes. "Gee, can we give a little demonstration? I promised Kaya and Echo I wouldn't sing." G suppressed a smile and played a tune to jump himself and Trace across the field. Then, when the flash died in everyone's eyes and they were staring at them in shock, he jumped them back. "We can get to the islands," Trace said, and G thought it strange that he didn't tell the truth. Yes, they could get to the island with the panels, but that wasn't how Trace had gotten there. "So you're other realmers, and you've brought back the twins, who are happy and safe apart. I think you should leave," Germaine said. "No," Brindle said. "Grandpa, this is ridiculous. If Melanie has to go, I'll go with her. We'll live with John and Henrik's parents. We're not splitting up again. I missed 20 years of my sister's life." "You won't make her go," Brindle's father said. "They stay or I go with them. And last I knew, you all appreciated my sheep." "Same with us," Rohan's father said. "I have 2 sons. One was stolen from me, stolen from my wife." She suspected twins, but the midwives told her she was crazy, and they gave her strong herbs so she wouldn't remember the details of the birth. They took those memories from her along with our son. As he spoke, he pulled both boys close, and G looked at Trace with a smile. Jordan's smile was huge. Melanie looked similar, clinging to her father's hand, although her mother still stood with Germaine, looking angry and defiant. For several randoms, people yelled and argued, and Trace stepped back. "What do we do?" G asked, moving to his side. "I think they need to fight this out, but not with the kids here. Collect Rohan and his family. I'll get Melanie and hers. We'll take them to the ruins. John and Henrik wanted to visit home, so that will be our next stop. Then we need to see the Dreki again, but not today. I need to stop and feel better." G nodded, glad to hear him admit the pain, which had been growing for a while now. The kids and their families, minus the girl's mother, gratefully left the group, walking into the woods before Gianni jumped them away. He didn't jump them far, and although Trace had promised not to use the reeds for anything beyond the stamina song, it made sense for Trace to make this jump since he knew the location. G gave him stamina to lessen the strain on his focus, and in moments they stood outside the ruin. "Wow," G said. The sunken stone building, covered in vines and flowers and surrounded by huge trees, looked like something from a children's story. "This is amazing." "Wait till you see inside," Brindle said. She took a deep breath and hugged her sister. "Melanie, I'm so sorry. I wish that hadn't happened." "I have a dad," Melanie said. She looked at Johannes. "Right?" The man grabbed her and squeezed her close. "You sure do. We'll get your mom on board. She was lied to and scared. Her father has always been a very powerful man. She has to believe she did the right thing, because right now it's unbearable to think she lost you for no reason. So we'll be patient with her." Melanie nodded, but Brindle didn't look convinced. G suspected Brindle held a grudge against anyone who hurt someone she loved. John ushered them into a wide, sunken courtyard, and he went to find his parents. "I think they're in good hands," Trace said, settling on a bench. "We need to go, G. We'll leave them here and come see them tomorrow." "Sure," Gianni said. They waited for John and Henrik's parents, at which point they told them they would return tomorrow if this arrangement worked for tonight. "Yes," John's mother said. She was a lovely woman who didn't look old enough to have grown sons. "We're happy to house everyone tonight. We can share stories. But you can't stay and tell us about the Dreki?" "Tomorrow," Trace promised. "I'm sorry. The jumping is hard on a healing focus. See if you can figure out what Jordan can do. I suspect he has a skill. If Rohan has one, then he does too. Look for something related. All the twins I've met except for one pair has related or even interrelated skills. I was told it's very normal to have a talent. And we'll come back tomorrow. Oh, wait. He held out a small radio, handing it to John and Henrik's father. What is this? G laughed. It's a radio. If you need us before we return, just hit that button and we'll talk to you or come and help. There were a few hugs because all the families were terribly emotional right now, and then G jumped them back to the sea warbler, where Trace relaxed on the sofa. Leichnik? He asked Kaya before she could say anything. She nodded and went for the medicine for Trace's focus. He was good, G said. He only jumped once and I asked him to. He told me when he was hurting, which was why we came home. We'll tell you everything that happened, but for now let's just deal with Trace and relax. It was a strange day. We caused a lot of trouble, Trace said. Yeah, G said. He keeps saying that. We just reunited two families. If we can figure out what the Dreki are hiding, we might fix an 80-year-old rift on this world. We are not causing trouble. Trace shrugged. Maybe. Kaya injected him with Leichnik and then sat at his side, her hands on Trace's chest and neck. With her reed panel, she could continue to heal Trace's focus, although warping was harder to heal than tears, and Trace was now down to warping. But G thought it interesting that she chose first simply to heal with her touch. She'd missed him. G had worried about what would happen to her if they hadn't found him, because she cared for him more than she realized. Trace, Echo said, and everyone settled around the living area. Please don't leave us. Trace nodded. I know. I'm sorry, Echo. I knew I was wrong to go. I knew I was wrong to jump to the reef on my own. I knew I was wrong at every turn, but I kept doing it. It was selfish, arrogant. I wish I had some excuse for doing that to you. I knew you would worry, but I still went, and I hate that. I can't explain it. I hold on too tight, Echo said. I was about to take away something you worked for. I'm sorry, too. I tell myself that I healed over Borgenvale better than you did. You blamed yourself and went to a dark place for cycles, and I felt like I kept myself together. But it's not really true. You went inside yourself, deep in the darkness. I just held on to you. I feel like I can keep you safe if I can control everything about you. It's not fair to you. No, Trace said. It's not. Neither of us has been fair to one another. I shouldn't have gone dark on you. It's like we forgot one another in our pain. But it's been long enough that I should know better. And the rest of you? He took Kaya's hand. I'm so sorry, Kaya. You put so much into me, time and care and energy, and I walked away. I'm sorry. Will you walk away again? She asked. No, I promise you that. I'll stick around and fight the next time, or compromise, but I'm done walking away. And I'm done driving him away, Echo said. She sighed. I hope I'm done driving him away. I never realize I'm doing it until I've already done it. For a long time it was just the two of you, Dayton said, curling Echo against his chest. It's going to take time for you to believe that other people can be part of your world, that other people are looking out for your loved ones. We're looking out for you, both of you. Trace nodded. Thanks, Dayton. Kaya, can I ask you to work with the reeds? This headache is epic and I'm tired of it. I want to explore and see new things and help these reefs, but I don't know if I'm strong enough to pay the price. And I realize I brought this on myself by coming alone, but it hurts. Kaya took Trace to his room, where she would play a healing song and then likely a sleep song to put him out, even though it wasn't quite bedtime. The other two turned to Gianni. You were telling the truth, right? Echo asked. G laughed. I was. He didn't do anything crazy. He was careful. But he's right that he had to see it through. He then told them what had happened. Echo shook her head, looking teary at the end. So families are divided, and the girl's mother thinks it's a good thing? No, G said. Her husband had it right, I think. If she admits she was wrong, she'll have to face a lot of pain. I think they'll be fine, but I don't know if either family can go home. I don't know if the rest of the twins need to be reunited. I know Brindle and Rohan want all the twins to go home. That means more villages will be in an uproar. I think our next stop has to be the islands. We need the Dreki to tell us their side of the story and make us understand what role twins have in life on Drekistrond. Except Trace's focus was damaged by the Dreki, Dayton said. He was told that was an accident, G said. But yes, it happened more than once. Accidents can kill. We'll need to be careful. I'd like to run a search on those islands. Also, Trace can feel something from the people, especially from the twins. I can't feel it, not the twin part. I don't feel anything different about the twins. I assume it has to do with being an other realmer, but maybe it's something only a very strong eldsinger can feel. I can test that, Echo said. While Trace rests, we'll do a little research then. Here, on the skipper, not putting ourselves in danger. You and Kaya didn't tell him about the journal yet. G shook his head. No, honestly, I didn't think about it. I guess having him back and dealing with the kids got in the way. I bet Kaya will tell him. I read some of it, Dayton said, but not much yet. I hope it has answers. While the two of you research with the reeds, I'll look into the journal. Echo kissed her husband. I like that. Look at us making plans and dividing the work like mature, uncrazy people. G spent time searching the Dreki island, Echo giving him stamina. Then they reversed roles so each could feel everything on the island. A few times they also searched over the twins and John and Henrik's parents in the ruins, discovering that Echo could feel twins as something different than non-twins, but Gianni could not. So it's not strength, Echo said, because you're stronger than me. No, G said. He tilted his head. I'm stronger than you? You're the second strongest person I've ever met, Trace being the strongest. Didn't you know this? I thought everyone was being encouraging, not honest, he admitted. She laughed. Well, you're stronger than me. So it has to do with our origins. I don't understand the Dreki. Trace said he felt about 6 humans, all twins on the islands. I'm getting more than that. I counted 10. Same here, G said. The islands are made of stone. If people go deeply enough into the rock, they might not show up in a search. Trace could have missed some of them. True, Echo said. So that means we don't know how many people or Dreki we might encounter. I only felt 3 Dreki, but they can fly off the island to hunt, so it's impossible to know how many there are. And being here in the skipper, we can't search far. They had all the information they could get with the search, so they found Dayton, who frowned over the journal entries. Did you find something? Echo asked. Yes, Dayton said. His frown shifted into a smile. I found a few very important things. Trace will love these. He may actually stay home and sit still for a few days to read them. First, the islands weren't inhabited at first, and they were called ruins. Jake Odell, who wrote the journals, constantly wondered about the ruins on this reef and why the Jago chose to move ruins from another world into the reef. He speaks about building the cabin because he loved the fact that everything gave off a little energy. He admitted that he had to learn to shunt some of it away, but once he did, it energized him, and as an old man, he liked the youthful feeling that came with the energy. He talks about watching the Dreki soar over the land, which now they don't do because they stay near the islands, or at least that's what Trace believes. But it was clear that at first the villagers and Dreki lived and worked together. What he doesn't mention is any kind of trouble between humans and Dreki, and he never mentions twins, not once. Of course, I haven't read all of this, but for the first few entries, nothing about twins. However, he says he's never heard of creatures like the Dreki in all his wanderings, and he says he's seen many other worlds in many other realms. So he doesn't give us all our answers. Echo sat on the sofa with a sigh. We need to go see the source of our questions. Yes, Dayton said. It's time to visit the Dreki Islands. Chapter 20. Are we ready? Trace asked. Kaya nodded, hoping it was wise for her to be part of this trip. She and Trace were the only eldsingers jumping to the island, and she wasn't that strong. Not like G or Echo. If they ran into trouble, and Trace needed singing help, the others would have been a wiser choice. However, Trace had suggested she join him. He wanted to bring a small group both for safety and not to overwhelm the inhabitants of the island, and he felt that Kaya was comforting. Then John and Henrik were the only twins going. Brindle and Rohan had fought this, but Trace had insisted. Why can't all of us go? Brindle asked. This is unfair. John's mother had laughed at her. Life is filled with unfairness, she'd said. I think you need to trust him, and I say this not wanting my sons to visit a place that might endanger them. I think we'll be in more danger than the twins, Trace said. I get the feeling your sons will be celebrities. And Brindle, Rohan, all of you, If this goes well, I promise you'll get to go and meet the Dreki, maybe even later today. I'm not sure I want them to know how many of you there are. All the secrets here concern me." In the end, Trace won the battle because he was the one jumping everyone, so he could jump whoever he wanted. But Brindle reluctantly agreed to wait, and G, Echo, and Dayton promised to spend the time with them, planning to jump all of them to the skipper so John and Henrik's parents could see the outside of the reef. Kaya was certain the trip to the skipper was to distract the parents because they were going to worry until their sons safely returned. Without fanfare, Trace jumped the foursome to the island, and Kaya looked around in surprise. Although she'd been told what to expect, she hadn't realized the size of the towering stone mountain above them. Very little grew here, which made the rock look especially forbidding, dark and dead and still. That was when she realized the stillness had to do with the lack of energy here, energy she'd been sensing from the mainland. "Now what?" Henrik asked, swallowing. Both the twins looked pale and unsure, staring up at the mountain or building or whatever it was. "Do we just walk in?" "No," Trace said. He played a search, and then he jumped them again. This time they ended up on a stone balcony overlooking the reef. They weren't near the edge, but Kaya still stepped back, fearful of the height. Wind blew in, harder than wind in other reefs, which might have to do with the lake or just the height. "Oh," came a voice, and they all turned to face an older woman and man. The woman rose and laughed, and then she raced forward and hugged Henrik, who went completely still. "Hallie," the man said, "you're scaring him to death." "Look at him," Hallie said, stepping away with her hand still on Henrik's upper arms. She turned her head to John and simply laughed. "Look at them. I wasn't sure I believed you, Trace. I didn't know what happened. You disappeared, and that made some of us very nervous. I didn't expect you to return with twins. Twins! And so young. It's hope. A future. I didn't think there was a future." Trace moved forward. "Hallie, you kept things from me. I want to understand. What do the twins mean to you, to the Dreki? And did you talk to the one that hurt me? I want my people safe, both singers and twins. It's time for some truth." The man looked at Hallie and raised his eyebrows. Hallie nodded, her face grim. "You disappeared. You jumped away, but you said you couldn't jump. We knew that meant more other realmers, but you said there were none, which made it sound like you lied. Some of them went to look for you. They think you came to cause harm." Trace ran one hand over his face. "Where are they? What will they do?" "They might look in the villages. They might scare the villagers. Talon is the one to watch for. He's gotten very strange in his old age, and nobody is certain what he'll do. If he finds twins, he might bring them back, and that might mean harming the villagers." Trace closed his eyes. "Tell me, what makes the twins important? We have to find the Dreki and keep this from becoming dangerous, but first we need to know. Why do you think the twins belong here?" The man and woman exchanged a look, and the man stood. "I'll go get the others," he said. "You want both of them?" "I want anyone you can find," Hallie said. "Bring them here." "Let me," Trace said. "Jorn, I can take you anywhere you need to go." "Carice and Callan are below," Jorn said. "The Dreki are all on the other island, but some of the rest are here. We need to find everyone on the island." With a nod, Trace played the tune and disappeared in a flash, Jorn disappearing with him. "So the stories were right," Henrik said, looking disappointed. "Twins are dangerous. We cause trouble." "No," the woman said. "Talon is dangerous. We let him go because he was our elder. We didn't take the threat seriously, and since it never happened again, we imagined all was well. But to make it well, the villagers had to hide their twins. And they forgot. You don't know what makes twins special, do you? How could such basic truths be lost? And it's all Talon's fault. One angry, senile, confused Dreki caused all this trouble." Hallie stopped talking and turned to Kaya. "Your other realm. We arrived outside your reef a couple days ago, searching for Trace. He never lied to you. There were no singers here, no other realmers to save him. When we found him, we jumped him home, because we could tell he was hurt. We never imagined bringing him home would endanger villagers." "And the twins," Hallie said. "You bring twins. How did this happen?" "This pair's parents kept them together. They raised them together. Most are separated and don't know they're twins." "There are many, then?" Hallie asked. "I don't know," Kaya said. Trace didn't give us the numbers. What are we? John asked. I feel it here. I've always felt it when I see Dreki. He put his hand to his chest, and Hallie smiled. I promise, youngling, when they get back you'll see. Oh, the world that's about to open for you. A world you should have known your whole life. But once you see, I don't know what will happen. Your life is there, and it should be there, not here on a barren rock. But I don't know if you'll be able to go back. Kaya wanted to scream. She was sick to death of secrets and cryptic answers. Henrik shot her a look that said he felt the same. Whatever was going to happen, it was time for it to happen. In an unexpected flash, 2 people arrived on the balcony, looking startled and awed. They blinked away the flash and then smiled. Well, one said, like the rest of the people they'd seen, this couple was older, their hair white, their faces wrinkled. Twins! Babies! I didn't expect that. I didn't think the villagers would go to such lengths. If we'd realized, things would have been so different. I'm Kaya, Kaya said, approaching the pair, again a male and female. Carice, the female said, pointing to herself, and Callan. Trace and Jorn will be back momentarily. They're going for the others. Hallie, you want to introduce them to everyone? Let's not overwhelm them, Hallie said. When they get back, we'll introduce them to Aviana and Iolani. In a few randoms, the balcony held 8 people besides those that had come with Kaya. All of them fawned over John and Henrik the way her people fawned over newborns. On Montefallo, her home reef, the dying sun had prevented healthy births, so every child was a precious treasure. The twins here seemed to have the same feelings about the boys. Trace gave John a wry smile as he grimaced over the shoulder of yet another old woman who hugged him. The men shook their hands, and all of them gave Trace and Kaya a wide berth, saying friendly hellos and then backing away. Feeling unsettled, Kaya reached for Trace's hand, and he pulled her to his side and twined his fingers with hers. You weren't wrong when you said they wouldn't hurt twins, Kaya said. But we have yet to deal with Dreki. Maybe, Trace said. He grinned. I think I figured it out. Callan said something, and I think I know what's about to happen. Except it sounds crazy. But maybe a person who leaps from place to place in a flash of light is crazy too. Well, Henrik said, finally pulling away from the last woman to hug him. We really want to understand. Please. The group laughed, and John and Henrik exchanged a look and took a step closer to Trace and Kaya. Kaya realized Trace had the wind going through his panel. He wasn't playing notes, but if something bad happened here, he could get them out almost instantly. She didn't sense that he was worried, but he was ready in case his instincts about these people were wrong. Shall we introduce them to Aviana? Jorn asked. I happen to think she's one of the most beautiful Dreki in the reef. There were a few laughs over this, and Hallie gave her husband a quick kiss. Then Hallie and Carice took one another's hands, walked to the edge of the balcony, and turned to face the group. Ah, one of the men said, I see we're going for drama then? How often do we get to show our children what they can do? Carice asked. She blew a kiss toward John and Henrik, and then she and her sister leaned backward, falling off the balcony. Kaya tried to move forward, but Trace held on to her, and he put his other hand on John's shoulder. Don't worry, he whispered. A strange, low sound came from below the balcony, and suddenly a giant dragon flew up into their sight, its scales shimmering purple and blue. Well, the dragon said, its voice low, more a vibration than a sound. Can Iolani come out and play? Jorn laughed, and he and Callan joined hands and ran for the edge, leaping off. Again, a moment later, a second dragon flapped huge, leathery wings to hover just off the edge of the balcony. This one was darker, greens and a deep red. The twins remaining on the balcony laughed and clapped, and John and Henrik stared and then turned to Trace. Trace simply laughed. Chapter 21. Did they just become Dreki? John asked. I mean, twins are Dreki. Except no. Trace laughed. I think twins are Dreki. It's why they laughed when I suggested Dreki eat people. And since there are no more twins, Kaya said, there are no more Dreki. It's why all the twins here are so old. Henrik walked toward the edge of the balcony and looked down, and then he watched the two Dreki flying around in front of him, clearly showing off, spinning and rising and falling, their necks stretching and contracting. The two Dreki spun around one another, timing their wing flapping so they could stay close but not interfere with one another. Kaya was certain they loved to fly, that she was seeing these creatures at their happiest. "So," Henrik said, turning back to the group, his face bright with a smile, "you're saying we can do this? That John and I can become a Dreki? That makes no sense, but it also makes perfect sense." "I'm sure you have questions," one of the men said. He'd introduced himself as Eero, and he pulled his brother to stand at his side, introducing him as Alof. Both men looked at Trace. "You were introduced to us as Altair, young man. Do you remember?" "The Dreki that kept sniffing my head," Trace said. The men laughed. "Well, the Dreki nose smells quite a lot, and you other realmers are very strange-smelling creatures. I can't smell you at all as Eero." "So do you think of yourself as one or two?" Henrik asked. "I don't understand what I'm seeing. How do they change back?" "It's just our nature," Eero said. "To us, it's normal. If we'd known about you, if we'd been living together with the villagers like we have through most of our history, you'd know everything about being Dreki by now. You'd have changed with your twin when you were 8 or 10 years old. You'd have chosen a mate, either a twin or a villager. Some of us married villagers. Dreki can't have children, so all of us have normal villagers as parents. We like to say that keeps us humble. We rely on the villagers for our very lives. And once they relied on us for hunting, help with building, protection. Although on the reef there's little threat. On our old world there were other creatures the size of Dreki." John blinked and looked back at the sky, where Aviana and Iolani were flying low. "They're going to turn back to the twins," Eero's twin said, "because you will likely have an easier time talking to twins right now than Dreki." Kaya glanced at Trace, who simply watched this exchange, his face thoughtful. Kaya wondered if he was suspicious of something. His focus was at its most neutral, meaning he was thinking. His deepest thoughts came with very little emotion. John turned to Trace. "Did you know?" "Only a few randoms ago." "What does this mean?" John said. "The Dreki live here. Their families don't." "Oh," Eero said, "it's not like you think. Our families would be welcome here. But Dreki live longer than humans. We're all very old, and your families have been hiding new Dreki from us for a long time. If you choose to come here, your family is welcome." "What about Talon?" Trace asked. "You said there's a Dreki out there who might take twins by force. Is he alone? Can you stop him? Will you stop him? Because if you don't, I can. And I will." His voice was icy cold, and John stepped back, eyes wide. "Yes," Alof said. "Talon is a problem. One we've let go for too long. He doesn't change. Except he did. You met him. Them. He hasn't become twins in years. Decades. But he came to you as human." "Leaf and Magni," Trace said. "They called humans fragile. They were threatening, except they were so old I didn't feel threatened." "As a Dreki, he's still powerful," Alof said. "He is the largest of us. Tazi hurt you when he raised his senses, and Talon knows that. I suspect he wouldn't hesitate to use that knowledge to hurt someone if he felt threatened. He feels threatened by the villagers." "Because they hid the twins," Trace said. "Except he didn't know they'd hidden the twins. What happened 80 years ago? What broke this reef and sent the Dreki to hide on this island?" "Only Talon remembers," one of the women said, moving into the conversation. "I'm Gala. My twin is Kaya, and as Dreki we are Sarika. I'm the closest in age to Talon. Many of us were alive when the incident happened, but we were young, and we weren't there. There were more villages then, smaller villages. Talon attacked one because he said twins were being hidden. He claimed the villagers sent twins into the forest to live alone, so they wouldn't learn to be Dreki. The villagers said some of them were killed fleeing Talon, including a set of twins. The other realmers said the Dreki had to let village parents decide if their children learned to be Dreki, and Talon attacked again. This time several other realmers were hurt. The other realmers originally came to trade with us and care for us. The doors were open, although we didn't get many visitors. We never cared to trade with the outside world, not much. So often they brought us supplies and got nothing in return. We don't remember who cared for us or why. Talon may remember, but he's very proud, and the idea that the Portomarans gave us supplies as charity didn't suit him. Then the villagers banded together and tried to kill Talon, who was still looking for the twins, although that makes no sense, since other stories say the twins were killed. But maybe there were 2 sets of twins in the stories, or maybe none of it is true. They blamed the Dreki for making women barren. They said the Dreki were violent, that they could destroy villages on whims if they wanted, if they got together. They claimed twins who trained to become Dreki left their families, that while they lived with the villagers, they spent most of their time away with other Dreki, that they were no longer part. We suspect this had to do with the way we age. We do it more slowly than humans, but they procreate, and we can't. What about the barrenness? Trace asked. On your old reef, more twins were born. Is this true? Yes, we don't know why fewer Dreki are born here. And in your old world, did a woman who bore twins ever bear again? Of course, Gala said. Some would bear normal children after or before bearing twins. We had siblings who were normal humans. Most of us had siblings, although they've all died of old age. That isn't the case now, John said. When a woman bears twins, she does it first, and she doesn't bear again. So if Dreki do spend most of their time away, parents who bear Dreki do lose their children. They don't have others. At this, everyone stilled. We didn't know this. We were banished, Gala said. The villagers determined the Dreki were dangerous. The older Dreki did as asked. They were ashamed of Talon, but he was younger and a powerful, ruthless leader of Dreki, so the rest followed his lead. They all hoped that in time, especially once Talon died, life here would become more normal, that we would move back to the island and live with villagers again. Only Talon has lived a very long time, Trace said. You said he seldom changes to human. Could this prolong his life? Perhaps, Eero said. Most of us become Dreki to hunt, to explore, no more than a few hundred randoms every day. There is great joy in being Dreki, but most of us have mates outside our Dreki, so we return to human form to be with family. Sometimes we have pairs, like Altair and Alondra, who are twins who married twins, so whether they are human or Dreki, they are with their mates. John ran his hand over his forehead, and Kaya reached for him. He looked pale. Trace, she said quietly, it's too much. We need to remove them for a time, let them think. This is too much. Wait, Trace said loudly to the group. I think we're overwhelming the young twins. We need to leave. We'll return. There are more twins who want to understand, but it's not going to be easy, especially not while Talon is loose and angry. He's going to fight for the twins to come and stay here, isn't he? Will he approve of Dreki who interact with their human families? He'll fight it, Eero said. Stay away for a few days and let us talk to him. Then we'd love to teach any twins who desire it how to live as Dreki. Trace nodded, said a quick and terse goodbye, and jumped them away, back into the forest near John and Henrik's home. I'm not sure I want to take you home yet, Trace said, as the boys sat on the ground. They looked dazed, and Trace sat in front of them. Tell me, what are you thinking? I'm not sure I'm thinking at all, John said. He looked at Henrik. We could do that, become Dreki. They didn't tell us anything important. What is it like for the 2 of us to become one creature? Do we choose our own Dreki name? What if we try to live here? What would the villagers say if Melanie and Brindle flew over as a Dreki? I'm not sure I even believe what I just saw is possible. Trace took Kaya's hand, and then he reached their hands across to John and Henrik, linking all 4 hands. I'm sorry. I asked about the history when that isn't what you needed to know. You need the details. We'll go back and we'll find all the answers you need. But first, they need to deal with Talon. He was a crotchety pair of twins, and with the power of the Dreki behind that anger and mischief, he could be dangerous. Now that they know twins are here, I fear he'll come for you. We won't let him hurt you. He can't hurt all of us to get to you. I want you to feel safe. Henrik shook his head. How can you do that? He's more dangerous to you than anyone, you and the other singers. Because I know what to expect now. I won't be caught without a reed panel again, and I'm going to make sure they take care of their problem. So you're going to hunt him down, John said. Will you kill him? Trace gave a small smile. No, that's how you think of me, as someone who kills to fix my problems. Trust me, deaths around me have been taking me down for a long time. They ignored Talon because they had no hope. They thought there were no more twins, so their race was dying. They didn't care if they were banished. They had outlived family, and they didn't need to live with villagers anymore. When Talon was gone, they would face their problems. That was short-sighted of them. I'm just going to make sure they're not short-sighted again. Why do you think there are fewer twins now? Kaya asked. I'd say something in the reef changed a few things in the villagers. The water, the atmosphere, any number of things. I'm not sure I understand why a woman on the reef can't bear more children after having twins. It makes no sense, Kaya said. Trace, what if there's more? What if there are things going on the Dreki don't know? Yes, Talon caused trouble, and a lot of what the villagers do makes sense in light of that, but some of it doesn't. I don't know, Trace said. Nobody human is old enough to remember. Nobody knows the truth. How do we tell them, John asked. Brindle and all of them? How do we tell them they're Dreki? I think you just say the words, Kaya said. She put her hand on John's face, cupping his chin. He looked terrified, and that made sense. Everything he knew about himself had just flipped over, and the list of things he didn't know about himself had grown 1,000-fold. And then you talk it out, all of you. It wasn't long ago that Gianni and I discovered we were eldsingers. We'd been living on a dying reef. I had nothing, no friends or future or hope, and suddenly I was this powerful thing. It wasn't easy to see myself in a new light. But it was good, Henrik said. Right? Being an eldsinger is a good thing. Mostly, Kaya said, but only one other person on my reef was an eldsinger. I ended up leaving my home to train and to be with other eldsingers. My life isn't what I expected it to be, but it's challenging and new and enjoyable. I suspect your life is about to become challenging and new, and you can't tell me you're not thrilled with the idea of flying. Yes, John said. He laughed. That part sounds amazing. Henrik, do you want to do it? You don't have to. If you never want to become Dreki, I'd understand. It's not what we thought life would be. Henrik shook his head. No, I want to try it. When I was with them, that hollow feeling was gone. It's still gone. Knowing the truth seemed to fill it. I agree, John said. He took a deep breath. Well, let's go tell the others, and then maybe the eldsingers can figure out a way to make our new reality safe for everyone involved. Chapter 22. I have no idea what you're about to tell us, Brindle said when the group gathered again in the palace ruin, down in the garden room. Trace sat at the edge, not sure how much to get involved here. He realized this needed to happen. The twins on the reef needed to know their true natures. The Dreki shouldn't be dying alone on 2 rocky islands. The villagers should know the truth about their role in the lives of the Drekis. But being the catalyst of so much change didn't sit well. He fought the urge to run again, much as he'd run from Echo and the others. He had never been a runner before, so it surprised him that he'd gone that route now. Right, John said. He looked at Trace and raised his eyebrows. Do I just tell them? Do you want to tell them? Whatever makes you the most comfortable, Trace said. Kaya sat at his side, and she put her hand in his, entwining their fingers. The gesture had no physical power, but it made him feel stronger. How had he gotten this far into his life without realizing there was such strength in love and connections and friendship? G sat on his other side, looking calm and somewhat amused. He turned to Trace and raised an eyebrow. It's that good a story? Let's say I don't think any of us saw it coming, Trace said. You did, Henrik said. Well, it took me time, and I talked to the Dreki for a long time without knowing the answers. Hey, Brindle said, never patient. Don't talk around it, just tell us already. John swallowed and nodded. Okay, I'll do it. Henrik, I can do it. Better you than me, Henrik said. Okay, John said again. The thing is, twins are Dreki. We have the ability, when we're together, to become a single Dreki. Every Dreki is really 2 people who somehow change into one large animal thing. Brindle's brows drew in. Rohan's brows rose. Melanie and Jordan didn't react at all. Wait, that was John and Henrik's mother, Nella. Wait, no. Yes, John said. The villagers, normal, regular villagers, give birth to twins, and those twins become Dreki. Before we came to this reef, more twins were born. Also, before we came to this reef, a woman who had twins could have more children. Some were normal, and some were Dreki. One mom could do both. We're not sure why that changed. John and Henrik told them everything they knew, and the other twins simply listened, looking as shocked and confused as John and Henrik had. The parents frowned. Absorbing the truth of twins had been difficult. It was clear this was more so. So we can turn into a big lizard bird thing, Jordan said when John stopped talking. That's what you're saying. Yes, John said. They held hands, jumped off the balcony, and changed. Did you see them change? Rohan asked. Did you see them actually turn into something else? No, Henrik said, but they did. Why would they make up a story like that? Everything they said made sense. I mean, it made sense with everything else they said. The idea of Dreki being made from two people was odd, I admit. Trace watched Emmerich, the boy's father. He didn't look happy with this revelation. Trace knew the man had spent 20 years protecting his sons, isolating them to keep them from harm. This new information about the nature of those sons wasn't going down well. Emmerich, Trace said gently, thinking the man needed to spill some of these fears into the world. If Trace reunited all the twins, he would be having many conversations like this, as family and friends tried to make sense of the strange reality of the twins among them. Can you tell us what you're thinking about? I think there's danger, Emmerich said. This Talon thinks the twins are his, and he's willing to hurt people to get them. I don't want my sons hurt. Or Nella. I guess Nella and I are in more danger than the boys. Or Angelica and the other parents. They live in a village. Can they go home? I don't know what will happen to us. Trace nodded. That's a valid fear. I plan to take the eldsingers back to the islands to see what they do with Talon. Until then, until we know it's safe, I don't plan to take the kids back there. And I'm sorry about that, kids. I know you want to see the Dreki up close, to see this change for yourselves. That will happen, I promise. But we have to make it safe. Do the Dreki know which village we came from? That East Inri might have twins? Rohan asked. No, Trace said. I never gave them any idea how many twins existed or where they might be found. But that might force them to look at all the villages. Yes, we'll need to protect the villages. We'll start with the Dreki Islands. What do we do while you do that? Brindle asked with a pout. You keep setting us aside. I know you're impatient, Johannes said, resting his hands on his daughter's shoulders. They sat on either side of him, snuggling closer as John had explained their true nature. The gesture warmed Trace's heart. But you've waited this long, and I think it's worth waiting a little longer to make sure you're safe, that all of us are safe. Are you upset? Melanie asked. You thought I was just a girl. Now I'm making everything different. Johannes pulled Melanie close. I'm surprised, but it's worth any change to have you here. Rohan and Jordan's parents expressed the same thing, although Angelica admitted she feared her sons would go away and not come back. Never, Jordan said. I just got you. I would never go away. I'm not setting you aside for long, Trace said. You and the rest of the twins hold the fate of a whole race in your hands. That means you have very precious hands right now. Ask G and Kaya what it's like to watch your people die off. They lived that for a long time. And when those first babies were born, healthy and happy, it was amazing. Right now, the Dreki consider you those impossible newborns. You are hope to them. I feel an obligation to protect you so you can fulfill your purpose, which is to keep the Dreki alive. We can't have children, Melanie said quietly. No, Kaya said. I'm sorry, Melanie. I think that's a hard thing to give up, too. I've always wanted a child. But if we can reunite the Dreki and the villagers, you could live near children. You could be part of a community and experience much more than the Dreki experience now. I'm sorry, Melanie, Brindle said, taking her sister's hand. I guess I hadn't thought about that part. We don't get to have children. We can fly, John said. He shrugged. It's not the same thing, but it's something I sure never expected to do. Do you think we could carry someone? Could we take someone for a ride when we fly? Oh, I'd like to try that, Rohan's dad said with a chuckle. I envy you flying. Seems to me the Dreki are big enough for that, Trace said. That's something we'll ask them. It would be great to take children for rides, Henrik said. I like the idea of being a Dreki, I guess, except it's scary, but I like it better thinking we could still be people and live in a village. Imagine fishing as a Dreki, Rohan said. I could catch so much more. Or we could. I wonder if a Dreki thinks like one creature or two. Does it fight with itself? Gianni laughed. You all have a lot of things to learn, don't you? The Dreki will love teaching you, Kaya said. I know most of you didn't see it, but they already love all of you. Like Trace said, you're precious to them. They're precious to me, too, Nella said quietly. I don't want to lose my sons. Angelica nodded her agreement, taking Nella's hand in hers. Yes, this could lead to loss. That won't happen, John said firmly. Trace will see to that. He's going to make sure it's safe for us to live here with our families. Trace inwardly cringed at the confident words. He hoped he could pull this off. Was this belief that he could fix 80 years of division and hatred simply arrogance? Other singers had been here, and they hadn't helped. They might even have had a hand in causing this rift. What made him think he could fix it? Trace, Kaya whispered. She placed a hand on his cheek and forced him to look into her eyes. Don't. We don't hate Trace O'Dell. You shouldn't either. It's not that, he whispered back. He sighed. Maybe it is that. What now, Gianni asked. I mean, how much time will we give the Dreki or the villagers to fix a few things on their own? Not much, Trace said. Tomorrow morning we'll go see the Dreki. Gianni and me this time. Soon G jumped himself, Trace, and Kaya back to the skipper, where they described the conversation to Echo and Dayton, and then finished the day resting. His head still ached, and the silence of the skipper, the removal of the reef energy, soothed him. What happened back there? G asked as they settled for the evening. Echo and Dayton were working on dinner while the other three sat in the living area. Trace's mind was whirling, but his body felt drained. Today hadn't gone the way he'd expected. The news wasn't bad exactly, but he felt he was too deep into this situation. You went into panic on us. Panic, Trace said. That's what it felt like. Yes, Kaya said. And anger and hatred. Except not exactly those things. They're counting on me, Trace said. Us, I guess, but I got us into this mess. This reef has been broken for 80 years. We may never know exactly how broken. Now these kids think I can fix it. How did I let them think that? Because you fix things, G said. Look what happened on Montefallo. You and Echo fixed it. It's not just you. We're all here to help, and we think it's worth helping them. If we can't fix it, then we can't. Trace sighed and leaned his head back against the sofa. If we can't, what happens to the twins? All of them. There are limits to what we can do, Kaya said. It's okay to accept that. We'll try. If this is really about containing one Dreki, I think we can do it. It's about changing a way of thinking, Trace said. The villagers might not change their minds so easily. Then those whose minds are changed can make their own villages. Who says everyone has to agree? Kaya asked. Trace smiled. True, if we think we can change their world, maybe creating a new village or two isn't such a stretch. A village near the palace ruin, Kaya said. That's a beautiful location, and the palace is huge. Nella was describing it to me, and a good-sized village could live in there. She mentioned that if Rohan's parents found trouble in East Inri, they could stay in the palace. I think she hopes that if she surrounds herself with other parents of twins, it's more likely said twins will come and visit, and not fly off to an island and disappear forever. Trace smiled. Okay, you all don't mind that I got you into this? That I ran off and found trouble and dragged you into it? Kaya frowned, and Trace knew this was it. So far they hadn't been honest with him about his failure, but it was coming. You left us, Kaya said quietly, because of fear. Half of what you do, Trace, is because of fear. You're strong and you're smart, and yet, why so much fear?" He glanced at Gianni, who simply looked back at him. Trace felt the hurt and disappointment in both foci. He felt it from all of them, because Dayton and Echo now stood in the doorway listening to this conversation. Every focus pounded with anger and frustration. And love. That surprised him. How could they care about him after everything he'd done? "It's not enough," he said. Honesty seemed wise here, although he felt his face flame at the words. How he hated to admit this. "It's never enough. I'm supposed to be the strongest, but it's never enough. Or the smartest. If I was so smart, how can I fail so often? People I love are dead. It might happen again." "It might," Kaya said. She took his hand and curled up at his side. "Trace, it's okay to be human. It doesn't matter how strong you are. You're still human." "I hate that," he said. "Without singing, what am I? Charming? Friendly? No, nothing. But what I have to offer isn't enough either." Echo sighed and moved to kneel in front of him. She pulled him into a hug. "Exasperating is what you are, Trace Odell. I wish you could see. And until you do, you're going to break our hearts over and over. There's nothing we can do to stop it. But no matter how big a dummy you are, we're here." "We are," Kaya said. "Don't run away again. Please." The pain in her voice lanced through Trace, and he closed his eyes. He wasn't enough, and their faith and care were misplaced, but he didn't want to hurt them anymore. "I won't," he said quietly. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at Gianni, not sure what he'd see. The man's focus was strangely closed. "Are we friends?" Gianni asked. "Because I don't know much about being friends, and I want to know." Trace nodded. "We are. I'm not great at it either. Let's figure it out together." G nodded, and Trace exhaled. Care still spilled from their foci. Maybe this could be okay. Maybe he hadn't ruined everything. "Well," Dayton said, "I don't know if that helped, but all of it needed said. Maybe now we should eat. I might not be an expert at friendship, but I think relaxing and eating together at the end of a long day is part of it." Trace nodded, and Dayton tipped his head. Maybe this fixed things. Maybe it didn't. Regardless, it was a step in the right direction, and it gave Trace a little hope. Chapter 23. In the morning, Trace and G jumped back to the Dreki island, this time without twins. Trace jumped them straight to one of the lower balconies of the closest island, where he felt 3 people. He was relieved to discover one was Callan, someone he knew. "Ah," Callan said when the flash died from their eyes. "Quite a dramatic way to enter a room, although since I can fly in, I might have you beat for drama. You've come to see about Talon." "Yes," Trace said. "I've spoken with more than one set of twins, but I can't allow their families or villages or they themselves to come to harm because of a Dreki who isn't in control of himself." Callan nodded. "Have you met Isla and Mimir? They're married." "I know I haven't," Gianni said. Trace winced because he should have started with introductions. "Right," Trace said. "Apologies. This is Gianni, another eldsinger. G, this is Callan, and apparently Ayla and Mimir." When they had all greeted one another, Callan invited them to sit at a table near the side wall of the balcony. "We're not doing well with Talon," Callan admitted. "He's made himself scarce. You saw him as the twins, which is unusual. We weren't sure he could even summon the men any longer. The Dreki seem to age more slowly than the humans, but we're not certain if that's true. Perhaps Talon is simply too ornery to die. We've also lost track of Tazi, who went with Talon. Tazi is an anomaly. His twins are Garrick and Halden. Garrick was born with some damage to his mind. He's easily confused. As humans, Halden cares for his brother, keeps him going the right direction. As a Dreki, Tazi is unpredictable. Sometimes Halden's wisdom comes through, and sometimes Garrick's confusion and gullibility. As they've aged, Garrick is more in control, and Talon uses that. He manipulates Tazi more than we'd like. I'm sure Tazi hurt you by accident, but I'm also sure Talon could learn that from Tazi and use it against us." Trace sighed. So we have 2 rogue Dreki out there who know the villages hide twins. Likely, Callan said. We're not sure they're aware of the twins, but they are aware of the other realmers, and they might think the villages house them. And Talon is angry because he was accused of harming a village, G said. Correct? Yes, he did harm a village. He damaged buildings and hurt people. We don't know if anyone died. The villagers had hidden twins. Now we know they might have hidden them because they feared their children would fly with the Dreki and leave their parents. We didn't realize a villager who bears twins never bears again. That wasn't how it was historically. We wonder about that, Trey said. I don't think the Dreki are completely to blame for what happened. It might have been natural changes because of the new environment in the reef, or it might have been more. Do you need help finding Talon? We could use it, Mimir said. He's not usually gone this long. The villages need protection, Gianni said, don't they? It seems to me Talon might be looking to cause the villages trouble. Yes, Trace said. The villages need protection. I don't know how to protect all of them. The reef has about 10 villages. We can do that, Callan said. As twins or Dreki, we can watch the villages, but then we don't have many left to look for Talon and Tazi. So we'll do that part, Trace said. He closed his eyes, realizing what this might require. He had secrets, things he'd never even told Echo, and those secrets might come to light here. After what he'd just done to his friends, exposing more secrets wasn't going to go well for him. They can hurt you, Callan said gently. We're not asking you to get hurt. This isn't your battle. We did this by letting Talon's anger fester for all this time. There aren't enough of you to do it all, Trace said, and you haven't found him yet. How do you look for him? I can search using the reeds. I can search this entire reef in a day. If he's moving, can he avoid your searches? Yes, but if all of us search, we'll find them. We won't know which Dreki we find, but if they're out there causing trouble, we can figure that out. I think we need to work together. Callan agreed and promised to send Dreki to the villages. They would keep out of sight unless necessary, so they wouldn't frighten villagers. We need to check the villages, Trace said. Unfortunately, they're spread out, so we'll have to jump from one to the next. I'll let you know if we find any needing help right now. Too much time has passed since anyone heard from Talon. He knows both twins and other realmers are on your reef, and that won't go well for the villagers. Feeling a great sense of urgency, Trace asked G to play stamina, and he began the jump song. He would head back to the mainland and then begin a methodical search of the villages, starting with East Inri, where most of the twins had been born. It was also one of the largest villages on the reef, so maybe Talon would start there too. His focus wasn't completely healed, but he felt little pain as he jumped. East Inri was free of Dreki, so he searched the nearest villages, still finding nothing. After that, he jumped north, searching villages until he found a Dreki near the Yeetree village far to the west, a village on the lake. Got one, he said to G. Give me all the stamina you've got. With G's power behind him, he made the long jump and found himself at the edge of a village with 2 Dreki flying overhead. Villagers were screaming and leaving their homes, although some held their ground with farm implements and knives. They would be no match for a Dreki. The Dreki hovered overhead, close enough that their wings stirred the hair and skirts of those below. Long necks twisted and turned, and the larger Dreki made hissing sounds so low they rattled the bones. We want the twins, the large one said. You've been hiding our children from us. We want them. We need them. You wish to let a race die, but that race is yours. It's your greatest legacy. The small one flew in wide arcs over the area, occasionally dipping down close to the villagers. At one point he knocked a man down before sweeping back up above the large one. Trace recognized the smaller one as the one that had hurt him, so the other had to be Talon. He hated to hurt Tazi, knowing the creature didn't quite have normal faculties, but he would do what needed done. Suddenly the large one lifted his head and flew right toward Trace and G. He had felt their foci. The Dreki might not understand what they felt, but they knew other realmers, and this pair planned to cause them harm. Jump away, Trace said to G, before he latches onto you. They know we're here. It's fast and it hurts. I won't leave you, G said. I have a plan. Jump away, not far. Now, G. Gianni clearly didn't want to go, but he cringed, and Trace knew one of the creatures had raised his senses and was hurting G. With a flash, G managed to jump away. This meant both Dreki turned their attention to Trace. He felt his focus buckle and roil as they attacked, but he had a song already playing on his panel, and he aimed it at the Dreki. With a squawk of anger and pain, Tazi veered away. Talon hovered, shuddering, and Trace added more power to the song. The huge creature let out a low, angry hiss and flew toward Trace, knocking him over before flying high and toward the center of the lake. Trace closed his eyes as villagers approached, watching both the sky and Trace, obviously unsure what had just happened. "Trace," G said, running from behind him and kneeling at his side. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Trace said, letting G pull him to sitting and then up to his feet. "He barely got started on my focus. You?" "A little warping," G said. "I had no idea how much pain they could inflict." "What just happened?" a village man asked. He was older, speaking while he pushed through the crowd, and Trace assumed this was the village leader. "Why do they think there are twins? And why do they think the twins are their children? We've never had Dreki trouble here. And who are you? You have to be Other Realm, but that can't be." Trace sighed. G was giving him a strange look because he'd felt what Trace had done, and it wasn't something that made Trace proud. But they had to explain a few things to the villagers before they tackled Trace's secrets. "Do you think they'll come back?" Trace asked quietly. "I would say no, that they'll head to another village, but I'm not sure they're being rational." Villagers were surrounding them with questions and accusations, and Trace was thankful when Gianni took over and explained things to the villagers. Of course, they weren't sure they believed that twins were potential Dreki, but fortunately this village had no half-sets of twins, so Trace could assure them truthfully that they had nothing here that the Dreki would want. "It makes no sense," the leader said. "Twins become Dreki? Women don't have twins any longer." Trace moved to stand at G's side. "Can you tell us who delivers babies in this village? Have you a physician or midwives?" The leader brought an older woman to the front, and she wouldn't quite look Trace and Gianni in the eyes. "So it's true," Trace said. "In this village the leader doesn't know, but you do." "Not that twins are Dreki," the midwife said firmly, "and I don't know if I believe that now. But yes, if twins are born, I was told to try to make sure the mother never knows, and I'm to take one of the babies to the rogue village. Twins cause villages harm. We're not supposed to have them anymore." "Explain," Gianni said. Trace could see his anger. Because his village had nearly died out because babies couldn't be born easily in their dying environment, he was especially sensitive to such casual dismissal of babies and families. Why would women stop having babies? The woman looked guilty, and she turned to the leader, who looked just as angry. "You've been stealing children from our women. What if the women realize they're carrying twins?" "We tell them they're wrong. We make sure they take strong herbs to confuse their memories of the births. But we haven't had twins born in this village in 20 years. I've never once stolen a baby from its mother." "Wait," Gianni said. He looked at the woman. "No twins in 20 years." "No," she said. "What about before that? Trace said there were no half-twins here, so where did any older ones go?" "My mother was a midwife before me. She midwifed the last twins when I was a girl. That family moved to the Yitri village to the west. She told me twins are seldom born here due to the changes in the water. Those closest to the lake have the fewest twins. Those further inland have more, although I understand there are still fewer than before we came to the reef." "The water," G said. He turned to Trace, who shrugged. He didn't know what this meant, but he would look into it. "Those who bear twins don't bear again," Trace said to the midwife. "Do you know why?" "No, I don't even know if that's true. Like I said, none have borne twins since I've been a midwife for the village." The leader of the village turned to Gianni. "I'm not sure this discussion helps us. Why are the Dreki suddenly attacking? What did you do to make them so angry?" "I met twins," Trace said. He wasn't sure he wanted to share the reality of twins and Talon and the mysteries of the past, but secrets had been a problem on this reef for years. Maybe it stopped now. So he told them what he knew and then stepped away. No idea what the fallout would be. So how did that lead to an attack? The leader said. It seems to me the Dreki don't want to live in peace. Not us. They're angry that their kind are thwarted by the separation of your twins. And one of them is dangerous, G said. We won't lie to you about that. The pair you met today is dangerous. The rest don't condone what those two are doing. They miss twins. Their race is dying, and your people hold the key to their survival. What you do with that knowledge is up to you. They didn't stay much longer. Trace assured them someone would be watching the village, but he let them believe it would be an other realmer and not a Dreki, and they went back to the Sea Warbler. Kaya, Echo, and Dayton weren't there, meaning they were likely on the reef at the palace ruin. What did you do? Gianni asked quietly. You hurt them. With your focus. Somehow you played a song that hurt them. Trace rested his elbows on his knees and ran his hands through his hair, looking at the floor. He didn't want to have this conversation. You didn't learn that song at the academy, Gianni said. Songs that harm? What kind of damage did it do? None, Trace said. It caused pain and only pain. But there are songs that cause damage. Songs that can kill. No, I didn't learn them at the academy. When I wandered, just after finishing at the academy, I met a few old singers who taught me songs most don't know. Today that came in handy, Gianni said. I shouldn't have used it. Tazi is an innocent. Maybe, G said. Or Halden uses Garrick's deficiency as an excuse to cause harm. We don't know how the minds work together. They were threatening a village. Those people hadn't harmed one twin. They weren't harboring other realmers. They were innocent, and the Dreki had no right to hurt them. You did have the right to protect them. By becoming the danger they fear, Trace said. I'm so much stronger than they are, than all of them. Gee, I can take down a Dreki. I can take down more than one. I know songs I shouldn't know. I promised myself I'd never use them. I learned them because they're part of our history. Most of the dangerous ones were made by my ancestor, Jake Odell, because he faced enemies and prejudice and all kinds of terrible things. But I was never going to have to use them. Trace was practically yelling this at Gianni, and he ran his hands through his hair again. Since he'd walked out on all of them, he hadn't been impressed with himself. He'd done things he couldn't explain, and that bothered him. He was a man with flaws, but he prided himself on knowing himself. Apparently, he didn't know himself at all. Are you done? Gianni asked. Of course you didn't plan to use them, but it's good that you knew that song. We've undertaken something colossal here, Trace. Fixing whole reefs? Nobody does that. But we're going to do it. Not you. This is about all of us, because Kaya and I are part of one of those reefs. Dayton is part of one of those reefs because Montefallo affects his reef. Echo is part of this because she wants to be, because she's strong, and she loves Dayton, and she loves you, and there's simply no way she wouldn't be part of this. Those songs you promised not to use give us an edge. They might save lives. I say be thankful you had the training you did, and trust yourself, like we trust you, to use them wisely. Trace looked into G's earnest face, and he had to smile. Thanks. No problem. We need to look for Dreki and worry about villagers and find twins and fix this mess of a reef. We need to understand the water, Trace said. Did someone put something into it? I keep wondering if some of these changes were engineered and not entirely natural. Of course, it would help to know why the reefs are here in the first place. What made someone pick up this little slice of a world, complete with 2 kinds of villagers and Dreki, and drop it on Portomare? It would make this easier if we had the answer to that one question. G nodded. I agree. Ideas about how to do that? I want to see the place where you found the journals. For that matter, I'd love time to read the journal. More than a quick skim. Maybe later eldsingers kept something there that could help us. Good plan. Except right now we need to figure out what happened to Talon. And you might need a break, G said. I feel that something hurts. Trace stood and lifted the back of his tunic, exposing scratches on his back. I scraped it falling. Nothing worse than that. I don't need a break. We need to find Talon, and we need to do it now. The radio beeped, and Echo was on the line asking for help. "We need you at the palace," she said. "Now." With that, the line went dead. Trace grabbed his panel, waited until Gianni grabbed his as well, and ran a search. Several Dreki were outside the palace wall, and he jumped to one side of them. When the flash died, many Dreki eyes glared at him. Echo was in the doorway behind them, fear in her eyes. "What happened?" he asked. In a strange shimmer of light, the Dreki closest to him dissolved into twins. Gala and Kaya. Trace saw Echo back up a step. "You hurt them," Gala said quietly. "You have the ability to hurt Dreki. We didn't know you meant to hurt them." Trace closed his eyes. "I didn't harm them. I caused them enough pain to make them leave the village alone. They attacked a village. It was a village that doesn't have one twin in it, and they were knocking people down and threatening them. So yes, I made them stop." "Talon is old," Gala said. "He was once a good leader. And Tazi, nobody should hurt Tazi." "I'm sorry I had to do it that way, but the villagers are defenseless against the Dreki. What should they do if Talon and Tazi began knocking down people and threatening to destroy buildings?" The woman had no answers. After a long silence, Kaya spoke. "Can you do more than cause pain?" He nodded. "Yes. Most eldsingers can't, but I had unusual training. I can cause damage. I can kill if I have to. I never have, and I don't foresee that I ever will, but I know the songs. My people were once mistreated and mistrusted, much like your people, and so my ancestor created songs to protect himself and his children. I won't apologize for that." "I don't like thinking you have so much power," Gala said. "We don't know you. Stories say your people helped fan the flames of mistrust between the Dreki and the villagers so long ago." "That unease you feel," Trace said, "that's the same way the villagers feel, knowing you Dreki are so much stronger than they are. If you know what I did, that means you've been in contact with Talon and Tazi." "Just Tazi," Gala said. "He was upset. We treat Tazi kindly because of his limits. He's not used to pain or fear." "So Tazi is on the island?" Trace asked. "Can I talk to him? Has anyone tried to make him understand? Or the twin that has more wisdom? Can nobody speak to him?" Gala and Kaya looked guilty, and Kaya took the question. "Tazi left after telling us he'd been hurt. We didn't follow. We don't like to upset him. Like Talon, he spends more time as Dreki than human. Halden once said Garrick is calmer and more content when he's part of Tazi than when he's alone." Trace scrubbed his palms over his eyes. "I feel like we're not communicating here. Do the Dreki wish to live with the humans again? Have you lied to me? The plan is to find the twins, win them over, and then destroy the humans? Because if your other story is true, the Dreki need the humans. The Dreki are human, and they can't reproduce themselves. But you seem to have no problem with Talon and Tazi terrorizing villagers." "It's not like that," Kaya said. "We've never stood up to him before, and Tazi isn't a threat." "He knocked down villagers," Trace said. "As an older human, how often do you safely fall down? And if someone with the mass of a Dreki ran into you, would that not be threatening?" "I understand Tazi might not wish to hurt people, but he's doing just that." "Like you say, you don't wish to hurt us, but you do that too," Gala said. "Fine," Trace said. "Maybe it's the same. Maybe the villagers are stupid to think their lives matter in light of a Dreki's feelings. Maybe I'm stupid to think the villagers should be treated well by the Dreki who claim to want to live in unity again." Trace took a deep breath. Echo wasn't alone in the doorway. Brindle and Rohan stood at her side. "Enough," Rohan said, striding forward. Jordan followed, and Brindle and Melody came out after them. "You may no longer have family you care about here, but we do. We wish to become Dreki. We wish to see our people whole, doing what they were meant to do. But I won't sacrifice my family for the Dreki. So far I've seen nothing proving your worth more than the lives of my family." "I think," Trace said quietly, "it's time for you to meet the twins and show them what they are." "Wait," Brindle said. She smiled. "You mean it? You think we need to become Dreki after all of this?" I think it's the only way to fix any of this, Trace said. I agree, Rohan said. We need to understand. Nobody understands anyone else on this reef, and it's time for that to change. We'll take this to the island, Trace said. He waved his hand at the Dreki. You go home. I'm going to make sure the kids' families are settled, and then I'll bring them to you. I think this will go better there. Agreed, Altair said in his low Dreki voice. The twins who hadn't heard Dreki speak before jumped, and Brindle laughed. Oh, she said, I don't know if I'm excited or terrified. Gala and Kaya turned to them and nodded. I think a little of both, Gala said, but you'll be safe. And our families? Rohan asked. Yes, Kaya said. Trace is right that we're slow to change, but it's worth it for new Dreki. We'll see you on the island. With that, the twins became Dreki again, and all of them flew away from the palace and toward the water. Well, Gianni said. He laughed. I believed you, Trace. When you said twins were Dreki, I believed you. But still, that surprised me. Trace grinned. Maybe it's time we set a few things right around here. I try to do too much alone, I know. Let's get some new Dreki into this mess and see what happens. Echo ran forward. What happened? They showed up at the door, angry, and demanded to talk to you. You have the assassin songs. How did I not know that? Trace closed his eyes. Can we deal with that later? I didn't harm anyone. I don't plan to harm anyone. For now we have other concerns. Echo pressed her hands against Trace's chest and moved closer, looking into his eyes. I'm not angry, Trace. I know you have secrets. You'll always have secrets. I'll take care of the families. You take care of the twins. He rested his forehead against hers. Yes, thank you. Chapter 24. When they landed, 2 Dreki sat on the edge of a wide stone platform, and 4 people stood and sat behind them, farther from the edge. Brindle glanced at the sky, surprised that she couldn't see the land. They must be very high up. Trace, an older woman said. She was one who had been human at the palace. Gala, Trace said. He laughed. Or Kaya. I apologize for not being able to tell you apart. Gala, the woman said with a nod. I apologize, Trace. This isn't easy for us. We haven't had to stand up for anything for years. These kids might change everything, Trace said, because they understand change. You might decide the energy of young Dreki is more than you bargained for. Gala laughed. That might be true. But perhaps it's time we learned a little something, and I'm sure new Dreki will teach us many things. Brindle heard this exchange, but her focus was on the Dreki. One was dark blue and green, its scales reflecting light around the wide balcony. The other was pink and peach, smaller. Altair, Trace said, nodding to the large one. And I don't know you. The Dreki laughed, a deep, strange sound she felt in her belly more than heard with her ears. Jan, the Dreki said. We've not met, but you met Ayla, one of us. The other is Britta. We are married to the twins of Jose. He's on the other island right now. Altair turned to look at Brindle and the others, and she took a step back. His eyes were as large as her entire head, and they glowed and seemed to burn into her as she stared. Suddenly she wondered if she could do this. These creatures were wise and ancient, and she was young, ignorant of everything here. Fine twins, Jan said. She laughed again. Like we'd be choosy. I don't know if we remember how to train a Dreki. We'll remember, Altair said. He shook his head, causing enough breeze to ruffle their hair. I never expected this. It's amazing. How long will it take? Rohan said. How long before we can change, before we can fly? Your Talon is terrorizing villages, and we don't know if anything other than new Dreki can convince him to stop. Brindle didn't know if Rohan actually planned to convince Talon to stop, or if he meant to use force to stop him, but she figured it was wise not to tell the Dreki they planned to use their new skills to stop the older Dreki from hurting the villagers. Talon isn't always one for talk, Altair said. He attacked a village, Trace said. It needs to stop, Altair. You know I can stop him, and it doesn't have to be pleasant. Or you can stop him. I have no desire to hurt anyone. Brindle wasn't sure what Trace meant, except perhaps he had a song in his arsenal of music that could stop a Dreki. which meant he was powerful, more powerful than Brindle had realized. She'd heard him speaking with Echo. Was that what they'd been discussing? Did his sister not even know the extent of his power? Altair swung his huge head around and stared at Trace. His neck extended so his head was very close to Trace's face. The man didn't flinch, and Altair drew his neck back toward his body. "We won't let him hurt anyone else," the Dreki said, not sounding completely convinced he could do this. "To answer the young twin," Jan said, "we can get you changed and in the air in a few randoms once you learn the skill. And it's not a difficult skill. It's intuitive, except you had no idea it was possible. Now that you do, it will be easy to call the change." "We don't have to do it while falling, do we?" Henrik asked. "I don't know if I can fall off this balcony." "What about clothes?" Rohan asked. "What happens to them?" "I hadn't thought about that," John said, looking down at himself. "This is complicated." "Oh my, so many worries," Gala said. Brindle didn't know the others, 2 men who stood and walked toward the younger twins. One of them held out his hand. "Jorn, and my brother Callan. Welcome to our islands. I'm sorry if we seem scattered. We are all old, and none of us expected you. We're not good at changing." "Okay, that's not true, but we're only good at one kind of change." "And your clothes will be fine," Gala said. "The nature of the Dreki is unusual. We don't change, not exactly. We take on a facade, the image of the Dreki. We move and hunt and build and live as the Dreki, but we never lose the humans, there inside, fully dressed, fully ourselves. And yet what's on the outside is true, too." "That makes no sense," Jordan said. "No," Gala agreed. "It doesn't. But watch." She pointed to Jan. And in a strange shift of the light, 2 women stood in front of them, holding hands. The women were old with white hair, but not as old as Gala and Kaya. As she'd said, they were fully clothed. Then in another strange shift, almost a shimmer around them, the Dreki was back, and Jan took off and flew a far way off the platform and back, settling next to Altair. "I think I'm going to be sick," Jordan said. "That will happen to us? How?" "You first," Callan said to John and Henrik. "You're comfortable together, closer to ready to do this. You hold hands, and both of you simply agree to change now. It doesn't work if only one of you decides to do it. Then to return to human, both of you must agree too." John gave Henrik an ornery smile, and he held out his hand. Henrik laughed and took hold. Almost immediately, the light shifted and shimmered around them, making it impossible to see the change. But then a pale green Dreki stood where the pair had been. It was larger than Jan, but smaller than Altair. For a moment it didn't move, but then it shook its head and spread its wings, flapping twice before tucking those wings against its body. "John?" Brindle asked. "Henrik? You're green. Beautiful pale green, like the lake in the early morning light. Can you talk?" "Yes," the Dreki said. It laughed. "And this part is easier than I thought. I thought we might fight over words, but it's not 2 of us anymore. It's 1, and yet both of us are here." "You'll need a name," Gala said. "Each of you needs a name. But don't come up with the name while you're human. The name has to come from the combined Dreki." "Can we fly?" the green Dreki asked. "Will we crash and die?" "You can swim," Altair said. "If you crash, you swim back to the shore. Just stay together until you get here. Don't separate and swim in alone. Go ahead. Try to fly." "Try to fly," the Dreki said. Brindle was certain Henrik was in that sarcastic statement. "I'm not encouraged." Jan laughed. "It's the best we can do. Your Dreki knows how to fly. Give him a try." Brindle found herself holding her breath as the Dreki spread its wings and gave 2 tentative flaps. Then it flapped with more conviction, and the long, heavy body rose from the platform and began to drift out over the water. It dropped a few feet and then found a rhythm, rising again and heading toward the other island. Shifting direction, it flew in a circle around the mountain tower, disappearing from sight. Nobody moved until it came back around and landed beside Altair. "You didn't crash," Jan said. "No," said the Dreki, "but it wasn't easy. It gets easier, I assume?" "Of course," Jan said. "Try again. Nothing stops you from flying wherever you want to go." "Then why don't we see you?" Brindle asked. "Why do the Dreki stay out here? You're almost a myth to the villages. If you want to belong, why do you stay away?" "The villagers wanted us to stay away," Gala said, walking toward the John and Henrik Dreki. She stroked her hand along the Dreki's face. Brindle and Melody followed her and did the same. Brindle ran her hand down the Dreki's side, surprised by the flexibility of the shining scales. Then she touched the leathery wing, which trembled at the touch. It was soft, like old worn leather, and she ran her hand over it twice. "John and Henrik, you feel different than I thought," she said. Melanie was right behind her, stroking the same places, and she laughed. "She's right. You're wonderful." The Dreki dipped its head and then reached with its long neck to see where the girls were touching. "It feels strange from this side. I've never been petted before. I guess I've never been anything before. And I know this Dreki is almost a shell, that John and Henrik are here inside guiding me, but I also feel like me, just a new Dreki with the whole world to discover." "What about a name?" Melanie asked. "What name does your Dreki self wish to have?" "I don't know," the creature answered. "Let me fly again, and then maybe I'll know." They backed away, and the Dreki flapped again, more confident this time, and left the platform, disappearing into the clouds. "Will Talon find and hurt him?" Trace asked. Brindle knew Trace was wound tight, angry about Talon, thrilled for John and Henrik, feeling all kinds of things. He was a protector at heart, and watching the young Dreki disappear into the clouds had to go against everything he was. "No," Gala said with certainty. "He might try to turn him against the villagers like he did Tazi, but he would never hurt a new Dreki. That's our future flying around out there, a future we never thought to see. Who wants to go next?" Brindle took Melanie's hand and raised her eyebrows in question. Melanie nodded. "I guess that's why we're here," Melanie said. "Rohan and Jordan, do you mind?" "Of course not," Rohan said. "There's time for all of us. I'm curious to see what you look like." They walked toward the edge of the platform where John and Henrik's Dreki had taken off, and they held hands. Almost immediately, Brindle felt a strange tingle across her skin, and then the world looked and felt different. She saw through different eyes. She felt through different skin. Her thoughts were still hers, but they were more, mixed with Melanie and becoming something else, an entirely new entity. Like John had said, she knew her own thoughts were here, but the new entity was in charge, and she didn't mind that. She felt no fear or selfishness, happy to participate in this new Dreki, with no need to take over. "Oh," she said, she now being part of a whole. The voice and words were the Dreki, and she simply let the creature speak for them. "This is the strangest feeling. Rohan, you're going to love it. Power, and yet peace. Not quite Melanie and Brindle, and yet completely Melanie and Brindle." Rohan stepped closer, Jordan on his heels, and they touched her. She turned her head and looked at her back and her wings. She was nearly Jan's color, rose and peach, only paler. "Like the sunrise," Jordan said. "You have the colors of the early sunrise." She laughed, surprised by her voice. "It's amazing. It feels strange to have you pet us like a sheep." "No, much more power under your skin," Rohan said. "It's like running my hand over a living version of Trace and G's skipper. You vibrate with it." Trace came close and raised his hand, pausing in question. "Yes," she said, "you can touch. You need to touch. You need to understand because you made this happen. I can feel it, Trace, your focus. I feel what Talon damaged, what drives you and Gianni both." "The focus," Gala said. "That's what we feel from him? What makes him different from the villagers?" "Yes," the Dreki said. "It's where his energy lies. I'm not sure how Talon and Tazi hurt him. I'm afraid of doing the same." "When you hunt, searching for something, your senses will rise," Callan said. "I think that's what hurts him. I wonder if we can do it without causing pain, if there's a gentler way to sense what he is. We hunt instinctively." "I fear she's right, and the Dreki might hurt the other realmers without intending to." "Go ahead," Trace said. "I'm ready if it hurts. You should try. Then you should fly. I think the most amazing part of this is that you can fly." She closed her eyes and focused on the energy within both men. She cared for these men and didn't want to hurt them, but they were right, and this experiment had to happen. She thought about hunting, not searching, not sure what this might mean. But when she tried, she knew exactly how to do it. She needed to smell better and farther. She needed to hear more. And as she did these things, something changed, and Trace cringed. She stopped everything, and he nodded. The pain she'd been causing had stopped. Now she needed to find a way to raise all those senses, but leave his focus alone. "Wait," she said. "Why am I running this experiment? Why can't any of you?" She aimed the question at Jan and Altair bobbed his head. "Fear, I guess," the Dreki admitted. "You have no idea how old we are, how hard it is to change and find new ways. I can try. I'm sorry I hadn't thought to try earlier." She waited as Altair raised his senses, watching Trace's face. He closed his eyes, pain evident, and G took a step toward him, his face filled with anger. The friendship between the men touched her. Trace put out his hand and backed up a step, and then he nodded. "Better," he said. "I feel the pressure of your raised senses, but not the pain." "I didn't raise them all the way," Altair said. "I'm not sure I can without hurting you." "Let me try again," Brindle and Melody's Dreki said. "G, this time I'll aim it at you. Are you ready? Is it okay?" G nodded, and she slowly raised her senses, thinking about the energy in the man's focus. She felt it as a faint whisper of power, and she knew she needed to sense everything around her except that whisper. That had to be left alone. G cringed, his hands fisting, and she dropped her senses, thinking of new ways to go about this. Then she tried again, and this time he nodded slowly. She continued to raise her senses, concentrating on the physical senses and ignoring the energy around her. The entire reef vibrated with energy. Trace had said he couldn't feel the reef energy from the island, but she could. It was muted, and she suspected she could sense what he couldn't. Finally, her physical senses were picking up what they could, sounds and smells bringing her huge amounts of information. G was still standing, his hands relaxed, so he seemed not to be in pain. "I think I did it," she said, letting the senses go. She explained to Altair and Jan what she had done, and each of them tried to imitate it, successfully raising their senses without harming either eldsinger. "It's not difficult," Altair said. "All this time we were considered a danger to your people, and a simple shift in how we look at the world could fix it. We are the laziest of creatures, and I apologize." Trace shrugged. "Now we just need to teach Tazi and Talon how to do that." "Tazi can be taught," Gallus said. "Talon is another story." "Now fly," Trace said, running his hand along the Dreki's back again. "I want to see you fly." She laughed and flapped her new wings, glorying in the feeling of air against them. Almost on its own, her body rose into the air. She could barely feel the girls within her, still whole and human as she wrapped around them and carried them, and she soared away from the mountain tower, over the water, catching up with the pale green Dreki. "We know how to raise our senses without harming the eldsingers," she said. The green Dreki flapped to hover and then lowered to fly at her side. "Brindle and Melanie?" "Yes," she answered. "Have you a name yet?" "No," the Dreki said. "It's not an easy concept. How do we choose a name?" "I don't know," she said, laughing. "So many new things, you know, but we need names. I know you're not John and Henrik. You're less and more and different, and I need to know what to call you." "What of Rohan and Jordan?" the green Dreki asked. "Are they out here?" "I don't know. Let's go see. I want to see what their Dreki looks like." They flew together back to the platform, perching near the edge. Rohan and Jordan were talking to Trace, and then they moved closer to the edge. With 4 Dreki here on the platform, there wasn't much room for Rohan and Jordan to change. "Ready?" Rohan asked his brother. Jordan reached out a hand, and as their fingers touched, the pair shimmered into something new. Nobody moved. Nobody seemed to breathe. The new Dreki took all of the available space, larger than Altair, and his scales were glossy, pure black. He was easily the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. His wings wide, his head broad and flat. He swiveled his neck to look at everyone, and then he took a step back toward the humans. "What? Why are you staring?" "Your talon size," Jan said quietly. "Larger, even. The largest Dreki on the reef." "And powerful," Trace said. "Can you feel it, Rohan? Jordan? I can feel energy off all the Dreki, but yours is something new, something more." "He's Kairu," Altair said. "We've never had one on the reef. A leader. Talon won't like this. He'll understand what this Dreki means to him, and he'll fight it." What does this mean? The Dreki asked. He stood up straighter. The Dreki have leaders? I thought they wanted to live with the villagers, that they were all one. As villages have leaders, the Dreki have some who oversee the Dreki in an area. If we live with the villagers again, we'll listen to the leaders of the villages, where we live as humans, but we'll also listen to Kairu as Dreki. A good Kairu keeps the Dreki from causing trouble, from overfishing or overhunting, helps them to deal with the oddity of living in a village as a human and a Dreki. And the bad ones? Gianni asked. They're more like Talon, Callan said. We've all heard stories of bad Kairu, but not a lot of our pre-reef history exists. We're not sure why the dark Dreki are given such power, if it's true or if those with dark scales simply used the myth of the Kairu to take charge. But look at him. He's huge, and he's shining black, all one color, and there's something about him. I think I now believe the Kairu, and I think we've had one on our reef for years and didn't know it. Unless someone did know it, Trace said, or someone feared it. Perhaps the hiding of the twins had something to do with a fear of Kairu. It makes as much sense as anything else. Are there ever more than one? Our history says no more than one appears in a generation. But that's hard to believe, Gala said. Take Talon, who's lived longer than a normal Trekkie generation. It smacks of magic, and we don't believe in magic. The world needs to make sense. Trace laughed. The longer I'm alive, and the more I learn, the less the world makes sense. Regardless, this Kairu might be what we need to slow down Talon. Fly, Rohan and Jordan. Give it a shot. You like the idea of flying, the brindle Melanie Dreki said to Trace, who laughed. I guess I do. I also know this life won't be what you expected. There are battles to be had with the villages, with Talon. I feel like I changed your world, maybe not for the better, but to me, the ability to fly almost makes up for it. Sorry. She laughed. No reason to apologize. Come on, Kairu. Let's fly. She leaped from the platform with both young Dreki behind her. For the longest time they spun and soared and enjoyed the freedom of flying. Kairu, as they decided to call him, regardless of what name he might choose for himself, startled them all when he dived for a huge fish, eating it in one gulp. The green Dreki, who named himself Vaughn, a word in their old dialect meaning hope, swept over the palace ruins, afraid to stop in case Talon was watching from somewhere, but hoping his parents saw him. Brindle and Melanie, who chose to call their Dreki Annika, went with the boys and determined she loved the energy over the land even more than that coming from the water. When they returned to the platform, the eldsingers were patiently waiting, talking with some of the twins. No other Dreki were here right now. As the trio landed, they made their first change back to human. Melanie squeezed Brindle's hand and laughed. I thought that would be different. You're so much stronger than me, Brindle, so much more vital. I was sure you would take over the Dreki, and I was okay with that, but it wasn't like that at all. It felt like me, but better than me. I agree, Brindle said. She gave her twin a quick hug. I'm not more vital, or more important, or more anything. I love having a sister, and you're exactly the sister I need and want. I see now why some Dreki leave and don't spend much time as human. It's intoxicating. The group was silent as Rohan and Jordan approached. Gala stood and gave a quick bow of her head. Kairu, she said. She laughed. I'm sorry if that seems formal. You're almost a myth. I'm not sure we are what you think, Rohan said. No, Trace said. You're exactly what they think. You are a leader. It's true when you're human, and it's no surprise that it's true when you're Dreki. Yes, Brindle said. I've always known that. And I've always fought it, Rohan said. I just want to catch fish and live my life. For the most part, that's what you'll do, Callan said. For now, go back to your families and reassure them. Trace says he might ask you to look for Talon and Tazi, but for the first few times you fly, you'll need to rest afterwards. It takes a lot out of you. Do we have to come here? John asked. Can we become Dreki anywhere? Of course, Gala said. It's easier on the mainland. I think we feed off the energy of the reef, and it's less out here. It comes from the flora, Trace said. I can feel it there. And you're well? Brindle asked. Did we hurt you? G, either of you? It hurt, G said, but not for long, and there were no lasting effects this time. You and Altair were both careful. Where is Altair? John asked. "With Alondra, his mate, looking for Talon," Gala said. "We suspect he has a hiding place outside of the islands. He's probably had it for years, but it didn't matter until now." "Oh," Gianni said, "another interesting thing. We can ride. If we choose to use the Dreki to search for Talon and Tazi, we can ride." Trace asked, so Altair offered to try. They rode around the islands and back. "Was it wonderful?" John asked with a knowing smile. "He was grinning like a little boy," G said. "I'm not sure I've ever seen him happier." Trace blushed, and he said it was time to go home. Brindle liked that idea, because as Callan had said, she could feel the events of the day. She suspected she would sleep early tonight and possibly not move until morning. Chapter 25. Trace didn't sleep well that night. Talon was out there, and he was going to cause more trouble. The arrival of the other Realmers and the discovery of hidden twins had damaged the ancient Dreki, and Trace was certain he would continue to attack and destroy until he was destroyed himself. He hoped more than anything that he wouldn't be required to deal the death blow to the creature. Already some of the Dreki considered him dangerous. If he had to kill their oldest member, unifying the reef might be impossible. Say nothing of the fact that he didn't want to kill anything. When morning came, Trace was up first, wandering from the palace where all of them had spent the night. The Yoshvaten sunlight spilled from the ceiling in a pale pink glow, and he wandered the path to the lake, loving the energy from the reef, the cool morning air, everything around him. He'd considered the first Vallis Lenta, Montefollo, to be the most beautiful reef he'd ever seen, but Drekistrond might have it beat. He wondered if the energy was the bulk of it. He'd never felt a world around him like he did here. Energy that seemed to soak into his skin and added vitality to his focus and his spirit. Sitting at the lake's edge, he looked out at the distant island, hoping that soon the Dreki wouldn't be trapped there, that they would be welcomed back to the villages. He wondered about finding the families for the rest of the rogue twins, and he hoped he would still be here when the reunited twins first changed into the Dreki. The joy pulsing from the twins yesterday had filled up some cold, dark place in his heart. So excited he'd felt it in his focus, and normally he couldn't read much variation from the natives here. Then there had been the flight. He loved to play the reeds and feel the power of the wind surge through him. Nothing fulfilled him like using the reed panel to make things happen, but flying had been close. He thought he might suggest one of the Dreki fly him to the north, where they'd done the least searching, and he could run a search for Talon while in the air. It seemed a good way to search a wide area quickly. And, he admitted to himself, it gave him an excuse to fly again. He felt the urge to do the other thing that touched him, and he pulled out a small sketchbook and captured Kairu, Annika, and Bon, twirling in the air, youthful and joyful and ancient and wise, all mixed. He stared at the image a long time, wondering at the scope of this world, how much existed that he didn't know. Some moments it felt good to be small, not to know, to think again that something else was at work here, something bigger. He hoped it was something benevolent. Looking at the image in his hands, remembering how it felt to rescue Montefollo, even the comfort he gained when Kaya's small hand rested in his, her eyes wide with love, he was certain if something bigger played a role in his life, it was a benevolent thing. It had to be. Of course, Borgenvale had crumbled. G had watched women lose children time and again on Montefollo. Portomare had its share of darkness. Did that mean nothing was in power? Was everything an accident? Or did it mean battle happened in the greater realms as it did in the lesser? Perhaps it wasn't as simple as he wanted it to be. He pulled the reeds into his lap and played a quick search to touch the villages within his range, pleased to feel no Dreki and only calm villagers, most either not moving, likely still in bed, or slowly moving within the village, probably beginning the day's chores. He jumped to several spots on the island and felt the same all over. No Dreki tormented the villagers today. In one distant reef, he thought he felt an active focus, hard to read from the distance and within the energy of the island. Perhaps an other realmer had remained and had children with an Inri or a Yitri, because the energy from the person wasn't Portomaren. G came up behind him, Kaya at his side, and they sat on either side of him. "Plans today?" Kaya asked, slipping her hand into his. He squeezed it. When they finished here, Perhaps it was time to get serious about getting to know this woman. He'd not had a real relationship before, and he wondered if he would turn out to be a good potential mate, if she even wanted him as a potential mate. He thought she did, but he also knew he wasn't an easy person, holding too many secrets and filled with too much darkness. Now, she said. We sat down with you. Why does that make you feel so unsettled? He shrugged, not sure how to answer. I ran searches this morning. No sign of Talon. I didn't go far, just the villages we know, the ones on the lake. I think we need to go north, maybe use a Dreki to take us there. G laughed. Because you want to fly? Maybe, Trace said, hating being transparent. It's nothing to be ashamed of, G said. I'd like to fly, Kaya said. The kids couldn't stop talking about it. They want to show their families. They're awake, and they're talking about going to East Inri today to show off. Trace smiled. I can't say I blame them. I want to reunite other twins, but maybe that's best saved until we deal with Talon. Do we need to be there when they show off? G asked. I feel like they're going to draw Talon and cause trouble. He should be excited about new Dreki, right? I'm not sure I understand what he's doing and what he expects to accomplish. I think we're dealing with a powerful Dreki who's not quite in his right mind, Trace said. The future of the Dreki was taken from them when the twins were hidden, but now the twins are coming to light, and yet he's more violent than ever before. So is this about twins or other realmers? Kaya asked. Does he blame other realmers for what happened? If so, maybe this is more about us than the younger twins. Trace nodded. Perhaps. This is about us arriving on this reef and making things happen. He doesn't trust the other realmers, so he likely doesn't trust what we made happen. Maybe he doesn't trust the new Dreki, and he really won't trust Kairu. He won't like the idea that someone out there might make him mind his manners. For years nobody has stood up to him. Now we have a few new Dreki who might do just that. Kaya leaned against him, gazing at the water. It's so beautiful here. Have you drawn it? He grinned and pulled out his sketchbook. She leafed through the pages, where he'd captured the water and then the Dreki. She ran her finger over the image of Annika. I love that you can do this, she said. Sometimes you lock yourself away, but not here. I don't mean to lock myself away, he said. I'm not sure what that means. I'm sure you don't, G said. I wonder if I'm the same. Losing everyone? I don't want to do that again. Maybe all three of us do it, Kaya said. We had families, parents who loved us. I wonder sometimes if it would have been easier never to have been loved. Would we miss love if we never had it? But we have it now. And as eldsingers, we can feel it. At least I feel it. I know G cares. And you, Trace, regardless of what you say, of how much you try to lock it away, the love you feel for Echo, Dayton, Gianni, me, it pours off your focus. He smiled and pulled her close. Love poured from her all the time, so she probably did recognize and relish when it poured off another. I'm glad, he said. I want to be what you want and need, what all of you want and need. I don't mean to be difficult. For a long moment, nobody said a word, the gentle pulsing in their foci saying it all. Friendship, romance, hope. He closed his eyes and wished he could draw emotions like this, save them and remember them when things got difficult. Because things always got difficult. Although Trace wanted to step up his search for Talon, the kids wanted to go home and show their village their new skills, so Trace and all the other realmers joined them. Rohan and Jordan's parents met them in the small market area with delighted hugs. Trace noted Brindle back up at this, and he ached for her, knowing her parents hadn't embraced her sister the way Rohan's parents had embraced Jordan. We have news, Rohan said. Something we need to show you. But maybe not here in the marketplace. Henrik laughed at that. Why not? It would certainly attract attention. Maybe we could draw Talon into the open and figure out a few things. Trace didn't hate the idea of using the kids as bait for Talon, but not here in the middle of a large village. Maybe we can collect Brindle and Melanie's parents, and maybe the council, and have your demonstration more privately, Dayton said, ever the diplomat. The twins agreed, and the eldsingers and John and Henrik moved to a quiet area at the edge of the village to wait. They're not going to be happy, John said quietly. My parents understood, but they weren't really happy either. "Are you?" Kaya asked. "This is a huge change. Your life won't be what you expected." "We were trapped," Henrik said. "My parents raised us in isolation, and we were outgrowing that. Being isolated wasn't a long-term solution to our lives." "He's right," John said. "This is unexpected, but we didn't lose a normal life. The others will have more trouble." "I wish Brindle's mom would understand. She may lose that relationship altogether, and I hate that for her. Since our parents have been our whole world, I can't stand the idea of them losing their parents." "Their dad was happy," Henrik said, "except he was upset with his wife and father-in-law. I guess there's no way this can be easy." It didn't take long to gather the group, although the council and the girl's mother clearly weren't happy to join. Brindle looked angry and sad, and she wasted no time, grabbing her sister's hand, dragging her into the center of an open field, and changing without any explanation. "She's beautiful when she's angry," John whispered to his brother. Trace had to smile at that. When Annika the Dreki appeared where the twins had been, Brindle's father was on his feet. He laughed out loud. "It wasn't that I didn't believe it," he said, "but maybe I didn't believe it." Annika stood very still as her father approached. He ran his hand down her back, along her sunrise-colored scales, then stopped in front of her face. "It's really you two in there?" "It is," Annika said, and all the village adults jumped, startled. They had no idea Dreki could talk, that the creatures were more than distant, dumb animals. "It's amazing, Dad. We can fly. Kairu ate fish, and when I'm Annika, that sounds yummy. But as the twins, the thought of gulping raw fish makes us feel sick to our stomachs." Their father laughed and ran his hand over them again. Rohan and Jordan's parents hesitantly approached, touching Annika and asking their sons if they could do this too. Rohan said yes, they could, and he and Jordan became Kairu, who startled them all with his size and his dark, glossy black scales. The Yoshvaten sun caused him to sparkle, and his mother laughed and ran her hand along his side and his wings, much like the girl's father was doing. "Come on," Johannes said to his wife, gesturing her closer. "You should feel this. Come closer, Alyssa." Trace tensed, not sure how this would go. The woman was clearly unhappy with this predicament, but she left her father's side and stood with her daughters, hesitantly touching a soft, leathery wing. "This can't be," she whispered, tears in her eyes. "We've lost you. How could you be one of them? They want to destroy us." "No," Annika said. "They don't. One of them is old and crazy and angry, and yes, he might cause harm. But this is what we are. The villagers have always been part of the Dreki, and we're part of the villagers. Neither of us is alone." "Would you like to fly?" "No," her mother backed away. "But you can fly?" In answer, Annika flapped her huge wings and lifted off the ground, heading straight up and then circling twice before returning to where she'd left. Kairu's father wanted to fly, and he cautiously climbed onto his son's back, settling just at the base of his neck. Kairu's wings caused enough wind to shift everyone's clothes and hair, and then he was airborne, his father's laughter streaming down to those below. "I want to do that," G whispered. "I don't," Kaya said. "I thought I did, but I don't." She slid her hand into Trace's and laughed, and he leaned closer to her and held on. Although John and Henrik had nobody to impress here, they became Vaughn, offering G a seat so he could fly. Trace watched as his friend sat on the pale green Dreki, his smile wide. "I think G should ride Kairu," Kaya said. "The leaders should stick together." "I think you're right," Trace said. "So I'm not the leader anymore, and I'll be thrilled if you say yes." "Sorry, Trace, but you'll always be the leader. But you and G together? You're not the Dreki, but you work well together." The council approached the eldsingers, their faces closed and cold. Trace wished G was here on the ground, because he had no patience with angry leaders. "You let this happen," Germain said. "The village will never accept them back now." "Why not?" Echo asked. "There's so much the Dreki can do for you. They can help fish. Kairu, especially, has an extra sense for prey. Annika can go far to find herbs. They can fell and lift trees when you need to build. They can be helpful, and they want to be helpful. If you don't accept them, They can create a new village where the people and Dreki work together. They won't spend their lives as Dreki. Most of the time they'll be normal humans, living normal lives. Regatta, one of the council members, watched the flying creatures in wonder. How did we not know this? Do you think anyone out there knew this? Was someone hiding this knowledge from us? How could we simply forget this? That's a very good question, Trace said. Maybe the loss of knowledge had been intentional, but that didn't mean anyone here still retained the knowledge. Or maybe someone did. This will cause disunity, Varison, the third council member, said. Some will fear them, and some will envy them. A village of Dreki will be dangerous because of the mixed feelings. I don't think there's anything you can do about that, Dayton said. Well, no, that's not true. You can be skeptical and angry, which will cause the villagers to be the same. Or you can embrace the Dreki, smoothing the way for unity and peace. People will follow your lead. Not all of them, of course, but many. I was a leader too, a second in a reef that recently embraced strangers. Our charterhead, our leader, embraced the newcomers, and now 2 reefs are working together who hadn't even heard of one another a year ago. The other Dreki, the dangerous one, Germain said. He'll be a problem? Not for long, Trace said. He looked up at the Dreki, who were all coming back to the ground, aware of the conversation happening between eldsingers and leaders. Now that you know and believe, now that the kids have shown you their full natures, we have to find Talon and stop him. That's our next step. Then we reunite twins living with the rogue, and then it's up to each village to decide if they want to work with the Dreki or shun them. But no longer will they live alone on the islands, not now that they have a future. There's a lot of age and wisdom out there you could use. When the riders dismounted, the Dreki returned to twins, and all of them gathered. Well, Brindle said defiantly, that's what we had to show you. Like we told you, we don't draw the Dreki, we are the Dreki. Most of them are ancient on that island, because when you separated the twins, you stopped new Dreki from happening. Was that the point, to end the Dreki? We don't know, Regatta said. Someone knew at some point, but I don't know if anyone alive today knew. We do now, and I promise you, the practice of separating twins in East Inri is over. You can't decide that, Varison said. It takes all of us. And 2 of us aren't sure, Germain said, looking very unsettled. I don't want to bring danger to our village, but this isn't what I thought. I didn't realize we and the Dreki are the same people. I have to think about this. We have to think about this. Trace was surprised by Germain's change of heart, or at least his considered change of heart, and he was suspicious of Varison. Was this a man who had known the truth all along? What now? Rohan asked. Nobody had mentioned the idea that Kairu was meant to be a leader among the Dreki, which Trace thought was wise. It was too early to make this more complicated. We need to find Talon and Tazi, Echo said. Right? Right, Trace said, and I think the Dreki can help us. The island Dreki say they're looking, but they're not looking well. They hate to challenge the Dreki that has been their leader. The villagers hated and feared them, and Talon helped them feel important during that time. But it's time for things to change, and you will be the ones to do it. Will they be in danger? Alyssa asked, the girl's mother. Trace was heartened by the question. I can protect them, he said firmly, catching G's eye as he did. He's right, Gianni said. They'll be safe with us. You need to work on your villages. You can show them the Dreki, or you can start by talking about them, but you need to decide how to move forward. How many Dreki do you need to look? Rohan asked. You have a plan. Yes, Trace said. Eldsingers can search a wide area, but we have limits, and we have to stop and jump to new locations. We can also search from above, letting the Dreki do the moving while we focus on the searches. John laughed. I should have known you'd find a way to incorporate flying. Henrik and I will help. As will Kairu, Rohan said. Annika will too, Brindle said. Except, Melanie said, if you think we should show the villagers, we can do that too. Not Kairu, not at first. He's too big and intimidating. Jordan laughed. Thanks, Melanie. I didn't mean it as an insult, but you should definitely be part of the search. Your size will force Talon to take notice. They finally decided that Echo, Dayton, Kaya, and Annika would return to the village, and maybe even visit other Inri villages nearby, demonstrating the reality of the Dreki. G and Trace would join the male Dreki to search for Talon and Tazi. Trace rode Kairu, and they went north. Trace hoped not only to find Talon, but perhaps to check out the other realm focus he'd felt before. Kairu moved quickly, his wings settling into a steady, rhythmic beat as he covered the area between the lake and the docking door far to the north. Then they would follow the wall, visiting an area where they'd not found any villages, although a number of stone formations along the north wall could easily hide people. When he was moving smoothly, Trace placed his fingers on the panel in his lap and began a thorough search of the area. As they flew, he discovered 2 small villages he hadn't noticed before, both surrounded by large stone formations. Neither had any twins. Then he passed over the village where he'd felt the strange focus this morning, and he felt 2 more like it, one with a fairly strong focus. Unable to stop and check it out, knowing his curiosity wasn't more important than the search for Talon, he moved on, searching deeper into the rock formations, pushing a little more power into his search. He sensed caves out there, which might be a perfect place for a Dreki to hide. "Find something?" Cairo's deep voice called, barely audible over the wind and the flapping of wings. "Not Talon," he yelled back. Then he winced, because a search was being played at him, a fast search. It was followed by a strange wrenching he recognized as a jump. Someone was grabbing his focus to move him. He pushed wind into the panel, thinking he would play something to stop the jump, but he wasn't sure what to play. Panicking, he began the song to direct pain toward the singer, but he didn't get far before a flash enveloped him, and he left the sky. Unfortunately, whoever jumped him didn't think about the physics of the jump, or perhaps it was the foreignness of the singer, but he landed hard, rolling on the rocky ground, bumping and jarring all the way, until he landed in an unconscious heap in the Drekistrond wilderness. Chapter 26. Flying over Drekistrond with a strong singer on his back made Vaughn feel powerful. Since his twins had spent their lives in hiding, the freedom he felt now was especially exhilarating, and he had to admit he was showing off, flying low over villages so they could see him. He wanted them to see Gianni, too, a human safely ensconced on his back, because he wanted people not to fear him. He didn't want to live like the current Dreki, banished on an island. He wanted the best of all worlds, to fly and hunt as a Dreki, but live a normal village life as a human. "Anything?" he called to G after they'd flown a long way to the east. They were now north of the lake in an area of forests and wide rolling pasture lands. A few flocks of sheep were pastured here, and he was surprised to find his mouth watering. He didn't understand how eating worked as a Dreki. He'd been told the twins didn't actually change into a Dreki, but if the Dreki could eat, as Kairu had eaten a fish yesterday, then how did the food enter the humans? Or did the Dreki itself require all that food to keep up the Dreki body? He decided now wasn't the time to worry about that. Maybe nothing about being a Dreki would ever make sense. But it meant he could fly, and it meant he could help the humans. He'd always wanted people in his life, and maybe this change would allow that to happen. His new eyes could see well, and he spotted the Dreki in the distance, just as G called that he felt something. He slowed his flight speed, not sure what G wanted to do once they found one. He didn't know if this was Talon, of course, since he'd never seen Talon. Not far behind the Dreki flew another one, a smaller one. That could mean the large one was indeed the Dreki they were looking for. Suddenly he wished Kairu was here, with his size and dramatic coloring. He assumed any Dreki would think twice before bothering Kairu. "What do you want to do?" Vaughn asked G, hoping his words could be heard. His new voice was low, and with the wind roaring around them, G might not hear anything he said. "Not sure," G admitted. "Let's see if we can get him to come to us. Then land. We don't need confrontations in the air." Vaughn realized this Dreki might hurt G, that he would do it on purpose. If Tazi was the one behind him, he might hurt G on accident. The other Dreki said Tazi wouldn't hurt someone deliberately, but Vaughn wasn't sure he believed that. Could the smaller Dreki not see that Talon was out picking fights and causing trouble? Wouldn't that bother a Dreki who claimed to avoid harming people? Regardless, G was in danger, and Vaughn, for all his size and power, had no way to stop it. He flew toward the distant Dreki, and when he was certain the creature had seen him and was coming his way, he circled down toward the ground, finding a wide open field on which to land. G stayed where he was on his back. "What now?" Vaughn asked, turning his long neck to look G in the eye. "I'm not sure." G had his radio in his hand, and he hit the buttons. Then he toggled something and spoke. "Echo, I can't raise Trace. I think we found Talon. I'm not sure what to do now. He's coming in fast, 2 of them." "We'll find you," she said. "We can trace the radio." "Trace isn't answering?" "Nope." "We could use him," she said. "Anyway, we'll jump right to you." Vaughn watched the pair of Dreki flap closer, and G jumped down and stood at his side. "You don't want to be ready to fly away?" G shrugged. "If he wrecks my focus, I'll lose consciousness. That seems safer here at ground level. Trace has a song that can inflict pain, and right now I wish I knew it." "I don't know if I can hurt a Dreki," Vaughn said. "Should I try? I don't want you hurt." "Echo and the others will be here. I think Talon will talk before he does anything else, especially when he sees you." Talon and Tazi landed nearby and walked toward the pair. Talon reached out his long neck and sniffed toward Vaughn. "So, you're one of the babies. I thought that's what I always wanted. But look at you standing here with the traitorous other realmers." "I can't be a traitor," Gianni said. "I've never been here before, and I sure wasn't alive when you last had dealings with other realmers." "They left and slammed the door behind them," Talon said. He shifted his weight, and Vaughn felt a low vibration as the Dreki raised his senses. G gasped. "Stop," Vaughn said, stepping in front of G. "Don't hurt him. They came to help, and they let us know the truth about the Dreki. Because of them, I'm standing here like this. Indebted to an other realmer, defending him against me. I'm the elder on the reef. You should be on the island training with us." "I want to live with my family," Vaughn said. "With villagers. Isn't that how it used to be?" The villagers spat on their heritage and listened to the rantings of the other realmers. They tried to end us. The villagers were gullible and easily believed strangers over us. We're their own kin and blood, but they believed the other realmers when they said soon we'd turn on them. How could we turn on them without ending ourselves? Tazi walked up close behind Talon, reaching out a long, thin neck to sniff both G and Vaughn. "You're new," he said to Vaughn. "They said there were new Dreki. You smell new. And you," he said, turning to G, "smell bad. Other realmers have a bad smell, but strong vibrations, stronger than us. They said not to sense you, that it hurts. I don't mean to hurt." "It's okay," Gianni said. "The one you hurt is going to be okay. I'm sorry we don't smell good. And yes, this is Vaughn. He's only been a Dreki for a day." "That's very new," Tazi said. "The villagers don't want you. They hide Dreki. We can't let them hide Dreki." "So what do you do?" Vaughn asked. "We scare them. Don't hurt them. It's not good to hurt. But if they think we can hurt them, they'll make other realmers go away, and then the twins will be safe. We can be safe and live with the trees and flowers again. The trees and flowers feel good." "We're not here to make the twins unsafe," Gianni said gently. "We helped Vaughn here become Dreki, and 2 others." "2 more?" Tazi said. 3 new friends." "No," Talon said. 3 Dreki who believe the other realmers. They'll try to destroy the Dreki. They spoke of enemies and outsiders and locked us in after taking away our future." "Enemies?" G asked. There was reason to believe Montefollow had enemies in its past, too. Could they be related? The other realmers of the past spoke of enemies? "Coming for the Dreki," Talon said, "but then they stopped the Dreki from happening. They stole our children and hid them in separate villages. That doesn't sound like people trying to protect the Dreki from enemies." A flash interrupted them, and Echo, Kaya, and Annika were suddenly on the field with them. Annika flapped her beautiful wings twice, and then moved closer to Vaughn, completely blocking G from the Dreki's sight. "So this is Talon," Annika said. "I'm Annika, and I see you've met Vaughn." "Yes," Talon said. "You defend the little other realmers. How far would you go to protect them?" As he said it, Vaughn felt the vibrations of the rising senses, and G gave a low moan. "Jump away," Vaughn said. "Now, G, all of you, jump away." G hesitated, but Echo didn't, and in a flash the other realmers were gone from the field, leaving 4 Dreki. "How did they do that?" Tazi asked. "It's very bright. Did you hurt them, Talon? You know not to hurt them. The one I hurt, the one I took for help, he's okay?" "He is," Annika said. "Thank you for being so gentle with him. for taking him for help. Tazi bobbed his head. Vaughn suspected this Dreki wouldn't be a threat if he got away from Talon's influence. They threatened our future, Talon said. That makes no sense, Annika said. It's my understanding you had no future. The Dreki were dying out. Now there are more of us. We know there are 15 or 20 sets of twins out there. If I understand right, that nearly doubles the population of Dreki on this reef. Except the new ones will follow the other realmers, and they can't be trusted. I'm not sure the other realmers plan to stay, Vaughn said. They want to find other reefs in trouble, reefs like ours. What do you know about that? What do you know of our history? Who put us here and why? The ancestors put us here, Talon said, and we don't know why. That knowledge was lost early on. They didn't come back, but the other realmers came. They said they were our friends, that they would help us. They brought supplies and helped us set up the first villages, because there were no villages in this place, only ruins. The Inri and the Yitri both had Dreki twins among them. But they knew. They did something to change the women, so fewer Dreki were born. They changed the water, or the food. The people began to fear us, and that was the other realmers, spreading fears and discontent. Then we learned the twins were being hidden from us, denied their heritage. I tried to stop them, to get them to confess and give us our children. We are as much part of the village as anyone, and we should have had a voice, but the only voice they heard was other realm. After that, the Dreki were sent to the island. We were powerless. The other realmers left us, locking the doors behind them so we couldn't buy or trade supplies on our own. Everything had to come from inside. We knew the villagers would no longer bring us twins. We thought they might have stopped having them, for so much time passed without us sensing them. We didn't believe every twin would be separated. I'm glad we were wrong, but to build this new way of life on the other realmers' promises isn't wise. You need to stop attacking villages, Annika said. Villagers don't trust us as it is. If you give them reason not to trust, we might never heal the rifts between us. We plan to start a new village. Only those who wish to live together have to live together. Maybe if some see it work, other villages will give up their fears. Maybe we can become what we once were. Except the other realmers won't allow it, Talon said. Trust if you want, but they keep secrets. One of them harmed us with a song. They won't hesitate to destroy anyone who disagrees with them. Vaughn sighed, wondering if the man was sane. It bothered him that the narrative made sense, that this didn't sound like the ramblings of insanity. But maybe it was paranoia. Talon didn't know Trace and his friends. Not all villagers were the same, so it made sense that not all other realmers were the same. Please don't hurt the villagers, Annika said, gentler this time. Maybe we all need to give one another a chance. I won't destroy villages, Talon said. As long as they no longer hide the twins, and they don't take advice from the other realmers, there is no reason for me to bother them. But the new Dreki need to come to the island for training. You don't need to stay here. No, Vaughn said. We can't do that. We can visit the island, but this is our home. Ridiculous, Talon growled. You can try, but this will never be your home. The hatred of the other realmers has lasted 80 years. I think it will never die. With that, Talon took to the air. Tazi remained. Will you really stay here, he asked, and live with flowers and trees and people? We will, Vaughn said. We'll visit the island. We like the other Dreki, but this will be our home. Can I visit your home? Tazi asked. Of course, Annika said. Tazi, don't hurt the other realmers. Talon doesn't trust them, but so far these other realmers have been our friends. The one you helped took us to the island so we could change, so we could become your friend. I won't hurt them, the Dreki said, and then he too winged his way into the sky, disappearing in the clouds. Do you think we helped? Vaughn asked. Will they pay any attention to us? I don't know, Annika said. I find myself believing him, that the other realmers caused trouble, but I don't think our other realmers are like that. I think our new village will make the difference, and I think we need to start immediately. They flew together back toward the palace ruins, where they decided they wanted to start a new home. They assumed the rest would meet them there, although perhaps the eldsingers needed to spend time on their ship. When they arrived, Kairu sat outside the ruin, his wings hanging low, and Kaya stood at his side. It's Trace. He jumped away, and we can't figure out why. Kairu couldn't find him, and he's come to us to search. I don't know why he would jump away from Kairu. Echo says it would be dangerous to jump from a flying creature to the ground. Nothing about it makes sense. Except there might be an enemy, Vaughn said. That's what Talon said. He didn't say much, but he seemed to think there was an enemy on the reef. An enemy who's been here for 80 years? Kaya asked. The more we know, the less sense this reef makes. We need to find Trace. I looked, Kairu said. Then I came back for help. The eldsingers can search for him, and they can do it from the backs of Dreki. Except that's what Trace was doing when he jumped away. I don't understand why he jumped away. Could an enemy make him jump away? I'm willing to fly, Kaya said. Not happy about it, but I'll do it. All of us will. It didn't take long to get Vaughn, Kairu, and Annika in the air, with Gianni, Echo, and Kaya on their backs. Vaughn wanted to find Trace safe and sound, but he wasn't hopeful. His disappearance didn't make sense, which meant something bad had happened. That hurt, because he knew Trace was sick to death of bad things happening. The guy just wanted to help lost reefs, but it seemed it was never that easy. Chapter 27. Trace woke up fast, his head pounding. He felt confused and disoriented, and opening his eyes didn't help. He was in a field somewhere, lying among green ground cover, tall grasses and flowers growing around him. Trees surrounded the wide field, but he saw nothing that let him know where in the reef he might be. He pulled forward and realized he couldn't move. His wrists and ankles were secured to the ground, and even when he put all his strength into freeing himself, he could still barely move. "Hello," he called. "Is anyone there? I don't understand." Nobody answered, but something shifted near his right arm, and he stretched his neck, surprised to find a tiny pipperung at his side, standing on its hind legs and staring at him with wide eyes, its huge ears standing upright and twitching. This same kind of animal had been on Montefollo. It blinked twice, cocked its little head, and beat its tail against the ground once before dashing away. It had an energy of its own, like every living thing, but almost immediately that was swallowed up by the energy of the plants around him. However, Trace felt no human energy. That didn't mean he was alone. He assumed someone who would truss a man in a field would stick around to watch the outcome. Alone. His mind brought back the thought of something bigger, a benevolent something, a hateful something. He didn't know, and it was almost as unnerving to think something else was here than to think he was alone. At that moment, he didn't feel that something benevolent was with him. Closing his eyes, he tried to remember what had happened. He and Kairu had been looking for Talon and Tazi. Then he'd felt an unusual focus. That made no sense, because this reef didn't have singers. They all had some kind of energy, but not focal energy. The thoughts began to come clearer. He'd felt some kind of hybrid singers before, far from the other villagers. So yes, that was possible. Then he'd felt the jump song. He remembered slamming into the ground, still moving at Kairu's flying speed, when he landed. Had the jump been meant to kill him? After a moment of silent inventory, he realized his right shoulder and arm hurt, and all of him felt bruised. His head throbbed, and he thought that might have to do with injury and not the act of being jumped against his will. He recalled that he'd fought. He wasn't sure what that meant, but he'd reacted focally, trying to stop the singer from jumping him away. Had he hurt the person? Killed him? For years, he'd known songs to cause pain, injury, and death, and he'd never used them. Now he'd used one twice in a matter of days, and that didn't sit well. He didn't want to be a person to fight and kill with his focus. Focal energy was life and hope, and for him to use it as a weapon made him feel sick. Except his ancestor had used his focus as a weapon. He knew that because Jake Odell had written these songs. Everything he read about Odell said the man wanted nothing more than to live in peace, but peace had often eluded him. His strength as well as his compassion meant he'd found himself with enemies. "I always thought I wanted to be like you," he said aloud to his dead ancestor. "I didn't think that through. Knowing what you endured made you sound heroic, but really it hurts, and it's scary. I don't know what I'm doing here or how to get away." He continued to struggle, calling for help, but everything he did simply made the pain greater. Who would put him out here in a field and leave him? Who had the focal power to do it? And why would someone with focal power hate him enough to leave him here? He would think that a reed singer on this reef of non-singers would want his help or his friendship, not his end. Eventually, some of those questions were answered as he felt someone with an active focus moving toward him. The focus was Other Realm, much more unique than Kaya and Gianni's Other Realm foci, so different he wasn't sure of the person's strength. "So, you found me," the man said as he stepped into view. "I knew it was only a matter of time before someone came for us." "I didn't come for you," Trace said. "Who are you?" "You attacked me with a song," the man said, and Trace realized some of the strangeness he felt in the man's focus was due to warping, that when he'd tried to fend off the jump with a painful song, he'd hurt this man. Through the aching in his head, he focused his attention on the man, looking at his physical body as well as feeling his focus. He was tall, Trace thought, although from his position flat on his back on the ground, that might be a matter of perspective. He dressed like the villagers, in a tunic and loose trousers, his hair cropped short, nothing to indicate he was different from those around him. But he had an active focus, and he thought Trace was after him. "I was trying to repel your jump," Trace said. "Jumping someone in motion high in the air isn't a nice thing to do." "I felt your search," the man said. "I knew you were coming for me. I thought I'd take it to a safe place away from my family. I didn't think through the landing. I need to know what's going on outside the reef. They know about us. They'll come for us." "Why am I tied in this field?" Trace asked. "You're not like the villagers. You're Other Realm, but you're from a different realm than they are." "It's been 80 years, the man said with a shrug. "My grandfather was Other Realm. I guess I'm a mix. But our focal abilities grew, even mixed with the non-focal energy of the natives." He laughed. "I talk like I'm not native. I have one Other Realm ancestor from 80 years back, and yet I've never considered myself part of this place." "What happened?" Trace asked. "How did you end up here?" The man scoffed. "The Other Realmers left. They learned of the plans to infiltrate the reefs, to stop the Jago's plans. They closed the doors and went away, thinking they'd averted crisis. They didn't know they'd locked some of us inside. The Dreki hurt themselves, but it was easy to fan the flames and make sure the rifts never healed, to make sure the Dreki slowly died out. I'm not an enemy, not like you Other Realmers believed. We simply wish to protect our worlds." "How can the Dreki threaten your world?" Trace asked, struggling against his bindings without effect. "You can't leave here. Nobody knows about them. How are they a threat to anyone?" "They were being kept for battle," the man said, "just like all the reefs. The Jago think long-term. They knew how to grow armies, and those who didn't want to face a Jago war had to stop them. Simple, really. Except the Other Realmers knew something of our plans to save ourselves, and they sided with the Jago and closed the doors." Trace closed his eyes and tried to fit this with what he knew. The reefs were meant to breed armies? What of Montefallo? How was that reef supposed to be an army? He knew the answer. Gianni was a powerful singer. If the Yoshvaten sun hadn't faltered, men of G's strength would have been born years ago. By now, the newer generations would be much more powerful. Perhaps the Jago had known the people of Montefallo had the potential to be unusually strong. "Why am I out here?" Trace asked. "I didn't hurt you. I'm not here for you." "I'll let you go if you tell me what the Other Realmers outside the reef have planned." "Nothing," Trace said. "I'll save you some trouble and tell you we know very little. And nobody else on Portomare knows anything. You were hidden well." The man held a reed panel, and he called up a song, a variation of one Trace knew, a song neither of them should know. He cringed as pain roared through his focus. So this man had assassin songs too. "I need to know the truth. You didn't find us by accident. Someone is looking for us. Are the Jago back? Come for their armies?" Trace had used a song like this to cause pain, no idea just how painful it could be. He had no way to know if this was pain or injury. His entire focus felt like it was on fire, scorching him from the inside out. "Nobody knows," he choked. The song shifted, and Trace recognized this one. This man might have the full array of killing songs. How many like him were on the reef? Eldsingers with his strength, hatred, and dangerous songs could destroy everything. "Please, you're not in danger from the Jago or the Dreki. Please, enough." The song changed yet again, and Trace cried out against it. He suspected this was more pain than injury, but the pain had intensified. Then the singer lessened his song, and Trace cringed as a different pain filled his head. The man standing over him cringed as well. "Well," he said, taking a reed panel from a pouch at his side, "perhaps I'll let the Dreki take care of this themselves. You might actually have come to save them, but in their ignorance, they can do my job for me. Hatred is a powerful tool, and my family has fanned hatred here for years, with good effect." With that, the man jumped away, and Talon soon landed near the spot where he'd left. Trace closed his eyes. His head hurt. His shoulder and neck hurt. Talon stood over him and lowered his senses, and Trace took a choking breath, pain and fear radiating through his entire body. The Jago had put the reefs here to prepare for a war. He hated that. Had his ancestor known? Had Jake Odell's quest for peace finally died at the hand of his strong allies? Had this war been for a good cause? He wanted Jake Odell to be one of the good guys, but in light of what this man had said, maybe that wasn't the case. Of course, the villagers and Dreki knew little of their history. Maybe this man was the same. Maybe none of them knew what they were doing here. "Talon, please, I'm not here to hurt you. I'm not sure you know what's going on. I'm not sure anyone knows what's going on." The beast stopped, standing over Trace and staring down at him, his large teeth not far from Trace's throat. "Seems someone left me a gift," Talon said. "Maybe the villagers and the Dreki can get along after all. We can unite over our hatred of your people. You convince the babies to love you, to question us. Nothing good can come from that. You give us what we've always wanted, but you tainted it first." "I'm not here to hurt you," Trace said, not sure why he bothered. This Dreki wasn't going to change his opinion. And perhaps that opinion was right. Perhaps the other realmers had betrayed the Dreki and the villagers all those years ago. Or perhaps they'd saved them from being taken by enemies or used in a war. "I understand you're not cannibals," Trace said, as the Dreki leaned closer, his mouth open, his teeth scraping Trace's neck. "Not sure other realmers count," Talon said. "And maybe it's best just to be what they think we are. Whoever left you here for me must not care what I do with you. I might find other realmers taste like sheep or fish." Trace almost laughed at the absurdity of the situation. Unless someone found him in the next random, he was going to die at the hand of a pair of ancient twins who held a grudge against eldsingers. It was not how he ever saw his end. "Do you know who left me here?" Trace asked. "What if this is a trick to get you here? Maybe someone means to hurt you." Talon laughed. "I doubt that. They fear me." "People who are afraid can be dangerous," Trace said. "Look where I am right now. That's fear. And your fear is about to cause you to kill me." "I'm not afraid of anything," Talon said, his voice especially low and dangerous. He raised his senses again, and Trace felt the world around him darken. He couldn't let go. He had to hang on until someone came for him. Kairu knew he was missing, and if he could hang on, he was sure Echo or G would come for him. Talon led up with the focal attack, and he lifted his front paw. Sharp claws against Trace's chest. He pushed down just enough to puncture the skin and make it hard to breathe. "I could do it the old way," the creature said. "A little blood would make you a better lesson to your friends. The reef is better off without other realmers." "The man who put me here agrees," Trace said. "However, he also thinks it would be better off without Dreki. His ancestors were other realm, sent here to destroy the Dreki because he thought they might be used in a war. So it seems both our groups have enemies." The angry Dreki pushed harder, and Trace gasped. The claws dug deeper, and the darkness at the edge of his vision pushed toward the center. A flash interrupted Talon's attack, and Trace instantly reached out his focus toward the panels. He felt Echo, Kaya, and Gianni, and he latched onto Kaya's panel, quickly playing a song to cause Talon pain. He was barely conscious and had little control, and he felt his failure as things darkened. Yes, the song caused Talon pain, but it was also hurting others. He felt all of it, and with a wash of anger and shame and regret, he let the darkness take him. Chapter 28. When the flash died in his eyes, G was shocked to find his friend on his back in a field, about to be gutted by a dragon. He felt Trace's panic and pain, and then the determination that led the man to play a song of pain at the monster hurting him. But Trace was damaged, and he had little control. The pain that lanced into G's bones and his organs was intense and sharp, and he heard Kaya cry out against it. Instinctively, he called the wind into his own panel, and he pushed Trace's song away, notes seeming to come from his panel by themselves. Trace let the wind go, perhaps feeling what he'd done, and G did the same now that the need to protect himself and his friends was gone. Then Trace closed his eyes, his focus settling into the false calm of unconsciousness. Talon flapped huge wings, knocking everyone back a step with the force, and rose into the air. Echo and Kaya ran for Trace, who was tied to stakes in the field, almost invisible in the tall grasses. "He's bleeding everywhere," Echo said. "We need to get him out of here." "I'll do it," G said, panel in hand. Vaughn, Kairu, and Annika were all here, silently watching. "Did you feel the pain?" "I did," Annika said. "That was Trace?" "I'm sure he didn't mean for all of us to feel it," G said, wondering how they would feel about Trace's violence toward one of their own, and, inadvertently, toward them. "I would be surprised if he did," Vaughn said. "He was scared." "He needs the skipper," Kaya said. "His focus is warped, but the danger is the bleeding. I didn't think Talon would outright kill someone. We need to hurry." "We'll get ourselves back," Vaughn said. "You deal with Trace. You'll let us know what happens? John and Henrik might be helpful." G agreed, and with Echo playing stamina, he jumped the 4 eldsingers straight to the skipper. He wasn't quite in range, and his head ached with the strain when they landed. Kaya was in motion before the flash died. She raced to the medbay and returned with a large piece of equipment. She tore off the remainder of Trace's shirt, exposing 2 claw marks. One was especially deep, the jagged edge shifting as blood poured over it. "Did he mean to kill him?" Echo asked. "So far he hasn't killed anyone. He didn't mind collateral damage, but he hadn't actually tried to kill anyone." "Talon didn't tie him in that field," G said. "That makes no sense. The Dreki can kill us by raising their senses. Someone else did this. Who would do this? The villagers fear the Dreki. They don't feed people to them." "Not now," Kaya said, tears in her eyes. "Can we not do this now?" "Echo, Leichnich. His focus is warped, not torn, and Leichnich will begin to settle it. His whole body needs to calm down." G took a step back and tried to rein in his anger as he watched. He wanted to know what had happened. How had Trace ended up on the ground? Why had he jumped from Kairu's back? What had changed Talon so now he wanted to kill? He felt sick, and he retreated to his room, sitting on the bed trying not to think. Trace had left a sketchbook on the night table, and he flipped through it. He found images of Dreki, one of the island, and of course an image of Kaya. Trace drew Kaya constantly, and she had no idea. When using words, Trace held back. Somehow he even held back in his focus, tucking away deep emotions in a way G couldn't understand or explain. But here on the pages, the man forgot himself, and the images showed depths and layers not everyone got to see. "Enough," he said to himself as melancholy thoughts hit. Kaya was afraid, but already he felt her sense of victory. Trace was going to survive this. G had to calm down. But fury still hit hard. He couldn't lose people, not yet. Not ever, although he knew that was unreasonable. They had undertaken something huge. There would be loss. Not today, though, and if he could figure out how to do it, he would make sure it didn't happen here. He needed to understand what had happened to Trace, and then he needed to keep it from happening again. "G," Kaya called, and G returned to the main living area. Trace was on the floor, eyes open. He jerked as Kaya shifted the equipment on his chest. "Hey," Trace said, grimacing. "Sorry about the song." G rolled his eyes. "Yes, because that's what matters right now. You jumped off a Dreki." Trace's lips twisted into a near smile. "Of course not. There are eldsingers here. Enemies of the Dreki and the villagers. Enemies of us, too. Everyone. He did it. He jumped me away." Kaya glared up at Gianni. "I need to put him out. I just wanted you to see that he woke up. He should be okay. I hope he'll be okay." Trace closed his eyes, his face contorting in pain. "We need answers," Gianni said. "We need for Trace not to die," Kaya shot back. "I need you to calm him down, not interrogate him. I have to put him under for this part." G sat back at the edge of the room and watched Kaya and Echo work. They stopped the bleeding and used the equipment to heal the wounds until they were thick scabs. The skin around them bruised, and finally Kaya jumped Trace and herself from the middle of the living area to the bedroom. "He'll be okay," Echo said. G was sitting against the wall, and she sat down in front of him. "G, he's going to be okay. It looked worse than it was. I panicked when I saw the blood, but it wasn't bad. I'm not sure Talon meant to kill him." "It hurt," G said. "He used a painful song on us because he was desperate and afraid." "Yes," she said. "He was in danger, and he was vulnerable. Are you angry that he hurt us?" "No, of course not. We have another faction. We had too many already, and now we have more." "Another faction makes all of this more sensible," she said. "Think about it. We had the villagers, the Dreki, and the other realmers. All of them got along. But add in another enemy that didn't care about any of them, and suddenly it makes more sense. That final enemy tried to make all the others hate one another, and largely it worked. The animosity of the groups didn't make much sense before." "True," he said. "We need to find those singers." "We do," she said, "like we need to find Talon. I think Talon is more dangerous right now. The singers have kept to themselves until now, but Talon has been aggressive from the beginning. We'll wait for Trace to wake up and see what he knows, what he thinks." "And when will that be?" G asked. "Tomorrow. It's late, and the reef needs to take care of itself until tomorrow. We need a break." Gianni agreed. He had fought more than anyone to join Trace in finding and helping Falaslenta, but at this moment the image of Talon puncturing Trace's chest filled him with fury, and he wanted nothing more than to get off this reef and not come back. He hoped in the morning he would wake up with more compassion than he was feeling right now. "I still think Talon is our problem," Trace said. He glanced at Gianni, who'd simmered at the edge of this conversation all morning. Trace felt good today. His head didn't hurt. Yes, the wounds on his chest were tender, but at this point no physical pain could rival what his focus had endured, and he barely felt it. But G had been strange today, angry and short, his focus roaring with fury. "Someone put you in a field," Gianni said. "It wasn't Talon." "No, it wasn't," Trace said. "The man who did that thought I'd come for him. I got too close and scared him. I don't know if his people will venture out to hurt anyone or not. He has no love for the Dreki, but I get the feeling he hasn't actively threatened them the way Talon threatens the villagers." Trace hadn't told them about the songs, and he took a deep breath and decided to do that now. He was tired of secrets. "So they can kill," G said flatly. "These people we're going to ignore have songs that can kill." "One of them can," Trace said. "I scared him. He didn't kill me immediately. I don't know if he meant to kill me at all. None of them know the real stories, and I think all of them realize that." "Talon may have meant to kill you," Kaya said, "but I'm not sure. You looked terrible, but it wasn't as bad as I first thought. But he's confusing and scary." "Which is why I want to find him," Trace said. "Talon is a threat to everyone. Mostly, he's a threat to the unity of this reef. We can find the man who hurt me. Of course we can. But let's take care of Talon first." "How do you intend to stop him?" Echo asked. Her focus gave away a lot of distress. "Will you use that song on him?" He closed his eyes. The words were bitter and hurt. Either she didn't like him having the songs, or she hated that he hadn't told her. But whatever the reason, the emotions in her words and her focus hurt. "I hope not," he said honestly. "I don't want to be the judge over these reefs. That's not our responsibility. Dayton said we can't treat them like children. But we can stop those who endanger the rest. Can't we?" "We can," Gianni said. "Of course we can." "Within reason," Dayton said. "So you're worried I'll kill with a song too?" Trace asked. "No," Dayton said. "I'm not sure you could do it. You think you can, but I'm not sure of that. We're going to have to take each reef as it comes. Right now, Talon is a threat to the whole reef. But we also know what he wants." "He wants us gone," Echo said. "And that will happen," Dayton said. "But he wants the young Dreki to live on the island," Echo said. "Yes," Dayton said. "We're partially responsible for that. We're partially responsible for the young Dreki existing at all. We can't let our changes cause harm. Talon hadn't harmed a village until we got here. We did the right thing, but we have to finish the job." "So you think we should kill him," Echo said. Her focus pounded, and Trace wasn't sure what was behind it. "No," Trace said. "I don't want to kill anyone, not even the man who put me in a field. They don't know. None of them have the whole story, and neither do we. I'd rather we find a way to make them move forward and forget their past, because they don't really know their past." "Echo, what is it? What's wrong?" "You were hurt, again," she said. "You're always in danger, and I'm so tired of it. The worry for you almost hurts as much as grieving our family. Except that had an end. It happened, and we had to heal. This one never heals. You do it over and over again. And these songs, you feel safer because of them, so you take more chances. Like Dayton said, maybe you can't use them, in which case you're not as safe as you feel." Trace moved to the floor and knelt in front of his sister. "I'm sorry. I wish we could do this safely. I won't say I wish we hadn't found Montefialo, because G and Kaya are here because of it. We needed them. We still need them. We were nearly as dead as their reef, and you know it, Echo. I don't know how to make you feel better." She took a deep breath. "I know. I'm sorry. This isn't helping us. My worries don't help us. I get this under control, and then I go down the same dark holes again and again." "We need to deal with both Talon and the man who hurt Trace," Dayton said. He put his hand on Echo's back. "Now that we know what's out there, I think we can do better to keep ourselves safe. Then we can talk about how healthy it is for us to keep doing this." Echo nodded and leaned back, nestling against Dayton's side. "Right, and I'm not saying we need to stop. I don't know what I'm saying." "You're being honest," Kaya said. "If we're going to keep doing this, I think it's important that we stay honest." "How do we find Talon?" Gianni asked. "The Dreki think he has a place to hide. We can watch the villages and we can look to the north. That's the part of the reef we've looked at the least," Trace said. "I think we split up again and do what we've been doing." Gianni nodded, although he didn't look settled. Echo and Kaya seemed to agree, and Dayton said it was a good plan. So they left the skipper and went to the ruined palace, where the kids were still living, although for now, their parents had gone home to work the fields. The kids agreed to help, but of course, only 3 eldsingers could fly. Trace let Echo, Kaya, and G go with the kids, and he decided to look from the ground. He wanted to check the caves, and a song might not penetrate, so he would jump from cave entrance to cave entrance and get better readings than he could from the air. He sighed. He'd much prefer to fly. Chapter 29. "Where to?" Kairu asked G as he lifted off the ground. "I want to find the man who hurt Trace. There might be more. I don't agree that they're harmless. I think we need to find them now, sooner rather than later. Nobody else ends up tied in a field and left for dead." Kairu flew in a wide circle. "The tone says you're trying to prove something. They won't approve?" "They want to find Talon. This is good," G said. "We need to find Talon. But we need to find these singers, too. They have the songs that can kill." "And we're going to look for them? Is this wise?" Kairu asked. "I'm not sure anything we do is wise," Gianni said. "Why are you so angry?" Kairu asked. Trace has been hurt worse. Yes. Maybe I'm like Echo. I feel like he's looking for it. Does he not understand what we go through? He disappears all the time because he thinks he knows best. Now it's my turn. I'm not sure it's a good idea, Kairu said, but I'm willing to help you look. That song can hurt a Dreki, yes? We have something on the island that can hurt us and the villagers both. It's worth searching for. G relaxed. Thank you. Well, I'm easy. Telling Trace you ignored him might not be so easy. Trace can't tell me what to do, G said. He says he's not the leader, so maybe he ought to stop giving orders. They neared a stone outcrop, and Kairu settled on a low ridge. He turned his head and neck and gazed into G's face with a giant eye. G swallowed. Dreki faces didn't have much expression, but he knew Kairu was angry. So you want to lead? This is about usurping Trace's position? I don't know what's driving you, G, and it bothers me. Nothing on our reef makes sense. We had enemies we didn't realize. We didn't know our very natures. You and the eldsingers make sense. Trace's compassion doesn't quite make sense, but it's consistent. So what's going on here? I won't carry you off to hurt Trace, to hurt anyone. Even you, Gianni. I won't fly you to your own doom. G climbed down and stood in front of the beast. He rested his hand on Kairu's face, feeling the soft scales under his fingers. He doesn't always remember us, he said. He gets lost in his own head, his own way of thinking. I know this. I've accepted this. He's my friend, and none of that means he isn't. But he doesn't always take his own care seriously. We have to do that for him. Sometimes I wonder how long we'll succeed. Trace can be larger than life. He lets things sweep him away. Since he arrived here, he's been hurt, Kairu said. He stops and rests. He warns us about our mortality, but he also considers his own. I think your fears aren't as realistic as you think. G grinned. That's good to know. I'll help you find the singers, Kairu said. Can you protect yourself? Can you protect me? I think so. I think I can deflect a song. I learned something similar at the academy. Then watch out for us, Kairu said. I've only been flying for a few days. I'd hate to fall. G heard the wry humor in the words. He climbed back onto Kairu's back, and the pair lifted off again. G played a search near the area where they'd found Trace, surprised to discover a small village tucked into the stony forest near the north wall. He had no way to know which person had been responsible for hurting his friend, and he had Kairu set down in a nearby clearing so he could think. How many people are in the village? Kairu asked. About 40. It's a good size for a village that seems to be out here alone. Are they other realm? Yitri? Other realm, G said. He played another search. Not Portomaren, so I have no idea of their origins. 15 of them sing, and 9 of them are strong enough to jump a man from your back. They have similar energy to the Yitri and Inri. I suspect they're a mixture of 2 peoples. Can you bring them here? Kairu asked. The singers? The 9? Gianni smiled. I can. Good idea. Do you want to be here? Kairu laughed, a strange and ancient sound. I do. Don't let any of them kill me with a song, but yes, I want to see these people who hate the Dreki. G played a long song, shifting it so he could bring all those he wanted to the field. He heard Trace in his mind, both as friend and as proud academy teacher, praising him for his ability to alter songs for new purposes. He wasn't sure how he did it, but he liked having a skill that made Trace proud. He closed his eyes as he thought the thoughts because they brought another wash of anger. Someone in this group had tried to kill Trace, taking yet another friend from him. He'd lost too many people, and even as a strong singer, sometimes he was helpless to do anything about it. 9 people flashed into the field, and of course the first thing they saw was a huge, shiny black Dreki, who'd hunkered down to look at them. 6 men and 3 women stepped back, eyes wide. One of them reached into a bag on his shoulder, and when he pulled out a reed panel, G shifted his song and blew the instrument out of the man's hand. You're not in danger, G said. He gritted his teeth, angrily wishing that wasn't true. I think you're not in danger, although I'm feeling a little unsure at the moment. One of you tried to kill my friend. You tied him in a field and tried to feed him to the Dreki. All eyes turned to Kairu, who chuckled. His deep, ancient voice clearly took everyone by surprise. Perhaps these people, like the other villagers, didn't understand the Dreki's nature. "Not me," Kairu said, stretching his neck forward and then back. "I don't eat people." "Why would we tie a man in a field?" one of the men asked, an older man in the back of the group. "He's an eldsinger," Gianni said, "an other realmer. The man who tied him said he was trying to keep the Jago from creating an army. He hoped to end the Dreki so nobody could use them against his home world." A woman from the center of the group stepped forward, looking over the villagers. She caught the eye of one of the men and frowned. "It was him, wasn't it? Do you still believe that? How can you cling to that for so long?" "Because it's true," the man said. "But I certainly wouldn't tie a man in a field." "So, this means the Dreki do eat people? I thought that was an exaggeration. Grandpa liked to exaggerate." "Grandpa was an angry old man," another man said. "We've been here for generations. We have as much Yitri blood as anything. Why do you have to cling to old superstitions?" G watched the argument and then stepped forward angrily. "Enough. I need to know who hurt him. This can't happen. This reef needs to learn to get along. First twins are separated, and now people try to kill one another. It was a cowardly attempt, letting an old senile Dreki do the hard work." "Wait," the woman said, the one who'd started the argument. "What about twins?" "Nothing," the second man said. "This has nothing to do with your daughters." "Names," Gianni said. "I need to know some names." He heard the anger and frustration in his voice, and apparently the people before him did too, because they fell silent. "Angela," the woman said. "That's my cousin Arlo, and the older man is his father, Octavian." The rest of them introduced themselves, including Janice, who seemed opposed to harming people on the reef. "And the place you defend?" Gianni asked. "What world are you trying to protect?" Nobody said a word. Finally, the older man, Octavian, spoke up. "That's been lost, like the name of the Yitri homeworld." "I see," Gianni said. "So this reef, where you were born, and the people who live on this reef with you, who are actually part of your recent ancestry, have no meaning to you in light of a world whose name you don't remember, and you're willing to kill someone who came to help you in your quest to protect this unknown place from an enemy who disappeared 145 years ago." Again with the silence. Kairu moved forward, leaning down in a menacing way, and every person backed up. "This is fun," Kairu said. "I wonder what they taste like." "Kairu," Gianni scolded, laughing. "You're not supposed to enjoy this so much." "We didn't do it," Arlo said. "But my cousin Robero might. He thrived on Grandpapa's stories." Angela stood forward. "Yes, he's not a monster, but our father wasn't ideal, and Robero clung to our grandfather and his wild stories. Who doesn't want to be a hero and save the world when his family goes bad?" G felt a twinge of sympathy, and then he remembered Trace bleeding in a field. "Where is Robero?" One of the men was young, barely in his teens, and he stepped forward. "He said he thought he knew where a Dreki lived. He was going to find him. In the caves, he said." Kairu turned to Gianni. "Talon, you think? We suspected he had a cave out here." "Perhaps," Gianni said. "Do you know where the cave was?" "No," the boy said. "He left this morning. He roams. He could be gone for days." "My brother is—" Angela sighed. "Our father is no longer living, but while he was here, he broke my brother. What did you mean about twins?" "Angela," Arlo said, "that's not our concern. Look, we don't want the Dreki to become an army to destroy our home world, but we're also not out there causing trouble." "Except you keep interrupting when I ask about twins. So of course he doesn't believe you," Angela said angrily, her hands on her hips. Gianni liked this woman. "I have twins. Why would someone separate twins?" "Kairu?" G asked. "Shall we answer the lady's question?" Kairu chuckled again, and he seemed to dissolve into two men. Rohan stepped forward. "This is why they separated twins," Rohan said. "It's a way to stop the Dreki. If there are no twins, There are no Dreki. Someone, likely someone from your world, made sure people feared twins. My brother was separated from me at birth. My mother thought she delivered one child. He lived without family, thinking his parents had died. Angela glared at Arlo. You knew this. I knew this, Arlo said. We didn't kill anyone. Our ancestors simply made sure the Dreki wouldn't go on. That protected our world. You mean the world we know nothing about? Angela asked. I have twin daughters. They can do this? Are they Dreki? I don't know, Gianni said. We can find out if you bring them here. I don't know where we are, the woman said. Send me back to the village, and I'll jump out with my husband and the girls. How old are they? Rohan asked. 12, Angela said. That matters? They can change around the age of 10, so if they are, likely they can do what Rohan and Jordan do, G said. As he said it, the twins returned to Kairu, and everyone on the field took a step back. He sent her home, and he gazed at the group in front of him, feeling fear and anger in a balanced mix. He'd arrived angry, and as he looked at these 8 faces, including one boy and a teen girl, he wished he could calm down. He and Kairu didn't need to be frightening people. Why couldn't he get past the image of Trace bleeding in a field? As Kairu had said, Trace had been hurt worse. But the evil of the action infuriated him. And it frightened him. Was all of this fear? He needed better ways to deal with his fear. The boy stepped forward, reaching toward Kairu. Can I touch him? Can I touch you? Kairu stretched out his neck, and the boy touched his cheek and then the side of his neck. A little girl did the same, laughing. The scales are soft. This is what we hear sometimes. We never see them. I didn't know if I believed they were here. Hunting calls travel a long distance, I suppose. The children pulled their hands away when Kairu spoke, and the creature chuckled. I won't hurt you. You notice I'm here with Gianni. How do you think we got here? The children were silent, and then the boy's eyes went wide. Wait, did you not jump? He turned to Gianni. Did you fly? I did. Kairu gave me a ride. Can we ride? The girl asked. No, Arlo said. But a woman stepped forward, glared at the man, and said yes, her daughter could fly. I thought Angela's grandpa was a crazy old man, she said. That still might be true, but I don't want to hate the Dreki. We stay here alone, and we don't visit the others. I want to see more of the reef. I've always wanted to see the lake. It sounds beautiful. Kairu bobbed his head. It is beautiful. We'll make sure you see it. Before they could do anything else, Angela flashed in with her husband, daughters, and a son. You have more than the twins, Kairu said. In the other villages, a woman who bears a Dreki never bears again. Oh, Arlo said. That might be... There was algae put in the lake. My ancestors did that before the bays were sealed. It affects conception. The hope was no more twins would be conceived, but it failed. Kairu growled low in his throat, and everyone stepped back. The newcomers simply stared at the Dreki, and Kairu walked toward the twins and silently dissolved into Rohan and Jordan. The girls screeched and jumped back, and then they realized what they were seeing. Wait, one said. You're like us. Jordan turned to Gianni. Are they? They are, G said, feeling the Dreki energy in the girls. He knew he didn't feel it as clearly as Trace or Echo, but once Echo had shown him the slight twist in the Dreki focus, he would always know a Dreki twin. So they can... The girl's father shrugged. I'm not sure I understand. Because it doesn't make sense, Rohan said. But I think it means your daughters can become Dreki. Can we? One of them asked. I have no idea, their father said, looking stunned. He was neither Dreki nor singer. G wondered how it felt to have so much power in the family, but not be able to use any himself. I want to be Dreki, the other one said. Wait, Rohan said. I need names. The girls gave him a shy smile. Maple, one said, and Amber. Pretty names, Jordan said. Your parents have to decide if you can become Dreki now, but eventually you'll have to do it. Now that you know, I don't think you have a choice. Wait, Octavian said. Angela, Donnie, I'm not sure this is a good idea. The Dreki are made for war. We don't know that, Rohan said. We don't know anything. Gianni was told complete lies about his history. Also, I'm not sure anyone can force us to do anything. Your ancestors hated us, and yet some of you hated us, and some of you are indifferent. You choose what to do and what to think. We, too, decide what we do. Arlo growled. You can't be serious. Look where we are. We were never given a choice to be here. Arlo, Angela said, rolling her eyes. That's not what he means. Not one person alive gets to decide where they're born or what kind of world they come into. We make choices with what we have. We all decided to embrace vocal singing. It's part of our heritage, although I'm not sure we came here with those skills, not as strong as they are now. Seems that happened along the way. Now my daughters get to live into another part of their heritage. I agree, Donnie said, the girl's dad. I'm from Drekistrond. This is my home. I'm tired of us thinking we're something different, living in hiding here. If my daughters can fly, I want them to be free to go anywhere in the reef. You can't give us away, Arlo said. Robero might overreact to things, so I see where we might need to deal with him. But the rest of us aren't hurting anyone. We need to be able to live here in peace as our own people. There's talk of making a new village, Rohan said. It's a village where Dreki and humans can live together. Nobody has to live there, but many villages are wary of Dreki. If you wish for your daughters to live in freedom while keeping your people hidden, you're welcome to this village. Maple and Amber were listening to this conversation with wide eyes. Can we try it now? Amber asked. Please? Is it hard? Donnie asked Rohan and Jordan. Does it hurt? Is there danger? Will they be able to change back? Rohan laughed. Their Dreki will know many things, enough to protect them. I'm not sure where the Dreki comes from. It's part of us, and yet it's separate, and we think it's old. G watched as Rohan and Jordan led the girls to a clearing and talked them into the change. The Dreki that soon stood in the field was deep purple, sparkling as the light hit it, much like Kairu did. Oh, Jordan said, stroking the creature's nose. You're a pretty one. Let us change, and we can fly together. Yes, the creature said. Then it laughed, a strangely deep, ancient voice. The twins' parents watched with a mix of awe and shock. You can pet her, Gianni said. Someone can even ride her in time. This is a good thing, but it has to be strange. Donnie laughed. Strange, yes. That's a word that doesn't even begin to describe it. When the pair of Dreki were in the air, Gianni looked back at the group. So this Robero worked alone? None of you condone tying my friend in a field to kill him? Absolutely not, Arlo said. My grandfather hated the Dreki. He hated the Yi-tree, although we have more Yi-tree blood than anything else. But he didn't condone killing anyone. He wanted the Dreki to die out. Algae in the water is different from killing men in a field. So I need to find Robero, G said. Can you tell me how to do that? Will you hurt him? Angela asked. I know he hurt your friend. He's unstable. His life didn't go as it should have gone. But I hate for him to be hurt. We'll keep a better eye on him. I need to talk to him, G said. I don't plan to hurt him, but I won't let him kill someone. We aren't here to harm anyone. But I hate that Trace's compassion has such dire consequences. I understand, Angela said gently. We might need help with Robero, but we don't plan to cause harm either. Maybe the changes about to happen on the reef will be good things. No, they won't be, Arlo said. But nobody here is at fault for things done by the ancestors. I promise I'll help Angela keep Robero in line. Except at the moment, I'm not sure where he is. The caves, Gianni thought, which was where Trace planned to be, looking for Talon. Maybe it was time to head that way. His friend might need some backup, because nobody found trouble like Trace did. Chapter 30. Trace felt Talon's energy in the search, and he dropped the wind and walked through the cave entrance. It was large enough to accommodate a Dreki easily, a deep chamber filled with shadows. I feel you there, Talon said from the depths. Trace groaned as the creature raised its senses. Please, Trace said. I'm not here to hurt you. I want to talk. I want to understand. I think you know more than anyone what's wrong with this reef, and I want to understand. Trace had brought a small lamp from the skipper, and he flipped the switch and set it on the floor at the entrance. Talon was curled on one side of the cavern, his dark scales gleaming in the dim light. Talon didn't let up with his attack, but it was also slow. He hadn't raised his senses all the way. He was going for pain more than destruction. Here, Trace said, thinking he could use this little mercy he'd been shown. He pulled out his reed panel and tossed it aside. Yes, he could still use it without touching it, but he had to build some goodwill here. See, I can't hurt you now. I'd rather you not hurt me. Talk to me, Talon. Tell me the real story. The pain stopped, and Talon sat up straight, looking cat-like in his stance. I can't imagine you mean to listen to me. I haven't been heard in 80 years. I'm here to listen. My panel is over there. I'm at your mercy. As you showed me before, you have the strength to kill me. I'd rather you not. The creature bobbed its head. That wasn't well done of me. To kill something without defense isn't the Dreki way. Sometimes I fear I'm getting old. Trace said nothing, sitting on the floor as though he expected Talon to tell him a story. Maybe he did. 80 years ago, Trace said. What happened? It's my understanding fewer twins were born here than on our home world, Talon said, settling himself much like Trace had. His wings lowered, and he looked comfortable. Stories say that had to do with this place. It wasn't something done on purpose. But then the story began to circulate that twins were bad. They might share a soul and not have full consciences. At that point, everyone knew twins were future Dreki. So stories began to disparage Dreki. Dreki were too big, too powerful. They endangered other children in the families. Wait, Trace said. So mothers could have both Dreki and non-Dreki children here on this reef. I think so, Talon said. That was one of the worst lies, that a Dreki child would ever hurt a sibling. On our home world, we defended our villages against attack by other creatures, but we're not violent and harmful by nature. Except you tried to puncture me, Trace said. As he said it, his neck tingled with the residual fear. Being tied and helpless was terrifying. Talon sighed. I suppose I did. After years of being called a monster, it's easy to become a monster. Tell me about the attack on the village. I heard that a small village took twins from their mothers and kept them apart, Talon said. Twins were being targeted as babies. You know nobody becomes Dreki as an infant. To do this to mothers and children felt like an abomination. I'd had enough. I had siblings. I would never hurt them. My sister had children. Not twins, but if they had been, those precious children could have been ripped away from her. That can't happen. No, Trace agreed. That should never happen. But it was the singers who made it happen, Talon said. The eldsingers caused divisions. Are you sure? Trace asked. The man who tied me in a field was an eldsinger, but he wasn't Portomaren. Someone else was here. Someone else is still here causing trouble. You didn't want to hear that. You wanted to gut me and not hear me. But I didn't tie myself out there. I didn't knock myself off a Dreki's back with a song. Someone else did that to me. Someone with eldsinger strength. Anyway, tell me of this attack. I was angry, Talon admitted. I know I was too angry. I was young. The thought of my race being killed infuriated me. I went to 3 villages looking for twins, young twins. Every village has a few young twins. It's been that way forever. But I found 3 in a row with none. Someone was removing them. I didn't know if they were hurt, killed, hidden away. I knocked down people and buildings. I didn't steal twins. I certainly didn't kill twins. I didn't kill anyone. But yes, I caused destruction that day. I don't remember ever being so angry. Trace nodded. I would have been angry if someone was trying to end eldsingers. I understand how you felt. Unfortunately, because the reef had an enemy, things got out of control, didn't they? I didn't know we hurt eldsingers, Talon said. But why didn't we know that? I can hurt you by raising my senses. Why didn't I realize that then? How often do you raise your senses against people? Trace asked. I was told it was for hunting. Or maybe it was something that grew stronger the longer you were here. Something about the rock in reefs causes more people to be born as singers. Maybe that same thing in you makes you more and more capable of hurting singers. Perhaps the first Dreki here couldn't hurt singers, but 70 years later, that happened. So you damaged a building, scared people, and possibly hurt singers. The enemy on the reef took those events and wove them into stories, making everyone afraid. Perhaps, Talon said, you think an enemy divided the twins before I scared everyone. I do. I think you played into their hands without realizing it. Or perhaps this is all a lie. Remember, Talon, you tried to gut me with your claws, so your claim not to be violent? You see why I might doubt you. Yes, Talon said. He exhaled loudly through his wide mouth. I still react badly when I'm angry. But what had I done? I found twins, Trace said. I helped to create new Dreki. I don't know why you thought I should die for that. I thought you would dismiss the older Dreki. The new Dreki and the villagers might not want us around. They don't know anything about our history. When you've been dismissed for 80 years, it's easy to fear being dismissed by those you most want to impress. Trace saw the wisdom in the words. I don't want to dismiss you, he said. Not any of you. The new Dreki want to learn from you. However, they want to live with their families. You can choose to participate in that or not. I'm not here to tell you how to live, Talon. But I will stop you if you hurt people. So we're back to threats? Yes, Trace said, but you notice my panel is on the floor. My claws are not in your lungs. Talon rolled giant eyes. Trace found himself smiling. I hear you, Singer, but I won't let the villagers hurt the babies. I won't let them cause fear or abuse the strength of the Dreki. Nor should you, Trace said. In the distance, Trace felt the focus of a singer, the singer who'd hurt him in the field. He grabbed for the panel, feeling the beginnings of a dangerous song. The man was already here in the doorway, out of sight, and Trace began a song to shoot his panel from his hands. No, Talon said, as Trace touched the panel. The beast's voice was filled with pain. Whoever was singing had the ability to aim his song just at the Dreki. Now your panel isn't on the floor. You lied. It's not me, Trace said. The song shifted, now taking in Trace's focus, and he groaned against it. The man came through the door and sneered. You didn't do a good job of taking care of my problem, Dreki, the man said, changing the song again. Now it hurt worse, and Trace found himself on his knees. Talon, too, groaned as the assassin song lanced through him as well. But why trust a Dreki to do a singer's job? At this, Talon raised his senses, and Trace found himself in the crossfire between the Dreki and the eldsinger. He fell to one side as he heard the singer call out in pain. Both their foci were unraveling under the Dreki's hunting call, and Trace felt his insides shift painfully against the singer's assassin song. No, he called. Talon, no, please, I'll stop him. Trace barely managed to call the wind, and once he did, he wasn't sure what to play. How could he stop these two from killing one another, and him, without hurting anyone more? It was time for everyone on this reef to stop hurting one another. He played a song that created a burst of air, hoping to blow the man's panel from his hand, thinking he could stop at least one of the players here, but he couldn't do it. Instead, he rose to his feet and used what little strength he had left to rush at the man and knock him down. Not difficult, as both of them were coming apart in the Dreki's wake. For a moment, the singer's song wavered, and then it stopped. Trace exhaled painfully and felt Talon shift behind him, and the creature dropped his senses. But once down, he couldn't push up again. He couldn't do anything. The damage had been too much, but he'd kept them from killing one another. Unfortunately, he wasn't sure he'd stopped them from killing him. Chapter 31. G leaped off Kairu's back and ran toward Trace, who was being lifted into the air by Talon, dangling like a broken toy. He was alive, but his focus was so dim it barely registered. They were too late. G felt the words crushing his heart. How could this happen? And what did it have to do with Ribeiro? Had the man once again staked Trace out for a Dreki to kill him? The fury that went through him was frightening in its intensity. He didn't remember ever being so angry before. Maybe that had to do with him not caring so much before. Now he had a family he loved, one that loved him back, and he refused to let something take that from him. "Stop," Kairu said in a deep and deadly voice. He flew in front of Talon, whose wings swept backward, and the smaller Dreki landed, gently placing Trace on the ground. "Where did you come from?" Talon asked, standing in front of the huge black Dreki. I thought I don't understand." "Why kill him?" Kairu asked. "Trace only means to help. Always. Why treat him this way? You are so upset that the island has new Dreki? How can you hate us when you don't know anything about us?" G ran to Trace and rolled him to his back. No blood. His focus was so dim he barely felt it, but it didn't appear Talon had physically injured him. So where had he been taking him? And why? Shaking his head, he realized those answers didn't matter. He needed Kaya and Echo. If Trace had any chance at all, and he wasn't sure he did, Kaya and Echo would have to work fast. "I didn't hurt him," Talon said forcefully. "He tried to protect me. Us. He tried to protect us from one another." "Us?" Gianni asked. "The other one is in the cave," Talon said. "He wasn't in as much danger. I had to choose one, and I chose to take the singer for help. I hoped one of the singers could help him. I had no idea one of the babies was Kairu. How did I not know this?" "Because you've spent the past days throwing a tantrum," Kairu said angrily. "I understand the Kairu are meant to lead. We keep the Dreki in check so they don't abuse their strength. It seems I've already failed." "I didn't hurt him," Talon said. Take him back. Both of them, I suppose." "Your days of frightening the villagers are over," Kairu said, stepping toward Talon. The older beast bowed his head in a gesture of submission. "Your days of gutting eldsingers are over. We're going to build a village where Dreki and humans live together. Inri, Yitri, and Dreki. Maybe singers, if they want. You will not stop us." Talon bobbed his head. "As long as the twins are allowed to become Dreki, I won't stop anyone. Now take him. He saved me." G toggled the radio, speaking both to Kaya and Echo, and asking them to meet at the ruins, as he couldn't jump straight to the skipper from here. "Is he bad?" Kairu asked. "Yes," G said simply, because the physical and focal damage together had dropped Trace's presence in his head to a mere shadow. But Kaya and Echo would care for him. Kaya, especially, had the ability to heal foci, and she could heal Trace better than most because of his feelings toward her. His focus would easily cling to hers for help. "How is it he's more injured than the other man?" Kairu asked. "That singer attacked me, and I think he was hurt too," Talon said. "Then I defended myself by raising my senses." "So he was caught between the two of you," G said. Talon hung his head. "I didn't expect that of an eldsinger. I think I haven't understood what's happening here." When he landed outside the ruined palace, he felt that everyone else had already arrived. G grabbed Trace and carried him inside. The jump had strained Trace's damaged focus, and G hoped the move wouldn't end up killing him. John and Henrik's parents met them inside, and Nella and Brindle went for healing herbs while Kaya prepared for a diagnostic song. Kaya rested her panel in her lap, placed one hand on Trace's neck and the other on his collarbone, and began to play the notes to diagnose and heal the damage in his focus. "What can we do?" Melanie asked. She'd taken Jordan's hand, and the pair stood in silence a few feet from the others. "I'm not sure yet," Gianni said. He knelt in front of Kaya. "Do we need the skipper?" "Yes," she said, tears in her eyes. "He hates this, G. He fears pain and attack, and yet every time we turn around, he's in pain. It's not right." He squeezed her shoulder and stood, looking at the twins. Rohan looked furious. John stood at his side, looking similar. Henrik ran his hand over damp eyes. "What of the other man?" Jordan asked. "We left him. If what Talon said was true, Trace wanted to save him. He kept them both from dying." Gianni sighed. "I suppose we should retrieve him. I'd rather his village deal with him for now." "We can fly to the village and let them know," Rohan said. "I wish they had radios, but I don't think there's anything else we can do right now, and I don't like waiting." G nodded, and Rohan and Jordan left the building. "Do you need me?" John asked. "I might be able to help. I can't heal, but I can calm." "Trace is too far gone right now to need calming," Kaya said. "But later, yes. We'll need you later. Make sure Kairu doesn't need help." The boys left the building, and G knelt at Kaya's side. "I'm going to take us back," he said. "You ready?" She nodded. "It's bad, G. Really bad." He looked at Trace, pale and still. "Yeah, we need to stop letting him take all the hits." "So it would be better if it was you, or Echo?" Kaya asked angrily. "From this side, it feels like it would be better if it was me. Waiting is rough, waiting and worrying." She put her hand on G's arm. "I know. Let's get him back. Radio Dayton." "I did that," Echo said, sitting on Trace's other side. She wasn't touching him, wasn't doing anything but staring at his face. "His focus is barely more than a shadow. He's not going to change. This is what Trace does, what his strength and curiosity and compassion does. It's not going to change. I don't feel strong enough to be his sister. Doesn't he know what he does to us?" G put his hand on Trace, as did Kaya. His focus was so dim he barely felt it. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on the focus. Then he pulled out his panel, touching notes that might hold it together. He didn't know where the notes came from. Kaya's eyes widened. "What are you doing?" she asked. G let the wind go, thinking he'd done something wrong. "No," she said. "Keep doing it." I felt a flicker in his focus, a stronger flicker. G continued the song, and Echo jumped them to the skipper. "No," Kaya said as the flash died. "It's G and the reef. He's holding Trace together, but it doesn't work here like it did there. Take us back. Echo and I will collect supplies and jump in after you, and I'll piece his focus together, but you need to go back with him now." G closed his eyes against the jump, finding himself on the floor in the ruined palace, just him and Trace. "What is it?" Nella asked from the other side of the room. "What happened?" "I don't know," G said. "I hear the song in my head, something to grab onto his focus, but it's not working. It's like holding onto vapor." He heard the panic in his voice and took a deep breath. Kaya said this helped. Trace needed him strong. Before this had happened, Trace had been worn out. Some of that was his own fault for taking on things alone, but this wasn't a case of that. Trace had let all of them in on the plan, and everyone had been working together. None of this was Trace, regardless of how Echo felt about it. G had to hold on, because he wasn't sure Trace had the strength to hold on himself. Nella and Enric helped them move Trace onto a mat, and G kept the song flowing, hoping it was helping. He didn't feel like it was helping. No more than 2 randoms later, the rest returned. Echo and Dayton each set an armload of equipment at his side. Just the sight of the tools, say nothing of the subdued despair in his friend's foci, made him feel sick. "Stamina," Kaya said to Echo. "All you can give us." "What about us?" Melanie asked quietly, standing hand in hand with Brindle at the edge of the room. "We want to help." "Food," Gianni said. "Kaya, especially, is about to use a lot of energy. Can you keep food nearby? And drinks?" With a small smile, the girl disappeared with Nella. "Thank you," Brindle said. "She's not sure she belongs yet." "What's it like?" Echo asked. "When you're Annika, does she belong?" "When we're Annika, there is no Brindle or Melanie, and yet it feels like I'm me alone, different. I can't explain it." Echo nodded. "What a strange thing. And you don't change. This isn't a case of you turning into something else." "Not physically, no. And yet, when Kairu ate a fish, Rohan and Jordan were full. It might never make sense, but it's fulfilling. Being Annika, having Melanie part of me like that, So close, I don't think of us as two people. Flying and soaring, all of it is amazing. I can't believe I wouldn't have known. If Trace hadn't stumbled onto us, we never would have known." Everyone stared at Trace a moment. He looked terrible, pale, and now shaking. His focus wasn't holding together, and that meant nothing was holding his body together. A singer's focus was the seat of his whole life, his whole being. "His focus is crumbling," Kaya said. "I can't seem to fix it fast enough." "Trace has asked about something else, something bigger than us that might look out for us. If that thing exists, Trace sure needs it. We need something looking out for us right now." Echo began to play Stamina, although G heard something else in it. Maybe she was splitting her power so both G and Kaya could use some. That would help, as both of them were using more power than normal. With her extra strength behind him, he found himself changing notes without conscious thought, wrapping his focus around Trace's and somehow holding on, like placing a jar around a vapor. He placed one hand low on Trace's belly and felt Trace's focus a little more clearly. "Whatever you just changed, it helps," Kaya said, not turning toward G as she spoke, her concentration completely on Trace. "Don't stop." "That means you too," G said to Echo. "I feel your power here too. We have to hold this way until he's stronger." 100 randoms later, Kaya dropped the wind and put her hand to her head. "I might need to eat," she said, tears in her eyes. "Or something. I'm not nearly done, but—" "We need John," Brindle said, "or Henrik. Whatever they're doing can wait, can't it? Henrik might be able to give more strength to Trace, or to Kaya." "To Kaya," G said. "Echo stays with me, doing exactly what she's doing. But yes, we need John and Henrik." "We'll go find them," Brindle said. The twins disappeared. Dayton ran his hand over his face, his focus suspiciously sentimental. He'd been feeding G Stamina too, and tiring. G knew all of them needed a break, but Trace wouldn't survive if they stopped. Echo had been curled up in a chair behind them, but she rose and knelt at Kaya's side, resting one hand on Trace's shoulder. The wind from her panel never faltered, although G knew she was draining herself as much as the rest of them. "Come on, Trace," she whispered. "Don't you dare leave me here. I will never forgive you if you do." Several randoms passed before the twin girls returned with John and Henrik. They said something to their parents, and then John sat beside Kaya. "What can I do?" he asked. "Or can we do?" "Calm Trace," Kaya said. "His focus might hold better if everything inside him slowed down." "And Henrik can prop up Kaya," G said. Kaya nodded. "I wish I didn't need it," she said. "We still have so far to go." "We do what we can," Dayton said gently. He looked at John. "What of the other man? Did Talon give you trouble?" "Talon was gone," Henrik said. "The singers retrieved Roberto. They promised to keep him in the village until we get back there. They seemed ashamed of him, and they all claim they didn't know he had assassin songs. Kairu went to Dreki Island to tell them what was happening. Then they might stay with their family tonight. We can deal with all of that once Trace—" He shrugged, and nobody said a word about his inability to finish that sentence. Several hundred randoms later, sometime in the darkness of the night, Kaya gave a sob and leaned on Henrik, who pulled her close. "I need a rest," she said quietly, tears in her eyes. "I'm not finished, but I have to rest." "Then rest," G said. "He's stable, isn't he? I haven't felt anything but stability from him in 100 randoms." "He's stable," she said. "Your song is doing it. Wait, are you still playing it?" G nodded. The song only had a few simple phrases, although he didn't know exactly what each phrase did. He knew it wasn't wise to use untried songs, but this was an emergency. To do nothing would have resulted in Trace's death, so no risk was too high. "Everyone needs a break," Dayton said, dropping the wind. The girls had curled up together on the softest chair in the room and fallen asleep long ago. "Yes," Echo said, letting go of the wind for the first time in hundreds of randoms. "I can feel the tremors in your focus, G, worse than those in Kaya's. You can't be a focus for two people forever. And John, you're drained. Both you and Henrik need to let go and grab a bite to eat. Take a short walk. G shifted the song, so he was holding Trace's focus less tightly. When he'd started, he felt like he was holding a wisp, but now his friend's focus was more solid. Weak, but solid, like it wasn't about to crumble to dust. Then he took a deep breath and let the wind go completely. Echo let go of her stamina song at the same time. When they did, all of them sat in still silence and waited. But nothing happened. Trace's focus didn't change. His physical health didn't change. He was pale and still, but he was alive and not changing. He should be awake, Kaya said. She took a slow breath. I expected him to wake up 200 randoms ago. I'm not sure why he's still out. We've got the worst of the damage taken care of. That might be John, Gianni said. Remember, he's been calming him. Let Henrik try to rouse him. Right, Kaya said. I knew that. Why did I forget? Because you're worn out, Echo said. All of us are. You sent the boys on a walk, but you need to walk too. Eat something. Even take a short nap. He's stable, Kaya. I think we're out of danger. I want him awake, but as it stands now, he'll wake up in so much pain, she said. I want to fix him enough that he won't wake up in pain. Then take a break now, so you'll have the strength to keep going, G said. Please, Kaya. I'll walk with you. They left together, finding the boys outside, sitting on a bench. We didn't get far, Henrik said. I feel like we flew all night. They made room for Kaya and G to sit with them. I think the Dreki were relieved that Talon met Kairu, that he might no longer pose a threat. They didn't know how to deal with him. They've been on this path a long time, and they don't seem good at change, John said. The Dreki are ancient, Henrik said. I don't just mean the people, but the Dreki themselves. I feel like we pull them from the past, and they don't quite change with the world around them. When we change, we tap into something old, something from a distant time. The boys got up to walk, and Kaya and Gianni were alone. Once our people had something else, Kaya said. They believed in something that helped us from afar, something bigger than us. Trace has asked about that lately. I feel like we experienced that tonight, Gianni. Where did your song come from? The boys have the exact skills needed to help us. Maybe this isn't us alone. Gianni nodded. I don't know if that makes me feel better. It scares me. I remember a few stories, but we lost our stories when I was young. The stories we did believe were lies, Kaya said. What if we lost more than our history? Right now, I want to think something bigger than us is looking out for us. I'm not sure we can fix reef after reef on our own. G took her hand and wished he could help her. Both of them were drained, both vocally and mentally, bodies exhausted with the energy they were expending. I don't know much, G said. Remember, the Skavari lost their elders. We lost our stories early on. Kaya said nothing else, sitting in silence. Gianni didn't think anything watched over them. If it did, wouldn't it have helped before this? No, they were on their own. And maybe Kaya was right, and their little group had no hope of fixing hidden reefs and surviving. When they got back inside, Echo sat with Dayton at Trace's side, running a simple scan. He's still stable, Echo said. She winced. You're done. All 4 of you. Kaya, you need to sleep. Dayton and I will watch. Nella and Emmerich or the girls can help us if that makes you feel better, but I think I need to sing you to sleep. And Gianni, Kaya said with a pout, you'll put him out too? He's next, Echo said. I feel like he won't fight me as much as you will. If Trace looks like he's waking up, I'll put him back under until you can do more repairs to his focus. When Trace is better, we visit the rogue village, G said. We're going to restore the younger twins and start on Brendel's village. We need to get this reef in order so we can get out and stay out. Kaya put her hand on his arm, and the boys stared at him with wide eyes. Gee, she said quietly, I know you're scared for him. So am I. But let's be wise. Wisdom would have had us off this reef after the first Dreki attack. We're just making the best of a bad situation. She was right that he was scared. He still felt Trace's tired focus in a way he'd never felt before, and he wondered exactly what his song had done. He'd linked them somehow. And now Trace's emotions, even while he was unconscious, were leaking onto him. Fear and dread and pain. That was what he felt the most right now. He assumed it was Trace, but maybe he was soaking up Kaya and Echo's emotions too. Or, since this reef had its own kind of energy, maybe he felt some of this from the twins. The truth was he wanted to stop feeling anything. But that was impossible. The next best thing was to sleep. And while Echo sang Kaya to sleep, G fell into a deep sleep on his own. Chapter 32. Trace woke up before the rest, and he let his focus linger on them before he tried to move or think. His head hurt. His focus was ragged and painful, and he wasn't ready to deal with that yet, so he concentrated on the others first. G and Kaya were within sight of him, both asleep on cots in the ruined palace. Kaya's focus was drained, so exhausted he felt very little else from her. G was just as drained, but from him Trace felt something else. Anger, for one, similar to the anger G had felt after Trace had been tied in the clearing. Beyond that, something of the man's patterns were off, like G wasn't quite himself, which made no sense. Echo and Dayton were somewhere nearby. Echo was peacefully asleep, but her focus rang with a familiar melancholy. He'd worried her. Of course he'd worried her. Between the Dreki and the eldsinger, he'd almost died. He'd certainly worried himself. "Not my fault this time," he whispered. But did he believe that? Had he handled the situation well? He could have jumped away and let them kill one another. Would that have been the smart thing to do? Why had he suddenly wanted to show mercy? Had either of them shown mercy to him? Twins were nearby, 2 sets. John and Henrik, as they lived here, and had probably played a role in his survival. Then the girls were asleep somewhere in the distance. Rohan and Jordan were absent. "Hey!" He opened his eyes and found Kaya smiling at him. Through her exhaustion, he felt her elation at his simple presence. His continued existence in this world brought her joy. Was he worthy of such a thing? Was she wise to care about him? He glanced at G, thinking the strange melancholy he felt right now was reflecting in G's sleeping focus. What did that mean? "Hey," he responded. He held out his hand, and she moved to his side, sitting on the floor. He touched her face and simply basked in her warmth. "Thank you. I assume you put me back together?" "It took a team," she said. "You're welcome." "Was I reckless?" he asked. "Did I do this?" "We knew where you'd gone and why. All of us were looking for Talon, too. I think this one isn't your fault. Did Talon attack first? We want to understand his story. Can an ancient Dreki have a change of heart?" "He didn't attack me first. He didn't attack me at all. The singer did. He attacked both of us. Talon reacted." "He tried to save you. When G found him, he was about to carry you out of there and deliver you to one of us." "So Talon survived," Trace said. "The other one?" "Robero," she said. "It seems he's an unstable singer whose father was abusive and whose grandfather preached great hatred toward pretty much everyone else on this reef. How do you feel?" He shrugged. "Not great." "G saved you," she said. "He created a song I didn't recognize that held your focus together. Echo suggested he was playing the role of your focus and his own. He wore himself out." Closing his eyes, Trace focally poked at G's focus a little. Yes, it was drained. But something else was wrong. Now he felt concern. The man was asleep, but his focus was livelier than expected, and he was more drained than Kaya. I think he made a link. I feel things from him I can't explain. When he wakes up, we can make sure he didn't do anything to hurt himself." "Rohan and Jordan aren't here." "No, they're with their parents," she said. "They'll be here soon. Talon has met Kairu. G and Kairu both suspect Talon will behave now. Between you sacrificing to save him and Kairu being the natural authority on the island, Talon might settle down." "Unless he doesn't want to be upstaged by a young Kairu," Trace said. He felt a strange wash of anger at the words and looked at Gianni. Yes, this anger felt out of place. He and Gianni were exchanging emotions. "Neither G nor Kairu thought he was feeling that," Kaya said. "But G was angry. I'm not sure how clearly he was seeing anything. Then he was frantic and driven. He needs you, Trace. He lost his family and had no friends, but everyone counted on him. He needs a strong friend to bear some of his burdens. I didn't go in there meaning to die, Trace said. I'm not as noble as you all think I am. She grinned. I can think of you however I want. Trace, we shouldn't have saved you. You shouldn't have found Montefialo or Drekistrond. I can't stop thinking about coincidences and last-minute saves, and this idea that something is leading us. I hope it's leading us to something good, Trace said. Maybe the Jago aren't what we think. Maybe they have some way of watching over their reefs even now. She shuddered. What a strange way of thinking. Your focus hurts. Yes, he said, but it's better. It will be okay. It feels to me like I'll heal. You'll heal. I don't understand how or why, but you'll heal. Trace looked at Gianni, who stirred and opened his eyes. A strange string of emotions passed through the man's focus. I think G did something, Trace said quietly to Kaya. Something we might need to fix. A link. Jake Odell, the first eldsinger, created links all the time. We rarely do it now. We don't often have the need. You're awake, G said, yawning as he woke enough to tune into the people around him. What a strange day. And night. Your focus is still in one piece. Strong. I felt like I spent random upon random holding together a vapor. I apologize, Trace said. I knew seeing Talon could be dangerous. I had no idea. I know, G said. Does Echo, is she angry? Kaya sighed. Not angry. Weary. I'm sorry, Trace said again. You didn't do this, G said. Like on Montefialo, old lies and missing history did this. Wherever those singers came from, they were here to cause trouble. But nobody knows the truth. Everyone acts without understanding why. They live with fears that have no substance. And we've chosen to take on the whole mess, Trace said. He relaxed against the sofa cushion. Are we strong enough for this? Is this arrogance? I don't think it's a death wish. Dying hurts. I don't want to keep doing it. Kaya looked from one man to the other. I see what you mean. You and G are swapping emotions in the strangest way. What? G asked. You might have created a link, Trace said. Your focus might literally have linked to mine and held on. That link might not be broken yet. Kaya, can you feel anything? Kaya started to play, but Trace stopped her. Just wait, he said. She wasn't just fatigued. When she started to play, he felt minor warping pain. This will wait. It's not dangerous. You need to heal. All of us need to heal, Kaya said. Then we need to join some separated twins and get a village started. Assuming you think Talon is no longer a problem? I think, Gianni said, both Talon and Roberto are no longer problems. He told them about the young Dreki in the singer's village and Talon's promise to stay out of trouble. I know Roberto has assassin songs, G said, and he's not stable. But I got the feeling the village has a strong sense of family. You said yourself we can't judge here. We can do our best. Can we offer them a chance to leave? If they don't want to stay, do they have to stay? They can go, Trace said. Dim Clovish, OPD, needs to know about them, but what happens next is up to the reef. So are we wrong to introduce twins to one another? Kaya asked. We meddle. You've meddled twice now, and I think both times were the right thing to do. So where's the line between good meddling and too much meddling? Trace laughed. I have no idea. I think we just figure it out as we go. Echo was the next to wake up and find him. He had gotten up, slowly and painfully, and was now sitting on the sofa. His head ached, and the strong emotions around him made that worse. G still fluctuated, and Kaya still waffled between elation and fear, a heavy layer of fatigue over all of it. I'm sorry, he said, not sure what Echo was feeling. It was messy, whatever it was. Everyone was messy this morning. It was bad, then? Not as bad as Borgenvale, she said, but close. Your focus was strangely fluid. G called it a vapor, and that's a good description. I got caught between two powerfully destructive forces. Why does it have to be you? She asked. She moved to her knees in front of him, taking his hands. Is this still penance? Because you lost our home, you have to save everyone else? Why can't someone else help us? G and Kaya help us, he said. Who knows what we'll find out there, Echo? Yes, someone else might help us. But right now it's us. We're all the Fallislenta have. As for the other part, I don't know. Montefollo survived. We cleaned their air and changed out their sun, and they're thriving. Maybe it is penance, but it fills me up. Is that wrong? Depends how many of us you take down to fill you up. She shifted. No, that's not fair. I'm sorry, Trace, you're right. Nobody else will help right now, but maybe that will change. And you weren't reckless this time. That almost makes me angrier. If this was your fault, I could ask you to change, and maybe it wouldn't happen again. But this quest is inherently dangerous. I don't know what to say, he said. I want to keep going. I want to find them all. But I don't want to hurt you, and I don't want to lose you. I think, Dayton said from behind them, we need to keep going on Drekistrond. We'll unite the twins and start the village and reassess from there. Echo sighed. We can't leave them in a mess, true. Trace, can you do one thing for me? He didn't answer, not sure what she might ask. Remember us. This isn't all you. Think about us, too. Ask for our help. You knew where I was, he said. All of us split up to find Talon. I didn't go rogue on you, Echo. I had no way of knowing Roberto was out there, looking for Talon to cause trouble. I know. In this instance, it might not apply, but it did when this visit started. It did on Montefollo a few times. It did when you disappeared on me after Borgenvale. Let's just call it a life lesson. He had to smile because she was laughing this at him. She knew what she felt wasn't entirely rational, but that didn't lessen the pain of the feelings. I'll try, he said. Good. Dayton clapped his hands once and stood up. The rest of the people were now awake, twins and parents at the edge of the room. Let's get us fed and move on to other things. Do we need to see Talon or the Singers' village this morning? I think it's time we find the rest of the Dreki, John said. The twins have been separated long enough. I agree, Trey said. We need Rohan and Jordan. I'd like them to check in with the Dreki on the island and see if any want to come join us. I'd like some more experienced Dreki around when we let another 20 Dreki loose on this island. They agreed, after making Trace promise not to touch a reed panel until his head stopped hurting their heads. They had a plan. Echo would be okay, he thought. Kaya wasn't angry. And Gianni? He wasn't sure what would happen there. The tremors coming from G's focus bothered him because he didn't recognize them or what caused them. But until Kaya was healthy enough to run a detailed diagnostic, there was nothing he could do. Maybe it was time to accept those times when there was nothing he could do. Chapter 33. Echo had to admit the energy and joy in the clearing almost made this trip worth it. 28 new Dreki soared through the skies and over the lake, here in a clearing on the southeastern edge of the lake. First the Singers, minus Trace, had jumped all the rogue twins to the clearing, and then they'd started collecting twins from the villages. The fear had been ending up with an uneven number, finding some twins had died along the way, but that hadn't happened. Every twin had found his or her other half, and every set had immediately and joyfully wanted to become Dreki. Well, Dayton said, this feels too good to be true. Echo laughed. These are a healthy people, I guess. Trace has been asking questions lately about our luck. Finding Montefollo a year before they died out. Finding Drekistrond as the Dreki were about to age out and become extinct. He thinks something else is at work. Dayton and Echo were lying on their backs, watching old Dreki and new soar overhead, spinning in many colors. People from 2 nearby villages had come to watch, and Echo had noted both awe and envy on their faces. Looking at this, I wonder if he's right. Will you want to stay, love? He's Trace. He's going to find trouble. Will it help if he finds it without us? No, Echo said. I plan to stay. I need to accept him. Do you think he's being honest? Does he hope to survive? Trace is charmed, Dayton said. Or maybe he's right. and something watches out for him. But we'll watch out for him too. All of them. Gianni, Echo said. Something's up with Gianni. I noticed, Dayton said, but I don't know what it is. He's not reacting to things like normal, she said. Focally, that is. And he just went back to the skipper to rest instead of watching this display. I think holding Trace's focus pushed him past healthy limits. But what choice did we have? Dayton had no answers, and he took her hand. She scooted closer to him and watched 2 dark green Dreki race past them, higher than almost any Dreki in the sky. I envy them, Dayton said. What must it feel like to soar that way? You need to let one of them take you up. It's wonderful. Kaya and Trace approached. Kaya was beaming, her face and focus brilliantly lit with joy. Trace seemed amused, content, and tired. His focus was continuing to heal, filled with more energy than she expected, this close to his coma. It's beautiful, Kaya said, sitting on the ground. It's so beautiful. And Trace is being good. Trace laughed as he settled with them. Thanks. I'm trying. They're all here. How did that happen? Why question it? Kaya asked. We don't question trouble, but we question good things. True, Trace said. Altair landed nearby. I never expected this, the Dreki said in his deep voice. There are more of them than us, and that scares me, but I'm old. Everything is a little scary. But good. The Dreki have a future again. Have you talked to Talon? Trace asked. Are things good? Altair laughed. This morning he was sunning on the highest balcony. We told him what was happening here today, and he simply curled up and then stretched his neck out in the sun. He told us Kyrie would take care of it, and he was taking a rest. I think Talon is at peace, more than I remember ever seeing him. So he'll be good? Trace asked. Altair laughed. No, he's a difficult set of old men, but nobody will be in danger. As long as the Dreki are treated fairly, he's not going to be a threat. Also, Kairu and the first 2 babies, Vaughn and Annika, they're not going to let him get away with anything. Does Kairu bother you? Echo asked, having a new leader among the young Dreki? Altair laughed again. No, not at all. We're old. We don't wish to lead. You saw that. We couldn't even stop Talon when our race depended on it. No, we'll help in the village, and we'll give the new ones what guidance we can. But Talon isn't the only one looking forward to basking in the sun in contentment because the reef is back to what it should be. Will the singing village be a problem? I'm not sure of that, Trace said. Gianni and I will visit them and make sure they won't be. Altair flew off. I'd like to do that soon, Trace said. I saw Nella. She said there are already plans to start a village near the ruins. The rogue may relocate there, along with Dreki and Dreki families who want to. It's going to work. It's all going to work. So you want to go find the singers' village and find a problem, Kaya said, laughing and kissing Trace's cheek, because you don't trust good things. I want to finish, Trace said. Dayton said the journal might hold clues to the other reefs. I want to see more of them settled. Kairu, Vaughn, and their families said they had the situation in the clearing under control for now, so Echo and Kaya jumped the singers back to the skipper. Instantly, Trace winced, and Echo dropped the wind and ran into G's room. The man's focus was dim and ragged, and his sleep was unnatural. Something was terribly wrong. G, Trace said, his voice near panic, as he pushed ahead of her. Gianni, wake up. G turned his head and squinted. What? What's wrong? Do you feel it? Kaya asked. She had wind in her panel. Your focus is weak, weaker than when you left the reef. I don't feel different, he said. I'm not sure you'd feel it yet, Trace said. He sat on the edge of the bed. I think there's a link. I thought it was focal, but this is energy. I suspect Gianni linked our foci, so he could feed me power. Only it might not be broken yet. Kaya sat on Trace's bed and began to play. When she finished, she shook her head. I don't feel anything. But yes, Trace has a little more power than I would expect, and G has a little less. Only, since we got back here, G feels better. I feel fine, Gianni said. I felt it earlier, that maybe what I was feeling wasn't quite me. But this is more? This is more, Trace said. I wonder if reef energy plays a role here. Right now, I'd like to go see the singers. We can determine if this power exchange is worse or better on the reef." Trace was in no condition to make the jumps, and for the sake of the experiment, it was better for Gianni not to jump and expend energy, so Echo would do it. First, she moved the skipper closer to the village from the outside, and then she jumped the three of them inside. "Welcome," a pretty young woman said when they walked into the village. "Gianni, you're back. Roberto is going to be okay. I know he causes trouble, but thank you for bringing him back." "Thank Trace for that," G said. He seemed uneasy. "We won't be on the reef for long. There are many new Dreki today, and they're going to build a village to the far south of you. I hesitate to leave you with an unstable singer who has assassin songs. Roberto tried to kill a Dreki with that song, and he tried to kill Trace here twice. Oh, this is Angela, everyone. She's the twins' mother." Angela sighed. Some agreed with Roberto. I won't lie about that. But the Dreki who came for us to tell us where he was, they changed into 4 boys. They came to talk to us, and they were just regular boys. I think nobody believed the Dreki were normal people, let alone boys who would return Roberto to us after he caused so much harm. We'll stay here to the north for now and stay out of trouble and figure out what to do next, if we want to interact with the people or not. We never held anything against them. Roberto seems to hate the Dreki, but we never hated them. It was about keeping them out of an enemy's hand." Trace nodded. What starts innocently with good intentions can get out of hand. "The Dreki have a leader, one you met. He'll check in to see how you're doing. And you know you and your daughters, as human or Dreki, are welcome in the new village." "Thank you," she said. "If you learn anything else about our history, will you let us know? Realizing what we know might be lies is unsettling." "Yes," Kaya said. "Yes, of course we will. We want to know too." "Anything else?" Trace asked Gianni. No, it's time to go. Please don't lie to us, Angela. This is your home. Take care of it and the people inside of it." They returned to the skipper. G's focus felt better now. "I don't understand," Kaya said. "Why did he feel worse when he was here alone?" "He's giving me power," Trace said. "But I don't know why he stopped giving me power down there. It's the reef energy, maybe. I have no idea. But we can't feel a link. We might have to go for help." "Help where?" Echo asked. She didn't want problems to arise already. She wanted to bask in victories today. Talon and Roberto were under control. The Dreki twins had been reunited. Trace was alive. Why couldn't anything be easy? "I'm sorry," Gianni said, probably feeling her melancholy. "I didn't mean to hurt us." She shook her head and couldn't help but wrap her arms around the tall man. "I don't blame you at all. You saved his life. We'll deal with the aftermath. We seem to be good at that." "Yes, we do," Trace said. "Whatever's happening is slow, and it's slower when we're together, for whatever reason. This isn't urgent." "So what's left?" Dayton asked. "What do we need to do before we leave Drekistrond?" "We waited on Montefallo until the sun had settled," Trace said. "Let's wait here a couple days until they break ground on the new village. It will also give us a couple days to figure out what G might have done with our foci." Echo nodded. Trace was thinking rationally. He was smart, and when he wasn't reacting in anger or misplaced guilt, he could make good plans. But regardless, she had to accept him for what he was. Now that they were part of a team of 5, she had to accept all of her people for what they were. And because she loved all of them, she would do it. Chapter 34. From the Journal of Jake Odell. It's been 5 years since the Jago asked me to grant asylum to their 7 reefs. I thought I was doing the right thing. I hope I was doing the right thing. Maybe it was just the dream of an old man to relive glory days, although I don't think I'm like that. I wanted nothing more in my life than to be boring and normal, and housing 7 very different, very strange reefs with mysterious pasts is neither boring nor normal. At times like this, I miss Ty and Bridget. I know they rest peacefully, and soon Nika and I will rest with them, but I could use their advice. I've written dozens of stories about these reefs and the people and creatures that inhabit them. I wish I was free to share their existence with all of Portomare, because they have so much to teach us, but the Jago made me promise to keep the list short. Mostly my kids and grandkids help me care for them. Some care for themselves quite well, and some haven't come to terms with these changes. Most of them won't talk to me about their past worlds or lives, which I find suspect, but all of them seem grateful to be here. Unfortunately, a year ago, the Jagos stopped answering my calls. I've not heard from them at all, where before they checked in every cycle or two to see how their reefs fared. They wanted to know the people were safe and healthy and thriving, assuring me that wasn't the case where they'd been. I was told all of them had been in trouble, that war and disaster had taken several worlds, and the Jago knew if anyone could help them, it would be me. They also promised to leave them here no longer than 5 years, that it might take that long to restore their homes and worlds, and then they would send everyone home. I suspect these reefs are now permanent parts of Portomare. I think it was the reefs more than me that made Portomare a good choice for the rescues. Not every world has giant hollow stones lying around where a whole chunk of a world can hide. But now I'm getting silence. Years ago, I saved the Jago race from destruction, and since then we've been friends. If I'm in trouble, they help, no questions asked. When they asked for my help, maybe for the first time in my life, I gave them the same courtesy. Very few questions asked, and much help offered. Now I wonder if that was a mistake. I hope the Jago aren't in trouble. I find myself wondering if these reefs aren't worlds the Jago themselves damaged, for they were rogue in the universe for years, and I know from experience that the insanity that threatened their race caused them to do evil things. Maybe they're making amends here on my world, paying penance, or simply righting wrongs. Now they're missing, and I wish more than anything I knew more about them. I might have saved them and become their hero, but they were never quite forthcoming with me. Or maybe that's how it looks now from here at the far end of my life. Perception is a funny thing, and the older I get, the less I trust mine. A few of these other roamers speak of forces outside of themselves, and they take comfort there. We talk of our lives, and they suggest I look at my life through a new lens. Can an old man possibly see through new lenses? But my life is filled with coincidences and last-minute saves. I lived through more danger than most, and yet all is well. The other roamers speak of deities who guard and watch over us, much like the Jago used to watch out for me. Only these deities are more. Perhaps it's the wisdom of age, or perhaps it's the folly of a tired old man, but I find the ideas intriguing. Maybe something out there is bigger than the Jago. Maybe this something watches my family and me. Perhaps it even watches the Jago, because whatever they were, and whatever they've become now, they were, for my whole lifetime, my friends. I don't like to lose friends, especially not a whole race of them. And I don't know how to deal with these reefs going forward, not if they're going to be here for good. I'm more than willing to surrender to something else for help. Trace set down the reading and shook his head. That's the last entry? The last one he wrote here, Dayton said. I admit it doesn't help like it could, but we know a few things we didn't know. We know there are 7, meaning we still have 5 to go. We know the OPD of one of them, G said, having also read the journal from cover to cover. Now all of them had read it, mostly stories about happenings here on Drekistrond, stories of daily life that gave remarkably few clues about the Jago or their history of the reefs or their purpose here. However, Jake had mentioned that one reef was in Poseidon OPD, which was the shallowest of them all and the closest to Odell's home. What had become clear was that Odell was aware of the nature of the Dreki, fascinated and aware. Also, by year 4, he noted fewer twins were being born. Like Trace himself, Jake wondered if the Yoshvaten sun was to blame for the change. Jake had also noted the energy from the flora. He said it took him time to block it out, but once he did, he found it invigorating. To an old man, the increased energy he felt on this reef caused him to spend extra time here. Even his wife Nika, an other realm non-singer, had felt the energy. And his final words about something watching over them? How strange that these questions kept coming up. He didn't know what to make of it, but he wondered what would happen when they discovered reefs that believed in such things. He had to admit he was curious and hoped they found those reefs. As the strongest singer around, he liked the idea of not always feeling like he had to be in control. Seeing words written in Jake Odell's hand filled Trace with awe, enough that he felt silly. He wasn't aware of just how much he admired Odell until he'd sat with his words in his lap and found himself almost shaking with joy. Poseidon, Gianni said. All of them sat in the living area of the skipper, about to start their final day here. Is that a good thing? A bad thing? It's a good thing, Echo said. Poseidon is the OPD where the eldsingers started. Jake Odell's home was there. We were going to head that direction anyway in our search for a singer who can diagnose what's going on between G and Trace's foci. It's a big OPD, but not as big as Dim Clovish. We'll find it, Trace said. He turned to Gianni. We'll find answers for us, too. G ducked his head. Whatever he'd done had persisted. Whether they were on the reef or here in the skipper, if he and Trace were separated for any length of time, G lost energy. Trace seemed normal, although that first day he'd gained energy. Now he didn't seem to be affected. Trace had no idea what could cause such a thing. He didn't blame Gianni, but the poor man blamed himself. They jumped down to the new village and found Dreki and humans all over the place, chopping wood, digging foundations, and working toward a new life. They headed straight to Emmerich, John and Henrik's dad, who, along with Rohan and Jordan's father, had become the leaders of the village. Emmerich, Dayton said, extending a hand, we're about to go. It appears you have things in hand. Having you leave this to us sounded wise when you said it, Emmerich said with a chuckle. All of us harbored fear that the Portomarans might take over our reef. But now that we're in charge on our own, I'm a little fearful. Rohan's dad approached, Altair lumbering at his side. The Drekis sneezed. Apologies. Not to offend, but other roamers have the strangest scent. We're here to say goodbye for now, Kaya said. Altair, it's good to see you here. We have to come and keep the youngsters in check, Altair said. Ah, we know that's not true. Kairu can do that. I wish he'd remind them that they don't have to fly all the time. If I were a new Dreki, I would fly all the time, Trace said. Are you telling me you didn't fly all the time when you were new? Of course I did, Altair said, but I didn't realize how annoying it was to the elders. I never thought I'd see this day. We thought we would simply die on the island, and no one would remember that we'd been. Will you stay here? Echo asked, because that had been a debate among the older Dreki. Some will. Most of us will visit often. The islands have been our homes for ages. Talon has become the twins a few times this week. I think he's calmer than he's been in 80 years. Good to know, Trace said. As they talked, Kairu circled and landed. His father gently stroked his face. You're leaving, Kairu said. You'll say goodbye to Vaughn and Annika? Of course, Trace said. And we're not leaving for good. We'll come back. After you find a cure? Kairu asked. He swung his head toward Gianni. You're feeling well? It's slow, G said. I don't feel it. The others tell me the state of my focus. We have time, Kaya said. We'll be fine. And how are things going for you? Trace asked. All of us knew you were a leader, but I'm sure it's hard to lead when it's not how you see yourself. Kairu laughed, the sound deep and ancient. I believe you speak from experience, another leader who insists he doesn't lead. Right now, everyone is euphoric and happy to work together. Ask me that question again when it's time to plant and harvest. The newness will wear off, and it will be normal life. Normal life with Dreki soaring overhead, Kaya said. Like our normal life suddenly includes bright sunlight and warm breezes. Where Echo and Trace go, normal always gets a new definition. John, Henrik, Brindle, and Melanie raced in to say goodbye, and for a while there were hugs and last-minute words of hope and encouragement. But eventually they returned to the skipper. This is much better than last time, Echo said, settling on the sofa. They would spend the night here and then leave in the morning. Trace, thank you for promising to stay. I hope you mean to keep that promise. I will keep that promise, he said. I'm sorry I got so angry and acted so childish. Do you think we can find answers? Gianni asked. Trace, what did I do to us? I've trapped you with me. I always wanted friends, but this is ridiculous. Trace laughed. I have no doubt we'll find answers. He meant that, but he didn't know how long it would take. He suspected G had created a link that only he could unlink, and perhaps it wouldn't happen until things got dire. Some sort of preservation instinct, but he didn't say that. He didn't want G to feel bad, but he had no fear that this couldn't be fixed. "And we'll find another Fallis lenta," Kaya said, "since we're heading to the right OPD." "It's a fairly crowded OPD," Trace said. "If it hasn't been found yet, that means it's very, very well hidden. But since we know to look, maybe we'll get lucky." At that, all of them looked at one another, because the levels of luck they'd experienced was getting spooky. "So," Echo said, breaking the strange silence, "Trace, I have another request." He rolled his eyes. "Go ahead. Lay it on me." She went to the other room and returned with his sketchbook. "We need to keep track of all this. Jake's journal is invaluable. We need to keep track too. Except let's add details, like geography, and dates of recharges, and of course, pictures. Keep drawing. You see the world better when you slow down and draw it." He nodded, strangely moved by the request. "Of course. Thank you." With Kaya at his side, and the rest of the family here around him, he remembered his foolishness at the beginning of this trip, and how thankful he was that he'd survived to get to this place. He meant his promise. He wasn't turning his back on these people, ever again. The end. You have been listening to Dragon Shore Duet, Book 2 of the Strains of Portomare series, written and narrated by Jill Penrod.